Chapter 1. The Dome Continent, Eastern Region, L Prefecture. The Great Zhou Dynasty, capital city, Fengjing. In the royal palace of the Crown Prince, a young man clad in training attire was practicing his martial arts, occasionally accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent someone to inform you to attend today's court assembly. At that moment, a girl with dual swords strapped to her back entered, followed by several maidservants carrying garments. Upon hearing this, the young man paused and walked towards the room. "Cheater, prepare for your wash and change." The maidservants promptly followed, respectfully assisting the young man with his ablutions. "Your Highness, you are becoming increasingly handsome," remarked Cheater as she adjusted the young man's sleeves. Before long, a dashing young man stood within the chamber. His name was Lin Yu, the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. "Less flattery. Let us proceed," he replied, stepping out of the royal quarters towards the Golden Lawn Hall. As Lin Yu traversed the palace grounds, a contemplative look crossed his face. Years had passed since he had crossed over from Earth. Initially, he had thought he had entered a world steeped in ancient qualities. However, after many years of exposure, he discovered this world to be vast, filled with numerous dynasties, with the Great Zhou Dynasty alone resembling an entire continental plate from his previous life. It was a world where martial prowess was revered, and the strong stood as the ultimate authority. As the Crown Prince and the greatest prodigy of the Great Zhou, he had displayed exceptional intellect from a young age, diligently honing his martial skills. By the age of 18, he had reached the pinnacle of a grandmaster, mere steps away from becoming a grandmaster of unparalleled strength. Though not in immediate danger, he could have lived a life free from worry. Yet, the current state of the Great Zhou Dynasty was fraught with internal strife and external threats. Internally, the formidable General Wang Jin commanded an army of 400,000, harboring ambitions to usurp the throne. Externally, the northern barbarians stirred unrest, while the neighboring dynasties to the east and west eyed them with suspicion. Reflecting on his increasingly haggard father, Lin Yu sighed deeply. His father had summoned him to attend the court assembly today, likely out of desperation against the scheming ministers. "Crown Prince, you appear troubled. Did you not rest well yesterday?" Lin Yu looked up to find himself at the foot of the grand hall staircase. The speaker was a portly middle-aged general, adorned in armor and sporting a bushy beard, who regarded him with a bemused expression. It was none other than the renowned General Wang Jin of the Great Zhou Dynasty. "There's no need for general's concern, however. Is it not against protocol for you to attend the court assembly armed? His Majesty has shown no restraint. Perhaps the Crown Prince should worry about himself instead." Wang Jin laughed, prompting his accompanying ministers to join in the mirth. Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, the grand hall doors swung open and a palace guard emerged. Casting a glance at the gloating group led by Wang Jin and the gritting teeth of Lin Yu, he bellowed, "The hour has come, the court assembly begins." Lin Yu clenched his hands within his sleeves and stepped into the hall. As he took his place, he noticed the triumphant expressions of Wang Jin and his faction, causing his anxiety regarding today's assembly to deepen. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, his face marked by resolute determination, ascended to the dragon throne. It was none other than the Emperor of the Great Zhou, Lin Huang, a warrior of the initial phase of the mortal realm. He surveyed the assembly and, upon spotting Lin Yu, a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. The guard announced, "With any petitions, step forth. Without, the court is dismissed." "I have a matter to address." Lin Yu spoke, listening intently to the discussions of various affairs within the dynasty, pondering the true reason behind his father's summons. Rumors had circulated that the northern borders were increasingly unstable. Half an hour later, the emperor inquired, "Are there any further matters, my loyal ministers?" The court fell into a momentary silence before all eyes subtly gravitated towards Wang Jin, who stood to Lin Yu's right. "Here it comes," Lin Yu thought, instinctively lifting his gaze. Wang Jin stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the barbarians have marched south with an army of 10,000, having breached 2 cities. Of the 36 cities in the northern borders, 2 have fallen, and the common folk suffer greatly. However, I, having encountered a mishap during training, am unable to lead the troops into battle. The Crown Prince, Lin Yu, being exceptionally gifted, has attained the level of Grandmaster at merely 18 years of age. I implore your Majesty to decree that he lead the forces to quell the northern turmoil. Lin Huang's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Wang Jin, who remained unfazed after delivering his proposal. What do you all think, my loyal ministers? The military officials standing behind Wang Jin all bowed in unison, declaring, "We request that the Crown Prince defend the northern borders against foreign threats." Your Majesty, this cannot be. The Crown Prince is still young. Given time, he could become a pillar of strength for our dynasty. Why must he risk his life? Wang Jin, what are your intentions? At that moment, an elderly man with a spirited demeanor stepped forward. It was the current Prime Minister, Lin Yu, one of the few loyal subjects of the Great Zhou. Oh, does Prime Minister Gu intend to personally lead the troops to suppress the rebellion? Wang Jin, the leader of the barbarians, is the high priest of the northern barbarians' foremost tribe, Hulian, a peak grandmaster. Are you not sending the Crown Prince to his doom? Enough! Lin Huang's voice resonated from the throne, the overwhelming aura of a mortal realm warrior pressing down upon them. Wang Jin stood resolute within the grand hall, his demeanor still composed. Lin Huang recognized this as a blatant scheme. If they failed to quell the rebellion, the barbarian tribes would march southward, converging with Wang Jin, targeting the imperial palace. Whether he led the charge himself or dispatched Lin Yu, both father and son would find themselves as mere prey on the chopping block. His son had always excelled, and these treacherous ministers could no longer remain patient. If only my cultivation were a touch higher, these treasonous subjects would dare not be so brazen. Contemplating this, Lin Huang glanced at Lin Yu below, his heart swelling with sorrow and indignation. Let it be decreed, 20,000 imperial guards and 10,000 city defense troops shall form the Northern Expeditionary Army, led by Crown Prince Lin Yu, to pacify the northern conflict. They shall depart immediately. This was nearly all the military power Lin Huang could mobilize. Lin Yu clenched his fists, standing within the hall, gazing at the man seated on the dragon throne, lost in thought. Dismissed. Beep. Detection indicates that the host is about to engage in battle. The war across realm system is loading. As Lin Yu made his way back to his quarters, he ignored the mocking voices of Wang Jin's faction surrounding him. His mind was preoccupied with Lin Huang's helpless gaze and his own subsequent plans. Suddenly, he recalled the vague prompt he had heard earlier. System? Welcome to the war across realm system. Upon hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Lin Yu paused momentarily. This is... He quickened his pace. A few passing ministers observed him with confusion. Could it be that the Crown Prince was unable to handle the pressure and had lost his mind? Lin Yu hurriedly returned, shutting the door behind him. He instructed everyone not to disturb him. The entire palace fell into a profound silence. Elsewhere in the palace, Lin Huang held a phoenix-shaped jade pendant, gazing out the window. Is everything well with the Crown Prince? A figure clad in black robes appeared not far behind him, responding, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has remained in his chamber since returning. Lin Huang tucked the jade pendant away. Lin, take 11 shadow guards to follow Lin Yu. If any danger arises, protect him at all costs and escort him back to Fengjing. But, Your Majesty, if the shadow guards depart, your safety. Wang Jin does not yet possess the audacity for that. Pass down the order. I wish to enter seclusion for a period. Understood. The figure in black exited the chamber. The entire palace subsequently succumbed to silence. When Lin Yu first crossed over, he pondered many times what his golden finger might be. As time passed, he realized he only possessed a slight advantage in martial cultivation. Now his true golden finger had finally arrived. Lin Yu sat in his chamber, his consciousness delving into the system. Beep. Host has successfully bound to the war across realms system. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Yes' eyes sparkled. The system's voice continued. Congratulations, host, you have received a new player gift pack. Upon activation, you may obtain 2 opportunities to summon from the myriad realms. Lin Yes' expression sharpened. Summoning from the myriad realms. Seeming to understand his thoughts, the system began to explain on its own. The host can summon characters, legions, or items from the myriad realms through the system. Any one of the three. The results of the summoning are entirely unpredictable. At this stage, failures may occur. Characters and legions successfully summoned will never betray and are absolutely loyal. They will also retain memories from their previous lives, aiding the host in the battle across realms. Lin Yu's eyes lit up summoning, indeed. However, the thought of failure. The system assured, rest assured, the summoning opportunities obtained from the new player gift pack will guarantee success. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. The Great Zhou was beset by internal strife and external threats, and with his father compelling him to lead troops to quell the northern conflict, the journey ahead seemed fraught with peril, as if sleep had met its pillow. He found himself stepping out into a bright sunny day. As the host activated the newcomer gift package, Lin Yu's face brimmed with excitement. Activate! Before he could react, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into a realm brimming with an aura of the arcane. There were formidable beings capable of extinguishing stars with a mere gesture. There were invincible generals commanding vast armies into battle. There were fearless legions, undaunted by death. As he beheld the myriad of fervent scenes within, Lin Yu's blood surged with exhilaration. After a swift series of flashes, the image crystallized on a valiant general with rosy cheeks and azure eyes, as robust as a tiger. Following him was an endless legion of cavalry. Observing the summoning information provided by the system, Lin Yu clenched his fists, unable to contain his joy. Host, summoning complete. Shall be deployed? Deploy. As his words fell, the space ahead shattered instantaneously, revealing a formidable armored man. By the drunken light, I behold my sword in dreams. I return to the sound of trumpets. The echoes of slaughter reverberated within the chamber. Fortunately, the system had shielded against various anomalies. Exiled, at your service, my lord. The man retracted his aura and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand. No need for such formalities. Simply address me as your highness. After slightly calming his emotions, he scrutinized the system information closely. Exiled, Peak Grandmaster. Sealed. Note, revived by the system after death, retaining memories of his past life, and has received information about the host's current realm. Due to the host's relative weakness, a portion of his power is sealed. Flying Tiger Army. 10,000 cavalrymen, peak innate realm. Note, an elite unit commanded by Exiled, optimized by the system to a regiment of 10,000, currently stationed 50 miles north of Fongjing City. Upon seeing the displayed information from the system, Lin Yu was instantly elated. It turned out that the two summoning opportunities had successfully brought forth Exiled and the Flying Tiger Army. In a world where the average martial artist's strength was at the acquired realm, a cavalry force of 10,000 at the peak innate realm was an unparalleled weapon of war. Lin Yu felt an even greater confidence in his northern expedition. It is essential to understand that in the realm of martial arts on the Dome continent, the hierarchy is divided into acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, mortal, earth, and heaven realms. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and peak. The disparities between each realm are colossal. Having a peak grandmaster like Exiled finally provided him with a semblance of assurance in this world. General Exen, the Flying Tiger Army awaits outside the city. You shall proceed first. I will take my leave to bid farewell to father, then lead the troops to rendezvous with you for the northern advance. Understood. Exiled accepted the command and departed the city. Lin Yu watched his figure fade away, turning his attention back to the system. He discovered that in order to obtain summoning opportunities, one needed battle points. These battle points could only be acquired through warfare, either personally or through their affiliated units. Moreover, he could also use battle points to elevate his own realm. Having grasped this information, Lin Yu rose and stepped out of the chamber, intending to bid farewell to Lin Huang. Meanwhile, within the hall of the palace, a youth of about 16 was pacing restlessly. Lin Yu's devoted maid, Qiner, observed the anxious young man. Second prince, perhaps you should persuade his majesty? Father's being pressured by treacherous individuals. I just returned from his majesty. He has already entered seclusion. He only entrusted me with a military token to deliver to Brother Wang. The young man grew increasingly agitated, taking a sip from the teacup on the table. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yu entered the room. Lin Hao, what brings you here? Big brother, I am beside myself with worry. We must seek father. We cannot venture into the northern frontier. The boy, who was 2 years younger than Lin Yu, was his younger brother, the second prince of Zhou, Lin Hao. Lin Huang had but one woman, their mother. Lin Yu's memories were filled with moments only after Lin Hao's birth. Memories of before Lin Hao's arrival were hazy at best. Whenever the brothers inquired about their mother, Lin Huang would remain silent, gazing into the distance. This has been Lin Yu's motivation to diligently cultivate martial arts since childhood. As someone who traversed from Earth, he vaguely believed that once he grew strong enough, Lin Huang would eventually divulge the truth. Lin Yu had always taken care of Lin Hao, who in turn regarded Lin Yu as his idol. Their brotherly bond needed no further elaboration. This visit was prompted by the news from the morning assembly, which had spurred Lin Hao to rush over in haste. Do not worry, this journey is a blessing, not a curse. Lin Yu embraced Lin Hao and patted his shoulder. Hearing his elder brother, whom he had unconditionally trusted, say such words, Lin Hao's furrowed brow eased somewhat. Then, big brother, be cautious in all matters. He retrieved the military token from his robe and handed it to Lin Yu. This was entrusted to you by father. He has already entered seclusion. The 30,000 troops of the northern expedition await orders outside the north gate. Lin Yu grasped the military token and, upon hearing Lin Hao's words, turned his gaze deep into the palace. After a brief moment, he turned around. Cheaner, don your armor and fetch the spear. Occasionally, maidservants would approach to assist him in donning his attire. Cheaner took the helmet and placed it upon Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu subsequently took up the long spear and stepped outside. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, a general immediately led a warhorse to the entrance. This was the magnificent steed, pure white in color, gifted to him by Lin Huang during his childhood, which Lin Yu had named Yueying. Lin Yu turned over and mounted his steed, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Lin Hao and the others in the dormitory gazed with concern at the departing Lin Yu. In the capital of Fongjing, within the general's mansion, Wang Jin and his cohort of military leaders reveled in a lively gathering. General, we have received word that Lin Yu has exited the palace and is heading towards the outskirts of the city. Additionally, it is rumored that His Majesty has entered seclusion, remarked a general seated beside Wang Jin. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into silence, with all eyes fixated on Wang Jin. Cheers. Soon, the Great Zhou will no longer bear the Lin surname. With a boisterous laugh, Wang Jin rose, placing his right foot upon the table in an audacious display. The mansion was soon filled with the clinking of cups and the sounds of merriment. Outside the northern city gate of Fongjing, an army comprising 20,000 imperial guards and an additional 10,000 city defense troops stood poised for action. Lin Yu rode on the Shadow Rider, his gaze sweeping across the resolute faces of the soldiers. The citizens within the city gathered to watch, all expressing their sorrow for their great prince. Lin Yu strode to the front of the ranks, raising his long spear and striking the battle spears of each soldier from left to right, producing a resonant clamor. He then turned the Yueying towards the north. We shall not return until the enemy is vanquished, he proclaimed. Northern Expeditionary Army, advance. With each fervent roar, the army vanished from the eyes of the citizens of Fongjing City. They were awestruck by this young crown prince, barely in his 20s, 50 miles north of Fongjing City. After receiving Lin Yu's orders, Xi and Qiji swiftly joined forces with the Flying Tiger Army. The reunion with his former subordinates brought immense excitement to both sides. At this moment, he was adorned with a long sword and mounted on a warhorse, followed by 10,000 iron riders who stood like towering mountains, all gazing toward Fongjing City. Before long, a youth riding a white horse led a legion of 30,000 infantry into view. All commanders, heed my command. Let us proceed to pay our respects to His Highness. Yes, the cavalry, under Xi and Qiji's leadership, galloped towards Lin Yu. Report. Your Highness, an unidentified cavalry force approaches from the front. A middle-aged man stepped forward to Lin Yu, clasping his hands in salute. Han Lin, serving as the deputy commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army, was a trusted confidant of Lin Huang and had watched Lin Yu grow up. His expression was one of urgent concern, for he had reached the pinnacle of mastery in his martial arts. Uncle Han, there is no need for alarm. They are our own. Please reassure the troops. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he remained in place, awaiting further developments. Upon hearing his words, Han Lin exhaled in relief. In this era, the combat prowess of cavalry is unparalleled. From a distance, a palpable aura of menace approached. The commander of the troops was particularly inscrutable. Their unit, having long been stationed in the royal city, might struggle to withstand several charges. Simultaneously, Han Lin harbored a silent curiosity regarding the origins of this formidable force. Before he could ponder further, the Flying Tiger army had arrived before him, exuding an atmosphere of grim determination. Led by Exiled Chiji, the Flying Tiger army approached Lin Yu, dismounted in a fluid motion, and knelt on one knee in a show of respect, proclaiming in unison, Exiled Chiji, the Flying Tiger army. We pay our respects to your highness. Their fervent gazes fixed on Lin Yu, their movements synchronized and their spirits soaring to the heavens. This display stirred a commotion among the troops of the northern expedition in the rear. Han Lin's expression turned pale with astonishment. A glance revealed that every one of the 10,000 soldiers was at the pinnacle of innate strength. The leader's formidable presence was so overwhelming that it left him breathless. Such a cavalry unit was nothing short of a devastating weapon on the battlefield. Lin Yu helped Exiled Chiji to his feet and urged the soldiers to rise. He addressed the still astonished Han Lin, saying, "Uncle Han, this is Exiled Chiji. I had the fortune of becoming acquainted with him during my youth. Behind us is the Flying Tiger army, which General Exiled has assembled under my command. We have now joined the Northern Expeditionary Force to drive back the barbarians." Indeed, Han Lin and Exiled Chiji exchanged respectful gestures. At that moment, Lin Yu appeared to Han Lin shrouded in an aura of mystery. He could hardly fathom that the prince he had watched grow up had silently attracted such a formidable ally. Han Lin cast a glance at Exiled Chiji, whose expression was one of perplexity. Lin Yu secretly chuckled to himself. "Ah, Uncle Han, this journey northward is bound to shatter your perceptions." At the same time, he thought of Lin Huang in the imperial palace and silently vowed, "Father, I shall return victorious." He then appointed Exiled Chiji as the deputy commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army and set off. 2 days later, in the Great Zhou Dynasty, within the northern frontier, in the city of Pingyang, the lord of the city, Shui Ran, furrowed his brow amidst a cacophony of heated arguments echoing through the council chamber. The commanders of the city's defense forces and the heads of the 4 prominent families were furiously gesturing at a battle map. Ouyang, the head of the Ouyang family and the spokesperson for the 4 great families, addressed Shui Ran, "My lord, with Danyang City already fallen, the barbarian vanguard will soon reach our gates. Please make a swift decision. You coward, are you merely seeking to preserve your own interests and retreat to safety? These barbarians slaughter entire cities without remorse. Do you still possess the blood of Great Zhou men?" The commander of the city defense, Lin Ju, scoffed. The barbarian forces were commanded by Hu Liyan, with his son, Hubiki, leading the vanguard, renowned as the greatest talent of the northern barbarians and a pinnacle master. We only have 10,000 defense troops, with merely 2 or 3 masters among us. How can we resist them? Ouyang Yi, nearly furious at Lin Ju's disdainful remarks, retorted, "Pingyang is the crucial link to the Great Zhou's central plains. If we lose this city, the entire central plain is at risk. My lord, I suggest we hold our ground. If we lose Pingyang, Fongjing will be in peril. Isn't it known in the court that the Crown Prince is leading troops to our aid? He should be arriving shortly," Shui Ran pondered, well aware of the Crown Prince's mission. However, the current state of the Great Zhou was precarious, and the Crown Prince's journey was fraught with danger due to the treachery of Wang Jin. If it weren't for Wang Jin's underhanded machinations that compelled the frontline soldiers to abandon the city, the northern barbarians could not have advanced so easily. Just as he was arriving at a resolution, a messenger rushed in, breathless, "Report. The barbarian vanguard has arrived at the city gates." What? Shock rippled through the assembly. How could they have arrived so swiftly? Without further ado, they hurried to the city walls. To the north of Pingyang, a youthful figure, no more than 20, wielding a large axe, rode atop a steed. Flanked by 20,000 soldiers, it was Hubiki commanding the barbarian vanguard. With a bloodthirsty expression, he gazed at Pingyang City and shouted, "Where is your lord? Come out and meet your demise. You have half an hour. If you do not surrender, I shall raze the city." His derisive laughter echoed towards the city walls. Shui Ran and his companions had just reached the battlements, and he cast a steely gaze upon the raucous barbarian army. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Ju and Ouyang Yi with unwavering resolve. "Old Lin, Ouyang, we have fought for most of our lives. only to be trampled by these barbarians now. I cannot forget the trust the emperor placed in me when he commanded me to guard Pingyang. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Ouyang Yi realized that Shui Ren had made up his mind. Ouyang Yi chuckled bitterly, "Old Lin, how long has it been since we fought side by side against the barbarians?" Lin Yu smirked, "Ever since you married. You've been consumed by thoughts of your family business and have not even invited me for a drink." They exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter before turning back to Shui Ren. "Old chief, give the order. In our youth, following the king, we never feared death. One kill breaks even, two is a profit." Shui Ren looked at his two old friends, as if transported back to the days of riding alongside Lin Huang on the battlefield. "Prepare the troops for battle. We shall hold fast to Pingyang." With steely determination, Shui Ren issued the command, and instantly the entire city of Pingyang sprang into action. Young and able-bodied citizens spontaneously took up hoes and headed towards the city walls, while the elderly armed themselves, ready for the impending conflict. Pingyang had long been a vital stronghold in the northern frontier of the Great Zhou. After Lin Huang ascended to power, he expanded the northern territories, and although no wars had erupted for years, the citizens within the city, having settled here from the front line, exhibited a fierce and valiant spirit. It was a city of heroes. Outside the city, Hubiki observed the Pingyang army, meticulously preparing for battle atop the city walls, and let out a cold laugh. They know not the fear. On the official road leading to Fongjing, a group of refugees trudged along, their faces devoid of hope. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. A cavalry unit, exuding an overwhelming presence, charged towards them. The refugees were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Before they could react, the cavalry was upon them. The young commander dismounted and approached a frail old man. "Old man, from where do you come?" The youth was none other than Lin Yu. Concerned about the situation ahead and finding the infantry's pace too slow, he had led the Flying Tiger army northward. Han Lin and the remaining troops would follow shortly. 5 days later, Lin Yu and his companions were merely an hour's journey from Pingyang City. "If only my cultivation were higher, if I could reach the mortal realm, I would be able to fly for a short distance," he lamented. "General, we hail from Dingbei City. The barbarians descended from the north, the city fell, and we lost our homes. We could only make our way towards Fongjing," the old man replied, his head bowed in evident fear. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, wore a frosty expression. He turned to a soldier from the Flying Tiger army and instructed, "Distribute some food to everyone." Before long, all were enjoying the rations that had been shared. Lin Yu returned to the back of the Yueying. Observing the grateful faces of the refugee group, he inhaled deeply. "I am Lin Yu, the Crown Prince of the current dynasty. As long as the Great Zhou Dynasty endures, the city shall stand, and our homes will remain." He then led the group onward. At the northern tower of Pingyang City, Shui Ren gripped his longsword, panting heavily, his face smeared with blood. He could no longer discern whether the crimson liquid was that of enemies or his own soldiers. Even with his mid-level Grandmaster cultivation, he was nearing exhaustion. The relentless charge of the barbarian forces had resulted in the city defense army suffering over half their casualties in less than half an hour. Turning to his two old friends, he noted that their condition was hardly better than his. Below the city, Hubiki sneered, a scar on his left cheek accentuating his menacing appearance. 3 old dogs, still clinging to life. He spat a mouthful of congealed blood towards the city below, laughing maniacally. "You little brat, back when the Crown Prince scarred your face with a single thrust, no one dared to claim you since." His words were met with derisive laughter from above. Hubiki had always considered himself invincible since childhood. At 16, upon hearing of Lin Yu, he arrogantly challenged him, only to be defeated and scarred within a few moves, a humiliation he bore for life. Now, having his past brought up by Lin Yu, his defenses crumbled. He seized his axe, leaping into the air, circulating his spiritual energy as he aimed a powerful strike at Lin Yu, sending 5 soldiers flying before continuing his assault. Lin Yu, having anticipated the attack, found himself outmatched. Hubiki had reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster, 2 ranks above Lin Yu's mid-level. In the heat of battle, Lin Yu was already nearing his limits, making him no match for Hubiki. He attempted to withstand the blow but coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal organs shifting violently as he staggered back several paces, nearly toppling off the tower. Shui Ren and Ouyang Yi rushed forward to support him, with Shui Ren producing a healing elixir from his robes to administer to Lin Yu. "Old Lin, can you withstand this?" Lin Yu clutched his chest, blood pouring forth. "This brat indeed possesses some skill. I fear the Crown Prince may not arrive in time. Do not speak. Focus on healing," Shui Ren instructed, ensuring Lin Yu was seated properly. Below, a middle-aged man approached Hubiki. Enough of this play. Delays may lead to disaster. We must assault the city with all our might, lest you incur your father's wrath. Hubiki glared at the man, irritated by the previous insult. Realizing the urgency, he begrudgingly complied. Very well, uncle. He called off the charging soldiers, tightening his grip on the axe as he marched toward the city gates. As he ran, he plotted to first eliminate the 3 old dogs atop the tower, reserving the most irritating one for his own amusement, a cruel smile forming on his lips. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed as the bloodstained northern gate of Pingyang City swung open. Hubiki halted abruptly, his uncle frowning in concern. On the tower, Shui Ran's face twisted in despair as he roared, "Who the hell opened the gates?" A sweat-drenched gatekeeper rushed up, face alight with joy. "My lord, reinforcements have arrived. The Crown Prince leads the troops and has commanded the gates be opened. He intends to march out and confront the enemy." Unbeknownst to Hubiki, at the very moment he struck Lin Yu, Lin Yu had been leading his forces from the southern gate of Pingyang City, witnessing Lin Yu's dire situation. Yet too late to provide immediate assistance. Upon hearing the gatekeeper's words, Shui Ran quietly retracted his longsword. His gaze filled with apprehension as he looked down from the tower. This barbarian horde was no trifling matter. How could the Crown Prince act so recklessly? He regarded the middle-aged man within the northern barbarian ranks with considerable wariness. Outside the city gates, Hubiki glared with fiery eyes at Lin Yu, who emerged from within the city. Lin Yu led the Flying Tiger army, swiftly assembling and gazing towards the northern barbarian forces. Surveying the state of Pingyang City with a cold stare, raising his spear, he cast a fleeting glance at Hubiki. "Flying Tiger army, charge." With that, he plunged headlong towards Hubiki. Exiled Shiji, orchestrating the Flying Tiger army with an unspoken understanding, maneuvered around the battlefield of Lin Yu and Hubiki, advancing towards the 2,000 northern barbarians. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's approach, Hubiki grinned menacingly, brandishing his battle axe. No further words were necessary today. It would be either his demise or that of his opponent. 13 spear strikes. Lin Yu channeled his entire body's spiritual energy, executing the marksmanship he had honed for over a decade. A flurry of gun shadows descended, leaving Hubiki with only the ability to parry. Sensing the formidable force emanating from the axe, his expression grew solemn. "So, you two have ascended to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level." Lin Yu's countenance was icy and unyielding, offering no reply as his spear struck with lethal precision. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Flying Tiger army descended upon the barbarian horde like wolves among sheep. A single charge pierced through their ranks, reaping 4,000 to 5,000 lives. The barbarian forces instantly collapsed into chaos, scattering like frightened rats. Innate realm warriors. All of them are innate realm. Demons. These men of Great Zhou are demons. At the heart of the battlefield, the uncle of Hubiki, his right arm now useless and blood trickling from his lips, stared in disbelief at the armored youth standing before him. Surveying the shattered morale of the northern barbarian vanguard, he let out a bitter laugh. "Grandmaster at the peak. Who are you? Great Zhou has no general as young as you." Exiled Shiji remained composed, utterly unfazed by this mid-level Grandmaster opponent. Under the command of the first prince, Exiled Shiji. With those words, he closed the distance and, in but a few strokes, cut the man down. Great Zhou has hidden itself well. Lin Yu has hidden himself well. The middle-aged man murmured these final words before death claimed him. After slaying the enemy's strongest warrior, Exiled Shiji turned his gaze toward Lin Yu's position but did not intervene. He trusted in his highness and understood the storm of fury raging within Lin Yu's heart. On Lin Yu's side, Hubiki was already adorned with numerous wounds. Upon witnessing his uncle collapsed at the feet of Exiled Shiji, slaughtered mercilessly by the Flying Tiger army, despair etched across his face. At that moment, Lin Yu finally spoke. "You wait here. Your father shall arrive shortly." Without allowing Hubiki a chance to respond, he discharged his weapon, the spear piercing directly through Hubiki's heart. He then glanced at the nearly annihilated northern barbarians, exhaling a heavy sigh. Mounting his steed, Yueying, he proceeded towards the city. Secure the battlefield, return to the city. On the city tower, Shui Ran and the others gazed in astonishment, swallowing hard, some even trembling with excitement. They had witnessed the entirety of Lin Yu's assault on the enemy. It was a one-sided massacre, and they looked at the bloodthirsty Flying Tiger army with fervent admiration. Shui Ran and Ouyang exchanged glances, both reading disbelief in each other's eyes. As they saw Lin Yu approaching the city, they hurried downstairs to greet him. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but soon the cries erupted. "Crown Prince, formidable. Great Zhou, formidable." Hearing the shouts, a smile graced Lin Yu's lips. How delightful. Pingyang City, Lord's Manor, Conference Hall. Lin Yu sat at the head of the table, lost in contemplation. At his side, Exiled remained composed. Shortly thereafter, Shui Ran led a group of officials from Pingyang City to take their seats. Occasionally, they cast wary glances at Exiled, whose scholarly demeanor inspired a profound sense of trepidation within them. They had witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of a mid-tier grandmaster being vanquished by this gentleman in mere moments. The atmosphere was charged with uncertainty. Yet, Exiled maintained an air of tranquility. Only Lin Yu's safety could sway his steadfast resolve. As the assembly gathered, Lin Yu prepared to speak. Suddenly, the booming voice of Lin Yu interrupted, "Your Highness, you cannot fathom how close I came to being cleaved in two by that rascal Hibiki." Despite his pale complexion, excitement radiated from him, for he had been supported by two old friends while observing the entire battle from the city ramparts. As he concluded his statement, he could not resist stealing furtive glances in Exiled direction. Lin Yu glanced back, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Uncle Lin, you are so gravely injured. It is best for you to focus on your recovery." Lin Yu was well acquainted with the three individuals, as they were once his childhood friends during his formative years in Lin Huang. Upon ascending to the throne, Lin Huang dispatched several individuals to guard Pingyang. Typically, a significant stronghold like Pingyang is entrusted to those loyal confidants selected by Lin Huang. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned to Shui Ran and said, "Uncle Shui, I hastened here upon receiving my father's decree. Have all 6 cities north of Pingyang been breached? Your Highness, all the commanders of the 6 cities surrounding Dingbei have abandoned their posts and fled towards the territory of Wangjin in the east." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Shui Ran continued, "Currently, Hibiki and the 20,000 vanguard troops have been vanquished by your Highness. It is likely that Hulian will soon receive this news. By tomorrow at the latest, the 80,000 northern barbarian troops will be at our gates. Furthermore, reports indicate that this northern horde also boasts 2,000 peak riders of the post-heaven realm." Having said this, Shui Ran's expression grew grave. Although Lin Yu and the Flying Tiger Army are valiant and unmatched, they are outnumbered by the northern barbarian forces. Moreover, they are led by the peak Grandmaster Hulian, who commands 2 additional Grandmasters within his ranks. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pondered deeply. He recalled the faint notification from the system that he had heard while engaging in combat outside the city, a detail he had chosen to overlook amidst the chaos of battle. Now that he had grasped the situation, he resolved to find a quiet place to examine it further. With this thought, Lin Yu rose and spoke. "Uncle Han is leading 30,000 troops from the northern expedition and will arrive shortly. Please allow the soldiers to rest and be prepared for battle at any moment. Uncle Shui, kindly escort me to a room in the manor where I may freshen up." Having said this, he proceeded towards the exit. Shui Ran and the others exchanged glances, promptly arranging for someone to guide Lin Yu away, in a chamber within Pingyang City. At this moment, Lin Yu's consciousness connected to the system. The system displayed that after the recent fierce battle, he had acquired 20,000 battle points. The points gained from defeating martial artists below the Grandmaster level were rather meager. The majority of points were accrued from vanquishing Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters. It appears that the acquisition of battle points predominantly relies on the defeat of higher-tier martial artists. Gazing at the 20,000 battle points, Lin Yu pondered briefly. "System, to what realm can these 20,000 battle points elevate me?" Lin Yu inquired. "At the initial stage of the Grandmaster level. How many times can the summoning opportunity be utilized?" "Twice." Lin Yu instantly made a decision. The early stage of the Grandmaster did not have a decisive impact on the current situation. According to the information provided by the system, a single summoning opportunity would require 10,000 battle points. Now was precisely the time when additional manpower was needed. It was entirely feasible to proceed with the summoning first and then, once sufficient battle points were amassed, focus on his own cultivation breakthrough. Furthermore, it seemed improbable that both opportunities would end in failure. Lin Yu decisively declared, "Lin Yu, system, utilized 20,000 battle points to summon." "Ding. Congratulations, host. The summoning has been successfully executed twice." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu exhaled deeply, invigorated, and waved his arm in exhilaration. He felt as though he had become the embodiment of fortune. His consciousness once again immersed in the profound scene, he was still struck with awe at this second encounter. The imagery whirled rapidly, coming to a halt upon a strikingly handsome young general, exuding a majestic aura. Following him were cavalrymen mounted on white steeds, numbering approximately 10,000. Observing the summoning information provided by the system, Lin Yu clenched his fists in ecstatic delight. Ding. Host, the summoning is complete. Shall it be deployed? Deploy. Deploy. Shield the anomalies. As Lin Yu stood before the rift in space, a young man clad in resplendent white armor emerged, wielding a gleaming silver spear. Though the bones of the valiant may perish, their fragrance lingers. Truly, I am grateful for your recognition. The youth gazed at Lin Yu, suppressing his aura, and knelt in reverence. Zhao Yun pays homage to my lord. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the city lord's mansion, sensing something amiss, Exiled lifted his gaze towards the dwelling of Lin Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. He raised his brush and continued to inscribe words onto the parchment. In Lin Yu's chamber, he swiftly approached and assisted Zhao Yun to his feet. Please rise, he urged. You may simply address me as your highness. After uttering these words, he circled around Zhao Yun twice, a wave of nostalgia from his previous life engulfing him. He rubbed his hands together, his grin stretching almost to his ears. In his past life, he was an ardent admirer of Zhao Yun, and after acquiring the system, he often pondered when he could summon the legendary warrior. In this life, he had dedicated himself to martial arts, particularly mastering spear techniques, and the excitement in his eyes was palpable. Will future summons always be of such unparalleled martial heroes? He inquired of the system. The system remained silent. Lin Yu did not press further, and instead scrutinized the system's information. Zhao Yun, Grandmaster Pinnacle. Sealed. Note. Resurrected by the system after death, retaining memories of his former life, and has assimilated information about the host's current realm. Due to the host's insufficient strength, a portion of his power has been sealed. White Horse Song, 10,000 cavalry, Pekinate realm. Note. An elite force led by Zhao Yun. Optimized by the system to organize a battalion of 10,000, now stationed not far from the Feihu army outside Pingyang City. Upon reviewing the information provided by the system and contemplating the imminent invasion of the northern barbarians, a chilling smile crept across his lips. As Lin Yu's thoughts whirled, what seemed like an eternity was merely a fleeting moment. He turned to Zhao Yun, who still stood within the room. Zilong, you shall proceed to the outskirts to lead the White Horse Battalion. A great battle is destined for tomorrow. Understood, Zhao Yun replied with a respectful gesture. Exiting the chamber without disturbing anyone, Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Yun as he departed, once more summoning the system. Lin Yu system. How is the strength of the summoned generals calculated after being sealed? This time, the system responded. System. Host. The strength of the summoned characters after sealing can only be one major realm higher than that of the host. Lin Yu understood clearly that he had now reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Thus the characters he could summon were limited to the peak of the Great Grandmaster tier. In light of this, Lin Yu set a goal for himself at this stage, to pacify the northern frontier, eradicate the barbarian tribes, and subsequently amass strength to return to the capital, where he would confront and eliminate the old scoundrel Wang Jin. On the following day, in Pingyang City, at the Lord's Manor, Lin Yu and Exiled were en route to the conference hall. Early in the morning, Lin Yu had instructed his aides to inform Shui Ran and others. After a day of recuperation, he resolved to take the initiative. With an army of 10,000 Flying Tiger troops and another 10,000 White Horse Song, their charge would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Not to mention the formidable generals Exiled and Zhao Yun. Even if two Huli Yin were to face them, they would surely meet with defeat. From what he had learned yesterday, Zhao Yun and Exiled were significantly stronger than the average peak grandmasters, capable of dominating their peers and effortlessly engaging in battles across realms. It is essential to understand that without entering the mortal realm, one remains akin to an ant. Mortal realm warriors are the initial masters of the powers of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to fly for short durations. In the Great Zhou and its surrounding territories, a mortal realm powerhouse can easily sway the outcome of a battle, with 10 peak grandmasters proving no match for a single mortal realm warrior. Along the way, Exiled spoke. Your Highness, Vice General Han has already led the Northern Expeditionary Army into the city yesterday. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Exiled then continued. There is another matter. I have discovered some anomalies within the Northern Expeditionary Army. There are 12 individuals of unknown origin mingling among the ranks. One of them is at the initial stage of the Grandmaster level, while the remaining 11 are at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage. They do not seem to harbor any ill intentions towards your Highness. Rather, they often appear to be subtly safeguarding you. Lin Yu paused for a moment, gestured with his hand, and spoke. It must be sent by Father Emperor. There is no need for concern. In his childhood, Lin Yu inadvertently stumbled upon a conversation between Lin Huang and a man clad in a black robe. Lin Huang did not shy away from this matter. However, it appeared that they were the emperor's secret guards, a total of 12, who had always been responsible for safeguarding the emperor from the shadows. Unexpectedly, on this northern expedition, Lin Huang had dispatched them all to protect him. Contemplating this, Lin Yu quickened his pace, hoping that the old rogue Wang Jin would not act out of desperation. The recent battle situation had already been sealed off by Lin Yu. However, it was not a long-term solution, and the news would inevitably reach Fengjing City. Returning to Fengjing now to confront the 400,000 troops led by Wang Jin would undoubtedly result in inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return, a futile endeavor. The newly summoned Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Cavalry might be entirely lost in the fray. He needed time. He needed to accumulate combat value through warfare to enhance his strength before launching a counterattack on Fengjing. It would be prudent to first annihilate the 80,000 northern barbarians descending southward, thereby crippling Wang Jin's forces. Lin Yu's expression was solemn as he entered the council chamber. Shui Ran and the others had been waiting for a while. After a day of recuperation, even Zhu's complexion had improved somewhat. Yet a trace of worry lingered on the faces of the assembly. Lin Yu surveyed the crowd before him and promptly issued his command. The prince resolved to take the initiative and confront the enemy beyond the city walls. The assembly gasped in astonishment, urgently advising against such a course of action. Your Highness, we possess 30,000 troops of the Northern Expeditionary Army, complemented by General Exiled's valiant Flying Tiger Brigade. There remains a chance to defend the city. To strike out would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, Your Highness, please reconsider. Yet, resolute in his decision, Lin Yu declared, I have made up my mind. We shall depart at once. Without heeding further pleas, he strode towards the city gate, closely followed by Exiled Qiji. The ever-impetuous Lian Zhu spat in defiance, bellowing as he brandished his battle blade and hastily joined the fray. Were it not for Your Highness's timely support, I, old Lian, would have perished long ago. The onlookers exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and promptly followed suit. Outside the northern gate of Pingyang City, the Flying Tiger Brigade stood poised and ready. Soon, Lin Yu emerged alongside the citizens of Pingyang and the Northern Expeditionary Army. Shui Ran and the others regarded the formidable aura of the Flying Tiger Brigade with a sense of reverence, while Han Lin felt a profound shock. Upon his arrival the previous day, he had already heard tales of Exiled Qiji and the brigade's remarkable valor in battle. Lin Yu paid no heed to the astonished expressions of those around him. He swiftly mounted his steed and issued a command. Set forth. 50 miles from Pingyang City. Hu Laiyan was hastening his troops towards the city. The previous day, scouts had conveyed the disheartening news that 20,000 vanguard soldiers had been utterly annihilated at Pingyang. Upon their arrival at the battlefield, the scouts found no trace of Hu Biki's corpse. Consequently, Hu Laiyan was consumed by fury and promptly rallied his forces to advance on Pingyang, still harboring a flicker of hope. He could not help but wonder. With his fellow tribesmen alongside him, could it be that Lin Huang himself had taken the field? Otherwise, how could they have been unable to retreat in time? Perhaps that old scoundrel Wang Jin wished to see them both vanquished, so he could reap the benefits of their strife. The messages relayed to Wang Jin had yet to receive a response. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, whoever dared to harm his son would pay a bloody price. Suddenly, a scout galloped towards Hu Laiyan, reporting that a formidable army of the Great Zhou, numbering around 40,000, had appeared ahead. A glint of cold light flashed in Hu Laiyan's eyes. They dared to strike first. He then commanded the entire army to prepare for battle. At this moment, Lin Yuzhong and the others had already discerned the presence of the northern barbarian army. The two forces stood in opposition. Hu Laiyan cast his gaze towards the youthful commander leading the troops, his expression sharpening with focus. Lin Yu? He murmured, then subtly scrutinized the legion behind him. His eyes lingered momentarily on the composed young general beside Lin Yu, a hint of gravity in his demeanor as he found him inscrutable. Upon noticing the Flying Tiger Army, his countenance shifted slightly, recognizing the palpable aura of menace surrounding them. He chose to disregard the 30,000 infantry that followed. Indeed, it is. Lin Yu tugged at the reins. Your Highness, the next individual is at the threshold of the mortal realm, and the two companions by his side are both masters at the late stage of Grandmaster. Please exercise caution. Exiled Qiji's voice drifted from the side. Lin Yu revealed a glimmer of unusual color in his eyes and nodded slightly. Where is my son, Hu Biki? Hu Laiyan suspected that Lin Yu had taken Hu Biki captive as leverage to force him to withdraw his troops. Lin Yu was about to respond when a severed head flew out from his own ranks. Accompanying it was a boisterous voice. "Old fool, your son is waiting for you down below." I noticed the asymmetry of his face, which was quite unsettling. I made a cut on his right cheek. "What do you think of my craftsmanship?" Spittle flew from my mouth, followed by a burst of laughter from the Northern Expedition Army. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, his inner thoughts mocking. "Uncle, having lived this long, you must have endured quite a few beatings." Hu Lian's eyes blazed with fury, sparing no words. "Kill." The Northern Barbarian Army, witnessing the unblinking death of Hubiki, was engulfed in rage. He was their greatest talent, the sole heir of Hu Lian. In the fray, Exiled was the first to intercept the charging Hu Lian. The Flying Tiger Army clashed head-on with the opposing 2,000 cavalry, engaging in a brutal melee immediately after their charge. The Northern Barbarian cavalry fell to the ground at a visibly alarming rate under the onslaught of the Flying Tiger Army. Despite being at an advantage, the casualties compared to the previous day were significant, resulting in a tense standoff. The Northern Expeditionary Army did not relent, confronting the remaining infantry of the barbarian legions. 30,000 against 60,000, a staggering disadvantage, yet none faltered. Lin Zhu cleaved down a barbarian soldier with a single stroke, roaring, "One kill is worth it." Kill. In the midst of chaos, Lin Yu fought valiantly, surrounded by his 12 trusted warriors who formed a protective circle around him. The entire battlefield was a fierce clash of generals and soldiers, all consumed by the heat of battle. Yet, their gazes would intermittently drift toward the central arena, where the outcome would ultimately tip the scales of victory or defeat. In that very arena, Hu Lian gripped his weapon, his expression grave as he regarded the young general before him. "Who are you?" "The Great Zhou has no general as youthful as you." In their earlier confrontation, he had failed to gain the upper hand, and indeed, felt himself at a disadvantage, for this youthful adversary stood at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. With an air of nonchalance, Exiled held his long sword, revealing his affiliation with the Grand Prince. "The last person to pose that question to me is on the verge of reincarnation." Upon hearing this, Hu Lian surveyed the battlefield and commanded his tribal brothers flanking him. "Hu Liahu, assist the Iron Cavalry. Hu Liexiong, bring me Lin Yu's head." He then raised his weapon, unleashing the full essence of his semi-divine aura, channeling a portion of the forces of heaven and earth towards Exiled. "Let us see how you fare in this world of conflict. For Lin Yu shall soon meet his demise." Lin Yu narrowly evaded the blow, prompting Exiled to adopt a rare moment of seriousness as he parried the strike. "You might want to concern yourself more with your own fate." Outside Pingyang City, the battle raged on fiercely. As Hu Liahu led the charge into the fray, the pressure on the Flying Tiger Army intensified significantly. After all, a late-stage Grand Master posed a threat 2 realms above the current capabilities of the Flying Tiger Army. Meanwhile, Hu Liexiong raced fiercely towards Lin Yu, his presence already detected by the shadowy guards surrounding Lin Yu. Lin Yi stepped forward and addressed Lin Yu. "Your Highness, a formidable late-stage Grand Master from the enemy approaches. We can only hold off a few for a brief moment. You must retreat at once." Lin Yu glanced at the dark guards, their faces etched with despair. After surveying the conditions of several other battlefields, he shook his head in dismay. Lin Yi and others appeared anxious. Lin Yu silently contemplated. "They are all here. Zilong should be arriving soon." His concern stemmed from the possibility that Huli might divide his forces, having arranged for the White Horse Brotherhood to linger briefly at another location. Should they fail to receive a signal within a quarter of an hour, they would hasten to the enemy's encampment. As these thoughts traversed his mind, a torrent of white surged down the slope to the right of the battlefield, akin to a sharp sword piercing through the ranks of 60,000 northern barbarian infantry. Wherever righteousness prevailed, life and death followed closely behind. Heaven be witness, the white horse stands as proof. At the forefront rode a young man clad in brilliant silver armor, wielding a shimmering silver spear. It was none other than Zhao Yun. He cleaved through the tumultuous melee, directing his charge toward Lin Yu. In the midst of his gallop, he spotted Hu Lixiong, whose murderous intent was directed at Lin Yu. Without hesitation, he drew the long sword hanging at his waist, harnessing the earthly power accessible only to those of the martial realm. With a thrust of his blade, he bellowed, "Thief General, prepare to meet your end." Hu Lixiong, witnessing the swiftly approaching sword, wore an expression of sheer horror as it pierced him instantaneously, leading to his grim demise. In his final moments, he vaguely heard the incredulous words, "The power of heaven and earth." At this juncture, Zhao Yun had already reached Lin Yu's side. while the White Horse Brotherhood surged forth to assist the Flying Tiger army. "I apologize for the delay. Please punish me, Your Highness." Lin Yu responded hastily. "It is of no concern." Zilong swiftly proceeded to assist the other battlefronts. Upon receiving the order, Zhao Yun departed with great urgency. Lin Yi and the others exchanged glances as they watched Zhao Yun charging into battle. Previously, upon exiting Fongjing City, they were already astonished by the enigmatic cavalry brigade of the prince. Later, hearing of the prince's remarkable achievements in Pingyang City sent shivers down their spines. Now, with the prince taking the initiative, they were resolute in their determination to face death. At this critical juncture, the emergence of such a formidable general and an invincible cavalry force was truly exhilarating. With the inclusion of Zhao Yun and the White Horse Itong, the equilibrium of the battlefield was instantly disrupted. Huliahu was felled by Zhao Yun's 2 shots, while the northern barbarian cavalry suffered devastating losses. Confronted by the unimpeded Feihu army and the White Horse Itong, the remaining northern barbarian infantry was rendered insignificant. In the midst of the battlefield, Hu Laiyan stood in despair, his body battered and bruised. In his recent duel with Exiled, he had been thoroughly subdued. The power of the heavens and earth, which could only be wielded by those of the mortal realm, was effortlessly manipulated by his opponent. As a martial artist on the brink of the mortal realm, he could only utilize it in a limited capacity. It is known that only legendary prodigies could fully harness such celestial forces before achieving the mortal realm. Yet, the youth before him was merely at the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. From the moment the White Horse Itong charged forth and Hu Liexiong was slain by a single sword strike, he sensed his impending doom. Acknowledging his helplessness, he cast a glance at the nearly obliterated northern barbarian army, forcing a bitter smile as he surged forward. Exiled observed Hu Liexiong's reckless advance and swept his sword across. Having been engaged in combat for so long, Hu Laiyan was already at the end of his strength. Now, with a resolve to embrace death, he exhibited no defenses. The high priest of the first tribe of the northern Zhou, Hu Laiyan, fell in battle. Before his demise, his gaze turned toward the direction of the Zhou royal palace. "Lin Huang, you have raised a remarkable son." At this moment, Lin Yu approached. Casting a glance at the corpse of Hu Laiyan, his heart remaining unperturbed. The northern barbarians, notorious for their relentless incursions into the south, have long engaged in pillage and slaughter, committing every conceivable atrocity. The massacre of cities has become a common occurrence, leaving the people of the northern frontier in a state of profound suffering. Now, the tragic demise of Hu Laiyan is merely a prelude to the impending turmoil. Lin Yu's gaze extended beyond the northern frontier, where the 18 tribes of the northern barbarians lay. The death of Hu Laiyan had merely inflicted significant damage upon the northern barbarians. He aimed to obliterate them, ensuring lifelong peace for the citizens of the northern territory. Surveying the battlefield, he noted that the invading northern barbarian forces had been entirely vanquished. With his decisive hand resting upon his battle blade and his foot planted on the corpse of a formidable northern barbarian warrior, he laughed maniacally towards the heavens. "I, Old Lian, once followed the king in slaying these savages during my youth. Who would have thought I would have such a gratifying opportunity to exact vengeance once again?" Some soldiers wept openly, crying out to their lost parents, "Father, mother, I have avenged you." Others sat upon the ground, cradling the lifeless bodies of comrades with whom they had shared dreams and aspirations just the day prior. The battlefield was filled with many such soldiers. Turning his attention towards the White Horse Brigade and the Flying Tiger Army, the warriors dismounted silently to respectfully gather the remains of their fallen brothers. Wrapping their bodies in horsehide was the most honorable resting place they could offer. Once the battlefield had been thoroughly cleansed, the somber task would be complete. Lin Yu raised his spear, his gaze icy, and roared, "Great Zhou, glory!" Behind him followed Zhao Yun and Exiled. The soldiers turned their eyes towards him, their expressions gradually igniting with fervor. They echoed his cry, "Great Zhou, glory! The Crown Prince, glory!" He then led the army towards Pingyang City. Within Pingyang City, the citizens occasionally gazed toward the outside. Earlier that morning, their crown prince had led the army out of the city, taking the initiative to confront the northern barbarians. On the city walls, the garrison was equally anxious. Suddenly, a powerful tremor echoed from afar, sending the defending soldiers into a state of alarm. As the scene drew closer, they spotted a young general on a white steed leading the charge. Instantly, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Quick, open the city gates. The crown prince has returned." Upon hearing the commotion, the citizens turned their gazes toward the city gates. A messenger galloped into the city, proclaiming loudly, "Victory! Victory! The Crown Prince has led the army to annihilate the northern barbarian forces. Hu-Lien has been slain." The announcement reverberated throughout Pingyang City. Glory! In an instant, the streets and alleys were filled with jubilant crowds embracing and celebrating one another. In a particular inn, the proprietor, filled with excitement, slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Today's expenses are on the house for all." The patrons cheered in delight, raising their cups in joyous revelry, their faces aglow with happiness. After Lin Yu and the others entered the city, the cheers grew even more fervent. In the Lord's mansion, the council chamber, Lin Yu occupied the principal seat, while the others settled on either side. Shui Ran's expression was grave. "Your Highness, the casualty report has been compiled. The Northern Expeditionary Army has suffered 10,000 fatalities. As for the Flying Tiger Army in the White Horsey Zone, they behaved with reckless abandon amidst the throngs. Although they were briefly restrained by formidable masters, sustaining minor injuries, the death toll remains virtually non-existent." Lin Yu's expression was one of cold resolve as he issued his command. "Comfort the families of the fallen soldiers. Every penny owed must be paid in full. We shall erect a monument to honor their spirits. They will not be forgotten." Shui Ran responded with a respectful gesture. "Understood." Lin Yu pondered momentarily. The news of today's battle would surely reach the capital swiftly. Time was of the essence. He must hasten to initiate the next phase of his plan. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in his eyes as he issued orders. "Uncle Han, with the tragic demise of Hu-Lien, the hostilities have temporarily abated. You are to immediately lead 20,000 troops of the northern expedition back to Fongjing to safeguard the emperor." On the journey back, he had already instructed Lin Yi and others to return to the capital without delay. Given Lin Yu's unfathomable depth, they naturally complied without hesitation. Upon hearing the orders, Han Lin too expressed no doubts. He had grown somewhat numbed by the events of the journey. Although the Northern Expeditionary Army had suffered a loss of 10,000 men, their combat capabilities had exponentially increased following this fierce confrontation. After receiving the command, he turned to prepare. Watching Han Lin depart, Lin Yu turned to Shui Ran and said, "Uncle Shui, please provide me with a map of the northern barbarians." Sensing something amiss, Shui Ran gazed in astonishment at Lin Yu, who sat composedly. Lin Yu then commanded, "Uncle Shui, from this day forth, gather the displaced populace and subsequently commence the reconstruction of the 6 cities in the northern frontier." With that, he strode towards the city gates, having no time for further elaboration, relying solely on their obedience to his orders. Outside Pingyang City, Lin Yu gazed upon the multitude within the city. The citizens, filled with reverence, cast their adoring glances towards their grand prince. In contrast, Shui Ran and his companions were expressions of deep concern. Having vanquished a formidable foe, they were poised to depart without so much as a moment's respite. Only they understood that the Grand Prince's journey might not lead back to the capital. They harbored suspicions, but the thoughts were too horrifying to fully comprehend. Lin Yu did not linger excessively. He turned shadow, casting a glance at the generals who had just emerged from the fierce battle earlier that morning, leading them onward. They hastened towards Fongying City, the residence of the Grand General. Wang Jin was troubled today, his mind in disarray. He summoned a nearby guard and inquired, "Is Lin Huang still in seclusion?" Calling him by name, his ambitions were laid bare without disguise. "Your Majesty has remained within the palace, with no news to report." The guard respectfully replied. Wang Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Has there been any word from that lad, Lin Yu?" "My subordinate sends someone to keep watch daily. Yet no news has surfaced," came the reply. Wang Jin's brow furrowed as he lightly tapped his fingers upon the table. "Send someone northward to investigate along the way." The guard accepted the command and departed. Wang Jin lowered his head in contemplation. The Northern Expeditionary Army consisted solely of infantry, though they possessed martial prowess. Their levels were rather low, and they likely had not yet encountered the northern barbarians. This alliance with Hu-Lien was fueled by his own considerations. He intended to utilize the northern barbarians to probe the Lin family's hidden strengths. Whispers had circulated within the palace for some time. The previous generation's Great Zhou king, Lin Jinan, a peak-level martial artist, had secluded himself in the depths of the palace to achieve a breakthrough. He was the grandfather of Lin Yu and Lin Hao. Yet, following Lin Hao's birth, he had not made an appearance in the court for over a decade, regardless of the magnitude of events. With his recent advancement to mid-level martial prowess and an accumulated army of 400,000 over the years, the position of Grand General was no longer sufficient to satiate his ambitions. He aspired to ascend to the highest throne, yearning to behold a different vista. The recent pressures from the court only served to reinforce his inner speculations. Lin Jinan may have encountered an unforeseen mishap. This time, let Hu Laiyan take a chance and assess the current state of the Lin family's royal lineage. Wang Jin contemplated this before gently massaging his temples and retreating to his practice. In the capital of Fengjing, the residence of the second prince awaited. Lin Hao wore a troubled expression as he conversed with a young guard. It turned out he was also inquiring about the whereabouts of his elder brother, Lin Yu. Before long, the young guard was similarly dispatched by him to venture beyond the city. Lin Hao gazed at the departing guard before turning to stride back into his chamber. At that moment, a voice, imbued with the weight of experience, resonated within him. Little one, your excessive worry serves no purpose. Only through diligent cultivation can you aid your father and elder brother. If Lin Yu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that Lin Hao had already reached the mid-stage of mastery. When Lin Yu departed, Lin Hao had just reached the pinnacle of his innate abilities. From a young age, Lin Hao was mentored by Lin Yu and displayed considerable talent in martial arts. It can be asserted that had it not been for the undercurrents swirling within the Great Zhou, they would undoubtedly have dominated their realm in just a few short years. Lin Hao heard the sound but did not panic. After Lin Yu left the city, Lin Hao prepared to return home to cultivate. A beam of golden light shot straight towards him. Within him resided an elderly figure known as Elder Yi. Lin Hao was unaware of the elder's full name, but he was instructed to address him as such, as the time for further revelations had not yet arrived. Along with this, a surge of pure spiritual energy propelled him to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm, imparting to him a technique known as the Yuan Chu divine art. It was said that once he reached the mortal realm, he would be able to practice it, when cultivated to its utmost limit. This technique would allow one to extinguish stars with a mere snap of the fingers. Lin Hao always suspected that the old man was a charlatan. Since he was still far from the realm of mortals, he paid little heed to him. At this moment, upon hearing the old man's voice, he paused briefly. Old man, can you expedite my journey to the mortal realm? No, replied the old man. Before reaching the mortal realm, one must persevere and establish a solid foundation. You possess considerable talent. Simply focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao curled his lips in disdain, merely spouting frivolous words. The Great Zhou Dynasty, the northern frontier, and Dingbei City. At this moment, Dingbei City, the northernmost bastion of the Great Zhou Dynasty, lay in ruins. The walls were shattered, the buildings within were collapsed, and dismembered limbs were visible in every direction. At the boundary marker outside the city, after a day and a night of relentless travel, Lin Yu and his companions arrived at this place. He promptly issued orders for the group to set up camp on the spot, in the central tent. Lin Yu was meticulously examining the topographical map of the northern barbarians obtained from Shui Ran. The map distinctly indicated the precise locations of the 18 tribes of the northern barbarians. Beside him stood Zhao Yun and Exiled. Shui Ran and the others had indeed made an accurate conjecture. Lin Yu's journey this time is to completely eradicate the northern barbarians. After Hu Laiyan's demise, the first tribe is no longer a formidable force. 17 remaining tribes are scattered in various locations, and as of now, they have yet to receive the news of Hu Laiyan's death. Lin Yu grasped 2 invincible cavalry units, and launching a surprise attack on this land was undoubtedly the optimal choice. This group of northern barbarians was not worth lamenting. It was the perfect opportunity to harvest combat points, which could be utilized for summoning or enhancing his own cultivation, thus augmenting his power. Although he was not yet aware of the undercurrents swirling in Fengjing City, he could surmise their general nature. His gaze fell upon the layout map of the northern barbarian tribes. After Zhao Yun and Exiled took note, he instructed them to prepare their forces accordingly. After a moment of careful contemplation, he realized that it was just evening, with nightfall approaching. A nocturnal assault would catch the barbarians completely off guard. The foremost tribe was the one led by Hu Laiyan, with an army of 100,000 already mobilized southward, depleting their resources. This tribe occupied a quarter of the entire northern barbarian royal court's military strength. With 17 remaining tribes, the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Idong would advance separately, and prolonged engagement would inevitably alert the other tribes. Should they unite, it could lead to a fierce battle, especially considering the potential encounter with formidable northern barbarian warriors. Lin Yu harbored no concerns regarding Zhao Yun and Exiled. Although the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Idong were formidable, encountering high-level martial artists could indeed result in casualties, and each fallen soldier would diminish their strength. For such an ironclad cavalry unit, the loss of even one soldier would cause Lin Yu considerable distress. Thus, he promptly connected to the system, glancing at the battle points information, 100,000. Lin Yu was perplexed by the sheer quantity. The system reassured him, stating that the higher the realm of the slain individual, the greater the value of the slaughter points acquired. The system's response was consistent with his prior understanding that higher-tier warriors yielded more battle points. As he scrutinized the detailed list, he was astonished to discover that vanquishing Hu Lian, a half-step mortal realm warrior, had garnered him over 10,000 battle points. In addition to 2 grandmasters and several master-level warriors, Lin Yu suddenly understood, and then spoke. System, consumed 20,000 battle points to elevate my realm to the early stage of grandmaster. Ding. Upgrade successful. Instantly, a tremendous force emanated from within Lin Yu, swiftly circulating throughout his entire being. Lin Yu clenched his fist, a look of satisfaction on his face. So this is the power of a grandmaster. Indeed, it is exponentially stronger than before. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he promptly checked the system information, with his cultivation advancing to the grandmaster realm. It is likely that Zhao Yun and Xianqiji's powers would similarly elevate. In due course, even if they were to encounter high-ranking warriors from the northern barbarians, they would possess the strength to contend. As Lin Yu's cultivation reached the initial stage of the grandmaster realm, Zhao Yun and Xianqiji were in their respective tents, briefing their subordinates about the surprise attack. Suddenly, their expressions changed as the sound of shattered shackles resonated within them. An overwhelming aura erupted, causing the surrounding forces of nature to stir violently. Their subordinates were flung aside, their faces stricken with fear. The two quickly restrained their auras, restoring the balance of natural forces, while sensing the slight loosening of their internal shackles and the transmission of martial arts insights from the system. They exchanged glances at Lin Yu's tent, realizing that their prince must have experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. At this moment, Lin Yu had fully acclimated to the surging realm, for the system's enhancement bore no adverse effects. A slight exertion was all that was needed to master it. He had also sensed the formidable aura that had suddenly erupted from the camp. Upon gazing at the information displayed by the system, his expectations were confirmed. Zhao Yun, early stage of the mortal realm, unsealed 20, Xianqiji, early stage of the mortal realm, unsealed 30. The system had previously stated that summoned characters could only be one major realm higher than himself. He then noticed that the cultivation levels of the two generals revealed the percentage of their unsealing. Indeed, as their cultivation increased, the summoned figures were gradually breaking free from their seals. Focusing his mind, he turned his attention to the remaining 80,000 battle points. Clearly, a direct elevation to the mortal realm was insufficient. Thus, he declared, System, utilize all battle points for summoning. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Summoning completed, successfully summoned twice. And failed twice. Lin Yu gazed at the system notification, utterly bewildered. Wasn't there supposed to be 8 summoning opportunities? Why were there only 4? The host's cultivation had ascended to the Grandmaster realm, and the cost for each summoning opportunity had risen to 20,000 battle points. Rogue merchant. Lin Yu wore an expression of indignation, soon followed by a look of suspicion. System, are there any other changes? After a prolonged silence, the response finally came. The host will receive half the conquest points for slaying martial artists below the master realm. Indeed, this wretched system. The conquest points for defeating martial artists below the master realm were already meager, and now they have been halved, rendering them virtually negligible. The system paid no heed to Lin Yu's inner thoughts. Lin Yu felt his consciousness shift once more, finding himself amidst an expanse of vast starry skies, witnessing a myriad of scenes, this time with a semblance of calmness. The imagery whirled, eventually crystallizing upon a martial general possessing fair skin and striking features, seemingly of a similar age to Lin Yu. Following him was an endless procession of cavalry, their presence commanding far greater authority than the 2 cavalry units currently at Lin Yu's disposal. As he gazed upon the summoning information provided by the system, it read, Huatsubing, early stage of the mortal realm. Unlock 20. Note, revived by the system after death, retaining memories of his past life, and has assimilated the information of the host's current realm. Due to the host's relative weakness, a portion of his powers has been sealed. Dezhou Iron Cavalry, 10,000 cavalrymen, pinnacle of innate mastery. Note, an elite force under the command of Huatsubing, meticulously organized into a regiment of 10,000 after system optimization. Lin Yu felt completely unmoored. The Great Zhou Iron Cavalry seemed to have been modified to align with the name of the Great Zhou Dynasty. According to Lin Yu's understanding, it should be the renowned Shang Dynasty Iron Cavalry from his previous life. As for Hua Zubing, there is no need for elaboration. He epitomized the ultimate dream of every man, achieving greatness at an astonishingly young age. He was truly the archetypal favored son of destiny found in novels. However, the only lamentable aspect might be his untimely demise. Lin Yu gazed at the outcome of this summoning, feeling a surge of exhilaration as he inched closer to his dream of relentless advancement. Ding! The system announced, "Host, the summoning is complete. Shall it be deployed? Deploy. Shield against anomalies." Before Lin Yu, the fabric of space fractured, and a youthful general, seemingly of similar age to Lin Yu, emerged from within. "Those who dare to confront me with weapons shall face annihilation." At the same time, not far from the recently assembled Flying Tiger Army in the White Horse Song, the air shimmered with a disturbance, followed by the thundering sound of hooves. From within, 1,000 ironclad cavalry, wielding broadswords, emerged and lined up in formation nearby. Fortunately, the surroundings were filled with warriors summoned by Lin Yu. Had individuals like Han Lin witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly have been rendered unconscious by the shock. Zhao Yun and Exiled exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile at the resurrection of yet another comrade by His Highness. Inside the tent, Lin Yu swiftly approached Hua Zubing. Halting his gesture of kneeling, he guided him to the map of the northern barbarians' terrain. "Zubing, examine this map closely and make a note of it. Then follow me out of the camp." By the time Hua Zubing arrived, the system had already conveyed the current situation to Lin Yu. Moreover, he possessed ample confidence regarding the raid on the grasslands. With a self-assured smile, he remarked, "I have taken note of it." Lin Yu naturally held immense trust in him. Upon hearing these words, he immediately led him towards the assembled legion. At the boundary marker, 3 cavalry units stood in solemn formation. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 generals standing before their respective legions, radiating an air of grandeur. He commanded, "Hua Zubing shall lead 10,000 elite cavalry of the Great Zhou, advancing through the central path to eradicate the northern barbarians along the way and strike directly at the northern barbarian royal court." He then instructed, "Zhao Yun shall command 9,000 White Horse volunteers, embarking from the left flank to clear the northern barbarian tribes and subsequently charge towards the royal court." Lastly, he ordered, "Xin will lead 10,000 Flying Tiger troops, advancing from the right to eliminate the northern barbarian tribes along the route before assaulting the royal court." This time, he chose not to accompany the troops, leaving behind 1,000 White Horse volunteers to remain with him at the boundary marker. Hua Zubing, Zhao Yun, and Xin bowed their hands in respect towards Lin Yu. "We accept the command," they proclaimed in unison, exchanging glances that revealed their competitive spirits. All 3 were renowned generals in Chinese history, and their inherent pride required no further elaboration. Lin Yu's arrangements perfectly aligned with their aspirations. Lin Yu gazed upon the 3 warriors, their spirits ablaze with battle fervor, while the 3 cavalry units exuded an aura of fierce determination. Turning around, he grasped his spear tightly, pointing it towards the vast northern land, his eyes narrowing slightly as a glimmer of icy killing intent emanated from them. "Let us march forth," he proclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. "Zilong Yuan, let us see who can slay more of the barbarians and reach the royal court first." With a hearty laugh, Hua Zubing led the iron cavalry of the Han Dynasty into a swift charge. Zhao Yun and Xin, unwilling to fall behind, echoed in unison, "That is precisely our intent." The 3 cavalry units surged forth in quick succession, soon scattering and raising clouds of dust as they rode into the fray. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, harboring a quiet anticipation. After the eradication of the northern barbarians, a fresh wave of slaughter value would surely follow. At that time, through his own meticulous planning, the day of his return to Fongjing would not be far off. He then waved his hand, summoning a young general from the White Horse Song. "The common folk have yet to arrive. You and your 1,000 men shall commence the reconstruction of Dingbei City." The young general accepted the order and departed. Lin Yu retained 1,000 individuals. Firstly, this was to address unforeseen circumstances and to promptly receive information. Secondly, when the populace, previously affected by warfare, returned to Dingbei, the city could be swiftly reconstructed. After all, they were all innate warriors, brimming with vitality. And thus the rebuilding of a small city would be effortlessly achievable. Lin Yu rubbed his brow, pondering the scarcity of capable individuals. In the vast expanse of northern barbarians, not far from the north city of the Great Zhou Dynasty, stood a cluster of dwellings reminiscent of military tents. This was a medium-sized tribe of the northern barbarians, boasting a population of approximately 100,000, with around 20,000 warriors. At the entrance of the encampment, two northern barbarian soldiers, stifling yawns, engaged in conversation while patrols occasionally passed by. Amor, the high priest of the first tribe, has led his forces southward. It is said that the Great Zhou army has fled the city. As he spoke, a cruel smile crept across his face, seemingly envisioning the delectable food awaiting them in the south. A youth armed with a long knife shot him a glance, enviously remarking, "I hear the warriors who accompanied him are indulging in fine wines and sumptuous meats." Just as he was about to inquire further, a thunderous rumble erupted. The ground trembled violently, followed by an intense chill that made both soldiers instantly alert. Ahead, on the flat expanse of the desert, the sound of colossal hooves echoed, and a dark tide surged toward them. A commander, brandishing a long spear, appeared in an instant, exuding a formidable presence that pressed down upon them. Realizing the imminent danger, the two northern barbarian warriors' faces turned pale with horror. Enemy attack. As the words left Amor's lips, he felt the world spin around him, witnessing his own body standing upright, blood gushing from his neck. Huitzubing, catching a glimpse of the barbarian he had just beheaded, directed his consciousness forward, maintaining his momentum as he charged into the heart of the tribe. There, he sensed the presence of a mid-level grandmaster and several master-level warriors. In the wake of the earlier roars, chaos erupted within the tribe as frightened northern barbarian warriors scrambled from their homes, having been jolted awake by the violent tremors and the sounds of battle, hastily arming themselves. In the center of the encampment, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly opening his eyes, channeling his mid-level grandmaster energy, he unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, creating an afterimage as he appeared outside his dwelling. What he beheld was utterly horrifying. A young commander led the charge, his spear sweeping through the air, severing the heads of numerous northern barbarian warriors. Behind him, thousands of cavalry, exuding a palpable aura of menace, relentlessly cut down their foes, akin to a grim reaper harvesting lives. The tribe stood utterly defenseless, countless warriors falling beneath the iron hooves of the attackers. In mere moments, more than half of the tribe had succumbed, with severed limbs scattered about. A fellow tribesman, stepping out of his home, was beheaded before he could react. The middle-aged man prepared to intervene, but the forces of heaven and earth suddenly surged, suppressing him with overwhelming spiritual energy, rendering him immobile. He dared to raise his gaze slightly, only to see a figure clad in silver armor hovering above, radiating an aura of terror. It was the young commander he had just seen. Huitzubing had long set his sights on him. Eliminating the grandmaster-level warriors within the tribe would render the rest powerless against his cavalry. As the middle-aged man attempted to assist his kin, Huitzubing soared into the air, harnessing the powers of heaven and earth to bind him. Below the realm of the mundane, one was but an ant. Warriors below this threshold primarily focused on physical training and strengthening their vitality to prepare for ascension into the mundane realm. Once they reached this realm, they could manipulate the forces of heaven and earth for brief flights and weaponized combat. In the eyes of those at the mundane level, even grandmaster-level warriors appeared as mere oversized grasshoppers. The middle-aged man's face paled as he trembled under the pressure, struggling to speak. "Senior, is there a misunderstanding? Why do you slaughter our tribe?" After uttering these words, he cautiously raised his head, adding, "Our royal court also has strong warriors stationed." He seemed to hope to intimidate Huitzubing with this statement. Huitzubing's gaze remained cold, dismissing the man's threat with a derisive smile. "I am Huitzubing, under the command of the Great Zhou Dynasty's Crown Prince. I have been ordered to pacify the northern barbarians." The middle-aged man suddenly looked up, disbelief etched on his face. "Impossible." He then broke into a grim smile, his expression turning fierce. The Great Zhou and the northern barbarians were mortal enemies, locked in ceaseless conflict for decades. Given their tribe's proximity to the North City, they frequently raided, fully aware of their impending doom. With a roar, he declared, "You dare to slaughter my people? Our royal court will exact vengeance." Huitzubing did not respond. Instead, he raised his spear, gathering terrifying power before delivering a devastating blow downward. Boom! The spiritual energy surged, distorting the very fabric of space. The middle-aged man was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere pulp, as the ground shattered, forming a deep crater. Huitzubing cast a glance downwards, then surveyed the battlefield. The entire tribe had been decimated under the relentless advance of his cavalry. At this moment, his soldiers, drenched in blood, gazed at him with fervor. He reined in his aura, descended from the air, mounted his steed, and without pause, led his forces toward the next tribe. Though his path was straightforward, it was also the most perilous, as the number of tribes along this route surpassed that of the other two. He needed to seize the advantage of nightfall. From the northern barbarian warriors he had just dispatched, he learned that the royal court likely had strong warriors stationed, and he was determined not to let his two colleagues steal his thunder. Surely, the other two teams would soon engage in battle as well. The scene shifted. The battlefield of the Great Zhou cavalry transitioned to the left, revealing a small northern barbarian tribe. In the center of the tribe, a middle-aged northern barbarian knelt, his heart pierced by a gleaming silver spear. His life force rapidly waned, for he was the leader of this tribe. Opposite him stood a young man clad in bright silver armor, his face etched with murderous intent, emanating a terrifying aura. With a violent twist, he withdrew the spear from the man's chest. "I am Zhao Yun, under the command of the Great Zhou Dynasty's Crown Prince." The middle-aged man coughed up blood, his consciousness fading as he collapsed heavily to the ground, devoid of life. Zhao Yun then mounted his horse and glanced to the right, leading the white horse Yidong onward. As Zhao Yun's gaze shifted rightward, it fell upon another small northern barbarian tribe. Here, Exiled stood, sword in hand, at the center amidst a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Nearby lay the lifeless form of the tribe's leader. Sensing something, he lifted his head to the left, a slight smile gracing his lips. As the first of the summoned warriors by Lin Yu, he was determined not to lag behind. He commanded his fervent flying tiger army. "Continue onward." With that, he led his troops forth. This was the era Exiled had longed for. On the third day of their expedition, dawn broke over the North City. 1,000 white horse Yidong soldiers were bustling with activity, occasionally seen hoisting massive stones with their spears. Such a formidable cavalry force could only be utilized by Lin Yu for the construction of fortifications. In the Lord's residence, Lin Yu sat cross-legged in meditation. His impressive cultivation at such a tender age a testament to his unwavering diligence and perseverance. As the morning light broke, he opened his eyes, rose from his bed, and made his way outside. Sensing that he was not far from reaching the mid-stage of a grandmaster, a satisfied smile graced his face. Upon stepping outside, he gazed upon the city, noting the restoration of the town after a day and night of tireless efforts, his smile blossoming even more radiantly. His gaze then wandered beyond the boundary marker, looking towards the northern barbarian lands. Lin Yu gazed into the distance before retracting his gaze. He accessed the consciousness connection system. Having been preoccupied with cultivating and constructing the northern city over the past few days, neglecting to check it, each time he vanquished an enemy, the system would emit a bothersome sound indicating the accumulation of battle points, which he found too irksome and thus requested the system to mute the notifications. Upon examining the system information, it revealed battle points 140,000. Lin Yu nodded with a hint of satisfaction. After all, the acquisition of battle points for defeating martial artists below the master realm had been halved. Thus, amassing such a quantity was primarily due to vanquishing numerous warriors above the master realm. As he slightly scrolled through the list, his gaze suddenly sharpened. While he had not encountered any formidable warriors from the three armies for the time being, the system indicated that since last night until now, his acquisition of battle points had remained at 0. Lin Yu raised his gaze once more towards the northern barbarians, his eyes sharp as if seeking to pierce through the vast, desolate sands to reach the northern barbarian royal court. Yet, it appeared that his presence had been detected by that band of savages. After a brief moment of contemplation, he concluded that, following the surprise assault by the three armies, the remaining forces of the northern barbarians, even if gathered, would be significantly diminished. However, considering the myriad of rumors and information surrounding the northern barbarian royal court, he commanded the system, consume 100,000 battle points for a summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful 3 times. Summoning failed twice. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Legion Realm Enhancement cards, first rank. Upon hearing the notification from the system, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was his first successful summoning that yielded items, and he steadied his emotions. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 golden cards that materialized in the system space. Legion Realm Enhancement card, first tier note. Upon utilizing this card, the host may designate an enhancement of the martial arts realm for one of their subordinate legions. The first tier Legion Realm Enhancement card can elevate the cultivation of a legion below the Master Realm to the initial stage of the Master Realm, disregarding spatial distance. Lin Yu's breath suddenly quickened. Lin Yu currently commands 3 legendary cavalry legions, each comprising 10,000 soldiers. On the battlefield, even when confronted by formidable mid-level grandmasters, he can decisively surround and annihilate them, provided they do not possess extraordinary talent, while the potential for significant casualties exists. This has already shattered the prevailing understanding of martial arts in the continent of the sky. The mere sight of 10,000 master-level cavalry charging forth is a spectacle Lin Yu can scarcely fathom. Since his arrival in this realm, he has not heard of any nearby faction possessing such a formidable cavalry force. It is likely that even against some nascent warriors, at great cost, he could deplete their strength to the point of demise. The more Lin Yu contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He promptly declared, "System. Apply the Legion Realm Enhancement card to the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Brotherhood, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Furthermore, expend the remaining conquest points to elevate my martial arts realm." No sooner had he spoken than a surge of immense spiritual energy coursed through his body, propelling his martial arts realm to the late stage of Grandmaster. Lin Yu shook his arms lightly, stretching a bit, when suddenly a massive boulder came crashing towards him. His eyes flickered momentarily, and with swift movements of his fists, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from his right fist, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, shattering the boulder in midair. Not far from where Lin Yu stood, a young knight on a white steed scratched his head in embarrassment, his gaze darting between Lin Yu and the spear in his hand, as the boulder that had once been poised upon the spear had vanished without a trace. "Your Highness." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No harm done. Carry on with your duties." The young officer let out a sigh of relief and departed. It turned out that just as Lin Yu had activated the Legion Realm Elevation card, the young officer had been precariously balancing a massive boulder while passing not far from him. The sudden surge in Lin Yu's realm left the officer unable to control his strength, causing him to inadvertently drop the boulder in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu cast his gaze across the entire city, observing similar circumstances in various locales. After all, they were elite troops, and no significant disaster had occurred. If he were to dismantle the nearly completed Dingbei city, he would truly be at a loss for words. He resolved to exercise greater caution the next time he utilized the items at his disposal. Glancing at the system information, he proceeded into the room. Exiled, late stage of the mortal realm, unsealed 40. Zhao Yun, late stage of the mortal realm, unsealed 30. Huotsubing, late stage of the mortal realm, unsealed 30. Flying Tiger Army, early stage of the Master Realm White Horse Yitzhong, early stage of the Master Realm Great Han Iron Cavalry, early stage of the Master Realm. The capital of the Northern Barbarians was approximately 100 miles from the Northern Barbarian King's court, and astonishingly, Huotsubing, Zhao Yun, and Exiled had united their 3 cavalry legions. Lin Yu's conjecture proved to be accurate. After a relentless day and night of marching, the Northern Barbarians' royal court finally became aware of the trespass. The 3 leaders, having advanced with unyielding force, obliterated every tribe in their path. In this vast expanse, the interaction among the Northern Barbarian tribes was frequent, and during the surprise attack, it was inevitable that a few unsuspecting individuals would wander into their path. After the 3 had led their respective cavalry divisions to successfully breach 4 tribes, they arrived at the next location only to find it deserted. After a brief contemplation, they realized their presence had likely been compromised. Nevertheless, they pressed onward toward the Northern Barbarian royal court without trepidation. As dawn broke, the 3 divisions arrived simultaneously at the designated location. Upon encountering one another, they exchanged glances, each face briefly illuminated by a smile. Despite the weariness evident among the commanders after their relentless march, their eyes remained resolute, radiating an overwhelming aura. The 3 stood together, having dismantled 4 tribes, only to find the next location devoid of life. "4, Huotsubing declared, raising 4 fingers as he spoke, glancing at his companions. "4, and yet the people have fled," Zhao Yun added. Upon hearing this, Exiled nodded with a smile, acknowledging the unspoken rivalry among them, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Northern Barbarian royal court. They must all be there. In that moment, the trio affirmed their earlier assumptions. Just as they prepared to lead their armies toward the royal court, a sudden sound reverberated through the air. Crack. Their expressions shifted simultaneously as they felt a series of chains shatter within them. In an instant, the space around them distorted slightly, and their martial prowess surged dramatically. Concurrently, the commanding officers of the 3 cavalry divisions also emanated a powerful aura, their strength rapidly escalating. After a brief period, The natural energies of heaven and earth returned to tranquility. The soldiers of the 3 cavalry divisions opened their eyes, their spirits ignited with fervor, replacing the previous signs of fatigue with excitement. Huoqiyubing and his companions moved their bodies slightly, observing the soldiers as they harnessed their newfound power. Sharing a glance filled with exhilaration, they nodded in mutual astonishment, silently acknowledging the remarkable advancement of their lord's cultivation. Furthermore, they were astounded by the enhancement of their own soldiers' abilities. Their admiration for Lin Yu, who had revived them and bestowed such formidable strength, was boundless. They then resumed their rapid march toward the northern barbarian city. In the southern towers of northern barbarian city, a row of warriors stood vigilant, while soldiers patrolled the interiors. An oppressive and tense atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Upon the tower stood a middle-aged man, sharp-eyed and serious, gazing outward. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Hu Laiyan, who had fallen to Exiled Chiji's blade. This man was Hu Laiyan, the Grand Marshal of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court, a mid-stage cultivator and the brother of Hu Laiyan. As he stood atop the tower, his brow furrowed. Just a day prior, tribes from various regions had flocked to Northern Barbarian City, seeking to report urgent matters to the king. Every individual emerging from the royal court wore expressions of panic and horror. Subsequently, King Hu Lixia convened all officials to discuss the alarming news. 9 tribes near the Great Zhou region had been exterminated by an unknown force, leaving behind mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Each tribe had succumbed in a single strike, and the expressions of the fallen, as captured in the returned images, were filled with despair. The royal court erupted into turmoil as Hu Lixia and others wore grave expressions, brimming with anger. Yet, they refrained from hasty decisions, recognizing from the reports that the tribes had shown no capacity for resistance. They immediately dispatched powerful figures to relocate the populace from the tribes and summoned 2 peak stage ancestors who were in seclusion within the royal court's ancestral grounds. Presently, Northern Barbarian City had mustered all its military strength, 150,000 troops, dozens of masters and grandmasters, alongside 5 mid-stage cultivators and the 2 ancestors. The atmosphere in the city was charged with impending conflict. Hu Laiyan glanced at the time, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Regardless of which faction dared to slaughter the northern barbarians so recklessly, they would pay a heavy price. With 3 tribes yet to arrive, their fate seemed dire. As he pondered, he sensed an unusual disturbance and suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with malice. Notify the king, the enemy is approaching. Order all northern barbarian forces to prepare for battle and follow me out of the city. Gripping his weapon, he soared into the air, surveying the distance. Instantly, the sound of war drums reverberated throughout northern barbarian city as 50,000 cavalrymen surged forth, taking their positions behind Hu Laiyan, followed closely by 100,000 infantry, brandishing long spears and exuding a bloodthirsty aura. They had all heard of the grim fate that had befallen the tribes in the past 2 days, and their indignation was palpable. As the northern barbarian forces assembled, the ground trembled violently. In Hu Laiyan's line of sight, 2 torrents of darkness and 1 stream of white surged toward them, forming a formidable army just 10 miles outside the city, facing the northern barbarian forces. Hu Lixuan's gaze swept across the scene. On the left flank stood a commander wielding a longsword, his demeanor calm. In the center, another commander held a black spear, handsome and poised. On the right, yet another commander brandished a gleaming silver spear, exuding an imposing presence. Hu Laiyan could not discern their martial realms. The armies behind them emanated a fierce aura, their momentum overwhelming. It was none other than Huoqiyubing, Zhao Yun, and Exiled Chiji, along with their respective divisions. At that moment, they too observed the assembled northern barbarian forces and the grave expression on Hu Lixuan's face. Compared to him, the 3 were far more composed, though they felt a twinge of astonishment at the towering mountains that stretched endlessly behind northern barbarian city. As the 2 armies faced each other, a resounding boom echoed from the city. For figures, radiating a terrifying energy, appeared above the northern barbarian army. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Hu Laiyan slightly bowed. Your Majesty. It was none other than King Hu Lixia, accompanied by 2 elders from the royal court and the chancellor, who had rushed out from the city. Clad in a dragon robe, Hu Lixia's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he directed his gaze at Huoqiyubing and his companions, unleashing the violent energy of a late-stage cultivator upon them. Simultaneously, Hu Laiyan and the others released their own martial energies. 2 peak stage, 2 mid-stage cultivators, along with Hu Lixia's late-stage aura, surged forth into the air. The energies of heaven and earth stirred chaotically, causing the space to momentarily solidify. Exchanging glances. Huoqiubing and his companions activated their energies, rising into the air to clash with the overwhelming forces. Hu Lixie's eyes narrowed. He realized that these three were indeed late-stage cultivators, and, astonishingly, they stood their ground against the combined might of his 5 fighters. He immediately inquired, "Who are you? Why have you slaughtered my people?" Until now, he had failed to notice any military insignia behind the trio. The Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Crown Prince. Huoqiubing. The Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Crown Prince, Zhao Yun. The Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Crown Prince, Exiled. We act on the Crown Prince's orders to eradicate the barbarians and obliterate the northern barbarian royal court. Upon hearing the name, Hu Lixie's pupils constricted. Lin Yu? The deeply concealed Crown Prince of the Great Zhou. It was astonishing to witness how that young lad from the Great Zhou, whom he had not seen for over a decade, had grown into such a formidable figure. It was laughable that Wang Jin still believed he could barter the northern territories of the Great Zhou for success in his treachery. After pausing briefly, Hu Lixie continued, "Hu Laiyan and the 100,000 soldiers from the northern barbarians have surely perished, am I correct?" Exiled maintained an expression of indifference. "Indeed. I have beheaded him with a single sword." Upon hearing this, Hu Laiyan, standing beside Hu Lixie, glared at Exiled with fury. After all, he was speaking of his own younger brother, and his talented nephew had likely met a tragic end as well. Exiled disregarded Hu Laiyan's furious gaze and continued. "His Highness has commanded me to convey, all foreign forces, any who dare to raise arms shall be executed. Those who openly defy the majesty of the Great Zhou shall be hunted down, no matter how distant they may be. Anyone who dares to offend the Great Zhou will face the annihilation of their nation, the extermination of their kin, and the obliteration of their lineage." As Exiled finished speaking, an enigmatic aura surged forth from the Great Zhou Palace, causing his presence to swell dramatically. Below, the 3 divisions of cavalry warriors looked on with fervor, raising their weapons and shouting in unison. Lin Huang, meditating within the Great Zhou Palace, sensed the disturbance. His eyes trembling slightly, yet he chose to remain in his practice. At the general's residence, Wang Jin emerged from within, increasingly agitated, casting his gaze toward the palace. At the Lord of Dingbei City's estate, Lin Yu stepped to the window, lips pursed, fists clenched tightly, staring into the distance at the northern barbarian royal court. Outside the northern barbarian city, Hu Lixie laughed in rage. "You 3, mere post-mortal realm practitioners, with fewer than 30,000 cavalry, think you can obliterate my people? Such delusions." He raised his colossal sword, pointing it towards Huoqiubing and the others, his face filled with murderous intent. "Northern barbarian warriors, kill!" Huoqiubing, Zhao Yun, and Exiled each raised their weapons, their battle spirits soaring as they directed their fury towards the northern barbarian palace. "For His Highness! For the Great Zhou! Charge!" Outside the northern barbarian city, Huoqiubing and Zhao Yun leaped into action, unleashing their formidable auras as they surged toward the 2 northern barbarian ancestors. The trio had previously conferred. Huoqiubing and Zhao Yun would first eliminate the 2 peak mortal realm elders, while Exiled would hold off the remaining trio until they dealt with the northern barbarian's strongest forces. Although they were also post-mortal realm, they were exceptional prodigies, effortlessly capable of battling beyond their ranks. The 2 northern barbarian ancestors, one clad in white and the other in black, saw the 2 charging at them and laughed in fury, their spiritual energy resonating ominously. "You insolent fools!" Huoqiubing and Zhao Yun, with cold expressions, simultaneously thrust their long spears toward the 2 elders. Boom! The forces of heaven and earth erupted. The white-robed elder raised his battle blade to meet Zhao Yun's strike, his expression shifting suddenly as he staggered back, his right hand trembling. Simultaneously, the black-robed elder also took Huoqiubing's thrust head-on, retreating as well. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces heavy with concern. Prodigies? They recognized the threat. Immediately, they charged forward to engage in combat. At this moment, Hu Laiyan's eyes burned with rage as he charged toward Exiled, driven by a vendetta against his brother's death. Exiled had already anticipated this, as his mission today was to suppress the 3 northern barbarians. As Hu Laiyan approached, Exile's expression remained icy as he swung his sword, sending Hu Laiyan flying with a single strike. The northern barbarian prime minister, witnessing this, rushed to provide support. Suddenly, the skies rumbled, spiritual energy roiling, tearing the clouds asunder. Hu Lixia refrained from intervening just yet, observing the three entangled Great Zhou youth leaders before shifting his gaze to the battlefield below. In the instant that the mortal realm experts clashed in the skies, the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Isong, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry, three cavalry forces that had shone brightly in various dynasties of Chinese history, unleashed their most ferocious fangs upon the land, marking their inaugural campaign to expand their realm for His Highness. Those who openly defy the majesty of the Great Zhou shall be hunted down, no matter how distant they may be. As the cavalry charged forward to collide with the northern barbarians, they unleashed the full extent of their martial realms. Their combined might even hinting at the potential to surpass that of mortal realm warriors. Kill. Hu Lixia's countenance shifted dramatically as he beheld his once proud northern barbarian cavalry crumble like fragile tofu upon impact. The three divisions of Great Zhou cavalry pierced through the northern barbarians like a sword, surging forward relentlessly toward their infantry. Once they breached the infantry lines, they tore through them like a tiger among sheep, with swathes of northern barbarian soldiers falling like wheat. In that instant, the battlefield was awash in the glint of blades and the scent of blood. Thud. Master Realm. They were all Master Realm warriors. The northern barbarian forces turned pale, trembling as they gazed at the straight path of blood carved through the center of their ranks, instilling terror in their hearts. Demons. This group was a legion of demons. Countless northern barbarian soldiers, stripped of their will to fight, cast aside their armor and fled towards the northern barbarian city. At this moment, Hu Lixia, hovering in the air, wore an expression of disbelief as he watched the Great Zhou cavalry, brimming with murderous intent, prepare for a second charge. He could no longer maintain his composure. The three divisions of Great Zhou cavalry were composed entirely of Master Realm warriors, a phenomenon never before witnessed. The aura they created instilled a sense of trepidation even in Hu Lixia, a post-mortal realm powerhouse. Such an invincible cavalry had already slaughtered nearly 50,000 northern barbarian warriors in a single charge. If allowed to charge again, the northern barbarian forces would surely face total annihilation. He immediately swung his weapon downward with all his might. Boom! Hu Lixia unleashed his full power, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as a colossal golden battle blade manifested in the air, a terrifying strike from a post-mortal realm expert. The warriors of the three cavalry divisions raised their heads, their murderous aura coalescing into a faint black spear in the sky. However, the disparity in martial realms was too great. The spear absorbed some of the blade's power before dissipating in the air. As they beheld the rapidly descending golden blade, the warriors gritted their teeth, their faces resolute, with no one daring to retreat. Xi and Shiji, adeptly fending off Hu Lixia and the other two, remained vigilant, ready to observe Hu Lixia. The moment Hu Lixia struck at the cavalry, Xi and Shiji countered, sending the two adversaries reeling with a single sword strike. Then, with a swift motion, he shattered the golden blade and unleashed another strike toward Hu Lixia. Your opponent is me. Hu Lixia's countenance darkened as he was reluctantly drawn into the fray, joining forces with Hu Lixuan to besiege Xi and Shiji. The battle raged fiercely for the duration of a tea ceremony. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated from the ground. Hu Lixia turned to behold a sight that made his heart tremble with despair. The southern gate of Baiman City shattered in response. As the iron cavalry of the Great Zhou surged into the city, outside the walls, a gruesome scene unfolded, with corpses and blood saturating the ground, strewn with the severed limbs of Baiman warriors. Before he could react, two anguished cries echoed from nearby. The two venerable ancestors of Wangting plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. The elder in white had a gleaming silver spear protruding from his heart, while the elder in black was similarly impaled by a dark lance, both devoid of life force. Xi and Shiji, noticing Hu Lixia's momentary distraction, raised his sword and lunged at him. Sensing the lethal intent, Hu Lixia instinctively sidestepped. But Xi and Shiji's gaze sharpened, and he expertly redirected his blade. A pained scream escaped Hu Lixia's lips as his left arm was severed in an instant, and he was subsequently kicked off the ramparts of Baiman City by Xi and Shiji. Meanwhile, Hu Lixuan and the Baiman Prime Minister fell to Zhao Yun's swift strike. Meeting their demise, the three warriors gazed upon the city's tower, where a disheveled figure rose. It was Hu Lixia, his hair in disarray and his robe tattered. He surveyed the chaos within Baiman City, witnessing the unrestrained slaughter by the Great Zhou cavalry and the scattering of terrified citizens, his lips curling into a grim smile. His gaze lingered momentarily on the vast mountains that loomed behind Baiman City before he turned. His eyes filled with fierce determination as he addressed Hua Zhubing and his companions with chilling resolve. Today's South Baiman Royal Court shall be tomorrow's Great Zhou. I shall await you below. With a maniacal laugh, Hu Lixie raised his weapon and took his own life. Hua Zhubing and his allies exchanged a glance at the fallen Hu Lixie, their expressions unperturbed. The demise of the barbarian was of little consequence. Thus, the Baiman Royal Court met its end. As the Baiman Royal Court crumbled, the Great Zhou Dynasty stood resolute in Fongjing City, within the imperial palace. The grand doors of the hall, where Lin Huang was in seclusion, swung open with a resounding crash. Lin Huang stepped out, his gaze indifferent, exuding a formidable presence. He commanded the officials, "Summon the court for a meeting tomorrow." "Understood," replied a guard kneeling beside him. Outside Dingbei City, along the official road, it was now deep into the night. A middle-aged man, his face etched with urgency, rode swiftly towards Dingbei City. He was Lin Yu, the commander of the defense forces from Pingyang City. As he gazed towards the dim outline of Dingbei City, his anxiety intensified. On the city walls, soldiers from the White Horse Brigade stood guard, and soon they spotted Lin Yu approaching on horseback. "I bear urgent news. I must see His Highness." Upon hearing this, the soldiers wasted no time, leaping down from the walls to escort him towards Lin Yu's residence. Lin Yu was familiar to them. They had fought side by side in Pingyang City, thus they trusted him implicitly. As he was carried forward by two young soldiers, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Lifting his gaze to scrutinize Dingbei City, it had only been a few days since his last visit, yet all the soldiers appeared to have reached the master realm. And he noted with astonishment the city's impressive new fortifications. At that moment, Lin Yu was seated in the Lord's residence, preparing to connect to the system for an investigation when he sensed Lin Yu being escorted hastily towards him. Startled, he promptly exited the system and made his way outside. Lin Yu stood at the entrance of the Lord's residence, looking bewildered. "Uncle Lin, at this late hour." Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge from the residence, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure and spoke urgently, "Your Highness, I have received alarming news. General Wang Jin has gathered an army of 400,000 under the pretext of a northern expedition against the barbarians, departing from the south via Fongjing City. Furthermore, there are unusual movements reported from the west, indicating troop mobilizations from the Lianshan dynasty." "What?" Lin Yu's expression darkened. "How long ago did this news arrive?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's countenance grew grim. That old scoundrel Wang Jin is finally ready to tear off the mask, borrowing a path, as if he intends to commandeer the entirety of the Great Zhou. This information was relayed by the second prince's messenger, who traveled through the night from Fongjing. Lin Yu explained, "I rushed here immediately upon receiving the news." Although Lin Hao had yet to receive any news from his elder brother, he felt assured that his brother, who had always excelled since childhood, would send word through trusted individuals in Pingyang City. He was confident that if his brother was well and safe, the message would surely reach him. Lin Yu bowed his head in contemplation, silently calculating that the 20,000 troops led by Uncle Han should soon be returning to Fongjing City. However, with Wang Jin commanding an army of 400,000, even if his father managed to break through, it would be an insurmountable challenge. Rumor had it that Wang Jin had reached the mid-level of the mortal realm several years ago. Having remained dormant for these past few years, his current strength was uncertain. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he pondered the Lianshan dynasty. That old scoundrel Wang Jin was indeed cunning, conspiring with outsiders, embodying the very essence of treachery. Just moments ago, as he connected to the system, he had noticed a significant increase in his kill count. At this juncture, the northern barbarians' royal court should have been obliterated. The 3 iron cavalry legions should be on their way back as well. Initially, Lin Yu had planned to lead his forces in a sweeping advance upon their return, believing that Wang Jin's faction would pose little threat. However, plans seldom survive the chaos of reality, and he could not risk his father and Lin Hao in such perilous circumstances. Lin Yu cast a glance at him and continued, "Your Highness, when you departed from Pingyang, you instructed that should any suspicious individuals arrive in Pingyang City, they were to seek you immediately in Dingbei City. In recent days, Old Shui and I have indeed observed numerous unfamiliar faces entering the city. Upon their arrival, they dispersed, inquiring about you and the Northern Expeditionary Army. Although we have made every effort to contain the situation, some information has still managed to leak out." As Lin Yu concluded, his expression revealed a hint of concern. Lin Yu nodded in response and waved his hand. Uncle Lien, it's all right. He had not anticipated being able to completely obstruct the flow of information back to Fengjing. He merely needed to leverage the time difference to bolster his own strength. Although the plan had been disrupted, it remained bearable. The 40,000 troops advancing from the south to Fengjing would undoubtedly take time to arrive. As long as he returned to Fengjing first to stall for a while, Zhao Yun and the others would soon follow. They were formidable beings of the mortal realm, leading cavalry of the master realm, who would swiftly catch up to him. At that time, the situation would be reversed, returning to the trajectory of the original plan. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had consistently strived to stay ahead. Seeing Lin Yu lost in thought once more, Uncle Lien dared not disturb him, his face reddening with suppressed emotion. Lin Yu regained his senses and, upon noticing Lien Ju's anxious expression, promptly said, Uncle Lien, I have made my decision. Please take a moment to rest. Having spoken, he turned and walked towards the inner chamber. Lien Ju, watching Lin Yu depart, wore a look of concern. He had just realized that the two young generals who had previously accompanied Lin Yu in Pingyang City were absent, and the city was left with only 1,000 white cavalrymen. As Lin Yu walked into the room, he pondered how to first return to Fengjing to delay the Wangjing group. Relying solely on himself and the 1,000 Bema Isong from Dingbei City was insufficient. Thus, he connected to the system. Battle points, 200,000. It was still more effective to eliminate high-level martial artists to acquire slaughter points. System. What realm can I attain with 200,000 battle points? System. Initial stage of the mortal realm. Lin Yu exclaimed. He realized that advancing his cultivation to the mortal realm would likely require a substantial number of battle points. However, he was taken aback to discover that 200,000 points could only elevate him to the initial stage of the mortal realm. The system stated, each advancement in the mortal realm requires 100,000 battle points. Lin Yu found himself in a state of inner turmoil and inquired once more. System. What changes occur in the calculation of conquest points and the required points for summoning after reaching the mortal realm? The system replied, upon reaching the mortal realm, the conquest points earned from defeating martial artists below the Grandmaster level are halved. Each summoning will cost 50,000 conquest points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. System, expend 20,000 conquest points to elevate me to the peak of the Grandmaster level. Ding! A surge of formidable power enveloped him as Lin Yu clenched his fists, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. Simultaneously, Zhao Yun and the others, who were on their way back, also experienced an elevation in their realms. Xi and Shiji, peak mortal realm, unsealed 50. Zhao Yun, peak mortal realm, unsealed 40. Huitzubing, peak mortal realm, unsealed 40. As their realms ascended, the unsealing progress accelerated, bringing them ever closer to complete liberation from their seals. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and continued, System, utilize all remaining battle points for summoning. Ding. Usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 5 times and failed 4 times. It appears that the initial luck was not solely due to personal fortune, but rather a protective mechanism within the system. Now the odds seem to be accurate. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the 5 successes, as this summoning was primarily aimed at addressing the current crisis. Once he could hold out until Zhao Yun and his 3 iron cavalry arrived, the tide of the situation could be turned. He then glanced at the summoning information. Previously, he had obtained 3 cards for enhancing the Legion's realm. He wondered what he would receive this time. Lin Yu's expression was filled with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 5 treasures returning essence pill and 3 Legion expansion cards, first level. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. New goods had arrived. Simultaneously, a radiant white elixir and 3 obsidian cards materialized within the system space. Lin Yu's consciousness delved into their details. The 5 organs restoration pill, a supreme healing elixir, capable of mending even the gravest of injuries. As long as life persists, consuming this pill will rejuvenate one's vitality. 3 expansion cards for Cavalry Legion, level 1 notation. Upon utilizing this card, the host may designate a Cavalry Legion they possess, reconstituting it to a formidable 30,000. Disregarding spatial distances, Lin Yu's face was filled with exhilaration. The 5 Zong Return Essence Pill was indeed a precious treasure, akin to gaining an additional lease on life. While it was not immediately needed, it would serve as a valuable reserve. Having recently endured a series of battles, all 3 cavalry units had suffered losses, And at this moment, the 3 cavalry unit expansion cards were the perfect solution to an urgent predicament, transcending the constraints of spatial distance. System. Apply the cavalry unit expansion cards to the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Volunteers, and the Great Han Iron Cavalry. Application successful. In the desolate expanse, Zhao Yun and his companions, who were hastily returning, suddenly noticed a spatial rift appear behind their respective units, from which a steady stream of soldiers surged forth, rapidly rejoining the main force. The 3 exchanged knowing glances. Having recently unsealed their cultivation, they were aware that their lord was undergoing a breakthrough. Witnessing the expansion of their forces invigorated their spirits even further. In Dingbei City, Lin Yu wasted no time and withdrew his consciousness from the system space. He had the distinct impression that he had summoned a character. In the vastness of the starry sky, the scene swiftly shifted, coming to a halt on a formidable figure. His countenance fierce and imposing, a robust man of great stature. Before Lin Yu, the space shattered. Who dares to harm my lord? A robust man knelt before Lin Yu, wielding twin halberds. Dianwei, at your service, your highness. In that instant, a profound sense of security enveloped Lin Yu, filling him with joy. He finally had a steadfast guardian. He immediately spoke. Dianwei, please rise swiftly. His gaze fell upon the twin halberds in the man's grasp. These halberds must not be carelessly discarded. They should be held even in slumber. Dianwei scratched his head with a simple-minded grin. Yes. Lin Yu gazed at the system information. Dianwei, peak of the ordinary realm, unsealed 40, inquired. Dianwei, are you capable of carrying me through the skies for an extended duration at this moment? Not yet, Dianwei replied. I must first fly for a while and then take a brief respite. However, if my cultivation were to ascend to the earth realm, I would then be able to escort your highness on our journey through the air. Lin Yu nodded as a young general on a white steed approached. You are to await General Zhao and his companions' return at Dingbei City. Subsequently, relay the order to General Zhao and his men to swiftly lead their troops towards Fengjing. I shall depart first. Upon hearing this, the young general's expression turned grave, and he immediately clasped his hands together in salute. Understood, Lin Yu continued, informing Lin Ju that the northern barbarians' royal court had been annihilated. He instructed him to convey this to Shui Ran, directing him to commence the construction of a city towards the direction of the northern barbarians' royal court and to relocate the populace. After speaking, he contemplated that there were likely no further matters at hand and waved his hand, signaling the young general to withdraw. He then commanded Dianwei, let us hasten with all our might towards Fengjing City. Upon receiving his orders, Dianwei instantly propelled Lin Yu into the sky, soaring towards Fengjing City. Lin Yu's gaze was imbued with a chilling brilliance. Wang Jin, old curmudgeon, I have returned. Since you were so eager, I shall send you on your way. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, at the dawn of day in Fengjing City, officials began to arrive at the Imperial Court's discussion hall. Having received news of Lin Huang's emergence from seclusion, ministers hurried from various regions to attend the court assembly. Not far from the steps, Gu Linru stood amongst several Great Zhou officials, engaged in hushed whispers. Gu Linru's expression was grave. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on Wang Jin's blatant disregard for the court as he amassed an army of 400,000 to march against the barbarians, traversing through Fengjing. With imminent arrival at the city, his ambitions as predatory as a wolf, well known to all. The Crown Prince was forced to head north, and no news had returned. Although the second prince was capable, he paled in comparison to the Crown Prince and was currently under close surveillance within the royal palace by Wang Jin's agents. The previous Great Zhou monarch, Lin Jinan, had not been seen for over a decade, and rumors swirled like autumn leaves. The king, having stagnated in martial cultivation for over 10 years, if he had indeed broken through upon his emergence, would likely find himself overwhelmed. The entire Great Zhou now teetered on the brink of chaos, yet the citizens of Fengjing City remained unperturbed, steadfastly prepared to defend their realm until the final chapter of this saga. As the myriad expressions of life unfolded at the foot of the steps, the Grand Hall's doors swung open with a resounding crash, signaling the guards to announce the assembly's commencement. Gu Linru collected his thoughts, his gaze resolute, and proceeded into the hall. Regardless of the outcome, he would persist until the end. The ministers entered the hall in succession, coming to a standstill as they beheld Lin Huang seated upon the dragon throne, his eyes sharp and his aura exuding an overwhelming presence. The essence of a mid-stage martial realm fully unleashed. Gu Linru sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his Majesty was indeed the unparalleled genius of Great Zhou from over a decade prior. After years of silence, a single retreat had led to his remarkable breakthrough. Lin Huang observed that the crowd had taken their positions, his gaze sweeping across the grand hall. Yet he found no trace of Wang Jin or his cohort of military generals, leaving his expression somber. Upon his emergence from the pass, he had already heard of Wang Jin gathering an army of 400,000, departing from the south to march northward against the barbarians. Furthermore, he intended to traverse through Fengying City, displaying an utter disregard for authority. Noticing Lin Huang seated within the hall, ancient Lin, disregarding all decorum, boldly spoke up, "Your Majesty, General Wang Jin has taken it upon himself to issue orders, mustering an army of 400,000 to advance northward against the barbarians. Attempting to pass through Fengying City, such audacity is truly alarming." Lin Huang nodded slightly, his expression grave, and inquired, "How many troops can be mobilized from the royal city?" 20,000, Gu Linru replied immediately. The formation of the Northern Expeditionary Army had already drawn upon 2,000 imperial guards, all of which were under the command of Wang Jin. This contingent of 20,000 soldiers represented the utmost limit. As Lin Huang contemplated his predicament, he realized there was no turning back. Retreat was not an option. He cast a glance at the resolute faces of those around him, knowing that they must fight. He promptly issued the command, "Prepare the troops for battle." After a brief pause, thoughts of Lin Yu and Lin Hao crossed his mind, and a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. He ordered that Hao be sent out of the city under the cover of night, heading northward through the Tianqi mountain range, instructing that he should not return until he had attained the realm of earth. Should he encounter Yu, he was to take him along as well. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the assembly. As Gu Lin and the others prepared to depart, resolute in their decision, even if it meant striking an egg against a rock, they would not retreat a single step. Just as Lin Huang rose to leave, a guard rushed in, his face alight with excitement, interrupting everyone's movements. Lin Huang furrowed her brow slightly, casting a glance at the guard who was panting heavily. "What is it?" The guard, not daring to delay, hurriedly reported, "General Han has returned victorious with 20,000 troops from the northern expedition. He is currently making his way to the royal palace." Upon hearing the guard's words, the entire court fell into a momentary silence, followed by expressions of immense joy among the gathered officials. Upon hearing these words, Lin Huang's face also displayed a hint of joy. However, as a thought crossed his mind, he became slightly anxious and hurriedly spoke, "Have you seen the Crown Prince?" The guard replied, "I have not spotted the Crown Prince's presence." Upon hearing the news, Lin Huang exhaled in relief and then resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, awaiting Han Lin's arrival at the palace. In the grand capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengying, the citizens had emerged from their homes, proudly gazing at the valiant soldiers of the Northern Expedition Army returning from the outskirts of the city. They had just received the triumphant tidings from the messenger. The Crown Prince had led 30,000 troops to a fierce battle against the northern barbarians outside Fengying City, achieving a resounding victory. This news ignited a wave of exuberance among the populace of Fengying, infusing a ray of sunlight into a city shrouded in the gloom of despair. Although the sunlight was not blinding, it bestowed warmth and renewed confidence upon them. On the road leading to the palace, Han Lin's expression was one of urgency as he hastened toward the royal residence, paying little heed to the gazes of the surrounding citizens. As he approached Fengying, he received alarming news that General Wang was leading an army of 400,000 towards the city. He was compelled to report immediately to Lin Huang regarding the matters of the northern campaign. In the palace, shortly after the guards conveyed the news, Lin Huang and his attendants beheld Han Lin hastily entering the hall. Kneeling on one knee, Han Lin bowed respectfully to Lin Huang and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, we have not failed in our duty. After the Crown Prince led us out of the city, we marched northward and annihilated the northern barbarians' 100,000 troops outside Fengying. And the infamous Hu Laiyin met his demise on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang's face lit up with ecstatic joy, and he immediately spoke, "Excellent." Gu Lingru and the others also felt a surge of excitement within, eager to inquire about the details. Lin Huang eagerly inquired, "Where is Lin Yu?" "His Highness commanded me to lead the troops back to Fengying in advance, stating that he would return in a few days." Lin Huang furrowed his brows, and as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to Gu Lingru and the others. "You all return and arrange the matters I just mentioned. Han Lin, come with me." Having concluded his remarks, Lin Huang proceeded towards the side hall. At that moment, within the side hall, Lin Yu was already awaiting Lin Huang's arrival. Upon seeing him accompanied by Han Lin, he promptly offered his respectful salutation. Lin Huang cast a glance at the two of them and began to elaborate on the journey northward. Lin Yi and Han Lin exchanged a glance and began to speak eloquently. After listening, Lin Huang revealed a gratifying smile. Lin Yu never disappointed him, particularly the news of 2 pinnacle grandmasters joining him, along with 2 invincible iron cavalry, filled him with astonishment and joy. Lin Huang pondered for a moment, gazing at Han Lin. Han Lin, you are appointed to command the 20,000 troops of the northern expedition, ready for battle at any moment. Upon hearing this, a flicker of madness flashed in Han Lin's eyes. Understood. When he received the news of Wang Jin's approaching army, he feared that Lin Huang would order him to depart. Initially, he had harbored a firm belief in his inevitable demise while heading north with Lin Yu, willing to sacrifice himself for the Great Zhou. How could Lin Huang be unaware of his thoughts? He then gestured for the 2 to withdraw, took out the phoenix-shaped jade pendant from his bosom, held it in his hand, and lifted his gaze towards the window, a fleeting softness passing through his eyes, which gradually transformed into resolute determination. In Lin Hao's chamber, a young attendant is earnestly persuading him. Lin Hao, with an expression of unwavering resolve, expelled him from the room and then raised his gaze towards the direction of the northern barbarians. The young guard departed helplessly. The following day, at noon, at the southern gate of Fengjing City, the smoke of war billowed as Wang Jin led an army of 400,000, finally arriving. He glanced at the tightly shut city gates, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the preceding days, in Fengjing, he had been plagued with unease. Lin Yu had gone north and remained uncommunicative. Acting decisively, he marched south to rally troops and advance northward. Indeed, just the day before, he received news of Hu Lian's tragic demise and the annihilation of the 10,000 northern barbarian troops, with Lin Yu now missing without a trace. He could no longer remain passive. Allowing the Lin family to grow stronger would undoubtedly invite disaster. However, he still held a measure of trepidation towards Lin Jinan. Contemplating this, he turned and spoke. If Lin Jinan appears, you are to strike and eliminate him. 2 men clad in black robes materialized beside him, their gazes indifferent. One of them spoke, a hoarse voice emanating, "Rest assured, just remember your promise to our sovereign." Wang Jin's expression darkened, responding with a curt acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards the city towers of Fengjing, lost in thought. The 2 black-robed men, observing his perfunctory reply with disdain, subsequently melded into the ranks of the army, disappearing from sight. In Fengjing City, Lin Huang and others had already received the news and were making their way to the city tower. Throughout the city, the populace spontaneously armed themselves with weapons from their homes, their expressions resolute. Lin Huang observed, his lips quivering slightly, and then he led the crowd onto the city tower. A glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, exuding an imposing aura as he gazed towards the outside at Wang Jin. Wang Jin, I have heard of your unauthorized military advance to the north upon my emergence from seclusion. Now that your forces linger in Fengjing, what is your intention? Wang Jin, upon seeing Lin Huang and his entourage appear on the city tower, maintained an air of calmness, and with a slight bow, he responded, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your significant progress in cultivation, having surpassed to the mid-stage of the mortal realm. I have led my troops from the south to the north, traversing mountains and rivers in our campaign against the barbarians. I humbly request that Your Majesty open the city gates, allowing my men and I to rest momentarily." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang fixed his gaze upon him, his expression darkening considerably. Beside him, Lin Yu was even more incensed, erupting in fury. How outrageous. The Crown Prince has just achieved a great victory in the north, and you wish to wage war on the barbarians? Where were you all this time? Furthermore, to request passage through Fengjing and lead the army here to implore the king to open the city gates, such hypocrisy is utterly shameless. Han Lin, also present, was equally furious. "Pa, that old scoundrel Wang. If it's war, then let us go to war. Stop dragging your feet like a coward. You desire to command the entire Zhou realm, yet seek to do so with a semblance of legitimacy. Truly, you wish to play both the harlot and the virtuous. If Zheng were here, he would surely give him a high five. What a kindred spirit." After Lin Yu and Han Lin spoke, those on the city walls began to vociferously berate Wang Jin, the scene more exquisite than a street quarrel by a matron. Wang Jin, enraged to the point of laughter, disdainfully glanced at them before turning his attention to Lin Huang. Is this truly the way a subject should serve his majesty? At this moment, Lin Huang was taken aback by Wang Jin's audacity, rendering him too weary for further discourse. Observing Lin Huang's silence, Wang Jin removed his facade entirely, drawing the battle blade from his waist and pointing it towards Fengjing City. The king of the Great Zhou, Lin Huang, during his reign, wielded unchecked power, unworthy of his station. Today, I, Wang Jin, lead the army to quell this tyranny and rescue the common folk from their dire plight. Sound the drums. Assault the city. Instantly, the formidable force of 400,000 soldiers surged into action behind him. Lin Huang was utterly infuriated, despite his martial prowess stagnating during his reign. And the disparity in national strength between the Great Zhou and neighboring dynasties was considerable. Nevertheless, he had diligently ensured that the people were well fed and clothed. Upon witnessing the 40,000 troops now bearing the character Wang on their banners, his anger intensified. He seized the imperial sword in his hand and bellowed, "Eradicate the traitors." Following Wang Jin's command, he did not hesitate and soared into the sky, charging towards Lin Huang. As Lin Huang beheld Wang Jin hurtling towards him, his eyes reddened with rage as he brandished his long sword and charged forward. A thunderous clash resounded as the two collided. Wang Jin staggered slightly, while Lin Huang was forced to retreat several steps. Observing Lin Huang's retreat, Wang Jin revealed a sinister grin. Indeed, he was the unparalleled genius of over a decade ago. Having made significant strides during his seclusion, and now daring to confront me in the late stages of the mortal realm. With that, he swung his blade once more towards Lin Huang, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Below, witnessing the fierce confrontation between Wang Jin and Lin Huang, the rebel forces unleashed 7 formidable grandmasters, accompanied by dozens of masters, as they surged towards the city tower. Upon seeing the approaching adversaries, Lin, the venerable prime minister of the Great Zhou, exuded an imposing aura. He was a grandmaster in the late stages. He leaped from the tower, leading Lin Yi and 2 other grandmasters of the Great Zhou, while Han Lin commanded the shadow warriors, all charging towards the rebel forces. In an instant of combat, a junior grandmaster from the Great Zhou fell victim to the relentless assault of the rebels. The disparity in their numbers was evident. Just as the remaining 3 sought to press their advantage, a youthful figure descended from the tower. Bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yu, it was the second prince of the Great Zhou, Lin Huang, with a massive sword in hand. He swept horizontally at the 3 rebel generals, momentarily halting their advance. Lin Huang's gaze was icy as he engaged them in fierce combat. To everyone's astonishment, he had reached the mid-stage of Grandmaster, and his formidable prowess allowed him to hold his ground against 3 adversaries of the same rank. Lin and the others, witnessing Lin Huang besieged, felt their hearts tighten, their resolve intensifying. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, locked in a fierce struggle in the skies, sensed Lin Huang's emergence from the tower. His lips quivering. Disobedient child. His eyes filled with even greater murderous intent as he clashed with Wang Jin. At this moment, the 40,000 rebels bypassed the battlefield of the strong, advancing towards the city tower. On the tower, 40,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou fought valiantly, forming an impenetrable wall. Despite the vast numerical disadvantage, they momentarily held the rebels at bay beneath the tower. The southern part of Fongjing City was engulfed in chaos. Fongjing City, south of the city. Dusk. The slaughter continued unabated. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed through the sky. A disheveled figure was sent flying, Lin Huang. At this moment, a trickle of blood stained his lips. His right hand, clutching his sword, trembled slightly as he struggled to maintain his stance in the air. Opposite him, Wang Jin wielded his battle blade. A malicious grin plastered across his face, appearing significantly more composed than Lin Huang. Is Lin Huang still intent on a futile struggle? Lin Huang remained silent, swiftly surveying the battlefield, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. At this moment, the walls of Fongjing City were drenched in blood. The soldiers of the Great Zhou steadfastly held their ground atop the ramparts, as comrades fell before them, only to be replaced instantaneously by others, standing resolutely to shield against the onslaught of the rebels. Yet, the insurgents were overwhelmingly numerous. Of the 40,000 soldiers, 30,000 had already perished. Gazing into the distance, one could faintly discern the citizens of Fongjing City, armed and forming a line to ascend the battlements, their faces devoid of fear. On the battlefield of the Grandmaster, Lin Ru and Lin Yi were being relentlessly besieged by 4 rebel commanders, their backs pressed together, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Lin Huang's eyes widened with fury as he wielded a heavy sword, the lifeless bodies of 3 traitorous generals lying at his feet. Surrounding him were several master-level traitors and an endless throng of soldiers, all gazing upon him with palpable fear, too intimidated to advance. On the battlefield, Han Lin braced himself against the worn knife plunged into the earth, his gaze fixed upon the enemy's stronghold, devoid of vitality. While a few dark guards and officials of the Great Zhou lay slain around him, Wang Jin, sensing the unfolding chaos, furrowed his brow slightly at Lin Huang's position. yet dismissed it with indifference, viewing him merely as a slightly larger ant. The absence of Lin Nan in such a situation indicated a deeper issue. His face contorted with a more pronounced malevolence as he laughed maniacally. "Ha! Lin Huang, I shall send you on your way," he declared, brandishing his blade and charging toward Lin Huang. At this moment, Lin Hao was filled with anxiety. "Oldie, you have always boasted of your prowess, haven't you? Please, save my father." Sighing, Old E replied, "Little Hao, I have long advised you to heed your father's counsel and depart from the Great Zhou. With my guidance, you could return in a few years and seek your vengeance. Yet, within this rebel force, there are 2 peak warriors of the mortal realm concealed. Given my current condition, I can only unleash a single strike of a peak mortal warrior before whisking you away. After that, I shall succumb to a deep slumber, leaving your father to his own fate." Lin Hao bit his lips tightly, his eyes burning with resentment and hatred as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Jin. "Old fool, I will eventually come to kill you." He turned to Elder E, urging, "Now strike." "Very well, then." Suddenly, as if sensing something, the atmosphere fell silent. Lin Hao shouted frantically, yet there was still no response. Just as despair began to engulf him, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. "Thief General, how dare you!" Simultaneously, a powerful sound of breaking air reverberated. 2 men clad in black robes, concealed within the ranks of the rebel army, suddenly lifted their heads and soared into the sky. A great halberd hurtled towards Wang Jin with astounding speed, resembling a streak of white light slicing through the air, its immense force causing ripples in the space it traversed. Wang Jin hastily raised his blade to defend himself, but the halberd struck with a decisive force. With a resounding crash, Wang Jin was struck by the halberd and was sent crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth in a frenzied manner. He then lifted his head in horror to behold the 2 figures standing beside Lin Huang, incredulously exclaiming, "Lin Yu?" It was indeed Lin Yu and Dian Wei, who had hastened back from Dingbei City. At that moment, the combatants on the battlefield also took notice of the 2, and the frenzy of battle came to an abrupt halt. Lin Hao's face lit up with excitement, as if he had found his guiding star, and he shouted towards Lin Yu, "Elder brother." Lin Yuzhan nodded at him, then surveyed the battlefield. Spotting the lifeless body of Han Lin, he clenched his fists tightly, filled with self-reproach. Had he truly arrived too late? The situation was far graver than he had imagined. He then turned his gaze to the side, where Lin Huang was barely managing to remain upright. Lin Huang also turned his gaze towards him and Dian Wei. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously shifting their focus to the 2 men in black robes who had suddenly appeared. Now was not the time for lengthy discussions. Lin Huang wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze upon the 2 men, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. "The Lushan Dynasty, General Qiu Mu of the Western Garrison, and General Zhao Lin of the Northern Garrison." The 2 figures clad in black robes, realizing that Lin Huang had discerned their true identities, no longer concealed themselves, unveiling their dark cloaks. They directed a faint smile towards Lin Huang, but soon their expressions turned serious as they regarded the burly man beside Lin Yu, who wielded a formidable halberd. After Lin Huang spoke, his gaze shifted towards Wang Jin, who had been repelled by a strike from Dian Wei yet stood defiantly in midair. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from his eyes. "Wang Jin, you conspire with outsiders, plotting treason against the throne. You shall undoubtedly face the scorn of the people of the Great Zhou." Upon hearing Lin Huang's words, Wang Jin merely sneered in disdain. Lin Huang, the king of Lianshan, harbors grand ambitions, intent on seizing the world. He has already promised me a noble title within the Lianshan dynasty. I advise you to abandon your feudal resistance and surrender the Great Zhou willingly. Lin Yu was astonished upon hearing Lin Huang reveal the identities of the 2 men in black robes, his expression turning grave. Lin Yu was aware of the Lushan dynasty, which had emerged abruptly a few years prior. Under the leadership of the contemporary monarch Tuoba Tian, the dynasty expanded its territory with remarkable fervor, aspiring to conquer all lands south of Lizhou, having already annexed several sovereign powers, with countless formidable figures perishing at its hands. Not long ago, the Ziyue dynasty, which bordered the Great Zhou to the west, was annihilated by the Lushan dynasty. The Lushan dynasty boasted a plethora of powerful warriors, each strike delivered with the force of thunder, leaving neighboring factions defenseless. Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin were renowned as 2 of the Lushan dynasty's most formidable champions. It was rumored that Tuoba Tian was currently leading his forces against the Qiman royal court. Astonishingly, Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin had appeared in alliance with Wang Jin and the Great Zhou. It became evident that Wang Jin's secret weapon and support lay into Obelink Dian. As the tendrils of the Lushan dynasty reached toward the Great Zhou, however, he felt no fear. With sufficient time, and aided by his own efforts and the support of his system, he would inevitably crush the mere Lushan dynasty. After Wang Jin spoke, he disregarded the furious Lin Huang, directing his gaze toward Lin Yu and Dian Wei. Indeed, he was the foremost genius of the Great Zhou. It was unclear what fortuitous circumstances had befallen him, as the worthless Hulian had not only failed to eliminate him, but had also allowed him to recruit such powerful allies, while he himself had ascended to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Yet, the outcome was already predetermined. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. "Old dog, if you have the audacity, come and try your luck. Let us see if you can withstand the strikes of my general." Wang Jin's countenance darkened upon hearing this, filled with trepidation as he glanced at Dian Wei, whose previous blow had nearly inflicted grievous injury upon him. At this moment, Qiu Mu of the Lishan dynasty spoke up, directing his gaze towards Dian Wei. "Might I inquire how to address you, esteemed general? The Great Zhou is on the verge of collapse, yet our sovereign is a paragon of strength. Why not join our cause and engage in the conquest of the realm?" "Bah," retorted Dian Wei, "let that so-called Lishan king dare to come. I shall shatter him with a single strike." Lin Yu, upon hearing Qiu Mu's audacious attempt to recruit Dian Wei in his presence, could not suppress a cold smile. They were utterly oblivious to the true value of unwavering loyalty. When Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin heard Dian Wei's response, they were instantly consumed by fury, raising their weapons to attack him. Ungrateful fool. As Dian Wei witnessed the two rushing towards him, he grinned widely, a gentle force propelling Lin Yu to Lin Hao's side as he brandished his halberd, charging at them. "Your Highness, take care. I shall deal with these two first." Meanwhile, Wang Jin and Lin Huang were once again locked in combat, both in less than optimal condition. Their struggle evenly matched. Returning to the battlefield below, Lin Yu cast a glance at the fierce aerial clash before retracting his gaze. He held confidence in both Dian Wei and Lin Huang. However, the situation on the ground was far from optimistic. The ancient chancellor and Lin Yi were already nearing their limits. The defenders of the Great Zhou atop the city walls were also on the brink of devastation. He then turned his attention to Lin Hao, who was gazing at him with admiration, pausing for a moment as a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. It was then that Lin Yu received a notification from the system as he looked towards Lin Hao. Aware of the dire circumstances on the battlefield, he chose not to delve deeper, scanning the formidable rebel masters surrounding them before speaking. "Haozi, do you have any issues?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao understood Lin Yu's intentions, his gaze resolute. "No problem, leave this to me. Brother, hasten to support the ancient prime minister." Upon hearing the response, Lin Yu nodded, his murderous intent palpable. He brandished his long spear and delivered a sweeping strike, sending dozens of rebel soldiers flying before hastening towards Gulin with great urgency. Lin Hao gazed at Lin Yu, who was rushing to provide support, took a deep breath, and raised his heavy sword to fiercely strike at the rebel forces. "Come in battle," he shouted, and then resumed the fray. After Lin Yu's arrival, Gu Lin and Lin Yi finally felt a slight sense of relief as they watched Lin Yu fiercely combat four late-stage generals of the rebel faction. Their eyes filled with astonishment. However, a tinge of sorrow washed over them. The Lin family, once the pride of the Great Zhou royal lineage, found themselves entangled with the treacherous Wang Jin. As Lin Yu relentlessly attacked the four adversaries, his gaze was icy, and the spear in his hand danced, leaving a flurry of afterimages in its wake. Yet, within, he was anxious. He needed to swiftly eliminate the four foes and then provide aid to the city tower. The longer the delay, the greater the peril for Fengjing City. Should the time come when even Dian Wei and his father managed to vanquish their formidable opponents, the citizens of Fengjing City would likely have already fallen victim to the rebels' massacre. Meanwhile, he occasionally cast his eyes toward the distance, yearning for Zilong's arrival. Just as Lin Yu felled 3 rebel leaders and the situation in Fengjing City grew increasingly precarious, a commotion erupted in the rear of the rebel encampment. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and the air was filled with a series of piercing sounds as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly. Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, his face alight with ecstatic joy. At last it has arrived. The sky, amidst the fierce battle between Dian Wei, Qiu Mu, and Zhao Lin, turned towards the source of this commotion, their expressions filled with astonishment. A grin spread across Dian Wei's lips. From the distance, 3 streaks of radiant light shot forth, revealing three young generals clad in armor, who spoke in unison, under the command of the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhao Yun. Under the command of the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhubing. Under the command of the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Exiled. By the decree of the Crown Prince, we are here to vanquish the treacherous rebels. As their words echoed through the air, three cavalry units emerged in a surrounding formation behind the rebel camp, the banners of the Great Zhou fluttering proudly. With 90,000 masters of martial arts mounted upon their steeds, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Lin Yu's countenance was invigorated as he lifted the long spear in his hand. Command Zhao Yun, Zhubing, and Dian Wei to eradicate the invading foes of the Lushan dynasty. Order Xi to eliminate the traitorous Wang Jin. Let the 90,000 Iron Cavalry of the Great Zhou clear away the 400,000 rebel forces. Kill. Understood. The atmosphere was formidable, and the very clouds in the sky parted as if trembling before their might. Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin gazed in horror at the oncoming Zhao Yun and Zhubing, while Dian Wei grinned maniacally beside them, and the 90,000 iron steeds charged towards the rebel camp. They were utterly petrified, their voices strained as they shouted. Peak of the mortal realm. These three young commanders are all at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, and those 90,000 cavalry are all at the master realm. Wang Jin, you are truly a fool. Is this what you deem insignificant about the Great Zhou? At this moment, Wang Jin was already so astonished that he was almost bereft of his senses, staring at the bloodthirsty Exiled advancing towards him, his face drained of color. It's impossible. The situation had reversed in an instant. The people of the Great Zhou in the direction of Fengjing City finally came to their senses. Their eyes filled with shock as they beheld Lin Yu, spear raised, his expression in a daze. Lin Huang, witnessing the rapidly shifting circumstances, wore an expression of exhilaration as he raised his precious sword. Warriors of the Great Zhou charged forth. Upon Lin Yu's command, a single shot pierced through the heart of the last Grandmaster General of the rebel forces. Lin Hao and others, including Gu Linru, also converged towards him. On the city tower, the remaining valiant soldiers of the Great Zhou leaped down, swiftly forming a battalion of over 1,000 men, charging towards the rebel camp. Behind the rebels, three cavalry units, like a thunderstorm, broke through the enemy lines. After a single charge, they quickly joined forces with Lin Yu and his companions, revealing three blood-stained paths at a glance. The moment the rebel troops sensed the vast presence of the master-level cavalry, chaos ensued among their ranks, leading many to discard their weapons. No, Your Majesty, Your Highness, spare us. Have mercy. Upon hearing the rebels surrender, Lin Yu showed no sign of mercy, his countenance stern and resolute. Great Zhou cavalry, charge. Traitors and scoundrels deserve no pity. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Huang's eyes momentarily reflected a glimmer of compassion as he glanced at Lin Yu's resolute silhouette, reminiscent of his childhood. His gaze soon transformed into one of unwavering determination. Just as the Great Zhou cavalry charged forth for a second assault, a cry of despair escaped their lips. Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin were sent hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The two had previously joined forces, only to be overwhelmed by Dian Wei. And now, with the arrival of Zhao Yun and Zhubing, they found themselves grievously wounded after merely a few exchanges with the trio. At that moment, both were in disarray, blood streaming from their bodies, their expressions bleak as they turned their eyes towards the Lin family, who stood united. Qiu Mu spoke first. Lin Huang, should you dare to take our lives, our emperor shall undoubtedly lead an army to lay waste to the Great Zhou. Lin Huang did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, observing his eldest son, who had become unfamiliar to him after heading north. He felt a mingling of relief and complexity within his heart. Lin Yu noticed Lin Huang's subtle gesture and shifted his gaze towards Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin. His expression icy. He commanded Dian Wei, eliminate them. Dian Wei raised his mighty halberd and advanced towards the two, who were engulfed in terror, a smirk playing on his lips. Splurt. In an instant, two heads tumbled to the ground. At that moment, as the two from the Lushan dynasty fell, Exiled appeared, dragging the dim-eyed and barely conscious Wang Jin before Lin Yu and his companions. With a forceful motion, he slammed Wang Jin to the ground. The latter knelt, casting a glance at the severed heads of Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin. Then he lifted his gaze to the standing trio. A bitter smile and an expression of resentment etched on his face. Lin Huang, my defeat is not solely yours, rather, it is due to the exceptional son you have raised. Prepare yourselves for the tempestuous vengeance of the Lushan dynasty. Lin Huang gazed at the fierce-eyed Wang Jin, raising his sword and swiftly slashing it across Wang Jin's throat. In an instant, Wang Jin collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. At that moment, the soldiers of the Great Zhou stared at the retreating figures of Lin Huang and his companions, their faces alight with fervor. Lin Yu exhaled a heavy breath, his gaze fixated on the lifeless form of Wang Jin, momentarily lost in thought. Following the morning assembly, the system was activated, prompting a relentless pursuit. At last, Wang Jin met his demise. He then surveyed the battlefield, observing the nearly annihilated rebel forces and the fervor igniting the eyes of the people of the Great Zhou. A silent exchange of glances with Lin Huang ensued. Return to the city, he commanded, leading Lin Huang and the others towards the royal palace. Aware that Lin Huang had much to convey, in that moment, the clouds over Fengjing city dispersed, allowing sunlight to bathe the land. The citizens within the city beheld the trio from the Lin family, their king, the first prince, and the second prince, as if witnessing the resplendent rise of the Great Zhou Dynasty. In that silence, the atmosphere spoke volumes. Lin Huang arranged for the post-war aftermath on the way back, informing everyone that after tomorrow's morning assembly, they could retire to recuperate. After such a monumental battle, everyone was indeed exhausted. Once they had meticulously addressed numerous matters, they returned to their respective residences for rest and recovery. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, the ancestral hall stood solemnly. Lin Huang's complexion regained a hint of crimson as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing vacantly at the ancestral tablets within the ancestral hall. Behind him, his two brothers, Lin Yu and Lin Hao, stood at a distance, silently observing Lin Huang's pensive silhouette. The Lin family of the Great Zhou Dynasty originally hailed from the eastern region of Lizhou, a lineage deeply rooted in the local soil. In times of hardship for the common folk, the ancestors of the Lin family gathered various heroes to establish the Great Zhou Dynasty. Now, Lin Huang stands as the 27th monarch of this illustrious lineage. The brothers had heard tales of Lin Huang's exceptional martial prowess in his youth. By the age of 30, he had already reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster, becoming a source of pride for the entire Great Zhou. However, for reasons unknown, he had stagnated for nearly 2 decades, making little progress in his cultivation. Recently, Lin Yu had been compelled to venture north, managing to break through from the early to the mid-level of the mortal realm. Throughout their upbringing, Lin Huang had always been strict with them. Though he was not eloquent, his care was evident in every aspect, and the brothers had always been obedient and sensible. After a long while, Lin Huang withdrew his gaze, turned around, and looked at Lin Yu and Lin Hao, a fleeting daze flickering in his eyes. Lin Yu gazed into Lin Huang's eyes, his heart whispering, "Here it comes. In this lifetime, mother, who are you truly? And where do you dwell?" Lin Hao gazed at the complex expression on Lin Huang's face and the calm composure of Lin Yu. His heart filled with confusion as he stood there, quietly awaiting clarity. Lin Huang took out the phoenix-shaped jade pendant that he often held in his hand. He first cast a glance at Lin Yu, filled with a complex mix of emotions and pride, and then spoke. Though I am unaware of how you have attracted such formidable followers and managed to cultivate such a fearsome cavalry, this remains your secret. I am proud of you, and there is no need for you to elaborate. Just remember, you are the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou and my son. You must take care to protect yourself." Lin Hao gazed at Lin Yu with unwavering trust. Upon hearing Lin Huang's words and witnessing Lin Hao's gaze, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion within. He nodded solemnly at both Lin Huang and Lin Hao, having grappled with the dilemma of how to explain the sudden emergence of such individuals and their legion. After all, the system harbors numerous astonishing secrets, constituting his ultimate enigma. Lin Huang, after nodding at Lin Yu, gently caressed the jade pendant in his hand before placing it in his palm. A flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes as he continued to address the two brothers. "However, I am certain that you have long harbored curiosity about the identity of your mother and her whereabouts. Now that you have matured and surpassed my own youthful capabilities, it is time I reveal the truth. 20 years ago, during my travels, I encountered your mother in the Tianqi mountain range, north of the northern barbarian king's court. She was an extraordinary woman, and as we both ventured through the trials of the Tianqi mountains, we fell deeply in love at first sight. As Lin Yu and Lin Hao listened to Lin Huang's recollections, their hearts were filled with complexity upon hearing that their mother had departed shortly after giving birth to Lin Hao. Lin Hao could no longer contain his emotions and spoke. "Father, why must mother depart?" Lin Huang cast a glance at the two individuals, his eyes igniting with a fierce animosity as he spoke. 2 months after Hao'er's birth, the kin of your mother emerged from the void, grievously injuring your grandfather, Lin Zhinan. Subsequently, they shattered my martial foundation and forcibly took your mother away. In their departure, they left behind only the middle domain and the Feng clan. It was at that moment I finally learned your mother's true name, Feng Qingli. Shortly after suffering his injuries, your grandfather passed away. This jade pendant is a remnant your mother left behind at that time. After Lin Huang spoke, he fell silent, quietly observing the two individuals. Lin Yu's gaze was icy as he clenched his fists tightly. So this is the nature of the plot. The central region, the Phoenix clan. I have taken note of it, and then I raised my head, my expression resolute. Father, it will not be long before my brother and I bring mother back to the Great Zhou, and we shall avenge grandfather. Lin Hao also regained his senses and nodded emphatically. Lin Huang gazed at the two with a sense of relief, only for a flicker of gravity to cross his eyes. This matter requires our careful deliberation. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke once more to the pair. How well do you comprehend the Dome continent, the eastern region, Li Prefecture, and the Lushan dynasty? Both individuals shook their heads. Their knowledge of Li Prefecture and the Lushan dynasty was rather superficial, with only Lin Yu possessing a penchant for travel, albeit within a limited scope. Lin Huang gazed at the two individuals, his voice deliberate and measured. The entire expanse of the Dome continent is partitioned into 5 regions: the Eastern Domain, the Western Domain, the Northern Domain, the Southern Domain, and the Central Domain. Among these, the Central Domain boasts the most formidable power and vastest territory, surpassing the combined area of the other 4 domains, though its precise dimensions elude me. The Eastern Domain is subdivided into 36 states. The closer one approaches the core, the more abundant the weather and spiritual energy become, with both land area and overall strength peaking in this vicinity. Our Dezhou is situated in Li Prefecture, which lies at the southernmost edge of the Eastern Domain, possessing a moderate level of strength among the 36 states. To the south of Li Prefecture stretches a colossal mountain range, the Tianqi Mountains, which cleaves approximately 1/4 of Li Prefecture's land. North of the Tianqi Mountains lies the remaining 3/4 of Li Prefecture, constituting its heart. South of the Tianqi Mountains, we find ourselves in Dezhou, encompassed by this formidable range. To reach the heart of Li Prefecture, one must journey northward, traversing the Tianqi Mountains. This mountain range is fraught with perilous locales and ferocious beasts, isolating our territory from the central region of Li Prefecture for many years. The spiritual energy here is scarce, leading the central region to refer to it as a wild and untamed land. Most martial artists who ascend to the mortal realm and possess even a modicum of strength endeavor to cross the Tianqi Mountains in search of broader horizons. In my own youth, I had aspired to hone my skills within the Tianqi Mountains, seeking to break through the mortal realm, which ultimately led me to meet your mother. At this juncture, he paused slightly, casting a glance at the astonished duo before continuing. The martial arts in the heart of Li Prefecture flourish, with formidable practitioners abounding. Mortal realm warriors are a common sight, and earth realm experts are numerous as well. It is said that only those of the heavenly realm can truly be regarded as formidable figures. The Tuaba Ling Tian of the Lushan dynasty hails from the heart of Li Prefecture, a peak earth realm expert with many powerful subordinates. As he spoke, Lin Huang appeared to recall something and turned to Lin Yu, inquiring, "You were, during our northern expedition, after the battle in Pingyang City, you vanished for several days. Where did you go?" "Father, after the battle in Pingyang City, I led our forces directly to assault the northern barbarian king's court. As of now, the northern barbarian court has been eradicated by my hand." Lin Huang revealed a knowing expression. Upon observing the several generals and cavalry troops under Lin Yu's command, he began to form a conjecture. He continued, "The northern barbarian royal court lies on the periphery of the Tianqi mountain range, and the Qiman royal court, currently under siege by Tuoba Ling Tian, is also situated at the edge of the Tianqi mountains. With Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin deceased, it is likely that news of their demise will soon reach them." As Lin Huang spoke, he rubbed his brow and glanced at the two brothers, still reeling from the overwhelming influx of information he had imparted. "Very well, you may retire for the night. Join me for the morning assembly." The two complied, making their way out. Lin Huang gazed at the retreating figures of the two, his eyes flickering with emotion. The Lin Huang Dynasty, Tuoba Ling Tian. Yu and Hao had grown up. Yu was now capable of standing on his own. If he could survive this crisis, Liu, I shall seek you out, even if it leads me to a fate without a grave. After emerging from the ancestral hall, both Lin Yu and Lin Hao wore expressions of profound astonishment. The revelations shared by Lin Huang contained such an overwhelming wealth of information, details about their mother, along with a far more comprehensive understanding of the Dome continent, that they suddenly felt both themselves and the Great Zhou kingdom insignificant in comparison. At this moment, Lin Yu was profoundly shaken within. It turned out that there existed such a vast expanse of the world. No wonder the system frequently reminded him of his own insignificance, as the individuals he summoned were all in a sealed state, accompanied by an inexhaustible surge of motivation. He believed that through his own efforts and the support of the system, there would come a day when he would stand at the pinnacle. Admiring the splendid scenery of this prosperous era, Lin Yu walked alongside him for a while when a sudden thought crossed his mind. Earlier, when he was brought to Lin Hao by Dian Wei, the system had issued a prompt. Host, there exists an extraordinarily powerful soul within this person's consciousness. At that moment, the urgency of the battlefield had compelled him to set this matter aside. Now, with the two of them alone, he carefully sensed Lin Hao, his gaze filled with hesitation. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Reflecting on his past life, he wondered if his brother was perhaps a child of destiny, or even possessed by an ancient spirit. He then spoke up. Lin Hao, having ventured north and returned, I see your martial arts realm has made remarkable progress. Are you experiencing any discomfort? At this moment, Lin Hao had absorbed the vast information and, upon hearing Lin Yu's question, immediately turned with a face full of admiration to look at Lin Yu, exclaiming with excitement. It's nothing, brother. Ever since you were compelled to head north, I have been diligently cultivating, worried that Wang Jin might resort to treachery. But you, dear brother, are truly remarkable. You annihilated the northern barbarian royal court and returned just in time to slay that treacherous traitor Wang Jin, thereby saving the Great Zhou. Lin Yu, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he gazed at Lin Hao, who resembled his childhood self, broke into a gentle smile. He reached out, intending to ruffle his hair as he did in their youth, but paused, placing his hand on his shoulder instead, giving it a reassuring pat. In the future, we must lead Zhou out of this desolate land, journey towards Li Prefecture, conquer the world, and ultimately bring back our mother for a joyful family reunion. Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly and nodded decisively, his gaze unwavering. After exchanging a knowing glance with his brother, they both broke into smiles before heading towards their respective chambers. Since Lin Hao had chosen not to mention their grandfather's matters, he too refrained from probing further, for he harbored his own secrets. All he desired was the well-being of those around him. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Yu observed the excited Qiner and the others, issuing a few instructions before washing up and retiring for the night. This journey north had been a race against time, filled with numerous battles, far more exhilarating than the past decade since his arrival. Now that Wang Jin had been eliminated, the entire Great Zhou lay in a state of renewal. However, formidable adversaries loomed on the horizon, Tuoba Ling Tian and his Lishan dynasty, and far away in the central domain, his mother awaited. The path ahead promised to be vibrant and colorful. Lin Hao returned to his chamber, preparing to rest. The fierce battle of the day and the information conveyed by Lin Huang required thorough contemplation. Xiao Haozi, your royal brother is no ordinary person. Upon hearing the sudden voice, he was momentarily taken aback, then retorted angrily, Old man, why did you vanish when I called for you during the day? I was on the verge of taking action when I sensed your royal brother arriving with formidable allies. Your brother and his young subordinates are exceptional. Though their martial prowess may be lacking, they are undoubtedly prodigies of unrivaled caliber. The legion they command exudes a fearsome aura. Having lived for so many years and traversed numerous realms, I have encountered countless gifted individuals, yet few, if any, compare to them. I even feel that your royal brother has become aware of my presence. At that moment, Lin Hao could not discern the expression of Elder Yi. Had he been able to, he would have noted the profound shock etched upon the elder's face. Earlier that day, he had clearly observed the hint of confusion in Lin Yu's gaze directed at Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression momentarily faltered as he muttered, You old man. Utterly unreliable. He then disregarded the seemingly agitated Elder Yi and lay upon the bed, reflecting on Lin Yu's earlier gesture of attempting to rub his head. A faint smile gracing his lips before he drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, in the capital city of Fongjing, within the royal palace, Lin Huang sat upon the dragon throne, while below him stood Lin Yu and his brother, along with Gu Linru and others. Behind Lin Yu, Zhao Yun, Hui Zubing, Exiled Shiji, and Dian Wei followed closely. Lin Huang cast a glance over the crowd and spoke. Gu Linru, now that the traitors Wang Jin and others have been apprehended, it is imperative to swiftly cleanse the southern and western regions of the dynasty. Should any remnants be discovered, they must be eliminated without hesitation, in order to pacify the local populace. If local officials are lacking in personnel, talent should be scouted from various cities and promoted directly to positions of responsibility. Upon hearing this, Gu Linru appeared somewhat troubled. Your Majesty, following yesterday's battle, there are nearly no military forces left in the Great Zhou to suppress the localities. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang's expression darkened. Wang Jin had effectively garnered the loyalty of the entire military leadership and legions of the Great Zhou. In the battle yesterday, Lin Yu had annihilated them all. If the various cities of the Great Zhou were not promptly subdued and pacified, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Lin Yu, observing the somber expression on Lin Huang's face, promptly spoke. Father, the northern barbarian royal court has been vanquished by my forces. I have commanded the citizens of the northern frontier to migrate northward for their livelihood, so there is no need for concern in the northern frontier. I propose that Xi and Shiji lead 30,000 flying tigers to suppress the remnants of the enemy to the west, thereafter securing the borders against the Lianshan dynasty. Furthermore, Hui Zubing and Zhao Yun shall each command 30,000 cavalry, advancing southward and eastward, respectively, to quell the remaining foes, and subsequently lead their troops to expand outward. Lin Yu has his own contemplations. The arrival of the Lianshan dynasty remains uncertain. In the meantime, Xi and Shiji leads the Flying Tiger army to secure the region, eliminating the remnants of rebel forces along the way, thereby addressing the current inadequacies of the Great Zhou military. Zhao Yun and Hui Zubing command troops to the east and south, incorporating several dynasties into the Great Zhou realm. This endeavor promises to reap a substantial harvest of slaughter value, fortifying their strength to confront the Lianshan dynasty. Presently, in the vast wilderness, aside from the Lianshan dynasty, no other dynasty poses a significant threat. Thus, Zhao Yun and Hui Zubing are destined to sweep through their adversaries with relentless vigor. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang immediately regained his composure and cast his gaze upon the few individuals behind Lin Yu, promptly declaring, approved. Gu Lin and the others were filled with exhilaration. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Lin Yu's subordinates and their legion, they were certain that with their support, the task would be effortlessly accomplished. The prospect of Lin Yu's plans for expansion invigorated them even further. Lin Huang cast a glance at Lin Yu and Lin Hao, then continued, from this day forth, the Crown Prince Lin Yu shall assume the regency. A flicker of astonishment passed through Lin Yu's eyes. Certainly, Lin Hao, brimming with excitement, discreetly tugged at Lin Yu's shirt corner, exchanging playful glances with him. Lin Huang gazed upon the two brothers, whose camaraderie was evident, a faint smile gracing his lips. The courtiers were filled with profound sentiment, recognizing that the Great Zhou was on the brink of a new era. They held Lin Yu in the highest regard, admiring his wisdom and grace since childhood, and now, he was surrounded by a plethora of talented subordinates. The recent news of the fall of the northern barbarians' royal court had already left them in awe, and they were acutely aware that had it not been for his timely return with the army, the Great Zhou would have long since succumbed to Wang Jin's grasp. In the imperial palace, within Lin Huang's secluded chamber, Lin Yu gazed expectantly at Lin Huang, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, an immense force emanated from Lin Huang's body, causing a surge of spiritual energy. Moments later, Lin Huang excitedly opened his eyes. My martial arts foundation has been restored. I have also ascended to the peak of the mortal realm. Lin Yu was immediately filled with joy. Congratulations, father. After the court meeting, he recalled the incident from the previous day when Lin Huang mentioned the shattering of his martial foundation. He suddenly remembered the 5-song Gui Yuan pill obtained from the last summoning of props. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that it could restore Lin Huang's martial foundation, and he promptly administered it to him. Over a decade ago, Lin Huang's martial foundation had been shattered, causing the once great talent of the Great Zhou to fade into obscurity. Now, with the restoration of his martial foundation, he even surpassed his previous self, experiencing a significant surge in cultivation that brought him tantalizingly close to breaking through to the earth realm. Lin Huang, with a sense of nostalgia, playfully teased Lin Yu, saying, "You are no longer a child." After assuming the regency, Though you may be occupied with numerous affairs, do not forget to find me a daughter-in-law." Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. "Father, I am in no rush." Lin Huang revealed a faint smile and waved his hand at him. "All right, go ahead and attend to your matters. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. I must diligently absorb the medicinal potency and enter seclusion for a while." With his martial foundation in the process of restoration, he was eager to retreat into solitary cultivation, not only to prepare for the impending challenges posed by the Lushan dynasty, but also to reclaim the person who resided in his heart. Lin Yu noticed a flicker of urgency on Lin Huang's face and immediately comprehended his thoughts. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and then turned to depart. Lin Yu returned to his chambers and instructed Dian Wei to stand guard at the entrance. At this moment, he was fully connected to the system. After the fierce battle yesterday, he had acquired 400,000 battle points. Zhao Yun and his companions, along with 3 cavalry legions, had already been dispatched, while Gu Linru and others were busily occupied. Now, aside from Dian Wei, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Contemplating this, he immediately addressed the system. "System, elevate me to the initial stage of the mortal realm." Beep. Lin Yu felt an immense power surging within him. Accompanied by a sense of astonishment, he believed he could now best 10 versions of his former self. As his cultivation advanced, the powers of Dian Wei and the others were also unlocked, prompting them to gaze at the system information. Dian Wei, initial stage of Earth Realm, unsealed 50. Zhao Yun, initial stage of Earth Realm, unsealed 50. Hu Tsubing, initial stage of Earth Realm, unsealed 50. Xian Shiji, initial stage of Earth Realm, unsealed 60. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, stroking his chin as he pondered the state of several individuals once they were completely liberated, estimating that they would likely reach the celestial realm. Meanwhile, Dian Wei, stationed at the entrance, sensed the shattering of the shackles within his body, grinning slightly. Just as Lin Yu was about to initiate the summoning, a notification from the system resonated. "Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the mortal realm. The system will now undergo an update." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "An update? System, when will it be completed?" "It will be finished by tomorrow." Lin Yu rose from his seat, stretched his back, and glanced out the window as the city lights began to illuminate the evening sky. The system had prompted an update to be completed by tomorrow, and everyone around him was diligently engaged in their respective tasks. He found himself momentarily at ease, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. He then decided to leave the room. In the capital of the Great Zhou, Fongjing City, which had witnessed yesterday's fierce battle, the citizens thrived in a vibrant atmosphere. With the traditional festival of the Great Zhou approaching, the city was bustling with activity. Within the tea house located in the heart of Fongjing, an unusual trio captured the attention of many: a handsome young man, a strikingly beautiful young woman, and a robust figure. This was none other than Lin Yu, Dian Wei, and Qin Er, having just emerged from the palace. At that moment, the 3 of them were seated at a window-side table on the 2nd floor of the tea house, where they could observe the lively scenes unfolding in Fongjing City. Lin Yu savored his dessert, his gaze wandering to the bustling crowd outside the window. Beside him, Dian Wei indulged in wine and meat, occasionally glaring at the curious tea patrons who glanced their way. Meanwhile, Qin Er listened with rapt excitement to the storyteller recounting amusing tales in the tea house. With just over 2 months remaining until the grand anniversary celebration, Lin Yu reflected on how he would have traversed this world for 19 years following the conclusion of the event. "Bravo!" Suddenly, Qin Er clapped her hands, exclaiming her approval. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the storyteller in the tea house, who was recounting the battle outside Fongjing City, surrounded by an eager crowd of tea patrons. The storyteller, seeing the captivated audience, spoke with even greater enthusiasm. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated from the heavens as our esteemed Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty descended upon clouds. Accompanied by the valiant generals Zhao Yun, Hu Tsubing, Xian Shiji, and Dian Wei, the Crown Prince unleashed a furious roar at Wang Jing, while the 4 generals led 3 formidable cavalry divisions, swiftly routing the rebel forces into disarray. In that moment, Wang Jin's heart was gripped by terror, and he met his demise at the hands of his Majesty's sword. Lin Yu turned his head and smiled faintly upon hearing the sound. Following the grand battle yesterday, a fervor for national idols swept through the land. In every tea house, tales of Lin Yu's subordinates echoed, each one boasting a legion of devoted admirers. At that moment, a derisive laugh emerged not far from Lin Yu and his companions. Qin Er immediately cast an angry glance in that direction. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the sound, and a fleeting spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clad in flowing white garments. Her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin as delicate as fine jade. Her starry eyes twinkled with glimmers of starlight, exuding an air of ethereal grace, reminiscent of a rare orchid in a secluded valley. Beside her stood a young girl with an oval face and an elderly matron, presumably her maid and protector. The girl, with a face full of indignation, glared at the oval-faced maiden. Noticing Lin Yuxian's gaze, the enchanting woman offered him an apologetic smile, gently silencing the girl who was about to speak, before leading her companions gracefully down the stairs. Dian Wei's eyes darkened with a hint of seriousness as he leaned towards Lin Yuxian and quietly remarked, "Your Highness, that girl is at the initial stage of the Earth realm, while the old woman, I cannot discern." Lin Yu gazed at the retreating figures of the three, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. One of the maidens was surprisingly at the initial stage of the Earth realm, while that elderly woman, who could elude even the perception of a being at the initial stage of the Earth realm like Dian Wei. What realm could she possibly inhabit? Had she come from the center of Li Prefecture? Lin Yu shook her head, reflecting on the tumultuous times, observing that the women seemed devoid of malicious intent. She chose not to dwell on it further and led them back to the palace. Outside Foning City, the three women soared through the skies toward the Tianqi Mountains. "Sanus, why did you stop me just now? This desolate land's dynasty, as described by that storyteller, seems almost to rival the strength of the celestial realm. Even boasting a cavalry brigade of master-level warriors," pouted the girl with the heart-shaped face, her expression one of discontent. "Shaner, our purpose here is merely to seek solace." "There is no need to complicate matters," replied the extraordinarily beautiful woman with a gentle smile. "Saintus, that young man in white attire has already reached the initial stage of the mortal realm, and the burly man beside him is no ordinary individual. Although he is merely at the initial stage of the Earth realm, he harbors formidable power within," the elderly woman interjected, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. The beautiful woman exhibited a hint of surprise in her gaze. Hearing this, the girl named Shaner still appeared somewhat unconvinced, suddenly recalling something. "I heard that the only son of the king of Lushan, Prince Lin Tian, has come to this desolate land to establish the Lushan dynasty. I wonder what his intentions are." The young lady referred to as Miss also pondered deeply. Naturally, she was familiar with Tuoba Ling Tian, the only heir of the king of Lushan from the two major dynasties in the central region of Lizhou. The royal bloodline of the Yuhua dynasty was in turmoil. It was said that the patriarch residing in the royal palace was nearing the end of his days, leading to the imminent disintegration of the entire Yuhua dynasty. It was likely that the king of Lushan was preparing for the impending chaos. The following day, as dawn broke, the world began to awaken. Lin Yu awoke from his meditative state, casting a glance at the somewhat desolate room. Suddenly, the image of the enchanting woman he encountered the previous night flashed through his mind. He shook his head, a faint wry smile gracing his lips. Truly, he had been subjected to his father's brainwashing. Connecting to the system, he discovered the updates had been completed and immediately set about examining the changes. Ding! The system update has been finalized. In order to provide the host with superior and more comprehensive services, the following optimizations have been implemented. 1. The item summoning function has been removed, and a marketplace function has been activated, allowing the host to purchase items directly with a certain number of battle points. 2. The summoning of special events has been added. Upon successful summoning, the host may trigger unique occurrences, details to be explored by the host themselves. After reading, Lin Yu instantly comprehended that the update was quite straightforward. It introduced a system mall and the summoning of special events. The system mall essentially transformed the acquisition of items through summoning into a direct purchase within the mall. As for the summoning of special events, Lin Yu had yet to encounter it and was uncertain about the nature of these special events. Indeed, it was markedly simplified and relied more heavily on luck. Lin Yu first glanced at the marketplace interface, instantly overwhelmed by a dazzling array of options, rendering his 30,000 battle points less appealing. The variety of items was staggering, including the previously acquired Legion Realm Enhancement card and Cavalry Legion Expansion card. However, the prices displayed by the system brought him a slight pang of discomfort. Legion Realm Enhancement card, second tier, required battle points, 500,000. Note: can specifically elevate the martial prowess of one legion to the pinnacle of master level. Cavalry Legion Expansion card, second tier, required battle points, 300,000. Note: can specifically increase the total number of a cavalry legion to 60,000. There were many such cards, and after a brief glance, Lin Yu chose not to linger. Given his current financial standing, purchasing even one would lead to financial ruin. Yet, one particular item caught his eye. Ancient Forging Celestial Court, required battle points, 1 million. Note, exclusive cultivation technique for the host, once mastered. It enables the user to overwhelm all foes, specific effects to be experienced by the host upon cultivation. This should be the technique the system previously mentioned that could be cultivated after reaching the mortal realm. However, the name? Celestial Court? Lin Yu contemplated deeply. Just these two characters could attest to the fact that it must be a cultivation technique belonging to the sovereign of a dynasty. Moreover, his pupils constricted. This was indeed a technique capable of elevating the Great Zhou to the Celestial Court level. First, he would mark this, and once he accumulated enough battle points, he would exchange it. Lin Yu reluctantly closed the shopping mall and promptly ordered the system to expend 300,000 battle points for 6 summons. Ding! Congratulations, host. 2 summons were successful, while 4 failed. A special summoning event has been triggered, and accompanying characters have arrived. Yuan Tian Gang, early stage of the Earth Realm, Seal 50. Accompanied by 5,000 rogue individuals, all at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster Realm. Lu Ji, early stage of the Earth Realm, Seal 70. Would you like to proceed with the deployment? Lin Yu beheld the system notification. The odds were uncertain. Yet the mere occurrence of triggering a special summoning event filled him with uncontainable joy. The outcome was astounding. Yuan Tian Gang, accompanied by his faction of rogues, had appeared, and their martial prowess was astonishingly at the pinnacle of grandmasters. Could this be the benefit bestowed by the system update? He had been troubled by a lack of manpower and the untimely acquisition of information, but the rogues had finally addressed this dilemma. As for Lu Ji, there was no need for further elaboration. Although his martial skills appeared somewhat inferior to those of the other summoned figures, he was a renowned statesman of ancient times. Lin Yu had finally summoned a capable minister for governance. Deploy! Deploy! As Lin Yu stood before the rift in space, a middle-aged man adorned with a square crown and wielding a ceremonial staff emerged with an air of authority, his piercing gaze encompassing the vast affairs of the world. He was none other than Lu Ji, also known as Lu Bowen. Following him, a figure clad in a mask and fitted attire stepped forth, instantly causing the temperature within the room to plummet several degrees, as a formidable aura of impending doom enveloped the space. This was the formidable strategist, Yuan Tian Gang. The 2 men simultaneously bowed in reverence to Lin Yu. Lu Bowen cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Tian Gang, whose icy demeanor exuded a chilling presence, furrowing his brow as unsettling memories seemed to surface. Outside the door, the vigilant Dian Wei sensed the intense fluctuations of power emanating from within Lin Yu's chamber and prepared to charge in with his halberd. However, after sensing something, he merely grimaced and resumed his steadfast position outside the door. Lin Yu cast a glance at the 2 individuals, his face brimming with excitement as he hastily assisted them to their feet. A thought struck him regarding the multitude of memorials awaiting his attention in the study, and his eyes sparkled as he turned to Lu Bowen. Sir, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in reviewing various matters in the study during this period. It would be an opportune moment to deepen our understanding of the circumstances in this realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and nodded in agreement. Certainly, he replied before taking his leave. Lin Yu gazed at the retreating figure, his heart brimming with joy, before turning his attention to Yuan Tian Gang, a contemplative expression adorning his countenance. It was unexpected that the system had summoned even those figures and organizations that appeared ambiguous in nature. Moreover, upon arriving in this world, they seemed to have undergone a transformation akin to a magical overhaul. After a brief moment of reflection, he promptly issued an order. Tian Gang, instruct the 5,000 rogues to disperse across the wilderness, gathering intelligence from the outside and supervising the officials within. Additionally, exercise your discretion to take a small entourage and venture north of the Tianqi mountain range to assess the situation in the central region of Lizhou and its surrounding territories. Then return to report. Yuan Tianyang nodded in acknowledgement of the command and turned to depart. Lin Yu gazed at the abruptly emptied value of slaughter, massaging his temples as he proceeded toward the grand hall of the court. Today marked the first day of his regency, coinciding with the summons of Lu Bowen and the nefarious organization, necessitating his arrangements. In the grand hall, beneath the dragon throne, Lin Yu took his place. Below, the ministers stood in formation. Gu Linru, with an expression brimming with excitement, addressed Lin Yu. Your Highness, since the departure of the 3 generals yesterday, they have swept across the remnants of rebellion with unmatched fervor, and the populace in various regions has joyously opened their city gates to welcome them. Lin Yu, Upon hearing this, offered a faint smile and nodded. He glanced at the eager individuals ready to attend to their tasks and commanded, "From this day forth, we shall establish the unruly person's agency, with Yuan Tiangang appointed as the unruly leader, overseeing the agency. The unruly person's agency shall conduct external reconnaissance across the realm and internally supervise all officials, holding jurisdiction over criminal matters, with the authority to execute before reporting." The ministers were left in a state of astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they looked up. Such power could indeed be described as second only to the emperor himself. Gu Lin, more anxious than the rest, interjected, "Your Highness, this is most unwise. Should we not seek His Majesty's counsel before making such a decision?" Lin Yu raised his hand to interrupt the eager crowd, ready to offer counsel. "Yuan Tiangang and the rogue elements are both nurtured by my own hand. I place my trust in them. I shall explain the situation to my father." Upon hearing this, Gu Linru and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They recalled Lin Yu's seemingly endless array of formidable warriors and legions, and thus refrained from further discussion. Now, those who remained in the Great Zhou were all loyal ministers. Their previous urgency to advise stemmed from concern for Lin Yu's youth, fearing he might be deceived by those with ulterior motives. Although the sudden threat looming above them felt somewhat stifling, they were resolutely supportive of anything that would benefit the development of the Great Zhou. However, it seemed that the corrupt officials and malefactors in certain regions were destined to face dire consequences. With this thought, Gu Linru and the others exchanged glances that hinted at a touch of schadenfreude. Lin Yu observed that no one voiced any objections, and thus he commanded the court to disperse. He then proceeded to Lin Huang to discuss the matters concerning the nefarious individuals. Lin Huang wore a trusting expression, allowing him to act freely, exuding the demeanor of a carefree steward. He then returned to his cultivation. With Liu Bowen in the realm of literature and several great generals by his side, Yuan Tiangang was also on his way to scout the heart of Liu Prefecture. He finally felt a sense of relief. However, it was likely that Tuoba Lingtian had already received news of Qiumu and Zhao Lin's demise, and the tranquil days ahead were numbered. During Lin Yu's first Regency morning assembly, in the western expanse of the Wild Lands, at the edge of the Tianqi mountain range, a distance away from the Great Zhou Dynasty lay the ruins of the Qiman royal court. The city walls lay shattered, the royal palace in ruins. The current Qiman king knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at the young man before him, who wore a faint smile to Obalingtian of the Lion dynasty. Behind him stood numerous powerful figures, all gazing disdainfully at the struggling Qiman king. To Obalingtian, "You will eventually face retribution." To Obalingtian raised his hand. "I do not know if I will face retribution, but you and your Qiman royal court are certainly finished. Kill him." A man stepped forward, a sinister grin on his face, and with a single strike shattered the Qiman king's heart. Tuoba Lingtian glanced at the lifeless Qiman king before turning to leave. "Master, I have received word that Qiumu and Zhao Lin, who went eastward, have perished." A middle-aged man approached Tuoba Lingtian as he walked out. Tuoba Lingtian's eyes flickered with surprise. Weren't they dispatched to assist that so-called king in seizing the Great Zhou Dynasty? What formidable foes could they encounter there? They wouldn't even have time to flee. The specifics are still being investigated. Tuoba Lingtian pondered for a moment. Since his arrival in this wild land, he had vanquished and absorbed the most threatening dynasties. Now, the entire western expanse of the wild lands belonged to him, with only a few small dynasties remaining in the east. Logically, Qiumu and Zhao Lin's mission should have posed no issue. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke. "Instruct the eastern legions to bypass the Great Zhou Dynasty and first conquer the other forces. The old man has ordered me to return, though I am uncertain of the reason. Upon my return, we shall march against the Great Zhou Dynasty. I am eager to see who stands in our way." "Yes." The middle-aged man accepted the order and departed. Tuoba Lingtian glanced eastward, soared into the air, and sped towards the Tianqi mountain range, followed by two guards. In the heart of Liu Prefecture, at the Yuhua Dynasty's Lianshan royal city, the largest tavern within was bustling with activity. In a corner near the window, Yuan Tiangang sat at a square table, sipping tea while occasionally receiving reports from unsavory individuals entering the tavern. Having received orders from Fengjing City, they had journeyed northward, traversed the Tianqi mountain range, and upon hearing the name Lianshan royal city, had come directly here. They had already lingered for several days in Lianshan royal city. After the last report was delivered, Yuan Tiangang stood, preparing to leave. He had gathered sufficient information, having departed from Fengjing City for nearly half a month. It was time to return and report to His Highness. Suddenly, The crowd outside the window erupted in commotion. Following their gaze, a young man descended from the sky, flanked by 2 guards, making his way towards the tavern. The entire tavern fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning towards the young man, faces adorned with admiration. Yuan Tiangong's eyes glimmered beneath his mask as he resumed his seat. The young man was none other than Tuoba Lingtian, returning from the wildlands. A gentle smile graced his face, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Upon entering the tavern, he surveyed the patrons, nodding slightly, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yuan Tiangang, puzzled by his attire, before ascending to the 3rd floor. Yuan Tiangang, noticing Tuoba Lingtian's gaze, remained unfazed, continuing to sip his tea. Once Tuoba Lingtian ascended, whispers filled the tavern. Who would have thought the young master Lingtian has returned? It is said that he seldom returns after leaving Liu Prefecture over a decade ago. I wonder what brings him back this time. A patron, pride evident on his face, cleared his throat. You are unaware, I presume. I have heard from a distant relative working at the Lianshan royal court that the most beautiful maiden of the Yuhua dynasty, the current saintess of the Jioshuan palace, GMOE, is visiting Lianshan royal city. The young master Lingtian has long pursued the saintess. He must have returned for her. Understanding dawned on the patrons, and they resumed their chatter. Yuan Tiangang, upon hearing this, too displayed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, comparing it to the information he had gathered recently. He cast a deep glance towards the 3rd floor of the tavern before departing. On the 3rd floor, the room had been cleared. Tuoba Lingtian entered a private chamber, his smile unwavering. Inside sat a stern-looking middle-aged man and an exceptionally beautiful woman, engaged in conversation. Behind the woman stood a young girl with an oval face and an elderly lady. If Lin Yu were present, he would be astonished to discover that the enchanting woman was none other than GMOE, the saintess of the Jioshuan palace, the foremost sect of the Yuhua dynasty. The imposing middle-aged man was Tuoba Lingtian's father, the king of Lianshan, Tuoba Lai. Upon seeing Tuoba Lingtian enter, both turned their gaze towards him. Tuoba Lai gestured to the seat beside him. Sit. Tuoba Lingtian nodded slightly to GMOE before taking his seat. Tuoba Lai observed the 2 seated individuals and smiled. I shall not interrupt your youthful discourse. With that, he rose and exited the room. Watching the departing king of Lianshan, GMOE's face revealed a hint of helplessness. Were it not for her father's long-standing friendship with the king and his dying wish for her to treat the Tuoba family with respect, she would have preferred not to linger in Lianshan royal city. Tuoba Lingtian glanced at GMOE and spoke first. MOE, I have heard you returned from your travels. I wonder where you have ventured? GMOE frowned slightly at his address but did not correct him. Her tone somewhat cold. I traveled to break through a cultivation bottleneck. Noticing her indifferent response, Tuoba Lingtian remained unperturbed. You are aware of my father's intentions. My feelings are known to the world. We have grown up together as childhood friends. Why do you continue to avoid me? GMOE, feeling increasingly resigned, replied. I have made my feelings very clear. I have no interest in you. Let us eat. Afterward, I must return to my sect for seclusion. Tuoba Lingtian maintained his smile in response. Very well. After a while, the group descended from the tavern. Tuoba Lingtian observed GMOE and her companions as they departed, pondering briefly before heading towards the royal palace. Saintess, the young master Lingtian is quite admirable, possessing integrity and being a paragon of the dynasty. You two, as childhood friends, are quite well matched. As GMOE and her companions flew towards the Jioshuan palace, she tapped Shanair on the head in response to her words. What does a little girl understand? He is indeed remarkable, yet I find myself indifferent towards him. As for the saintess, the illustrious daughters of the Yuhua Empire are numerous. To whom do you harbor affections? To none whatsoever, Shanair. Are you seeking a beating? GMOE remarked, as a fleeting image of a young man in white from the wilds crossed her mind, prompting her to shake her head. I desire a man who is undoubtedly a sovereign, a leader who commands the respect of his era. In the courtyard of the Lianshan royal manor, Tuoba Lai and Tuoba Lingtian sat across from each other at a stone table, engaged in conversation. Father, GMOE has returned. Has she yet to accept your affections? No, father. You are aware, my son, that your heart is not inclined towards romantic entanglements. It is merely in compliance with your mother's and my arrangements. The world is vast, and there are countless women. Observing Tuoba Lingtian's calm demeanor, Tuoba Lai sighed. I understand. You are also aware that my long-standing friendship with GMOE's late father binds us. Now, both of her parents have passed away. You grew up together. She is sensible and amiable, a suitable choice for a princess. Since you both have shown no interest over the years, let fate dictate the outcome. After a glance at Tuoba Ling Tian, who slightly nodded, he continued, Toner, how fare things in the wilds? Everything is proceeding smoothly. Only a few kingdoms remain in the east, and soon the wilds shall be unified. As memories of the news from before his return surfaced, Tuoba Ling Tian's brow furrowed. However, prior to my return, I dispatched 2 peak martial artists to a kingdom in the east known as the Great Zhou, and shortly thereafter, I received word of their demise. A flicker of concern crossed Tuoba Lai's gaze upon hearing this. Years ago, a seer prophesied that a hidden dragon would rise from the depths, and spiritual energy would soon revive in the wilds. With the turmoil within the royal family of the Yuhua Empire, I sent you to the wilds before you turned 20 to secure an advantage for the Tuoba clan and to undergo your own trials. Years have passed. The Yuhua Empire stands on shaky ground, and the wilds have developed favorably. I did not foresee such a turn of events at this juncture. Tuoba Ling Tian listened quietly, fully aware of Tuoba Lai's intentions. With a grave expression, Tuoba Lai reflected for a moment before stating, Tianer, now that you have returned, you shall not venture forth again. I will send 3 of our clan's pinnacle martial artists in your stead. Soon, the main family from the central domain will arrive. I have been unable to lead our branch back to the main family, yet your talents surpass mine and have already been recognized by them. There is no need for you to take such risks in the wilds. Should a true hidden dragon emerge, the disparity between it and the main family would be immense. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed Tuoba Ling Tian's eyes. Nevertheless, he discerned the weight of the situation and nodded gravely, observing his son's serious demeanor. Tuoba Lai smiled with reassurance, then rose and gestured towards him, saying, Go and spend time with your mother. It has been quite a while since your return. Tuoba Ling Tian cast a glance at him before turning to leave. The Great Zhou Dynasty awaited. Over a month had passed since Lin Yu assumed the regency. During this period, the Great Zhou flourished, with contentment evident on the faces of its people. News of Zhao Yun and Hui Zubing's triumphant military campaign spread throughout the realm, igniting a profound sense of pride and belonging among the populace. Even Gu Linru and his peers experienced a bittersweet sentiment, marveling at the empire's territory expanding severfold within mere weeks under Lin Yu's leadership, yet vexed by the shortage of capable officials to administer these new domains. Within the palace's council hall, Lin Yu sat upon his throne after concluding the morning court session. Below him stood Zhao Yun and Hui Zubing, recently returned from their campaigns, while Xi and Qiji remained stationed in the western territories. Zhao Yun was delivering his southern expedition report. Your Highness, after purging remnants of rebellion from our cities, I led our forces with lightning speed to overthrow 2 rival dynasties. Lin Yu nodded slightly, as this was within her expectations. What Hui Zubing had just mentioned echoed her own thoughts. However, I have observed that the Lushan dynasty is also scheming against several neighboring kingdoms, yet they appear to deliberately steer clear of us. Indeed, Lin Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The Lushan dynasty exhibited considerable prudence, seemingly intent on mobilizing the entirety of their forces for a decisive battle. Presently, the entire western expanse belonged to the Lushan dynasty, while the Great Zhou had claimed approximately a quarter of the eastern territories of this wild land. Contemplating this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he issued a command. You 2 shall immediately lead your troops westward to rendezvous with Xi and Qiji, and thereafter secure that region to guard against the Lushan dynasty. The 2 departed promptly upon receiving their orders. As Lin Yu pondered, Yuan Tiangang entered the grand hall. Upon seeing him, Lin Yu gestured for him to take a seat beside him. You have returned. Please share the fruits of your journey, he urged. Yuan Tiangang paused for a moment before responding. Your Highness, after crossing the Tianqi mountain range from the northern barbarian royal court, we arrived at the heart of Lishou, where the number of martial artists is exceedingly high, their collective strength surpassing that of our own land significantly. They regard the martial artists arriving from the wild lands with a certain disdain. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the situation, as Lin Huang had mentioned it before. He gestured for Yuan Tiangang to continue. The central region of Li Province is vast, occupied by 2 great dynasties that are perpetually at war, with incessant skirmishes occurring regularly. The dynasty closest to us is known as the Yuhua dynasty, situated to the south of the central Li Province, while the northern dynasty is called the Lanyan dynasty. Both dynasties wield immense imperial power, with numerous factions within their territories and a plethora of sects and dynasties rising prominently. Each year, the major forces under their jurisdiction are required to pay tribute to the imperial courts. I have recently heard that the ancestral patriarch of the Yuhua dynasty is nearing his end, causing various factions within the realm to stir restlessly. Lin Yu interrupted Yuan Dao. The imperial dynasty? Is it the power above the dynasty? Indeed. Lin Yu's fingers gently tapped on the table. How does a dynasty ascend to an imperial realm? I have heard that the imperial realm is divided into 3 tiers: the lower imperial dynasty, the advanced imperial dynasty, and the pinnacle imperial dynasty. For a dynasty to elevate to a lower imperial dynasty, the minimum requirement is to possess 10 revered experts. To ascend from a lower to an advanced imperial dynasty, one must have 10 supreme experts. Finally, to progress from an advanced to a pinnacle imperial dynasty, it is necessary to have 10 sovereign kings. The Yuhua imperial dynasty and the Lanyan imperial dynasty are classified as lower imperial dynasties. And it is said that the ancestor of the Yuhua imperial dynasty is a supreme expert. Lin Yu listened quietly, his heart in turmoil. The lower dynasty, the higher dynasty. The pinnacle dynasty. The realm of reverence, the realm of supremacy, the realm of kings. These should be the realms that follow the celestial realm. Observing Lin Yu lost in thought, Yuan Tiangang continued, I have been to the Lishan royal city of the Yuhua dynasty, the territory of the 5 great lords. Powerful beings of the realm of reverence, including the Lishan king, Tuobalai. The Lishan dynasty we are about to confront is ruled by Tuobalai's only son, Tuobalingtian. Interestingly, just as we were about to return, Tuobalingtian happened to arrive back at the royal city. It is said that he came to meet with Gmoe, the holy maiden of the foremost sect of the Yuhua dynasty, the Jiuxian palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Tuobalingtian and Gmoe, who would have thought he was, after all, a man of deep affections? He gestured for Yuan Tiangang to withdraw, as the information was somewhat overwhelming, requiring a moment for him to digest. Conventionally, martial artists from the center of Li Prefecture would scorn the untamed lands. Thus, why would Tuobalingtian venture here to establish his influence? Was it merely to prepare for the impending crisis of the Yuhua dynasty? It could not be that simple. Moreover, his father had not mentioned the dynastic forces to the 2 brothers last time. Observing Lin Huang, who seemed to speak with unreserved candor, it appeared the disparity was too vast, not yet triggering certain rules, thus he remained unaware. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu ceased his musings and turned to stride towards his chamber. The Lianshan dynasty, along with Tuobalingtian and the formidable Tuobalai lurking in the shadows, represented the paramount adversaries confronting the Great Zhou at present. With his own diligence and a modicum of assistance from the system, he felt assured in his ability to steer the Great Zhou out of what the world deemed the wild and untamed lands. Upon returning to his room, he connected his consciousness to the system. Inside the chamber, Lin Yu gazed with palpable excitement at the system information. Battle points, 2 million. This bounty was the result of Zhao Yun and Huixubing's conquests over several dynastic powers in the past month. Reflecting on the array of items available in the marketplace upon the completion of the system update, he waved his hand decisively. System. Expend 1 million battle points to exchange for the ancient immortal court cultivation method. He felt a distinct sense of exuberance akin to that of a newly affluent individual. Ding. Exchange successful. Lin Yu felt his consciousness being abruptly pulled. Before him, a magnificent hall materialized, filled with ministers standing in grandeur. The overwhelming aura emanating from each individual rendered Lin Yu breathless. He sensed that a mere glance from any of these formidable officials could obliterate him. All the powerful civil and military officials directed their fervent gazes towards the dragon throne at the center of the hall. Lin Yu followed his gaze and was instantly struck by an indescribable shock, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp. Seated upon the dragon throne was a figure clad in imperial robes, his features obscured. Golden dragons coiled around him, and the great Tao resonated with fervor. Behind him lay an expansive starry sky, showcasing a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, colossal giants with severed heads kneeling in despair, deities roaring in fury as their blood spilled, and stars extinguishing, resembling the end of the world. The man seemed to be addressing the multitude below, and as if sensing Lin Yu's presence, he turned his gaze in his direction. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming imperial might surge towards him, enveloping him in its grandeur. This imperial aura arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Subsequently, he discerned the faint movement of the man's lips, accompanied by a resonant voice. Proceed with haste. Before Lin Yu, the space shattered, and he found himself back in his room. At that moment, his expression was dazed, his body drenched in cold sweat. After a brief pause, he regained his senses, recalling the vividly real scene in the faint voice of the man, his eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. Lin Yu took a moment to gather his thoughts, pondering the significance of these objects, as if they were all narrating a tale. He smiled softly. Reassured that the obstacles would resolve themselves in due course, The day would inevitably arrive when the clouds would part. Just as this thought settled in his mind, a brilliant flash exploded within his consciousness. Lin Yu was suddenly overwhelmed by an excruciating headache and fell into a faint. Had anyone been present to witness the scene within the Qingxian Hall at that moment, they would have been inexplicably astounded. A tremendous force erupted from within Lin Yu. Coursing through his body, he slowly floated in the air of the grand hall, his eyes tightly shut. Surrounded by various extraordinary phenomena reminiscent of a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. In no time, his martial arts realm surged dramatically, ascending from the mid-level of the mortal realm to the late stage, and then reaching its pinnacle. Without pause, he broke through to the initial stage of the earth realm. It was only upon reaching the mid-level of the earth realm that his ascent ceased. Lin Yu gradually descended from the sky. As he underwent a profound transformation and ascended to a higher realm, a brilliant light erupted simultaneously across various regions of the Great Zhou. Exiled, stationed in the western part of the Great Zhou, appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, enveloped in a radiant white glow. In an instant, the shackles within him shattered completely, and his aura soared. Zhao Yun and Huat Yubing, hastening westward, were similarly surrounded by extraordinary phenomena. With one white and one black dragon coiling around them, their roars resonating continuously. Yuan Tiangang, Dian Wei, and Lu Bowen also experienced the complete fracturing of their internal restraints, basking in divine light. At this moment, the formidable warriors of the leading forces across the entire dome continent simultaneously gazed skyward. There, they beheld the long-unseen Emperor Star suddenly manifesting, followed by a powerful tremor. Subsequently, numerous martial and literary stars appeared abruptly, swiftly encircling the scene. An elder stood atop an isolated peak, gazing at the heavens while murmuring to himself, "The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. The prophecy has arrived." His eyes flickered rapidly. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as if afflicted by some profound terror. Unfathomable. The elder's footsteps faltered, and he vanished from the mountaintop, unbeknownst to Lin Yu, who lay in slumber. The entire dome continent was stirred into a tremendous commotion due to him and the many summoned figures. The following morning, at dawn, Lin Yu awoke from his stupor. Gently massaging his slightly aching forehead, he immediately assessed his condition. Mid-stage of the earth realm, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as he sensed an unusual vitality coursing through him. His gaze sharpened, his physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating to the first layer of the ancient immortal pavilion. You have acquired the physique of the primordial heavenly emperor. So this is the extraordinary physique I now possess. No wonder I felt an unprecedented strength within me. The heavenly emperor. I never imagined I would directly ascend to the mid-stage of the earth realm. Those 1,000,000 battle points were worth it. Thankfully, I did not choose to expend my battle points to elevate my realm. The primordial heavenly emperor physique is a unique attribute of the ancient immortal pavilion's cultivation method. Due to the host's initial weakness, and this being the first cultivation attempt, a significant breakthrough across realms has occurred. Lin Yu suddenly understood. He had sensed a remarkable surge of power within himself, yet he was uncertain to what extent he could transcend his current limitations. Then, a thought struck him, and he gazed contemplatively. System, should there be any occurrences akin to rendering me unconscious, please provide prior notification. The system appeared to be processing this request, and after a brief interval, it responded, albeit ineffectually. He felt as if he had hit a wall, choosing not to indulge in idle banter with this somewhat unreliable system. Having broken through to the mid-stage of the earth realm, he was eager to assess the cultivation levels of the summoned individuals. Yuan Tiangang, pinnacle of the heavenly realm Dian Wei, late stage of the heavenly realm Zhao Yun, late stage of the heavenly realm Huat Yubing, late stage of the heavenly realm Exiled, mid-stage of the heavenly realm Lu Ji, pinnacle of the earth realm. Upon glancing at the results, he was utterly astonished. The cultivation levels of all individuals had completely broken free from their seals. Furthermore, once the seals were lifted, it seemed as though some form of restraint had also been undone, resulting in varying degrees of enhancement in each individual's power. After observing for a while, a question arose in his mind, and he inquired, "System, does the unsealing of an individual's cultivation level render it exceedingly difficult for them to advance further?" Host: Quite the contrary. Once the seals are lifted, their respective physiques are liberated as well, no longer constrained by your previous limitations. They will grow and improve akin to the prodigies of myriad realms. It is precisely because each summoned individual possesses distinct physiques and talents that their post-unsealing realms differ. Lin Yu understood, yet sensed an underlying implication. Ignoring the system's seemingly ambiguous affront, he gazed at the remaining slaughter points and inquired, "System, how many conquest points are required for me to elevate to the next realm?" 200,000. "And how many are needed to summon?" 100,000. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Having just merged with the ancient celestial emperor's physique, he felt his powers were sufficiently unsealed. Casting a glance at the shop, he noted the requirement for the second layer of the ancient forging celestial court, 5 million battle points, causing his lips to twitch slightly. While the benefits of the exclusive techniques were considerable, he was equally curious about what the second layer entailed. However, it was contingent upon his resources. System, expend 900,000 battle points to exchange for 3 cavalry regiment expansion cards, Tier 2, and promptly apply them to the 3 cavalry regiments. Ding. The exchange was successful. And the application was successful as well. Flying Tiger Army, initial stage of Master Realm, 60,000, White Horse Etone. Initial stage of Master Realm, 60,000, Han Iron Cavalry. Initial stage of Master Realm, 60,000. Lin Yu contentedly stroked his chin. Subsequently, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. The Lushan Dynasty. Fongjing City, a tea house. Lin Yu and Lin Hao were seated at a tea table, savoring their tea. With less than half a month remaining until the grand anniversary meeting, the two brothers had not seen each other for nearly 2 months, prompting Lin Hao to be drawn out immediately upon his emergence from seclusion. Lin Yu increasingly relished the idea of leaving the palace to observe the lives of the common folk. The two subtly altered their appearances and soon found a tea house to settle down in. The ability to change their looks was a simple task for them now. Howsy, after a prolonged period of seclusion, ought to venture out and explore. When shall we embark on a journey together to bring our father out of the palace and travel across the Great Zhou? Lin Yu poured tea for Lin Hao while speaking. Lin Hao scratched his head in a somewhat foolish manner, then smiled and nodded, though his heart was tumultuous. During this period, he had been in seclusion, constantly worried about the impending threat of the Lianshan dynasty. After emerging from his retreat, he was promptly brought here by Lin Yu to enjoy some tea. The echoes of Elder Yi's astonished exclamations still reverberated in his ears from their initial encounter with Lin Yu. An unparalleled prodigy, no? Your elder brother surpasses even the forbidden talents. Little Howsy, your elder brother has already reached the mid-stage of the Earth realm. The sheer strength he possesses is such that ordinary celestial realm experts would fall before him. And then there is the formidable man behind him. At the late stage of the celestial realm, I cannot fathom their physiques. Even I, an old man, cannot discern their true nature. The recent cataclysm in the starry skies, could it possibly have been instigated by your elder brother? Lin Hao was immediately taken aback by the barrage of words from Elder Yi, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. After diligently cultivating for over a month, he had only reached the mid-stage of the mortal realm, and upon emerging from his seclusion, he felt a sense of pride. Yet, his elder brother's achievements were simply astounding. Furthermore, he learned about the recent events unfolding in the Great Zhou. Generals Huatubing and Zhao Yun had split off to the southeast, sweeping through the neighboring kingdoms surrounding Great Zhou. The officials of Great Zhou were under the watchful scrutiny of the unruly, living in constant trepidation. All of this was orchestrated by his elder brother, who was merely 2 years his senior. Consequently, Lin Hao's admiration for Lin Yu deepened. Indeed, his elder brother had always been a paragon of excellence from childhood to adulthood. Lin Yu cast a glance at the silent Lin Hao, pondering inwardly. The old man accompanying Howsy was indeed impressive, having reached the mid-stage of the mortal realm. Contemplating the exorbitant items available in the marketplace, he mused that, barring any ulterior motives, it would be within his capacity to assist this old man. However, if his intentions towards Howsy were dubious as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. At that moment, while the two brothers were lost in their thoughts, a nefarious figure hastily entered the tea house. He approached Lin Yu and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, the Lianshan dynasty has gathered an army of 1 million postnatal infantry and 500,000 innate cavalry, totaling 1,500,000 troops, marching towards our territory. We have yet to spot Tuoba Lingtian. The commanding officer is named Tuoba Yu." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and Lin Hao turned his head. Curiosity etched upon his face. The moment had finally arrived. As for whether Tuoba Lingtian was among them, he felt little concern. After all, the nefarious individuals possessed a low level of cultivation and might not have detected it. He promptly rose, preparing to head to the border to take command. Lin Hao gazed at the hurried Lin Yu and immediately inquired, "Elder brother, what is the matter?" Lin Yu glanced at Lin Hao, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes, yet he remained silent. Lin Huang gazed at Lin Yu, whose eyes reflected a hint of hesitation, and suddenly realized the situation. Brother, is it the Zhou Dynasty that has arrived? Indeed. Upon seeing that Lin Huang had already deduced the truth, there was no longer any need for concealment. I must go? This mission was fraught with peril, as it was likely that formidable beings from the celestial realm would emerge. I am not afraid. Lin Yu observed the unwavering determination on his face and, after a moment's contemplation, summoned the nefarious individual from earlier, informed the villainous leader that we shall depart. He then turned to Lin Huang and said, "Let us proceed." Subsequently, the two soared into the sky alongside Dian Wei. Shortly thereafter, a streak of light emerged from the royal palace, following in their wake. In Yinchi City, the westernmost stronghold of the Great Zhou Dynasty, akin in nature to Dingbei City, the inhabitants busied themselves with gathering their valuable belongings. Having just received word from the Lord's residence that the Lin Huang dynasty was poised to invade, the populace prepared to temporarily relocate to the rear cities, intending to return once the conflict subsided. Although the order had been issued, it was predominantly the elderly and children who prepared to leave, as most able-bodied youths chose to remain within the city. Within a modest household, a young man, his expression resolute, conversed with the elderly residents nearby. "Father, you and mother should retreat to the rear city for a few days to rest and ease your minds. This time, both the Crown Prince and the second Prince have arrived, and generals such as Zhao Yun are leading the defense of our Yinchi city. I must stay behind and fight alongside the esteemed generals and valiant soldiers of the Great Zhou to repel the foreign enemy." At the mere mention of Zhao Yun, a fervent light ignited in the young man's eyes. The elder regarded the youth with concern but replied, "Tainyo, be cautious." To which the young man responded, "Father, mother, do not worry. I shall undoubtedly become a formidable warrior like General Zhao, expanding the territories of the Great Zhou." His countenance radiated determination. Such scenes unfolded throughout the city. In the council hall of the city, Lin Yu sat in the principal position, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he observed a middle-aged man below. "Your Highness, I am overjoyed to see you again. I wept for days upon hearing of old Han's demise in Fengjing. You may not know, since the northern barbarians' royal court was vanquished by you, the city of Dingbei has relocated to the ruins of the former capital of the northern barbarians. I, old Lin, have nearly grown moldy from staying there. At last, I managed to persuade the venerable prime minister to transfer me to Yinchi City. Upon hearing of the impending great battle here, my blood runs fervent with excitement." With an animated expression, he continued his animated discourse, droplets of saliva flying as he regarded Lin Yu with an air of astonishment. "Ah, is that the second prince? How much you have grown. It has been nearly 3 or 4 years since our last meeting. You wouldn't believe it, but your elder brother recently ventured north. Practically a reincarnation of the god of war, accompanied by numerous formidable warriors. In the blink of an eye, the northern barbarian king and his kin vanished before my very eyes. I, old Lin, was so frightened that I could not sleep for several days." After finishing his tale, he furtively cast a glance at Zhao Yun and the others. Then, without awaiting Lin Yu's response, he turned to Lin Huang and launched into another animated tirade. Lin Huang watched as Lin Yu's face twitched uncontrollably, suppressing a chuckle for a moment before hastily speaking. "Uncle Lin, it has been quite a while since we last met. Before my father entered seclusion, he often mentioned his many old friends, and you were among them. It has indeed been too long since we last saw the king. Once this matter is resolved, let us go to Fengjing City and enjoy a few drinks with the king." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhu wore an expression of nostalgia. And suddenly recalling something, he continued, "I have heard that the Lin Huang dynasty has assembled an army of 150,000 to invade. These scoundrels are truly lawless. And what of that fellow, Ling Tian, who intends to sweep across the entire realm? Bah! Should I, old Lin, lay eyes upon him, I would certainly break his legs. What status does he hold to dare contend with His Highness, the Crown Prince?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately composed his expression and, observing the impending commencement of the duel, hastily spoke up. "Cough, Uncle Lin, the forces of the Lin Huang dynasty will soon arrive at Yinchi City, and their momentum is formidable. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. We must exercise caution." Lin Zhu instantly smiled awkwardly, rubbed his bald head, and fell silent. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Zhu's newfound composure. He cast a glance at the group of individuals struggling to suppress their laughter, nearly losing his own restraint. "Very well, Everyone, let's prepare for battle. He instructed, observing the departing figures with a sense of authority. Turning to Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei who stood nearby, he added, keep a close watch on the second prince on the battlefield. Should any danger arise, act without hesitation. The two immediately acknowledged the command. With their vigilance directed towards Lin Huang, he felt assured that there would be no significant issues. As for himself, he recalled what Yuan Tiangang had mentioned during their training. Your Highness, you are now fully capable of rivaling a mid-level expert in the heavenly realm. Approximately half a day's journey from the western city of Dazhou, dust swirled through the air, and a sea of heads surged into view. A palpable aura of menace enveloping the scene. This was the formidable army of the Lushan dynasty, poised to invade Dazhou. They were on the brink of a great battle, currently setting up camp to regroup. Within the military tents, dozens of generals huddled together, their expressions relaxed as they engaged in discussion. At the center stood a middle-aged man. Tuoba Yu, the commanding leader of this army and a peak expert in the heavenly realm. Flanking him were two other middle-aged men, Tuoba Yi and Tuoba Fu. Both late-stage practitioners of the heavenly realm. These three had been dispatched by Tuoba Lai not long ago, and the remaining 10 or so generals were also members of the Tuoba family. At that moment, the group was casually deliberating their plans to conquer the Dazhou dynasty, believing that the unification of the wild lands would soon be realized. The young master had not appeared for reasons unknown, perhaps feeling confident of their impending victory. It was noted that the Dazhou dynasty had recently exhibited considerable strength, having eradicated the regional powers on the eastern front of the wild lands. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable they seemed, they were still a faction of the wild lands, and several powerful dynasties had been effortlessly vanquished by them. With their remaining forces now scattered, they would simply be obliterated, achieving complete unification. Listening to the discussions below, Tuoba Yu remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. He possessed knowledge of certain critical intelligence. Prior to their departure, the family head had cautioned him to remain vigilant and exercise utmost caution. A member of the main family would soon arrive, and Ling Tian would shortly lead a branch back to the main family. If danger were to present itself, a timely retreat would be imperative. Having followed Tuoba Lai into countless battles across various fronts, he could count on one hand the number of times he had been given such solemn warnings. The last instance was during Tuoba Lai's campaign for kingship, which had successfully eliminated 3 major dynasties at the heart of Lizhou, expanding the territory of the Yuhua dynasty significantly. Just as Tuoba Yu was lost in contemplation, a scout rushed in breathlessly. Report, he exclaimed. The Dazhou army is charging towards us with approximately 200,000 cavalry. An immediate silence enveloped the tent. Tuoba Yu sprang to his feet, issuing orders. Mobilize the troops, prepare for battle. He then scanned the room before striding out. Let us see what the Dazhou forces rely on to dare confront us with such numbers. The others quickly shed their astonishment and followed closely behind. Not far from the encampment of the Lushan dynasty, the banners of Dazhou fluttered in the breeze, as 3 cavalry legions stood in orderly formation, an atmosphere of impending conflict hanging heavily in the air. Lin Yu stood at the forefront of his formidable army, his gaze fixed upon the swiftly advancing Lianshan troops. As they encamped not far from the outskirts of Yanshi city, Lin Yu received word of their approach and promptly led his forces out of the city. He had no penchant for passive defense. Indeed, the more expansive the battlefield, the greater the advantage for his 3 cavalry units. Furthermore, he was determined that the fierce conflict would not endanger the innocent citizens within the city walls. In but a moment, the Lianshan army had drawn near. From their ranks emerged a tall, middle-aged man, his piercing eyes surveying the Great Zhou Legion. Yuan Tiangang immediately conveyed a message to Lin Yu. Your Highness, this man is not Tuoba Ling Tian, yet he is not to be underestimated. He is a peak expert of the celestial realm. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Was this the doing of the Tuoba family? At that moment, Tuoba Yu was also gazing in bewilderment towards the direction of the Great Zhou Legion. They appeared remarkably youthful, exuding a formidable aura, seemingly led by a young man in his 20s. Just as he was about to speak, a boisterous voice erupted from the opposing camp. Tuoba Ling Tian, what is your intention? What gives you the audacity to lead your troops into battle? I could easily cleave your leg with a single strike. Tuoba Yu followed the voice and spotted a bald middle-aged man wielding a broadsword, spitting as he spoke. After a moment of careful assessment, the usually composed Tuoba Yu found it nearly impossible to restrain himself. Such brazen arrogance from a mere master realm warrior was utterly intolerable. At this moment, Lin Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably for the second time. He vowed never to bring him out again. After casting a glance at Lin Ju, Tuoba Yu promptly adjusted his mindset and turned his gaze toward the direction of the Great Zhou camp. I, Tuoba Yu, am the commander of the army from the Lushan dynasty, tasked with unifying the wilderness. Who, then, leads the forces of the Great Zhou Dynasty? Lin Yu spoke. The Great Zhou Dynasty, the Crown Prince Lin Yu. The Great Zhou Dynasty could become a vassal state of our nation, under our protection, allowing them to select the strong to serve in our court. Those with exceptional talents could even journey to the heart of Li Prefecture to partake in the cultivation resources offered by our realm. In Lin Yu's eyes, a glimmer of cold radiance emerged, reflecting his lofty aspirations. If battle is what you seek, then let it be. Perhaps you and the Great Zhou are still unaware. Just as Tuoba Yu was about to continue his persuasion, a loud voice interrupted once more. What are you babbling about? Aren't you just the wretched offspring of Tuoba Lingtian? What is there to discuss? You, come here and allow me to sever your head with a single stroke. Tuoba Yu could no longer contain his anger, but someone was swifter than he. A young commander surged forth from the ranks, wielding a battle blade. A fierce arc of light slicing towards Lin Ju. With a resounding explosion, boom. Exiled flicked his wrist, and a beam of sword light flashed, shattering the blade's arc in an instant, then turning to strike at the young commander. Before the soldiers of the Lushan dynasty could react, the sword light struck first, and the young commander was hit and sent reeling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Tuoba Yu narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze at Exiled. Mid-stage of the heavenly realm, a formidable presence from the wilds. Who are you? Exiled maintained a serene demeanor. Under the banner of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the first prince, Exiled. Meanwhile, Lin Ju, patting his chest, bellowed, "Damn it, you nearly gave me a heart attack. You young man, you lack the virtue of a warrior." The young commander, already coughing blood, suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at Lin Ju. Could it be that Uncle Lin possessed a unique constitution? How could a formidable warrior of the earthly realm be rendered unconscious by mere indignation? After a fleeting glance, he turned his attention to Tuoba Yu, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. There was no need for further words. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being as he grasped his long spear, standing suspended in midair. The Zhou cavalry, the 18,000 cavalrymen below, exuding a fierce aura, lifted their heads and roared in unison. Present, Lin Yu directed his spear towards the army of the Lianshan kingdom. Let anyone who dares to offend the Great Zhou perish. Yuan Tiangang and others simultaneously soared into the air behind Lin Yu, their formidable aura surging forth, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, proclaiming in unison, "We shall annihilate their nation, extinguish their lineage, eradicate their descendants." The space, which even the esteemed realm could not shake, emitted a faint sound of cracking. Kill. Below, 2 torrents of black and 1 torrent of white surged forth, numbering 18,000, charging directly towards the army of 150,000. As Tuoba Yu observed Yuan Tiangang and the others ascend into the air, his composure vanished, replaced by trepidation, for they were all formidable beings of the heavenly realm. Looking at the rapidly approaching Great Zhou cavalry, his countenance paled. They were all initial stage masters, rivaling the elite forces of the Yuhua dynasty. Was this the might of a dynasty in the wilderness? Before he could ponder further, several streaks of light shot swiftly towards them. Tuoba Yu and his companions swiftly adjusted their stances, their own formidable aura erupting as they charged forward. If a battle was to ensue, then let it commence. Instantly, the entire sky was filled with swirling spiritual energy, and the sound of thunder reverberated. Zhao Yun faced Tuoba Yi. Huizubing confronted Tuoba Fu. Dianwei clashed with 2 mid-stage Heavenly Realm generals, and Exiled engaged 3 initial-stage Heavenly Realm generals. Both sides met with lethal moves, each strike aiming for death. Meanwhile, the Great Zhou cavalry plunged into the ranks of the Lianshan army, akin to wolves among sheep, instantly breaching their defenses. The once invincible army of Lianshan in this untamed land crumbled with a single touch, the air filled with the sounds of slaughter. The Great Zhou cavalry surged through the Lianshan forces as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Cries of despair and panic resounded from the Lianshan soldiers. Tuoba Yu remained immobile, casting a glance at the Lianshan generals who were faltering against the Great Zhou warriors, his expression darkening. Sensing the slaughter of the 150,000 troops, his anxiety intensified. He was not idle. He was paralyzed by fear, his gaze fixated on the masked man in tight attire beside Lin Yu, from whom he felt an overwhelming threat. This sense of impending doom was reminiscent of encounters with esteemed realm warriors, keeping his nerves on edge. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He observed the masked man subtly sway, then vanish from sight. In less than a second, a masked visage appeared before Tuoba Yu, who was sent flying backward. He hastily regained his footing, stifling a groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded the masked man who had taken his previous position, incredulously exclaiming, "Peak Heavenly Realm? It's impossible! A peak Heavenly Realm warrior could not have struck me so severely. You are not from this wild land. Who are you?" The Great Zhou Dynasty. Under the command of the Crown Prince, the formidable general Yuan Tiangang. A voice, indifferent and cold, emanated from beneath the mask. Just as Tuoba Yu was about to speak again, a tremendous sound erupted nearby. Two figures of Lianshan generals plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily to the ground, silenced. Simultaneously, a furious roar resonated, impudence. A robust man, adorned with a fierce tiger manifestation, wielding a mighty halberd, suddenly appeared before Lin Yu. It was Dian Wei. Having witnessed several Lianshan martial artists charging towards Lin Yu, enraged, he unleashed his physical manifestation, swiftly dispatching the two mid-stage Heavenly Realm warriors who had been entangled with him. Before dashing to Lin Yu's side, the martial artists rushing towards Lin Yu halted abruptly, fear coursing through them. They had just witnessed this formidable man effortlessly slay two Heavenly Realm warriors in an instant. Lin Yu quietly withdrew his long spear. As opportunities for him to take action dwindled, Dian Wei paid no heed to their intentions. Brandishing his halberd, he charged forward with a fierce intent, thinking to himself, "I am the ultimate guardian of the prince. How dare you attempt to assassinate him amidst the chaos? I shall cleave you in two." Sensing the conclusion of Dian Wei's battle, the other heroes were unwilling to lag behind. The seven-serpent coil spear, Zhao Yun instantly pierced through Tuoba Yi's throat, and his head exploded, plummeting to the ground. Tuoba Fu was directly bisected by a single strike from Hua Tsubing, his body severed into two segments, scattering upon the earth. Dian Wei and Xian Qiji swung their weapons, leaving only Tuoba Yu standing amidst the aftermath. The battle concluded far more swiftly than he had anticipated. They had been utterly crushed without the slightest resistance. Tuoba Yu gazed at his kin, who had been felled like dumplings, a bitter smile etched upon his face. Thus, this was the reason for the family head's solemn instructions? He sensed the cold, piercing gazes of the formidable warriors from the Great Zhou surrounding him, their eyes directed towards the direction of the Tianqi mountain range, seemingly catching sight of the Tuoba clan in Lianshan Wang City, despair written across their faces. Then, an explosive surge of power coursed through him, racing toward his heart and consciousness. At that moment, Yuan Tiangang vanished from sight, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, a tremendous force crashing upon him. Tuoba Yu was sent sprawling to the ground, only to see Yuan Tiangang swiftly close the distance, restraining his strength and lifting him off the ground with a firm grip. Lin Yu descended from the sky at this moment, casting a glance at Tuoba Yu who still clung to a thread of life. He turned to Yuan Dao and instructed, "Take him back and interrogate him thoroughly." Yuan Tiangang gave a solemn nod before lifting Tuoba Yu and soaring toward Yanqi City. Earlier, when Lin Yu realized Tuoba Lingtian was conspicuously absent from the Lin Huang dynasty's forces, he had discreetly transmitted a message to Yuan Tiangang, urging him to spare Tuoba Yu's last breath so they could bring him back for rigorous questioning. Lin Yu cast a glance at the retreating Yuan Tiangang before turning his attention to the battlefield below, momentarily lost in thought as he observed the nearly decimated forces of the Lianshan army. Behind him, Dian Wei and others stood by his side on the field. In the Yu Hua dynasty, within the Lushan royal city, at the royal palace, the moment Tuoba Yi and Tuoba Fu were slain, Tuoba Lai and Tuoba Lingtian had just escorted a middle-aged man to a room within the palace to rest. As they settled onto a stone table in the courtyard, they were approached hurriedly by a guard tasked with monitoring the family's life tokens. A sense of foreboding flickered in their hearts. The guard reached them, his face pale with urgency. "Your Highness, young master, the life tokens of General Tuoba Yi and General Tuoba Fu have shattered. Additionally, several life tokens of the Celestial Realm and dozens from the Earth Realm have also broken at nearly the same moment." The two men sprang to their feet from the stone bench, with Tuoba Lingtian asking first, "What of Uncle Yu? What is the status of his life token?" "Young master." The guard replied, General Tuoba Yu's life token remains intact, but the situation is dire. Its flame flickers erratically, as if he has sustained grave injuries. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Lingtian's expression darkened, a fierce aura emanating from him, his eyes gleaming coldly. Just then, another guard rushed over, exclaiming, It is dire. General Tuoba Yu's life token has shattered as well. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tuoba Lingtian erupted in fury, shattering the stone table with a single strike. His gaze ablaze. Tuoba Lai's face was also filled with rage as he waved away the trembling guards and said, The dynasty you mentioned last time. Is it called the Great Zhou? Indeed, father. I seek vengeance. Tuoba Lai glanced at the crimson-eyed Tuoba Lingtian, his brow furrowing slightly. The aura of a revered being enveloping him. Awaken. Tuoba Lingtian was jolted back to reality, the blood-red hue fading from his eyes, though his fists remained tightly clenched. Observing that he had regained control, Tuoba Lai remarked, Tian'er, your constitution is extraordinary. You must learn to master it. Tuoba Lingtian nodded slowly. I underestimated the hidden dragons of the wilderness. The speed at which the life tokens shattered indicates that Uncle Yu and the others had no chance to retaliate. The Great Zhou Dynasty, even without a revered expert, is formidable. Tuoba Lai regarded the somewhat calm Tuoba Lingtian and continued, The family's steward has just arrived. In a few days, we shall return to the ancestral home, where you can fully activate your potential. With the resources available there, you will undoubtedly grow rapidly. We could either muster our entire clan to confront the unknown power of the Great Zhou, or you could cultivate for several years and return to exact revenge with overwhelming strength. I will heed your decision. Tuoba Lingtian gradually relaxed his clenched fists, then lifted his gaze to Tuoba Lai, giving a gentle nod. The Great Zhou Dynasty. Approximately half a month had passed since Lin Yu led the forces of the Lianshan dynasty to obliterate their enemies. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Great Zhou, in the abode of Lin Huang, Lin Yu, and Lin Hao were gathered around a jade table, partaking in a meal. As is customary for martial artists who have reached the mortal realm, they can sustain themselves for extended periods without food. It was shortly after Lin Huang emerged from his seclusion that he summoned his two brothers to join him. The trio, resembling ordinary folk, savored their dishes and indulged in wine. Lin Huang raised his goblet, gesturing towards the two individuals, took a sip, and chided them with a smile. You two have grown up. Even my guards no longer heed my commands. I had instructed you before my seclusion that should there be any news from the Lianshan dynasty, you must inform me immediately. Yet, it is only now, half a month after your forces have utterly vanquished the armies of the Lianshan dynasty, that I am made aware of this. Although his words seemed to carry a tone of reproach, the uncontainable smile on his face and the pride glimmering in his eyes revealed otherwise. Lin Hao chuckled innocently, directing his gaze towards Lin Yu. Father, do not blame Haozi. It is I, your son, who acted on my own accord. Lin Yu followed suit and took a sip of wine, promptly responding. Lin Huang waved his hand, fully aware that this was Lin Yu's arrangement. Gazing at his soon-to-be 19-year-old eldest son, he felt a surge of emotions. Pouring drinks for the two of them, he continued, Now, share with me the plans you both have for the future. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. On that day, my son allowed some unsavory individuals to interrogate Tuoba Yu. From his words, I learned that the Tuoba clan of the Yuhua dynasty is a significant branch of a powerful force in the central domain. It appears that Tuoba Lingtian did not come this time because they are about to return to their main lineage. Subsequently, Lin Yu recounted to Lin Huang and Lin Hao the various pieces of information that Yuan Tiangang had reported to him that day. A flicker of astonishment passed through their eyes. It turned out that the center of Lizhou was indeed so vast. Lin Yu cast a glance at the two individuals and continued, Father, have you ever received any information regarding the dynasty's elevation to an empire? After all these years, it is only now that I hear such news from your lips. However, recently, as the territory of the Great Zhou expands ever more, the generals and legions under my command grow increasingly formidable. I have an inkling that the Great Zhou is on the verge of a transformative threshold, as if it is poised for a significant metamorphosis. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in Lin Huang's eyes as he responded. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Certain conditions had not been met. Lin Hao then spoke, Brother, Tuoba Lingtian and their family must have already received the news of their great defeat. Why has there been no response from them until now? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Yu's eyes as he spoke. Upon our return, I instructed the unruly individuals to infiltrate the king of Split Mountain City to gather intelligence. We should receive news shortly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a guard announced the arrival of the unruly commander, prompting Lin Yu to grant him immediate entry. Moments later, Yuan Tiangang entered the room, bowing respectfully to the three individuals, and then hesitated slightly as he regarded Lin Yu. Lin Yu observed his silence and immediately comprehended the situation, feeling a flicker of anger. "Speak plainly," he demanded. "Yes," replied his subordinate. "We have received news from the Yuhua dynasty that the king of Lianshan resigned from his official position 10 days prior. The Tuoba family of Lianshan City has relocated entirely 5 days ago, leaving behind only marginal enterprises and inconsequential individuals. Essentially, the Tuoba family is now devoid of its members. My subordinate speculates that they must have returned to their ancestral roots." Lin Yu gently rubbed the wine glass with his fingers, nodding as he gave his instructions. The several generals would be returning shortly. Thus, he directed that a thorough cleansing be conducted in the recently acquired cities. It is better to err on the side of caution than to let any potential threat slip away. In 2 days, the grand anniversary celebration will commence, and you need not attend. Yuan Tiangang accepted the command and departed. Lin Huang observed the departing Yuan Tiangang and the composed Lin Yu, who had just meticulously arranged various matters. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he jested. Your subordinate is quite impressive." Lin Hao gazed at Lin Yu with admiration, having witnessed Yuan Tiangang's prowess during the battle in Yanqi City, where he effortlessly subdued a peak realm expert in just 2 moves. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly, observing the 2 individuals who remained unperturbed by the earlier triviality, and he felt a sense of admiration. Perhaps it is only within their Great Zhou that the intrigues characteristic of imperial families are absent, leaving only the purity of familial bonds. Reflecting on the news he had just received, he continued, "It seems that, as indicated earlier, the Tuoba family has returned to its rightful lineage. They are indeed a family of considerable audacity." The 2 nodded in agreement. "Earlier, you mentioned that your generals are all returning?" Lin Huang inquired. "Indeed, following the Battle of Yanqi City, the entire wilderness has become devoid of any threats to our Dezhou. Thus, I have instructed several individuals to journey westward, annexing the major cities of the Lianshan dynasty. Half a month has elapsed. They ought to have reaped considerable rewards by now. With the annual meeting approaching, I have summoned them to return." Lin Yu glanced at the 2 individuals and continued, "As your son, I intend to incorporate all the territories of the Lianshan dynasty into the Great Zhou after the annual meeting. My goal is to achieve the unification of the entire wilderness. Subsequently, I will lead the Great Zhou beyond this untamed land to explore the vistas of higher realms." Lin Yu's gaze was sharp, his face reflecting ambition as he rose to his feet and raised his wine glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. "Excellent." Lin Huang and Lin Hao were equally filled with fervor as they downed a glass of wine. Lin Huang gazed at the spirited Lin Yu, resolute in his heart that Yu was indeed more suited to lead the Great Zhou. The 3 engaged in light-hearted conversation, drinking late into the night before parting ways. Upon returning from Lin Huang's residence, Lin Hao sat in his own chamber, seemingly contemplating a significant decision. When Lin Huang inquired about his future plans with Lin Yu, he remained silent. In truth, he had formulated a plan long ago. His elder brother was exceptionally talented, a truly worthy sovereign. Meanwhile, he had grown up under the care of Lin Huang and Lin Yu, accustomed to a life of ease, with no aspirations for the throne. With the downfall of the Lishan dynasty and the retreat of the Tuoba clan, the wilderness now lay firmly within the grasp of the Great Zhou. He did not wish to remain forever sheltered by his father and brother. Moreover, the old man within him, who often remarked on his unreliability, was nonetheless a source of profound trust. "Old man, I have made my decision. I shall leave the wilderness, venture beyond Lizhou, and seek experience in various lands. I am determined to enhance myself." At last, the young rascal has come to this realization. This place is too confining, and so is Lizhou. You should have ventured out long ago. Your brother and his subordinates are utterly exceptional. You need not worry at all. Rest assured, with my guidance, in just a few years, you will not lag behind them. Once the New Year festivities conclude, I shall speak to our father and elder brother. Lin Hao's gaze gradually became resolute. In Fongjing City, the entire town was adorned with vibrant decorations, teeming with jubilant crowds and playful children, creating a palpable festive atmosphere. As the current capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Fongjing City had expanded significantly, now larger than ever before. With the arrival of the annual celebration, Throngs of people poured in from all directions. At that moment, a streak of light darted across the sky, hovering above Fongjing City before swiftly descending into the heart of the city. A young figure clad in gleaming silver armor appeared before the city guards and the citizens. Upon recognizing his face, a wave of astonished gasps erupted. Zhao Yun, General Zhao, this is my idol. I must become a member of the White Horse Yidong and follow General Zhao to expand the territories of the Great Zhou. It was indeed Zhao Yun, returning from the borders. He was making his way towards the royal palace, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement to the surrounding populace. General Zhao smiled at me. Nonsense. It was clearly directed at me. Just as he had landed, two more streaks of light flashed by, landing beside him, none other than Hua Tsubing and Exiled Shiji. The crowd erupted in even greater excitement. General Hua, General Exiled, don't push, don't touch. A burly man disdainfully swatted away an unknown hand on his chest. General Hua, have you returned for the Great Zhou annual celebration? An elderly man inquired of Hua Tsubing. Hua Tsubing nodded in response. General Exiled, how do you find my appearance? A somewhat beautiful woman gazed expectantly at Exiled Shiji. Zhao Yun and Hua Tsubing exchanged amused glances at the slightly flustered Exiled Shiji. As more and more people approached, the three men skillfully maneuvered their way through the crowd, escaping the throng. Even as they departed, the crowd's fervor did not wane. General Zhao is so handsome, exclaimed a young man in white. General Hua is even more dashing, retorted a youth clad in black. General Zhao and the White Horse Yidong are undeniably more formidable. Clearly, General Hua's Great Zhou Iron Cavalry is superior. I believe General Xian's Flying Tiger Army is even more valiant. As tensions rose, a young man with a sword at his waist interjected. At that moment, the earlier disgruntled, burly man, now with a dazed expression, remarked, I think Prince's bodyguard, Dian Wei, is the most impressive. Such discussions persisted since the trio's arrival in Fongjing City. Following several battles, their fame within the Great Zhou soared, attracting fervent admirers wherever they went. Fortunately, Lin Yu managed to maintain a composed demeanor when out in public. Otherwise, he might have been completely encircled by the enthusiastic citizens of the Great Zhou. In the council chamber of Lin Yu's palace, Zhao Yun and his companions, who had just returned, were reporting their respective situations to Lin Yu. He occasionally nodded, listening intently. Once they concluded their accounts, he dismissed them to rest. The legions commanded by the three were still stationed at the borders, and with the annual meeting approaching tomorrow, there was no pressing urgency. Minor matters could be set aside for the moment. The updates they provided aligned perfectly with Lin Yu's expectations, as each was progressing smoothly in their endeavors. Now, 2/3 of the wilderness had been claimed by the Great Zhou, and only a matter of time remained before complete conquest. After the three departed, Lin Yu connected to the system and was immediately greeted by a substantial influx of battle points. He had been preoccupied with various aftermaths and had not checked recently. The battle points totaled 1,700,000. As his martial prowess ascended, the lower-ranked warriors, particularly those below the mortal realm, yielded diminishing returns in battle points. Most of these points were accrued from vanquishing formidable adversaries of the earthly and celestial realms. Yet, even the smallest contributions mattered. For instance, the Lushan Legion, with its considerable numbers, had amassed nearly 500,000 battle points. Contemplating these points, Lin Yu stroked his chin, pondering their optimal utilization. After a moment, he accessed the system store and began to browse leisurely. Suddenly, an item caught his eye, prompting immediate investigation. Teleportation Array Technology Battle Points. 1 million note. Can establish a teleportation array within the host's domain. Upon redemption, this technology can be transferred to a designated individual. This was indeed a valuable asset. As the territory of Great Zhou expanded, the interconnection between legions and civilian merchants across cities became increasingly vital. Although the price was steep, once mastered, it would be of lifelong benefit. He promptly declared, System, expend 1 million battle points to purchase the teleportation array technology. Ding. Purchase successful. Gazing at the book in the system space, shimmering with a ghostly light, Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction. He had yet to determine who would receive the teleportation technology, so he set it aside for now and continued exploring the store. There were indeed many remarkable items, albeit prohibitively expensive at present. Nevertheless, two particular offerings were etched firmly in his mind. Character Training Space Battle Points. 5 million note. Contains rich spiritual energy and combat targets. Summon characters can enter to cultivate. The flow of time increases proportionately with the host's cultivation level, with an initial time ratio of 1:5. Legion Training Space Battle Points. 5 million note. Contains rich spiritual energy and combat targets. Summoned legions can enter to cultivate. The flow of time increases proportionately with the host's cultivation level, with an initial time ratio of 1:5. These were undoubtedly extraordinary artifacts. Considering the few characters and legions under his command, if they trained for 5 years within, only a year would elapse outside. Moreover, as his own cultivation improved, the time ratio would escalate further. Given the innate talents of the summoned characters and legions, with ample time, they could effortlessly dominate the entire continent. Lin Yu was on the verge of drooling. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "System, if I have redeemed the Legion training space, do those Legion Realm enhancement cards in the shop become useless?" The system responded, "Host, ponder this matter more carefully." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of offense, and pondered briefly. The Legion Realm enhancement card could be exchanged for battle points and would instantaneously elevate one's rank. Conversely, the Legion training space required an investment of time for cultivation within its confines. While both options were indeed distinct, over time, the training space undoubtedly offered superior value. The enhancement card, on the other hand, served as a remedy in times of urgency. In that instant, he comprehended the situation clearly. He resolved to strive for the acquisition of battle points. Casting a glance at the remaining 700,000 battle points, he inquired, "System, how many battle points are required to elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of the Earth realm?" "For 100,000. Lin Yu hesitated for a brief moment, contemplating his subsequent plans, and then commanded, "System, elevate me to the pinnacle of the Earth realm." Beep. Upgrade successful. A surge of formidable power erupted from Lin Yu, only to be swiftly reined in by him. Lin Yu sensed a surge of power within him, 3 to 4 times stronger than that of the mid-stage of the Earth realm, and he contentedly moved his body. Just as he was preparing to summon a wave of energy, Dian Wei entered, followed by Qin Er, who addressed him, "Your Highness, the king has sent word that you may proceed to the palace to commence the annual gathering." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced out the window and realized that night had fallen. Today marked the final day of the year, and the Lin Huang organization was hosting a grand annual meeting for the high-ranking officials, which required his attendance. He decided to set aside the matter of summons and proceeded outside. With his recent breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Yu was in high spirits. As he made his way to the banquet hall, he caught sight of the now-grown Qin Er and playfully remarked, "You have become increasingly beautiful. I wonder which fortunate man will have the privilege of marrying you in the future." Qin Er instantly flushed crimson, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, remaining silent. Lin Yu burst into hearty laughter upon seeing it. Lin Yu entered the banquet hall and glanced around, noticing that many officials from the Zhou Dynasty were already present. Upon seeing him approach, the assembled guests rose from their seats to pay their respects. Acknowledging them with a nod, his gaze fell upon Lin Huang, who was enthusiastically waving at him. He promptly made his way to a nearby seat beside him. Looking back, he observed that Zhao Yun and others had already taken their places. His own seat was positioned at the left side of the hall, the foremost one, while a larger seat slightly elevated to the left was reserved for Lin Huang, who had yet to arrive. Lin Huang observed as he took a seat and leaned forward to speak, "Elder brother, our father has designated the position opposite yours for me, but I chose not to occupy it. I wish to sit beside you." Lin Yuzhao smiled at him, then glanced around the grand hall. The courtiers, engaged in harmonious conversation, occasionally cast their gazes towards him and the few individuals behind him, all wearing expressions of contemplation. They were likely discussing the recent changes in the Great Zhou. Amidst the crowd, he unexpectedly spotted Shui Ran and Lian Zhu, who must have been summoned by Lin Huang. Just as Lin Yu settled into his seat, he observed Lin Huang striding in with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, taking his place at the table. Upon his entrance, the assembly fell silent, their chatter ceasing as they turned their attention to him. After Lin Huang settled down, he gazed at the assembled crowd, raised his wine cup, and stood up. Today marked the annual gathering, and there was but one intention. Cheers. The others also rose, lifting their cups in unison. To His Majesty. Following this, a procession of dancers entered, and the melodious music filled the air. Instantly, the grand hall became a vibrant spectacle. Before Lin Yu's table, a continuous stream of guests came forth to offer toasts, forming an endless line. He, too, was unwearied, responding to each one with patience. Throughout the grand hall, the loudest voices echoed, as he and Jian Wei fervently indulged in the wine, rumored to have sworn brotherhood. On this day, none among the crowd resorted to their martial prowess to dispel the effects of the alcohol. The physical prowess of Lin Yu and his companions surpassed that of others by several magnitudes, ultimately leading to their triumph over all adversaries. The annual meeting continued into the late hours of the night before finally concluding. Lin Yu hurriedly exited and returned to his chamber to rest. The following day would witness the first Grand Court Assembly of the new year. In the Imperial Palace, within the Hall of Court Assembly, the inaugural gathering of the year, known as the Grand Assembly, would take place. All notable officials of the Great Zhou Dynasty were expected to be in attendance. Lin Huang sat upon the dragon throne, attentively listening to the reports from officials across the regions, while Lin Yu occupied a chair just below him. Once the local officials had completed their presentations, Lin Yu stepped forth from the ranks and, with hands clasped in reverence, proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Great Zhou thrives in strength. The people across the land are well fed and clothed, and every region is methodically integrating its expanding territories. In such a prosperous era, my heart is greatly comforted. Now, having surpassed my 60th year, I humbly request to resign from my position, making way for a more capable youth to serve the Great Zhou." Upon his conclusion, approximately 10 venerable officials from the Great Zhou simultaneously emerged, echoing in unison, "Your Majesty, we too respectfully request to resign from our posts." Lin Yu was suddenly struck with a profound shock. Just as he opened his mouth to intervene, Lin Huang's voice resounded from above. "Granted, all the esteemed ministers, having devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the Great Zhou, were permitted to return and relish the joys of familial bliss. Should the Great Zhou require your services, you may return at any moment." "Understood." In response to the summons, they vowed to return. Lin Yu and the others smiled as they replied, rejoining the ranks. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Yu and the others with profound perplexity. Their sincerity was unmistakable, devoid of any semblance of deception or coercion. Just as they returned to their ranks, Lin Huang glanced at the assembly within the hall and proclaimed, "From this day forth, the throne shall be passed to the Crown Prince, Lin Yu. Upon the selection of an auspicious date, a coronation ceremony shall be held." A murmur of discussions erupted throughout the grand hall. Lin Yu was utterly stunned by this news. He had anticipated such a day would arrive, yet he never expected it to come so swiftly. Just after Lin Huang made his announcement, Lu Bowen stepped out from the ranks. Over this period, his talents had long been recognized by everyone, and as he emerged from the formation, a hush fell over the crowd. "No, Your Highness. The 15th day is the day of the Dragon Rising. It is the most auspicious occasion for the coronation ceremony." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang immediately declared, "Then let it be set for that day. As for the various arrangements, ensure they are well taken care of." Lu Bowen received the command and returned to the ranks, wearing a smile as he gazed at Lin Yu. The generals, including Hua Tsubing, who stood within the hall, also regarded him with smiles. The seasoned ministers, such as Lin Yu, looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. After issuing the command, Lin Huang blinked playfully at Lin Yu. Lin Yu suddenly comprehended. Lin Huang is paving the way for him, while the venerable old ministers of the Great Zhou, such as Lin Yu, are also clearing a path. It seems that Lu Bowen and the array of martial generals have been unwittingly drawn into Lin Huang's scheme. The figures he has summoned are already fervently wishing for Lin Yu to ascend to the throne. Thus, when Lin Huang broached the subject with them, they unanimously acquiesced. As he surveyed the room, he was met with various gazes directed towards him. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet. "Your son is at your service." After the Grand Court Assembly, in Lin Huang's secluded retreat, he held the phoenix-shaped jade pendant in his hand, seated upon a chair, flanked by Lin Yu and Lin Hao. Lin Hao gazed at Lin Yu with an expression of sheer excitement. He too had participated in the Grand Assembly. Lin Huang cast a glance at Lin Yu and said, "Starting tomorrow, you will ascend as the 20th Emperor of the Great Zhou. Do not forget your original aspirations. Manage the ancestral heritage well. And I have faith that you will lead the people of Great Zhou out of this land often referred to as the wilderness." Lin Yu responded with unwavering confidence. "Father, you need not worry. However, you are still so young. Why bestow the throne upon me at such an early age?" Lin Huang glanced at the two and let out a gentle laugh. "This is precisely what I am about to convey to you. I shall not attend your enthronement ceremony. You have always been exceptional since childhood, and I have little to elaborate upon. However, you have always been carefree. Make sure to seek guidance from your elder brother." As they listened, their expressions gradually shifted to one of astonishment. Lin Huang did not pause, continuing, I intend to depart from the Great Zhou tomorrow, seeking the path to the central domain. For so many years, I have been unable to set my mind at ease regarding the Great Zhou, which is the foundation laid by our ancestors, especially concerning the two of you brothers. Now, you both have become exceptionally capable. Thus, the time has come. After speaking, he gazed quietly at the two, his face adorned with a carefree smile. Lin Yu's throat quivered slightly as he uttered half a sentence. Father, you could actually wait until we become sufficiently accomplished, and then together we can bring Mother back. Lin Hao remained silent, unable to fathom that Lin Huang had been the first to suggest departing. Lin Huang observed the two individuals, and upon hearing Lin Yu's address, a broader smile graced his face. Very well, I shall first venture forth to ascertain the true nature of the Phoenix clan's perilous domain. Remember, if you receive no word from me, do not exhaust yourselves in search of my whereabouts. Only when I possess absolute certainty shall I return for your mother. Now, off you go. Having finished speaking, Lin Huang shook his hands and turned around, presenting his back to them. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly reddened. Standing still in place, he became increasingly resolute in his determination to leave the protection of his elder brother and to diligently pursue his own cultivation. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Huang's silhouette, his lips slightly parted, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He grasped Lin Hao's hand and stepped out of the room. He understood that once Lin Huang had made up his mind, mere words would not sway him. All he could do was strive onward with determination. Lin Huang departed. The day after his conversation with Lin Yu and Lin Hao, he left the Great Zhou. When Lin Yu came to find him the following day, he was no longer within the palace. Lin Yu publicly proclaimed that Lin Huang had entered seclusion for cultivation. 2 days after Lin Huang's departure, Lin Hao also came to bid farewell to Lin Yu. He expressed his desire to rely on himself and embark on a distinctive path as a martial artist. He vowed to return to the Great Zhou to bring their mother back together. On that day, Lin Yu stood alone at the highest point of the palace, gazing vacantly at Lin Hao's resolute figure. Meanwhile, the place where Lin Huang and Lin Hao once lived was strictly forbidden by Lin Yu, with orders for no one to approach. Nearly half a month had passed since Lin Huang and Lin Hao's departure. In the Great Zhou Palace, formerly Lin Yu's residence, now stood at the very heart of the palace, within the council chamber. Lin Yu sat poised in his chair, listening to Lu Bowen's report below. Your Highness, in 2 days, the coronation ceremony will take place. The entire wilderness has been thoroughly cleared by several generals. The officials in the rear are also providing a steady supply. Lu Bowen presented a golden tome detailing the schedule for the coronation in 2 days. Lin Yu accepted the book, briefly flipped through its pages, and set it aside. I understand. You may leave. As he watched Lu Bowen exit the hall, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and stepped out of his quarters. Upon arriving at the ancestral shrine, he glanced at the 2 gleaming tablets before returning to his chamber. The guards at the shrine seemed accustomed to this routine, as His Highness visited almost daily. Lin Yu had already adjusted his state a few days after the departure of the two, and he eagerly anticipated their reunion. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu realized he was connected to the system. System, utilize all battle points for summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. The operation was successful. 2 successful summons and 1 failure. Do you wish to proceed with the deployment? Lin Yu immediately checked the summoning information, and in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, the corners of his mouth rising at a visible pace, and he burst into laughter. Sun Yu, Peak of the Earth Realm Gongshu Ban. Peak of the Earth Realm accompanied by 5,000 disciples of the Gongshu family. The first summoning result of the Grand Master Peak is none other than Sun Yu, a talent for governance, and one of his most favored ministers. Such a person's cultivation is not the primary concern. It is his intellect that earns him his keep. Furthermore, this is merely the initial level of cultivation. With the innate talents of these summoned individuals, he firmly believes that even among civil officials, they will not fall short of the prodigies of the celestial dome continent. His ranks of civil ministers have now been bolstered by 1 more. Imagining in the future a left-hand Lu Bowen and a right-hand Sun Yu, he couldn't help but smile broadly. The second summoning result brought him even greater joy, marking yet another extraordinary event. Gongshu Ban, who can only be slightly overshadowed by Mozi, is better known by another name, Lu Ban. Accompanied by 5,000 disciples from the Gongshu family, his fortune seemed boundless. Although their cultivation levels might not be particularly high, they are all specialized talents. One cannot underestimate them. One day, they might just create a war machine that delivers a tremendous surprise to Lin Yu. Those who dare to belittle them might find themselves unexpectedly struck down by a puppet appearing out of nowhere. Moreover, the teleportation array technology he had purchased recently from the marketplace has just found its candidates. This task is perfectly suited for them, he immediately declared. Commence the deployment of Great Zhou Dynasty and his disciples. Ding. Deployment successful. Before Lin Yu, the space fractured, and an elderly man emerged slowly from within. His eyes seemingly containing myriad transformations, brimming with wisdom. After stepping out, the old man directed his gaze toward him and clasped his hands in salute. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Lin Yu was suddenly brought back to reality, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. After half a month of diligent cultivation, he was on the verge of reaching the initial stage of the celestial realm. Just moments ago, Great Zhou Dynasty's gaze had nearly ensnared him, causing visions of colossal puppets to dance before his eyes. He hastily approached Great Zhou Dynasty to assist him, saying, "No need for formalities." Then, he retrieved a shimmering tome on the art of teleportation from his spatial inventory and, with a look of anticipation, presented it to him. Please see if you can comprehend and master it. As the book materialized in Lin Yu's hands, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Great Zhou Dynasty's eyes. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, he promptly accepted the tome and focused intently, his consciousness merging with the text. In Lin Yu's perception, Great Zhou Dynasty transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his mind as he too shut his eyes. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Great Zhou Dynasty reopened his eyes. A faint smile gracing his features as he addressed Lin Yu. Old man, I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a hearty laugh and said, Then, my dear sir, please lead your disciples in mastering this technique. 2 days later, following the conclusion of the coronation ceremony, he would commence the establishment of the teleportation array. Great Zhou Dynasty offered him a respectful gesture. Understood, he replied before departing. After watching him leave, Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, slightly calming his emotions. Initiate. Sun Yu. Ding. Initiation successful. The space before Lin Yu fractured once more. Footsteps echoing through the air, accompanied by a surge of noble energy that gently lifted the hem of his robe. As the footsteps drew nearer, a figure emerged from the rift in the fabric of space, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. A refined gentleman, a middle-aged man with a demeanor as gentle as jade, stood before Lin Yu, his expression imbued with warmth and his eyes deep and shimmering like flickering stars. At the moment of Sun Yu's arrival, Lu Bowen, who had been assisting Lin Yu with the review of memorials, seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze towards Lin Yu's residence. A smile graced his lips. His eyes filled with anticipation as he murmured, such pure noble energy. I wonder which remarkable talent has been resurrected by the king. A glance at the mountain of memorials brought an even broader smile to his face. It seems I have company. Meanwhile, in Lin Yu's chamber, he sat across from the recently summoned Sun Yu. He had some thoughts he wished to convey and needed to discuss them with Sun Yu. Casting a glance at the smiling Sun Yu, Lin Yu sighed inwardly, truly a handsome middle-aged man. Just as he was about to speak, he pondered whether the king sought to inquire about the development plans for the Great Zhou following the coronation ceremony. Lin Yu, on the verge of voicing his thoughts, suddenly refrained, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. Indeed, he was a man of great talent, having anticipated the inquiry he was about to pose. As for the delicate matter of suspicion between sovereign and subject, Lin Yu remained unfazed, for the system's unwavering loyalty was not mere pretense. Sun Yu glanced at Lin Yu, whose gaze brimmed with expectation, patiently awaiting his continuation. After organizing the enigmatic messages imparted to him upon his revival, he spoke. I have several suggestions. Establish the imperial examination to recruit talent, found academies to prioritize education, and fortify our borders. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu gazed at him with admiration in his eyes, reflecting his own thoughts. The Great Zhou has recently taken audacious strides. Although the entire wilderness now bears its banners, many territories have yet to be fully assimilated. A slight accumulation of time is still required. Lu Bowen must have contemplated these matters as well, yet his hands are undoubtedly full, which is why Lin Yu refrained from discussing it with him for the time being. The thought of Lu Bowen sparked a glimmer in his eyes as he addressed Sun Yu. Sir, a remarkable talent. There is another great mind within the palace currently engaged in affairs. You should communicate with him more. I shall have Dianwei escort you there. A flicker of brilliance passed through Sun Yu's eyes as he promptly rose and responded, Indeed. Lin Yu immediately summoned Dianwei and led Su Yu away. As he watched the two depart, he leisurely hummed a few tunes. Dianwei, who was guiding Su Yu towards the council hall, looked at him with surprise and delight. Sir, I never expected His Highness would revive you as well. Su Yu, upon seeing Dian Wei, experienced a flash of reminiscence and smiled. Indeed. I too did not foresee the chance to reunite with General Dian. The myriad events of our past life have become like ephemeral dreams, mere wisps of smoke. This world is far more vast and extraordinary. We must diligently assist His Highness. Dian Wei nodded emphatically. As dawn broke, the city of Fongjing was teeming with people. A multitude gathered. All gazes were directed towards the colossal heavenly altar that reached for the sky in the city center. Atop the altar stood a great cauldron, with a table placed before it, upon which rested a crown. The steps leading up to the altar descended in a staggered fashion, connecting to the ground below. Counting them revealed a total of 999 steps. On the pathway leading to the imperial palace, officials lined up, their expressions solemn. To the left, Lu Bowen stood at the forefront of the civil officials, followed closely by Su Yu and Gong Sun Ban. To the right, Zhao Yun, Wu Zubing, Xi and Qiji, and Dian Wei led the martial officials, their presence formidable, exuding an air of intimidation. The common folk were visibly excited, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the coronation ceremony. Just as the sunlight illuminated the great cauldron, Lu Bowen, with a grave demeanor, grasped the golden tablet, channeling all his strength, and proclaimed, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The coronation ceremony began. The imposing aura of the lined-up officials intensified. Boom. The gates of the palace swung open. 2 rows of guards clad in golden armor emerged, an atmosphere of solemnity and authority enveloping the scene. Lin Yu, clad in a dragon robe, emerged from the hall with a solemn demeanor, then proceeded slowly towards the celestial staircase. The populace gazed with trembling eyes, their bodies quivering with excitement, biting their lips to suppress any sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu reached the staircase leading to the altar of heaven. Lu Bowen then proclaimed, "Ascend the staircase." Lin Yu resolutely ascended step by step, his gaze unwavering. As he began his ascent of the heavenly ladder, Lu Bowen proclaimed loudly, "The Grand Prince Lin Yu, endowed with remarkable intelligence since childhood, excels in both literature and martial arts. At the age of 18, he led an army northward, vanquishing the invading foes of the northern barbarians and reclaiming the northern territories. He further advanced northward, obliterating the royal court of the northern barbarians. In the critical moments of the Great Zhou's survival, he executed the treasonous King Jin, rescuing the people from turmoil. He swept through the nations, expanding our borders, and led his forces to defeat the formidable enemies of the Lielian Mountain dynasty, unifying the barbaric lands." Lu Bowen passionately recounted the illustrious achievements of Lin Yu from his youth to the present. The civil and military officials, along with the common folk, were stirred with fervor, their hearts brimming with pride and honor. Just as Lu Bowen concluded his declaration, Lin Yu ascended to the 999th step of the heavenly ladder, gazing towards the grand cauldron and the crown resting upon the altar. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, gradually approaching the altar to stand firm. Lu Bowen promptly proclaimed, "On the crown." Lin Yu extended his hands, lifting the crown from the table and placing it upon his head. Turning around, he gazed upon the civil and military officials, as well as the citizens of the Great Zhou, allowing his sight to gradually wander across the vast expanse of the Great Zhou territory. The ancient celestial emperor's aura surged forth, an overwhelming imperial might emanating from his being and instantly radiating in all directions. "Today, I am the sovereign of the Great Zhou." At the moment Lin Yu's proclamation echoed, without the need for Lu Bowen's prompting, the officials and citizens of the Great Zhou simultaneously knelt, their voices rising in fervent acclamation. "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long, long live!" As Lin Yu donned the crown, the populace erupted in fervor, their shouts piercing the air with a heart-wrenching intensity. Amidst the fervent cries, Lin Yu suddenly sensed a remarkable transformation unfolding deep within the Great Zhou palace. From all corners of the realm, an unseen force of destiny converged towards the palace, visible solely to him. Among these, the aura of fortune from Fongjing City was particularly potent. Simultaneously, Lu Bowen ascended into the air, shouting, "Gather the dragon veins." As his words resonated, 99 golden-tinged dragon veins materialized from his hands, swiftly racing towards the depths of the palace. A resounding quake reverberated through the land, as the Great Zhou Palace was abruptly elevated by several meters, resembling a celestial palace. The echoes of dragon roars reverberated throughout Fongjing City. Then, the sky was suddenly filled with profound sounds, as a golden beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lin Yu. At that moment, every inhabitant of Fongjing City appeared as though they were frozen in time, utterly motionless, as if the very essence of time itself had come to a standstill. Lin Yu looked up, and at the end of the beam of light, a colossal eye emerged, fixated upon him. The gigantic eye appeared to be scrutinizing something. And after roughly the duration of a tea brew, both the eye and the beam of light gradually faded away. A voice reverberated in Lin Yu's mind. Yun, Dezhou. The fortune takes form. At the instant this voice resonated, time began to flow, and the constraints vanished. Most officials and citizens remained in a frenzy, exuberantly shouting as they beheld the suddenly elevated imperial palace with heightened enthusiasm. Only Zhao Yun and a few summoned individuals exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they gazed deeply into the sky. At that moment, a series of resounding dragon roars within the palace converged into a singular, triumphant roar. A golden dragon of fortune surged forth from the palace, encircling Lin Yu before hovering majestically behind him. The civil and military officials, along with the gathered populace, gazed in astonishment at Lin Yu, who appeared as if the heavenly emperor had descended upon the world, exclaiming in awe, "Heavens! The golden dragon encircles him." At this moment, Lin Yu regained his composure and received information regarding dynasties and empires. Indeed, as he had previously surmised, the ascension of a dynasty to an empire necessitates the fulfillment of certain rules or conditions to be triggered. The colossal eye that had just appeared was a manifestation of the Great Dao, observing Lin Yu and the entirety of the Great Zhou. The gathering of fortune, which subsequently takes form, serves as a crucial standard to signify the strength of a dynasty and is foundational to its potential elevation to an empire. However, this step proves to be a stumbling block for the majority of dynastic forces. The degree of a dynasty's gathered fortune is of paramount importance. Before this fortune takes shape, it remains imperceptible, only perhaps sensed slightly by the ruler of the realm. Moreover, for fortune to take form, it must gain the recognition of the Great Dao. What Lin Yu was unaware of is that the manifestation of ordinary dynastic fortune is typically sanctioned directly by the heavenly Dao of a particular land. In contrast, the acknowledgement granted to the Great Zhou was bestowed by the Great Dao of the myriad realms. Lin Yu, after a brief perception of the profound mysteries of fate, willed the golden dragon of fortune to traverse deep into the royal palace. He realized that as long as he remained within the borders of the Great Zhou, he could summon the golden dragon of fortune at any moment. Moreover, with the manifestation of the golden dragon, he distinctly sensed a significant surge in the spiritual energy of the Great Zhou, escalating at an alarming pace. The civil and military officials below also perceived the transformation within the Great Zhou, their faces radiating with joy. Concurrently, the power of fortune bestowed upon him and the officials of the Great Zhou numerous advantages, such as enhanced cultivation speed and improved efficiency in their duties. Naturally, the higher one's rank, the more pronounced the effects of this enhancement. At present, the fortune of the Great Zhou had taken shape, with a sufficient number of formidable individuals. It could ascend to the status of a dynasty. Lin Yu gazed at the fervently cheering crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He raised both hands, signaling for silence. The civil and military officials below, witnessing Lin Yu's gesture, fixed their eager eyes upon him, silently exclaiming, "He has arrived." Lin Yu gazed upon the now subdued crowd and the fervent ministers, and spoke in a solemn tone. "From this day forth, the era shall be designated as the new era of the Great Zhou. Henceforth, on this day each year, it shall be celebrated as National Day, a day of rejoicing for the entire nation. This year marks the inaugural year of the Great Zhou new era." "Excellent." The throngs below responded with fervor, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Lin Yu then proclaimed, "I hereby appoint Lin Huang as the Grand Emperor of the Great Zhou. I appoint Lin Huang as the one-character king of the Great Zhou." Lin Yu was the first to bestow these two fiefs. Instantly, the officials and the populace cast him complex glances. Only Lin Yu, in this Grand Zhou dynasty, would dare to enact such a division of territories. The retired emperor is a matter to set aside for now, as Lin Huang still walks among us. And it is well known the bond shared by the three members of the Lin family. The title of co-regent king, as its name implies, stands alongside the imperial throne. Such audacity. Lin Yu paused briefly before continuing. This was a long-considered decision, one he felt compelled to implement. Henceforth, the position of chancellor would be abolished, and the cabinet of the Great Zhou established. The cabinet would assist me in managing state affairs, formulating policies, and overseeing all civil officials. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu, your servant is here." The two stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Lin Yu. They were granted entry into the Great Zhou cabinet, elevated to the first rank. "I shall obey." "Thank you, Your Majesty." All present gazed at the two with envy. From this moment on, only the cabinet would exist, with authority over all civil officials beneath it. Although the cabinet would comprise more than just these two, it essentially became the epicenter of civil authority in the Great Zhou henceforth. Yet, no one dared to harbor any jealousy, for they were well aware of Lu Bowen's capabilities. Likewise, Sun Yu, also recruited by Lin Yu, was undoubtedly a person of great talent. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted directly to the cabinet. The crowd held great respect for Lin Yu's recruitment skills. After appointing Lu Bowen and Sun Yu, Lin Yu chose not to make immediate changes to the remaining civil officials. The older generation had retired, and the current ranks were filled with fresh blood, rendering any significant upheaval unnecessary. From today onward, the military cabinet of the Great Zhou would be established. This cabinet would command the various legions of the Great Zhou, aiding me in all military matters, to expand our territory and conquer the lands beyond. Zhaoyun, Huitubing, and Xian Qiji, your servant is here. The three knelt on one knee, clasping their fists and gazing earnestly at Lin Yu. They were inducted into the military cabinet of the Great Zhou, elevated to the second rank. Upon receiving their orders, the three rose and returned to their ranks, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that stirred shouts of admiration from their fans in the crowd. Xian Qiji, typically composed, was now filled with extraordinary excitement. He cherished this world where he could fight for the nation and the people. Lin Yu, indifferent to the thoughts swirling among the crowd below, continued, Gong Shiban, I am here. Effective immediately, we shall establish the mechanism pavilion, with you appointed as the deputy pavilion master, commanding 5,000 disciples to commence the construction of the teleportation array. I shall obey. Upon receiving the order, Gong Shiban returned to the ranks, where the onlookers had long regarded the elder standing beside Sun Yu with curiosity. The announcement of Lin Yu's decree left them astonished. A pavilion had indeed been created for him. What was this teleportation array? Before they could ponder further, Lin Yu's voice resonated once more. Yuan Tiangang, I am here. You are appointed as the leader of the Malignant Command, overseeing the Malignant Personnel Agency, responsible for external reconnaissance and internal supervision of officials. You have the authority to execute corrupt local officials without prior notice. I shall obey. The populace erupted in approval. Yuan Tiangang, still clad in his mask, turned to survey the civil and military officials, who felt an icy dread creeping over them. They had heard of this man's methods. Although Lin Yu had mentioned this plan during his regency, the circumstances were now vastly different, necessitating a show of respect. Dian Wei, I am here. Effective immediately. We shall establish the Golden Guard, tasked with my protection. You are appointed as the Grand General of the Golden Guard. I shall obey. Dian Wei's face lit up with excitement. He relished this position, as it allowed him to remain close to His Majesty. With the initial appointments concluded, Lin Yu confirmed there were no oversights and spoke again. Henceforth, within the realm of the Great Zhou, 36 cities shall constitute a prefecture. 18 prefectures shall form a province. The prefectural cities will oversee 36 cities, while the provincial cities will govern 18 prefectural cities. Fongjing City remains the capital, overseeing all provinces. This hierarchical management shall be established from the grassroots upward. The Great Zhou cabinet must expeditiously devise a concrete plan. Currently, the Great Zhou, delineated in this manner, encompasses merely 2 or 3 provinces. However, as time progresses and the territory expands, such adjustments are imperative. Casting a glance at Sun Yu and the others who had received their orders, Lin Yu continued, From this day forth, we shall establish the Great Zhou Academy. The main campus will be situated in Fongjing City, with provincial and prefectural offices established in each province and prefecture. The Great Zhou Academy shall admit students regardless of their social standing. Any individual possessing talent in any field may undergo assessments for admission. Exceptional talents, after rigorous selection, may enter the main campus for advanced study. The Great Zhou Cabinet, the Mechanism Pavilion, and the generals of various military corps will take turns to teach at the main campus. All graduates from the main campus will be favorably arranged by the court. The establishment of the academy shall be jointly overseen by the cabinet and the Mechanism Pavilion. As Lin Yu's voice resonated, the populace of the Great Zhou erupted in fervent excitement. Good heavens, the tomes and martial arts previously reserved for the esteemed officials are now accessible to us, the common folk. From this moment forth, we too shall be able to contribute our efforts to the Great Zhou at any time. His Majesty is indeed a formidable sovereign. Such ambition is seldom witnessed. I shall aspire to be selected for the supreme office, where upon graduation, I can directly serve in the imperial court. Some individuals were so overwhelmed with emotion that they repeatedly bowed in reverence to Lin Yu. It is essential to understand that many among the populace lacked avenues to cultivate martial prowess, rendering them perpetually vulnerable to peril. Encountering a martial artist left them utterly defenseless. Casting a glance over the crowd, Lin Yu motioned once more for silence. In 6 months, the inaugural imperial examination of the new year of the Great Zhou will be held. Anyone may participate, if you possess the skill. You can contribute to the Great Zhou's strength. His declaration incited an even greater uproar. Across the Great Zhou, countless ambitious souls lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with determination. They were all witnessing Lin Yu's coronation in real time through the image stones crafted after Liu Bowen consulted with Goshu Ban. Initially, they had intended to wait until the academy's establishment to commence their studies. However, the announcement of the imperial examination invigorated them, for it presented a direct pathway to the heavens. Should they excel and catch the emperor's eye, it would be a leap into the realm of greatness. After Lin Yu concluded his speech, the grand coronation ceremony came to an end. However, across the entire Zhou dynasty, a tumultuous wave of emotion surged, and the impact and fervor remained unyieldingly high. Following the ceremony, Lin Yu found himself in a state of bemusement as he gazed at Liu Bowen and Sun Yu, who stood before him, particularly Liu Bowen, whose unwavering gaze and resolute demeanor filled Lin Yu with exasperation. "Your Majesty, why did you not follow the procedure I outlined for announcing the selection of the Empress?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Esteemed ministers, I have already chosen a candidate, so we shall defer this matter for now." Liu Bowen, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Yu with skepticism, and with a tone of resignation, he implored, "Your Majesty, matters concerning the Empress and the imperial harem are of utmost significance. I urge you to give them due consideration." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief and readily agreed. "Rest assured, I am merely a bit fatigued and wish to take a brief respite." Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, Liu Bowen and Sun Yu turned to withdraw, pondering amongst themselves the necessity of bringing several generals along next time. Had Lin Yu been aware of their thoughts, he surely would have been startled into an immediate reaction. As time swiftly passes and the years unfold, it has been 6 months since Lin Yu's grand coronation. During this interval, the Great Zhou Academy was established in various locations just 2 months following the coronation, successfully completing the inaugural enrollment ceremony for its first cohort of students. Lin Yu also attended that occasion, observing the innocent faces before him and offering encouragement. Fongjing City. At this moment, the capital of the Great Zhou Kingdom has transformed into a colossal metropolis, the very heart of the vast wilderness. The current Great Zhou Palace has expanded to more than double the size of Fongjing City during Lin Huang's time. And even the smallest area within the city holds considerable value. As the influx of people continues to rise, 6 smaller towns have been established nearby to accommodate the citizens unable to reside in Fongjing City. In the heart of Fongjing City, a building resembling a magical array sees a constant flow of visitors. This is the fully constructed teleportation array. With the proliferation of the teleportation array, trade has become exceedingly convenient, and most importantly, it is free to use, requiring only the maintenance of order. Naturally, during crucial wartime phases or under special circumstances, the citizens of Great Zhou must yield its use to the military without question. At this time, a few youthful figures emerged from the teleportation array, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the various structures within Fongjing City. It was only upon a soldier stationed at the array reminding them that they regained their composure, repeatedly apologizing as they exited. The soldier, accustomed to such displays, noted that most visitors from other cities of Great Zhou were similarly awestruck. After the recent arrivals stepped onto the streets, they marveled at the bustling vendors, the majestic palace, the towering altar of heaven, and the Great Zhou Academy situated not far from the palace, exclaiming in wonder, "Brother Liu, look! That is the altar of heaven where His Majesty ascended the throne." At that time, the civil and military officials were present while His Majesty conducted the feudal distribution from atop it, far more imposing than the stone of remembrance, exclaimed a youth clad in white to his companion dressed in blue. "Indeed, Brother Zhou," observed the Great Zhou Academy, "I've heard that this month the internal affairs are being taught by the venerable Gu Lao, the former prime minister. Moreover, it is said that General Hua Tubing is instructing military strategy and martial arts there this month," replied the youth in blue. "Furthermore, the spiritual energy of Fongjing City is exceedingly rich. I feel that a month of cultivation here would equate to 3 months elsewhere," added a youth in black, brandishing a long spear, his expression brimming with excitement. The white-clad and blue-clad youths exchanged knowing smiles. They were all too familiar with him, a devoted admirer of Hua Tubing. These 3 were none other than the top scholar Lu Muru, the second-place Zhou Wen, and the martial arts champion Ye Shuashuan. Celebrating the first year of the new imperial examination of the Great Zhou, they were en route to the palace for an audience with the emperor. Meanwhile, Lin Yu wore a wry smile as he faced Liu Bowen, who had been presenting his counsel for what seemed like the umpteenth time in the past half-year. He could not fathom why the old man was so persistent. Having experienced the freedom of love, Lin Yu believed in letting matters unfold naturally. Yet, he also understood the sincere intentions of his ministers. As the Great Zhou continued to grow in strength, the significance of the imperial harem and future heirs became increasingly apparent. Over the past 6 months, nearly every minister able to attend the court sessions had attempted to introduce their relatives to him, directly or indirectly. Just as he was racking his brain on how to broach the subject, a guard announced, "Your Majesty, the last 3 candidates of the imperial examination have arrived at the palace and seek an audience. Quickly, summon them." Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Lu Bowen also ceased his conversation, standing quietly to the side. Shortly thereafter, 3 youthful figures entered the scene, Lu Murua, Zhou Wan, and Ye Shuaxian. They knelt respectfully before Lin Yu, greeting him with deference. "We pay our respects to His Majesty." A sense of astonishment overwhelmed them. Their sovereign appeared remarkably young. Although they had glimpsed him through the projection stone, nothing compared to the reality of his presence, radiating an imperial aura filled with majesty. They merely stole a hurried glance, too intimidated to gaze longer. "Rise." "Yes." The 3 cautiously stood up, maintaining a posture of reverence. Lin Yu gazed contentedly at the 3 individuals before him, particularly regarding Nie Shuaxian, whose presence elicited a smile from him. At the pinnacle of the mortal realm, indeed, the Great Zhou had only recently experienced a surge in spiritual energy for half a year, and to possess such cultivation is a rarity, a testament to their exceptional talent. After observing the trio, his attention was suddenly drawn to Lu Bowen, and his eyes sparkled with realization. "Minister Lu, I would appreciate it if you could take these 3 and make the necessary arrangements." It seemed His Majesty had devised yet another means to distract him. Lu Bowen, with a resigned smile, replied, "I shall obey your command." He then escorted the 3 away. As he watched them depart, Lin Yu fell into a contemplative reverie. At this rate, he would inevitably have to consider selecting a consort. Lu Bowen might very well return the following day. It was not that he was averse to being surrounded by numerous women. Rather, he found himself momentarily disinterested. After all, Lin Huang and his distant mother in the central domain were still unaware of the circumstances unfolding. Lin Hao, that young man, has yet to return. However, the fate tokens of the 2 have remained remarkably stable, which brings him some comfort. Over the past 6 months, he has been personally overseeing matters, and the entire wilderness has been thoroughly assimilated and absorbed. The Great Zhou is flourishing, with a prosperous populace and a strong nation. Since the enhancement of spiritual energy and the reopening of the academies, numerous prodigies have emerged. With proper cultivation, these talents will undoubtedly become the pillars of Great Zhou's future. Although he has been preoccupied with political affairs and has not devoted much time to cultivation during this half-year, his formidable physique has allowed him to reach the initial stage of the celestial realm. Should he retreat into seclusion earnestly, he could likely ascend to the latter stage of the celestial realm without difficulty. The other military generals have been dispatched by him to guard several points along the border of the Tianqi mountain range. As the military training space has yet to be acquired, he has instructed them to occasionally lead troops into the Tianqi mountain range for drills, ensuring they do so discreetly to avoid arousing the suspicions of the Yuhua dynasty. This serves a dual purpose, enhancing their cultivation while preparing for future interactions with the Yuhua dynasty. Additionally, he has sent 500 rogue individuals to the center of Lianzhou, scattered across various locations to ensure a steady stream of first-hand intelligence. Contemplating this, he summoned a guard and commanded, "Bring forth the rogue leader." Understood. After 6 months of cultivation, Yuan Tiangang has remarkably reached the mid-stage of the venerable realm. The martial talents of those summoned are indeed formidable. The leap from the celestial realm to the venerable realm is a significant hurdle. Many spend their entire lives without breaking through from the pinnacle of the celestial realm to the venerable realm. For these individuals, it appears as effortless as eating and drinking. Yanwei, Zhaoyun, Watubing, and Xian Qiji have all attained the initial stage of the venerable realm. At the beginning of the venerable realm, one can harness spatial abilities, enabling short-distance teleportation in combat. In the supreme realm, a mere strike can create ripples in space. As for the venerable king realm, according to Yuan, one should be able to slightly tear the fabric of space, achieving relatively complete long-distance teleportation. Before long, Yuan Tiangang entered, and Lin Yu immediately inquired, "What recent developments have there been in the 2 major dynasties at the center of Lianzhou?" "There have been none. It seems they are both awaiting the imminent demise of the Yuhua dynasty's elder, maintaining a facade of mutual stability." Lin Yu nodded in response, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, it occurred to him that all eyes in Lizhou were focused on the Yuhua dynasty, while the Great Zhou was steadily flourishing. Having not ventured outside for quite some time, he pondered whether it might be a good idea to take a stroll. This would allow him to experience the heart of Liz Ho while simultaneously evading the persistent entanglements of Lu Bowen. The more Lin Yu pondered, the more exhilarated he became. And he promptly inquired, "Are there any intriguing events on the horizon for the Yuhua dynasty?" Yuan Tiangang, observing Lin Yu's bright eyes, immediately grasped his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "In 2 weeks, the Yuhua dynasty will host the grand competition for exceptional talents, held once every 5 years, in the capital. All martial artists under the age of 30 will be required to participate." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with greater intensity. 2 weeks would suffice. Given their current cultivation levels, it would take merely 2 or 3 days to reach the Jadehua Empire. He promptly issued orders to enter seclusion for a period of time, instructing Yuan Tiangang to lead the way while Dian Wei accompanied them, flying towards the Tianqi mountain range. The Tianqi mountain range. Lin Yu and his companions were flying at a low altitude, traversing the Tianqi mountain range for the first time. The sight of such an expansive and unbroken chain of towering mountains left him profoundly awestruck. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by the formation of these colossal peaks, which completely isolated the wilderness from the Li state. As they flew low, he attentively scanned the surroundings. The sunlight was largely obscured by dense thickets, casting an almost somber pall over the landscape. In this dim and humid environment, the concentration of spiritual energy was remarkably high, surpassing that of the wild lands prior to the surge of spiritual energy, which naturally gave rise to numerous ferocious beasts. Along their journey, they had encountered many such creatures, most of which were comparable to martial artists of the human master realm. The most formidable they had encountered thus far was only equivalent to a peak mortal realm warrior, with more powerful beings yet to be seen. Furthermore, these beasts appeared unafraid of humans, charging at them with a bloodthirsty zeal. This environment was indeed quite suitable for the training of the 3 military legions of the Great Zhou. Lin Yu observed for a while, finding nothing amiss, and thus refrained from further contemplation. He instructed his companions to hasten their passage through the Tianqi mountain range, in the capital of the Yuhua dynasty. Upon receiving news of Lin Yu's impending arrival to witness the Talents Conference, the local ruffians swiftly sprang into action, employing various means. They secured the finest inn for the trio in Yuhua City, the capital of the Yuhua dynasty. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the inn, on a spacious terrace, Lin Yu sat comfortably in a chair, gazing outward. This establishment was predominantly occupied by the exceptional talents set to participate in the grand competition, and both the inn and the terrace had been meticulously arranged by the ruffians for Lin Yu's convenience. In their line of sight, numerous viewing platforms akin to Lin Yu's were positioned in parallel. From Lin Yu's vantage point, he beheld the venue for the forthcoming talents competition of the Yuhua dynasty, where numerous martial artists had already claimed their spots. After traversing the Tianqi mountain range, they had taken their time, pausing intermittently to observe the circumstances throughout the Yuhua dynasty. Upon glancing at the now desolate Taoba family estate in Lianshan King City, they ultimately arrived in Yuhua City today. After half a year of being away from leisure and exploration, a brief sojourn indeed brought a sense of joy to one's spirit. Lin Yu leisurely sipped his tea, observing the incessant flow of people below. His eyes slightly narrowed. The sheer number and quality of martial artists from the imperial dynasty were indeed unparalleled by any other faction. A mere glance revealed that among every 100 individuals, there was at least one martial artist at the common realm, a truly formidable ratio. Although this was partly attributed to the imminent grand event and the fact that this was the capital of the imperial dynasty, Lin Yu felt a profound confidence. Given a few more years, the Great Zhou would undoubtedly match or even surpass the Jadehua dynasty. Just as Lin Yu basked in his tranquility, a sudden stir and gasps arose from the crowd below. Following the sound, he noticed a young man on a viewing platform diagonally opposite him, leaning on the railing and gazing down at the ground, occasionally smiling at the crowd. Upon noticing Lin Yu's gaze, the young man also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Yu also offered him a faint smile. Listening to the gasps of the crowd, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The Jade Radiance Dynasty, the Crown Prince Lin Yu, the champion of the previous heroic assembly, he is ineligible to participate this year due to reaching the age of 32. Yuan Tiangang conveyed through thought, Your Majesty. This individual possesses late-stage heavenly realm cultivation. Within the room on the terrace, there is an accompanying initial stage elder. Lin Yu slightly nodded to indicate his understanding. It seemed that as the grand competition approached, an increasing number of prodigies would arrive. Meanwhile, Yulindian returned to his chamber, his expression somewhat grave, and spoke to an elderly man within the room. Sir Yin, I find myself utterly unable to discern the cultivation level of that young man in white. This Sir Yin was indeed the early-stage revered elder that Yuan Tiangang had informed Lin Yu about. The Crown Prince, I too cannot fathom, the elder replied, his countenance equally solemn. Moreover, within the chamber behind him lies an immense force that obstructs my perception. Should I attempt to probe it forcefully, I may very well jeopardize my life. Upon hearing Yu Lintian's inquiry, his face was etched with concern. Yu Lintian's eyes flickered with astonishment and worry upon receiving this information. Sir Yin, whose full name was Yin Jing, was a trusted confidant of his father, and if even he could not perceive the young man's essence. And if an attempt at investigation posed a mortal threat, could this individual possibly be a young master from beyond the borders of Li Prefecture? Although the young man in white had subdued his aura, a subtle air of authority emanated from him, reminiscent of his father. With the imminent demise of the ancestral elder, the entire Yuhua dynasty was rife with undercurrents. Recently, the king of Cracked Mountains had even resigned from his post and subsequently relocated his entire family. Truly a time fraught with turmoil. One could only hope that this would not disrupt the plans for the upcoming grand competition. If Lin Yu were to know, he would undoubtedly smile knowingly. With the completion of his physical transformation last time, only those martial artists whose realms greatly surpassed his would be able to discern his true cultivation level. As time flowed on, the day of the grand competition for the prodigies arrived as scheduled. Lin Yu had already settled at the viewing platform, sipping tea in anticipation. Gradually, figures began to emerge on the other observation platforms of the restaurant, comprising either competitors or esteemed individuals arriving to witness the event. Below, the ground was a sea of humanity, with throngs filling the streets. At that moment, he was perusing a booklet that Yuan Tiangang had delivered to him the previous day, detailing the 36 participants in the grand competition. The booklet elaborated on the profiles of the prodigies, revealing that most were at the pinnacle of the Earth realm, with only the top 6 ranked individuals possessing cultivation at the Celestial realm. Leading the pack was the second prince of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Shinshin, aged 25. At the mid-stage of the Celestial realm, the subsequent 5 were at the initial stage of the Celestial realm. Lin Yu cast a brief glance at the booklet before closing it and resuming his leisurely tea drinking, just as the grand competition was on the verge of commencing. A graceful figure emerged from the viewing platform opposite Lin Yu, accompanied by a young girl and an elderly matron. He lifted his gaze, momentarily taken aback, his hand holding the teacup suspended in the air. The trio that stepped forth also caught sight of Lin Yu seated in his chair, their eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. As Lin Yu regained his composure, he raised the teacup to his lips and took a sip, offering a smile to the three. His lips moved slightly, revealing the name he had gleaned from the crowd's exclamations below, GMOE. A brief comparison with the character scroll he had perused earlier brought an even broader smile to his face. The Holy Maiden of the Jioshuan Palace, the most beautiful woman of the Yuhua dynasty, aged 22, at the initial stage of the Heavenly Realm. 3 years my senior. Across from him, GMOE acknowledged Lin Yu's smile with a polite nod. The maid, Shaner, who had previously harbored grievances about their last encounter, was further incensed by Lin Yu's gesture. What an impudent scoundrel! To think that a person from the wild lands could attain such a position. GMOE, hearing her words, found herself at a loss, merely smiling in silence. The elderly woman, however, wore a grave expression as she spoke. Holy Maiden, the youth in white whom we encountered in the wilderness, at this moment, I cannot discern his cultivation level. Upon hearing this, GMOE was taken aback and cast a deep glance at Lin Yu. She perceived a subtle imperial aura enveloping him, intricately concealed. Her keen instincts, honed since childhood, had only now allowed her to detect it. Curiosity piqued within her. Why would a boy from the wilds exude such an imperial presence? Shaner, incredulous at the old woman's words, retorted, Elder Yu, could it be that you misperceived him? He is merely an ordinary youth from the wilderness. The elderly matron remained solemn, insisting, it is impossible to be mistaken. I also sense a great terror emanating from the room behind him. The two were once again shaken by her proclamation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already received a transmission from Yuan Tiangang, instructing him to ensure no harm came to the three before him. After GMOE stepped off the viewing platform, several others arrived in succession, and as boredom crept over Lin Yu, a sound of air being rent apart echoed. An elder flew forth from the pavilions of Yulin Tian. It was Yin Zhang. He hovered in mid-air, surveying the crowd before proclaiming, the Yuhua dynasty's great competition for talents commences now. With that, he cast 6 spherical objects into the air, which gradually expanded to form 6 enormous arenas, each encircled by a transparent barrier. Competitors, please step forward to draw lots for your groupings. There will be 6 groups competing simultaneously across the 6 arenas. The arenas can withstand any attack below the level of the venerable realm. Feel free to engage in combat. Within each group, participants will battle in a round-robin format, earning 1 point for a victory, while ties and losses yield no points. The top 2 from each group will advance to the elimination rounds. Upon hearing this announcement, the competitors stepped forward to draw their lots. Lin Yu watched with great interest the sphere that had just been thrown by Yin Zheng, silently contemplating the need to return and instruct the Divine Mechanism Pavilion to conduct a thorough study. Indeed, one must venture out more often to reap numerous rewards. The draw for the group stage concluded swiftly. Lin Yu cast a glance and noticed that GMOE was in the 4th group, surrounded by practitioners of the Earth realm, who posed no significant threat to her. However, his interest was piqued by the group of Yuxingchen, where a nascent competitor of the Celestial realm was present, seemingly a scion of a prominent sect or perhaps a minor sect leader. Their impending clash elicited gasps of excitement from the onlookers, each supporter fervently cheering for their champion. The competition soon commenced, and Lin Yu sipped his tea as he observed. After a few cursory glances, he found himself slightly bored. At last, the encounter between Yuxingchen and the early-stage Celestial Realm warrior commenced. The two ascended the platform and took their positions. Yuxingchen bore a resemblance to the Yulin Tian Lin Yu had previously encountered. Yet, while Yulin Tian exuded an aura of gentleness and humility, Yuxingchen was arrogant and domineering. At that moment, he disdainfully addressed the young man across the ring, stating, "I know you, Mu Lingjian, the minor sect leader of the Sword Transformation sect. You are no match for me, concede." Upon hearing Yuxingchen's words, Mu Lingjian's countenance darkened, and he retorted angrily, "You want to know until we fight." He then drew his long sword and rushed forward with great haste. Yuxingchen, perceiving the fierce charge, revealed a flicker of malice in his eyes as he brandished his weapon and met the oncoming assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange mid-air on the platform. Lin Yu observed for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. The actions of Yuxingchen were ruthless. While Mu Lingjian initially approached the match with the intent of sparring, it was only upon sensing Yuxingchen's aggressive techniques that he hastily altered his approach. Being at a minor disadvantage in terms of cultivation level, it was not long before he found himself entirely overpowered. In such internal competitions, the norm is to engage in a respectful exchange, with fatalities being a rare occurrence despite the signing of life and death contracts. However, Yuxingchen's conduct was far from ordinary. After exchanging dozens of blows, Mu Lingjian appeared utterly beleaguered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he was on the verge of conceding defeat. Upon noticing Mu Lingjian's intent to surrender, a glint of coldness flashed in Yuxingchen's eyes. He swiftly advanced, severing Mu Lingjian's sword arm with a single stroke, and then raised his blade, slicing across his neck. Mu Lingjian collapsed instantly, devoid of life, his eyes wide with terror. With Mu Lingjian's demise, Yuxingchen emerged victorious, and the transparent barrier of the arena dissipated. In the fleeting moment that the barrier faded, an overwhelming aura emanating from a peak, heavenly realm experts surged forth from a nearby spectator platform, and a middle-aged man appeared beside Mu Lingjian's platform. The man brandished a long sword and lunged at Yuxingchen, who was preparing to retreat for rest. Seeing this, Yuxingchen merely smiled mockingly, remaining completely still. Suddenly, Yin Zheng materialized before Yuxingchen, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent the middle-aged man crashing to the ground, blood spattering violently from his mouth. Subsequently, Yin Zheng tossed Mu Lingjian's lifeless body before the man, his gaze icy as he declared, "In the grand competition of prodigies, life and death are of no concern. Should you dare to disrupt the order of this event again, there shall be no mercy." After uttering these words, he scanned the crowd. The middle-aged man silently gathered Mu Lingjian's corpse, then raised his head, filled with rage. The young sect master was already prepared to concede. Yet such a brutal act was executed. "Second Prince, how fierce your murderous intent. The Great Dynasty, how deeply you plot." Upon hearing this, a palpable killing intent ignited in Yin Zheng's eyes as he swiftly appeared before the man and shattered his heart's meridian with a single strike. Those who incite discord shall be punished. The competition resumes. This incident left the spectators feeling an unsettling tension in the air. However, after a glance at Yin Zheng, they continued with the proceedings. Meanwhile, those prodigies with stronger affiliations, accompanied by family or sect elders, discreetly shattered their communication devices. The atmosphere of the grand competition shifted, rife with hidden currents. "Your Majesty, for formidable experts of the venerable realm have just arrived, concealing themselves among the crowd. 1 in the late venerable stage, and 3 in the early venerable stage." Simultaneously, Lin Yu received a transmission from Yuan Tiangang. A flicker of solemnity passed through Lin Yu's eyes. On this occasion, he was accompanied only by Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei. Do you have confidence? He inquired of the two. Your Majesty. As for that formidable practitioner in the later stages of mastery, within 10 strikes, I shall assuredly take his life. Your Majesty, against warriors of the same realm. With just a few thrusts from my spear, they would be reduced to mere fragments. Lin Yu, upon hearing the responses from the two individuals, leisurely continued sipping his tea. As the grand competition progressed, the results of the group stage swiftly emerged, leading directly into the elimination rounds. Following the recent incident, all the prodigies who encountered Yu Shinshin immediately conceded upon realizing their inferiority. Yu Shinshin, with a mocking smile, disdainfully regarded them. Soon, the finals of the grand competition arrived, where Yu Shinshin faced off against GMOE. The moment they clashed, the spectators were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. GMOE astonishingly dominated Yu Shinshin. After exchanging blows for approximately 100 rounds, Yu Shinshin conceded defeat. Upon securing the championship, GMOE prepared to depart. At that moment, Yu Shinshin gazed at her with a greedy expression and inquired, Saint G, where are you in such a hurry to go? GMOE frowned slightly, responding that she was naturally returning to her sect. Suddenly bursting into laughter, Yu Shinshin scanned the crowd, noting the wary expressions, and declared, there's no need to leave. Why not stay as our guests? As his words fell, the four revered experts, previously sensed by Yuan Tiangang, soared into the air from the crowd, surrounding the numerous prodigies and their elders alongside Yin Zheng, with murderous intent palpable. Simultaneously, Yulindian flew from the viewing platform to Yu Shinshin's side, smiling as he observed the assembly. The encircled individuals wore grim expressions, and it was evident to all but the foolish that the Yu Hua dynasty had sinister intentions. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained nonchalantly sipping his tea, watching the unfolding drama. Yu Lintian, noticing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, furrowed his brow, preparing to speak when several streaks of light streaked across the sky, landing before the prodigies who had just participated in the grand competition. GMOE, upon seeing the middle-aged woman before her, exclaimed, Master, you have arrived. The middle-aged woman nodded, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze on the late-stage revered man. Yeshiyu, you of the Yu Hua royal family, what is your purpose in summoning us? The man smiled, observing the middle-aged woman, and replied, Lin Huang, it has been many years. You still possess your charm. We merely wish to invite everyone to our palace for a while. Listening to their conversation, some audacious martial artists who had not yet departed erupted in astonished exclamations. The Yu Hua dynasty, the previous generation's prodigy, Yeshiyu, the royal uncle of the Crown Prince, the master of Jiuxian Palace, Lin Huang. I heard they have always been rivals since their youth. It seems Lord Shiyu has always held a slight edge over Palace Master Lu. Upon hearing Yeshiyu's words, Lin Huang retorted coldly, spare me your pretenses. You intend to capture us sects and families in one fell swoop, don't you? Yeshiyu, upon hearing this, merely smiled without directly answering, stating, I shall give you a moment to consider whether to accept our invitation or to depart on your own. Lin Huang's expression instantly darkened. The royal family's strength already surpassed that of these sects and families. Among those present, aside from her, a mid-stage revered expert, there was only one family head at the initial stage of revered, while the rest were primarily heavenly realm martial artists. Against their 5 revered experts, especially with the late-stage Yu Wuxuang present, there was simply no chance of victory. The others looked on in despair at their encirclement, just as Lin Huang hesitated. The time nearing its end, a voice echoed in her mind, breakthrough. I can assist you. Gritting her teeth, she realized that there would be no favorable outcome regardless. Thus, she decided to make a desperate attempt, shouting at Yeshiyu, let's see if you have the capability to invite us. With that, she gathered her full strength and led GMOE and the others towards a revered initial stage expert of the Yu Hua royal family. Simultaneously, the others surged in various directions. Yeshiyu, witnessing this, revealed a glint of coldness in his eyes. Do not hold back. Eliminate them all. After stating this, he swayed slightly and instantly appeared in Lin Huang's direction, his sword swinging as he pushed her back into the encirclement. The battle erupted immediately. However, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable. The others fought like cornered beasts, struggling to escape. In mere moments, the initial stage revered expert had already been slain amidst the assault of 3 royal experts. Lin Huang was also in a dire state, her expression frantic. Meanwhile, GMOE and Yu Shinshin clashed once more in combat. Lin Yu gazed upon the vanquished sects and noble families, promptly declaring, execute the plan, swift resolution. Understood. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yu rose from his seat, his aura surging forth as he charged towards Yu Shinshin. Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei instantaneously materialized on the battlefield. Yuan Tiangang appeared before Yu Wuxuang, delivering a formidable punch. Boom. Yu Shuyu was sent reeling. His expression one of shock as he beheld the masked man standing before Lin Huang. Who are you? Yuan Tiangang offered no reply. His body shifting once more to confront Yu Wuxuang, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Meanwhile, Dian Wei emerged before Yin Zheng and another early-stage martial artist of the revered realm, wielding his mighty halberd. Boom. The early-stage martial artist was swiftly felled to the ground, coughing blood violently, incapacitated. Yin Zheng was also forced back several paces. Observing this, two other early-stage revered warriors rushed to provide assistance, surrounding Dian Wei in a fierce assault. As Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei engaged their respective foes, Lin Yu also appeared before Gmoe, raising his foot to kick Yu Xingqian. He exerted all his strength in this kick. Having witnessed the greedy look the man cast upon Gmoe moments earlier, Yu Xingqian gazed at the suddenly emerging young man in white. His expression one of horror. Before he could react, he was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of the kick. He then rolled heavily on the ground several times before losing consciousness. Lin Yu was currently unaware of the extent of his own strength. With a resentful kick, he was slightly astonished that Yu Xingqian did not meet an immediate demise. Initially, he contemplated delivering another blow, but the urgency of the situation prevailed. Just moments ago, Yuan Tiangang had conveyed a message. Several powerful auras from the Yuhua Imperial Palace had surged forth, hastening towards this location. He cast a glance at the poised Yu Lintian. In an instant, Lin Yu swiftly lifted Gmoe into his arms and soared rapidly beyond the city limits. Having just endured two fierce battles, Gmoe was already on the brink of exhaustion. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in Lin Yu's embrace, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly recalling something, she spoke up, "Please, young master, have someone bring my master." The elderly matron and the maidservant had just fallen victim to a formidable opponent of the initial stage of the venerable realm during the recent skirmish. Lin Yu nodded at her, signaling her to remain at ease. Upon witnessing Lin Yu leading Gmoe to safety, Yuan Tiangang communicated with Lin Huang, who was not far away. "Let's go." He then cast a glance at the disheveled Yu Shuyu and swiftly made his way in the direction Lin Yu had departed. Lin Huang hurriedly followed suit. Dian Wei, with a grin, dispatched another early-stage royal expert with a single thrust of his spear before making his exit. Shortly after Lin Yu and the others left, a majestic figure clad in a dragon robe appeared on the battlefield, cutting through the air. His gaze fell upon the disheveled Yu Shuyu and the others, his brows furrowing in concern. "Royal brother, what has transpired?" It was none other than Yu Wuxuang, the ruler of the Yuhua dynasty, at the pinnacle of the revered realm. Yu Shuyu coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and replied succinctly, "Lin Huang and my disciple have been rescued." The assailants were unfamiliar faces, led by a young man in white. "First, save the others," he uttered before losing consciousness. At that moment, Yu Lintian approached, cradling Yu Xingqian in his arms with an anxious expression. Yu Wuxuang surveyed the situation and felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, they were still alive. He immediately organized the others to return for medical assistance, his gaze darkening as it followed the direction Lin Yu and his companions had taken. Meanwhile, after Lin Yu carried Gmoe out of the city, they navigated through the cover of the rogues, making several turns until they reached the rendezvous point agreed upon with Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei. Upon the arrival of Lin Yu and Gmoe, Yuan Tiangang and his companions had just made their entrance. Lin Huang, spotting Lin Yu carrying Gmoe, swiftly approached them. "Moe, are you unharmed?" Gmoe, regaining her composure, hastily descended from Lin Yu's embrace, her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Master, I am perfectly fine." Moments ago, Lin Yu's erratic movements had startled her, and she had momentarily forgotten she was still in his arms. Now, under the gaze of her master, embarrassment washed over her. Relieved to see Gmoe unscathed, Lin Huang sighed in relief and promptly bowed to Lin Yu. "Thank you for your life-saving grace." It was evident to her that Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei regarded Lin Yu as their leader. Gmoe quickly followed suit. Lin Yu observed the two individuals bowing and swiftly turned aside, waving his hand and declaring, "It is but a trifling matter. How fortuitous to encounter you." Gmoe glanced at Lin Yu, her cheeks still tinged with a blush, curiosity etched upon her face as she stepped forward to inquire, "May I ask how to address the young gentleman?" Lin Huang, witnessing Gmoe's demeanor, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Casting a few glances between herself and Lin Yu's gaze towards Lin Huang remained as steady as a mountain, adorned with a gentle smile. Only within the confines of his sleeves did his hands subtly clench. Upon hearing GMOE's inquiry, he promptly responded, "I am Lin Yu." GMOE silently echoed in her heart. Hearing this, Lu Linglong silently noted it in her heart. GMOE continued to inquire, "Master Lin, are you from the wildlands?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding, saying, "There is no need for formality. You may simply address me by my name." "Indeed. We are inhabitants of the wilderness." Lu Linglong was taken aback, as she had always believed that Lin Yu and his companions were formidable travelers from another state. Simultaneously, she discerned something different in GMOE's words and promptly inquired, "MOE, have you met young Master Lin before?" GMOE nodded in affirmation. "Half a year ago, my disciple had the chance to encounter young Master Lin in a certain dynasty within the wilderness." Upon finishing her statement, a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes as she recalled the elderly woman and the maidservant who had just been slain. Lu Linglong suddenly understood. She was aware that GMOE had traveled extensively 6 months prior. Lin Yu cast a glance at the two individuals and inquired, "Why does the Yuhua dynasty seek to suppress your sect and family? Is it merely to consolidate imperial power?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Lu Linglong's eyes flickered with a hint of gravity. On the surface, it appears so. However, the specific intentions remain shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, "I have recently learned of several families and sects that have met with mysterious annihilation." As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, our sect may be in peril. I must return at once. I shall express my gratitude another day." Lin Yu furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He cast a glance at the two resolute individuals eager to return, particularly pausing momentarily at GMOE before stating, "Exercise utmost caution." After the two nodded in acknowledgement, they soared into the air, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they vanished into the distance. Watching them depart, Lin Yu turned to Yuan Tiangang and instructed, "Follow them closely. Should they encounter peril, GMOE must be rescued at all costs." Yuan Tiangang nodded and promptly pursued them, while Lin Yu, accompanied by Dian Wei, headed back towards the Great Zhou. He realized that he had brought too few people on this expedition and had lingered here too long, rendering them susceptible to danger. Moreover, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. The upheaval instigated by the Yuhua dynasty seemed to signify more than a mere demonstration of authority. At the Nanxian Palace, chaos reigned. As anticipated by Lu Linglong, the palace faced a grave crisis. The entire Nanxian Palace lay in ruins, with shattered halls and collapsed structures. The ground was strewn with the corpses of martial artists from various realms, predominantly clad in sect robes. In the sky, a figure clad in a dragon robe hovered ominously, none other than the emperor of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Shuang. Opposite him stood an elderly woman, grievously wounded. Her face contorted with hatred as she glared at him. "I shall inquire once more, where have Lu Linglong and her companions fled? Who are the ones that rescued them?" Yu Shuang inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on the aged woman. After confirming that Yushu Yu and the others were safe, he had come directly to the Nanxian Palace. The elderly woman before him was Yu Ling, the former palace master, a formidable figure at the late stage of the venerable realm. After enduring a fierce struggle for dozens of exchanges, she had been grievously injured. Upon hearing his question, Yu Ling's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Yu Shuang, if you wish to kill, then do so. In these past 6 months, the bizarre annihilation of various sects and clans surely bears your fingerprints." Seeing her refusal to divulge information even at the brink of death, Yu Shuang grew impatient. He raised his hand and shattered her heart vein with a single strike. He then commanded 2 individuals nearby to come forth and extract her essence blood. Just as he prepared to depart, he seemed to sense something. Narrowing his eyes as he glanced skyward, 2 streaks of light were hurtling towards them with great speed. Moments later, they hovered in the air, revealing themselves to be Lu Linglong and GMOE, who had rushed back. Upon witnessing the devastation of the Nanxian Palace and the lifeless form of Yu Ling, their eyes widened with rage. Lu Linglong directly bellowed at Yu Shuang, "Yu Shuang, your Yuhua dynasty's brutality and senseless slaughter of forces within the dynasty will undoubtedly provoke the scorn of all martial artists and citizens alike." Hearing Lu Linglong's anguished outcry, Yu Shuang merely chuckled dismissively, responding coolly, "I never expected you to deliver yourselves right to my doorstep." Yu Ling of the Nanxian Palace conspired to incite rebellion among the various forces of the dynasty. Fortunately, I received timely intelligence and uncovered the plot. However, the conspirators, undeterred, dared to strike against me. I am heartbroken and thus have suppressed all involved to demonstrate to the world. He continued with a frosty gaze, "Lu Linglong, the palace master of Nanxian Palace and GMOE, will you choose to abandon the darkness for the light? Or will you resist to the bitter end and be suppressed alongside your allies? Upon hearing Yu Wuxuang's audacious words, Lu Linglong trembled with fury. Yu Wuxuang had delivered a lesson on tyranny, blurring the lines of right and wrong. After waiting a moment without receiving a response, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since you have chosen to resist to the death, prepare to meet your demise. As his words fell, Yu Wuxuang lunged at Lu Linglong. While several martial artists at the Celestial Realm charged toward GMOE, Lu Linglong, already at a disadvantage in terms of realm and fatigued from consecutive battles, was swiftly overpowered by Yu Wuxuang, her strength confined and thrown to the ground. GMOE faced a similar fate, surrounded by multiple attackers. In mere moments, she too was subdued and cast down beside Lu Linglong. Yu Wuxuang glanced at the two women and commanded, "Take them back to the palace. GMOE is to be delivered to the second prince." Upon hearing this, both women were filled with tears, just as several Celestial Realm martial artists approached them. A resounding boom echoed as a tremendous force sent them all flying, lifeless upon impact. It was Yuan Tiangang, who had arrived just in time. Seeing him, the eyes of both women sparkled with hope. GMOE thought to herself, "Has he come to save us again?" Yuan Tiangang cast a glance at the two women before swiftly moving to confront Yu Wuxuang, launching a barrage of strikes. Yu Wuxuang reacted swiftly, countering with his own fists. Boom. Yu Wuxuang was pushed back several steps, his expression grave as he stared at the masked man before him. "You are the one who rescued them during the celestial competition, are you not? Who are you, and from which faction do you hail?" The only response to his inquiry was Yuan Tiangang's relentless assault. The air was filled with the sounds of their fierce clash. After exchanging numerous blows, Yuan Tiangang landed another punch that sent Yu Wuxuang flying. In an instant, he appeared before the two women, lifting them and soaring away. Yu Wuxuang raised his hand to halt his followers who were about to pursue, his gaze dark as he watched the trio disappear. Once they were entirely out of sight, a trickle of blood escaped his lips. After flying a distance with the two women, Yuan Tiangang sensed that no one was following and released the constraints binding them. Together, the three of them headed towards the Tianqi Mountains. Throughout the journey, Yuan Tiangang remained silent, only responding to GMOE's inquiry about their destination after a moment's hesitation. "The young master awaits us on the other side of the Tianqi Mountains." Yuan Tiangang led the two women swiftly through the Tianqi Mountains, reaching the ruins of the former capital of the northern barbarian kingdom. Now, a colossal city, Dingbei, stood in its place. Ever since the wildlands were unified, Dingbei had relocated here and subsequently evolved into one of the three major provincial cities of the Great Zhou. Upon arriving at Dingbei, the two women exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of astonishment and confusion in the other's eyes. They sensed that the wildlands were no longer as spiritually barren as before. Rather, they were burgeoning with vitality at an astonishing pace. The spiritual energy in Dingbei had now reached levels comparable to some of the major cities in the heart of Lizhou. Furthermore, they noticed that the martial artists and citizens here brimmed with pride and confidence, though the quantity and quality of martial artists still lagged behind that of the central regions of Lizhou. However, in such an environment, it will not be long before they surpass. The two women rested for a day in Dingbei City, and after recovering from their injuries, they continued their journey towards Fongjing City under the guidance of Yuan Tiangang. Throughout the journey, Yuan Tiangang remained silent, allowing them to bury their doubts deep within. Moreover, they noticed that no matter which city they arrived at, the local officials looked at Yuan Tiangang with great trepidation. In the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, Lin Yu frequently held audiences with civil and military officials in the Qingxian Hall. Upon his return after 2 weeks, he was promptly intercepted by Lu Bowen. At that moment, he was earnestly conversing with Lu Bowen. "I promise you, within 5 days, the one whom I have chosen will not appear before you. I will select a consort for the Great Zhou." Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen's face lit up with satisfaction. "Your Majesty has finally matured." Lin Yu gazed at his elderly father, whose face was etched with deep concern, his heart filled with urgency. "Yuan Tiangang, where are you?" At that moment, a guard announced, "Your Majesty, the rogue chieftain requests an audience with his 2 daughters." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu rejoiced and exclaimed, "Quickly, summon them to enter." Shortly thereafter, Yuan Tiangang entered the grand hall, accompanied by Lu Linglong and Ji Mui. Yuan Tiangang clasped his hands in salute and addressed Lin Yu, "Your Majesty. By the time I arrived, the 9 Xian Palace had already been annihilated. I could only manage to rescue these 2. Lin Yu nodded slightly, saying nothing, gesturing for him to stand aside. Meanwhile, Lu Linglong and GMOE were rendered numb by the shock, their gazes appearing somewhat vacant. "Your Majesty." Lin Yu cast a glance at the two, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "Lady Lu, Miss Ji, given the urgency of the moment. I did not disclose my identity earlier. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lin Yu, the sovereign of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Upon hearing this, the two quickly gathered themselves, slightly flustered, and prepared to pay their respects to him. Lin Yu waved his hand, interrupting their salutation. I have just learned of the fall of the Ninexian Palace, and my heart is filled with sorrow. Might you both consider residing in this palace for the time being? The two women exchanged glances. This indeed seemed the most prudent course of action at present. And they replied, yes. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, after several days of relentless travel, you must be weary. I shall have arrangements made for both of you to rest first. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. He then called for Qin, instructing her to escort the two women to their accommodations. Once the two ladies had departed, Lin Yu turned to Lu Bowen and winked. Lu Bowen, who had been attentively observing and listening throughout, hesitated for a brief moment upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze and cautiously spoke, Your Majesty. There is something I am uncertain whether I should express. Lin Yu observed his cautious demeanor and smiled to himself, thinking, surely he is captivated by my discerning gaze. With such grace and beauty, Gmoe is undoubtedly the quintessential choice for a queen. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, wearing an expression of pride. Speak. Lu Bowen remained cautious, stating, I fear that the age of Lady Lu may be. Lin Yu's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he spat out the tea he had just sipped, choking on it. Cough. Lu Bowen's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he knelt on the ground. I am a wretched minister, unworthy to speak recklessly. Lin Yu took a deep breath, his gaze profound as he spoke. My dear minister, rise. What are your thoughts on Gmoe? That Master Lu is her mentor, and with the destruction of her sect by the Yuhua Empire, I ordered the notorious general to rescue her in time. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen immediately understood, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and awkwardly replied, I observe that Miss G possesses both grace and beauty, and her demeanor is gentle and generous. She is indeed remarkable. Your Majesty, your discerning eye is unparalleled, not to be compared with ordinary folk. Listening to his clumsy flattery, Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he refrained from responding, a flicker of anticipation crossing his eyes. Qin, it is up to you now. In another part of the palace, not far from Lin Yu's sleeping quarters, Gmoe was conversing softly with Qin. Lu Linglong had already been arranged by Qin to rest in another palace. The moment Gmoe laid eyes on Qin, she recognized her as the girl who nearly clashed with Shano that day. The thought of Shano led her to reminisce about Lady Yu. A hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes, followed by an overwhelming hatred for the Yuhua Empire. At this moment, she curiously inquired of Qin, what manner of person is your sovereign? Upon hearing the question, Qin promptly replied, Your Majesty has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, dedicated to martial training. Even as the Crown Prince, he frequently assisted the citizens of the city and is deeply beloved. Gmoe's curiosity intensified. He ascended the throne at such a young age? Could you enlighten me on how the Great Zhou Dynasty evolved? Qin began recounting the tale from the time Lin Yu was compelled to head north. Gmoe listened intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment. And when she heard about the Lianshan dynasty and to Obalingdian, her anxiety for Lin Yu became palpable. Their conversation continued late into the night. As Gmoe lay on her bed, the stories Qin had shared danced in her mind, suddenly recalling the moment Lin Yu had swept her off her feet. A blush crept onto her cheeks before she drifted into slumber. In the imperial palace of the Yuhua Empire, Yu Wuxiang sat regally upon the throne. Below, Yu Shuyu, Yu Lintian, Yu Shinshin, and others took their seats. After several days of recuperation, they had slightly recovered from their injuries, though their faces still bore a pallor. Yu Wuxiang surveyed the assembly and remarked, During the obliteration of the Jioshuan Palace, I encountered one of those mysterious individuals. He wore a mask and emanated a mid-tier master's cultivation, yet his combat prowess was such that it inflicted wounds upon me. Hearing Yu Wuxiang's words, Yu Shiyu's expression turned grim as he spoke. That individual was indeed the one who severely injured me with just a few strikes. Had it not been for their objective to rescue someone, I fear I would not have survived. Yu Lintian, equally grave, added. Among them was a young man clad in white and a burly man. The young man, at the initial stage of the heavenly realm, could fight beyond his tier, knocking the royal prince unconscious with a single kick. The burly man was no ordinary foe either, at the initial stage of the master realm, with just a few blows. He incapacitated several early-stage masters within the palace. The masked man and the burly fellow seemed to follow the young man in white. Yu Shinshin, upon hearing Yu Lintian's account, was filled with rage. Recalling the kick that he had no time to react to, a flicker of apprehension and fear crossed his eyes, leaving him speechless. Lin Huang nodded, her gaze profound. Once again, Lin Huang and GMOE have escaped. I have commanded a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of these individuals. However, with Ling's royal blood and the essence of master-level warriors collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for our ancestors' use, perhaps allowing for further advancement. Now, various factions have begun to cast suspicion, and during the next 6 months to a year, we must exercise caution. All shall await the emergence of our ancestor, who will lead us once more to restore the splendor of the Yuhua Empire. The assembly responded in unison, their faces alight with anticipation. Lin Yu and GMOE were strolling through the palace garden, with no one following behind them. Miss G, I have been preoccupied with numerous affairs these past few days and have not had the pleasure of accompanying you properly. Are you comfortable in your accommodations? As Lin Yu walked, he inquired. GMOE, with her head bowed, promptly responded upon hearing Lin Yu's question. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everything has been splendid within the palace these past few days. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and the two continued their stroll in silence. Over the past few days, GMOE had learned everything about Lin Yu's life from Qin Air, and with each revelation, her admiration for the young emperor of the Great Zhou deepened. Was he not the very person she had longed for? Yet now, with her sect destroyed and her life in disarray, burdened by profound enmity, could he truly regard her with favor? As GMOE walked, her thoughts wandered, occasionally glancing up to catch a glimpse of Lin Yu. Hearing from Qin Air that he intended to seek her out, she had taken great care in her appearance. Yet, his demeanor seemed utterly indifferent, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yu's fists were clenched tightly within his sleeves. On the verge of bursting with emotion, he had received word from Qin Air, and it was likely that GMOE harbored feelings for him as well. But how could he find the words to express himself? Lin Yu felt a profound sense of difficulty in both his past and present lives. He was utterly inexperienced in this regard, which was truly burdensome. Just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, they unknowingly wandered out of the royal palace garden. Lin Yu looked up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. GMOE also displayed a hint of embarrassment on her face. They stood at the location of GMOE's residence. Lin Yu's face suddenly turned awkward as he prepared to speak. Boom. Rumblings. The sky was suddenly illuminated by splendid fireworks. The two stood together, quietly admiring the spectacle. Not far from them, two bald men were diligently channeling their energy to hurl spherical objects into the sky. Occasionally, their murmurs could be heard. Brother Dian, put in more effort. Your martial prowess surpasses mine. Throw more. The Emperor's happiness relies on us. Rest assured, old Lian, I am exerting every ounce of strength I had from my youth. Hey. Enough talk, old Lian. You should throw too. All right. I was just taking a moment to gauge the Emperor's progress. You must admit, the contraption crafted by the Divine Machine Pavilion is rather impressive. Indeed, and it doesn't pollute the spiritual energy. How is the Emperor faring? He has got it. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and GMOE remained where they were. Lin Yu felt GMOE gradually nestling into his embrace. His body momentarily stiffened before he extended his arms to hold her, a smile gracing his lips as he whispered, Would you be my empress? GMOE's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded slightly, burying her head deeper into his chest. Lin Yu burst into hearty laughter, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her inside. The fireworks continued to blossom in the sky, their resounding echoes lingering until dawn. The following morning, GMOE opened her eyes to find Lin Yu gazing at her with a warm smile. The memories of the previous night flooded her with shyness, prompting her to pull the blanket up as if to shield her face. Lin Yu gazed at her in such a manner, chuckling softly as he rose from the bed to don his clothes. In a moment, your master will come to seek me. Upon hearing this, GMOE gasped and quickly sprang to her feet. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows slightly, decelerating her movements as she gradually stood up. Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. GMOE rolled her eyes at him, feigning annoyance as she exclaimed, still laughing. In the Qingxian Hall, Lin Huang sat patiently, awaiting Lin Yu's arrival. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting her to rise from her seat and gaze towards the entrance. As she turned her attention that way, two figures approached from a distance, causing her eyes to widen with both surprise and delight. The two figures were none other than Lin Yu and GMOE. Although Lin Huang had been residing in the palace for some time, her knowledge about the Great Zhou Dynasty and Lin Yu was no less than that of GMOE. Observing the pair walking together, she could discern their relationship reflected in the face of GMOE, whom she had raised since childhood. Lin Yu and the other person also noticed Lin Huang, who was waiting. Upon entering the hall, Lin Yu hastily stopped Lin Huang, who was about to pay her respects, and the three of them took their seats. Lin Yu spoke first, addressing the Master Lu. My apologies for the recent influx of affairs that have led to inadequate hospitality. Lu Linglong smiled gently and replied, Your Majesty is too kind. I should be the one expressing gratitude to you for the numerous times you have saved my life. With the fall of the Jiushuan Palace, I hope Your Majesty will show great concern for Moe. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's candid words, Moe's face instantly flushed crimson. Lin Yu immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Please rest assured, Master Lu. I have already conferred with Moe. On an auspicious day, we shall proclaim Moe as the Empress of the Great Zhou throughout the realm. As for the wedding, I hope to hold the ceremony upon the return of my parents. After Lin Yu spoke, he cast a gentle glance at Moe. Moe also felt a sense of respect and understanding in return. Lu Linglong, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. That is well, she continued. I wonder what the current state of the Yuhua dynasty is? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before summoning a guard. Bring forth the villainous commander. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Tiangang entered, casting a glance at the others before bowing respectfully to Lin Yu. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Lin Yuzha nodded at him and inquired, What is the situation with the Yuhua dynasty? Yuan Tiangang pondered for a moment before responding. In recent days, it has been widely circulated within the Yuhua dynasty that the series of forces led by the Jiushuan Palace have been eradicated by the dynasty. There are no signs of any significant turmoil. Furthermore, news from the Yuhua dynasty indicates that Yu Wuxuang will enter seclusion starting today. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fell into contemplation for a moment. Is it possible to investigate the reason for the seclusion? It is said to be in pursuit of a breakthrough to the supreme realm. Lin Yu appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the response, furrowing his brows as he spoke. Focus on observation and ascertain the reasons. Yuan Tiangang, having received the command, stood to the side. Meanwhile, Lu Linglong and Moe, having overheard Yuan Tiangang's words, were both filled with indignation. Their sect had been annihilated, only to be further slandered and falsely accused. Lin Yu observed the expressions of the two and offered Moe a reassuring smile, saying, Moe is the Empress of the Great Zhou. Her vendetta is not only that of the Great Zhou but also mine. The Yuhua dynasty shall soon face annihilation at my hands. Upon Lin Yu's utterance, Lu Linglong sighed in relief. Moe gazed at Lin Yu with gentle eyes, while they conversed deep within the heart of the Tianqi mountain range. Ancient palaces lay in ruins, remnants of their former splendor barely discernible. In the grandest of these palaces, the air resonated with the sound of swords clashing. A colossal sword, stained crimson with blood, hung suspended in midair, its vibrations producing the echoes of battle. At the tip of this sword, a continuous stream of blood-red spiritual energy emanated, filling the central hall and drifting outward. As this sanguine energy approached the threshold of the palace, most of it was dispersed by the sword's resonant clangor. Only a mere fraction escaped, wafting from the underground palace to the Tianqi mountain range, where it was absorbed by ferocious beasts. Thus, day after day, year after year. During this time, a piece of news reverberated throughout the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. The Great Zhou Empress, Moe, sparked fervent discussions among officials and common folk alike regarding the sudden emergence of this enigmatic figure. As the rumors proliferated, a wave of despondency swept over the young and beautiful women of the Great Zhou. Lin Yu was indeed indifferent to such matters. It had been 3 months since the announcement declaring Moe as the Empress of the Great Zhou. His days were consumed with cultivation and frequent visits to Moe, bringing him immense joy. He couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. Truly, the realm of tenderness was enchanting. As dawn broke, the Empress's palace began to stir. Lin Yu rose from his bed, his face radiating vitality. Moe presented the carefully prepared garments for Lin Yu to don. As Lin Yu reveled in the service, he beheld the graceful and virtuous figure before him. Over the past 3 months, Moe's regal aura had become increasingly pronounced. Aside from her occasional cultivation, she immersed herself in a myriad of knowledge under the nurturing influence of Lu Linglong. Lin Yu was also puzzled. Is it possible for the master of a clan to possess such extensive knowledge? Moe noticed Lin Yu's unwavering gaze upon her and smiled. Your Majesty, is there something on my face? I merely lament that there is a certain beauty upon the Empress's visage. Moe scoffed lightly. Your Majesty seems quite adept at uttering such flowery compliments now. Lin Yu chuckled softly and planted a kiss on her cheek. I'm off to court. As she watched Lin Yu depart, Moe's face radiated with a blissful smile. She gently caressed her belly, her eyes filled with quiet anticipation. The court assembly hall. Lin Yuan sat regally upon the dragon throne, attentively listening to the cabinet's report on the circumstances of the Great Zhou. Occasionally, he nodded in acknowledgement. Under the governance of the literati led by Liu Bowen and Sun Yu, the Great Zhou was flourishing, its citizens living in peace and prosperity and experiencing rapid development. The quantity and quality of martial artists were ascending at an impressive pace. Particularly noteworthy were the 3 iron cavalry units, which had been honing their skills in the Tianqi mountain range, bringing him great delight. All of them were in the early stages of the Grandmaster realm, significantly saving him a substantial amount of slaughter value that would have otherwise been expended on purchasing military realm enhancement cards. From his understanding, the most elite force of the Yuhua dynasty, the Yuhua army, was merely at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, and their numbers were a mere 100,000, while slaying ferocious beasts in the Tianqi mountain range also yielded slaughter value. The relatively low levels of these beasts resulted in only a modest accumulation of value, 40,000 in total. This was a sum amassed from the sheer number of formidable beasts in the span of 9 months. It was only sufficient for Lin Yu to summon twice. And even then, success was not guaranteed. Lin Yu decided to hold on to his resources for the time being, as he remained fondly attached to the 2 cultivation spaces within the marketplace. The primary concern was the stability of the Great Zhou, with Yuan Tiangang and others steadily advancing in their cultivation levels, rendering any summons unnecessary for the moment. Court is dismissed. Lin Yu cast a satisfied glance over the crowd, rising to his feet, ready to proceed to the Qingshen Hall. Yuan Tiangang awaited him there, claiming to have pressing matters to report. Just as Lin Yu had just stood up, a sudden tremor shook the entire palace violently. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened as he instantly appeared in the sky, directing his attention towards the heavenly Weeping Mountain range. There, he beheld a colossal white pillar of light soaring into the heavens. This radiant column persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour before gradually diminishing, ultimately coalescing into a faintly discernible beam of light. Lin Yu's expression was solemn as he observed the extraordinary phenomenon unfold. At that moment, GMOE also appeared by his side. The recent spectacle was likely visible throughout the entirety of Li Prefecture and even in the neighboring borders of several other states. Originally, Lin Yu had intended for the Great Zhou to develop steadily for a period. However, it seemed that even the most tranquil of trees could not escape the relentless winds of change. Your Majesty, Your Highness. At this juncture, Yuan Tiangang stepped forward, offering his respectful salutation to the 2. Lin Yu and GMOE nodded at him. Your Majesty, the phenomenon at the Tianqi mountain range should be closely related to the matters I am about to report. Lin Yu suddenly recalled what Yuan Tiangang was prepared to report to him. Speak. General Zhao came to inform him that there were unusual occurrences in the Tianqi mountain range. The ferocious beasts were in a state of upheaval. Lin Yu suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He turned to GMOE and said, You return to the palace. I will accompany the unruly general to investigate. A flicker of concern crossed GMOE's eyes as she nodded in agreement. In the mountainous region of Tianqi, not far from the previous column of light, Zhao Yun stood suspended in the air, a grave expression etched upon his face as he gazed at the rift in space before him. During this period, he had been leading the White Horse Yisong in military training within the Tianqi Mountains. Upon noticing signs of unrest among the ferocious beasts, he promptly dispatched the unruly individuals to report to Lin Yu. He then continued to hone the Legion's skills. When the unusual phenomenon occurred, the location was fortuitously nearby. He immediately ordered the White Horse Yisong to return and defend the city while he soared over without delay. Upon discovering that the column of light had dissipated, he found himself confronted by a spatial rift. He had attempted to penetrate it for further investigation, but as soon as he made contact, a transparent barrier repelled him. Subsequently, a message resonated in his mind. To be opened in 1 month, only those below the Supreme Realm may enter. Just as Zhao Yun observed the scene, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air. Lin Yu and Yuan Tiangang hurried over. Upon seeing them, Zhao Yun immediately stepped forward to report his recent discovery to Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, indicating for Yuan Tiangang to attempt the same. The outcome mirrored the information obtained by Zhao Yun. Yuan Tiangang immediately declared, Your Majesty, this fissure, according to the intelligence gathered by nefarious individuals from various regions, is likely an entrance to a hidden realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with a spark of brilliance as he cast a glance at the roaring beasts in the shimmering spatial rift. He turned to Zhao Yun and instructed, Stay here and remain concealed. Report any anomalies immediately. He then lifted his gaze toward the direction of the imperial capital and soared toward the palace. The distance between the Yuhua dynasty and the Tianqi mountain range was comparable to that of the Great Zhou. At the moment of the extraordinary phenomenon, warriors and citizens throughout the Yuhua dynasty, regardless of their activities, were left in a state of shock as they gazed up at the sky. In the palace of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Shuang was also awakened from her seclusion. Without delay, she ascended from the palace and sped toward the location of the phenomenon. No sooner had Lin Yu departed than he arrived at the spatial rift. Upon witnessing the anomaly, his face instantly lit up with exhilaration. With broader knowledge, he recognized this unmistakably as the entrance to a secret realm of opportunity. Without hesitation, he surged forward, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier just like the others. Receiving the transmitted message, he cast one last fervent glance at the mystical gateway before swiftly returning to the Jade Flower Imperial Dynasty. There, he immediately mobilized his forces, preparing to seize the treasures within. This secret realm, he was determined to claim it. An intuition told him it held the key to elevating the Jade Flower Imperial Dynasty to greater heights. Proximity had its advantages. While others scrambled, he could prepare meticulously, securing the upper hand. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu had anticipated, the celestial phenomenon above the sky-weeping mountain range sent shockwaves throughout the entirely province. The Jade Flower Imperial Dynasty, the Azure Flame Imperial Dynasty, and even neighboring provinces took notice. Countless factions, sensing either the birth of a divine treasure or the emergence of a hidden realm, dispatched their strongest experts to investigate. Closer to the epicenter, lone cultivators and wandering warriors dashed toward the mountains with desperate urgency. For martial artists, whether it was a rare treasure or a fabled secret realm, only one rule applied: compete or be left behind. The long Tranquility province, particularly the sky-weeping mountain range, now simmered with unseen turbulence. Upon Lin Yu's return to the imperial palace, he promptly summoned everyone, instructing them to remain ever vigilant. He then cast his gaze toward the white beam in the sky, his eyes brimming with determination. Let us unveil the grandeur of the Great Zhou Dynasty to the world through the secret realm. The news of the secret realm's imminent opening in the Tianqi Mountains spread like a tempest across Li Prefecture and its neighboring territories. The usually desolate Tianqi Mountains were now teeming with throngs of people. The inns and lodgings in the cities near the mountains were filled to capacity with martial artists arriving from various locales. The Great Zhou Dynasty, relatively stable, found that many martial artists aware of the information chose not to venture far, instead traversing the Tianqi Mountains directly. In the Yuhua Dynasty, the city of Tianshan, closest to the Tianqi Mountains, was abuzz with activity. The streets were alive with the voices of martial artists, while the sky was intermittently graced by the swift flight of high-ranking practitioners. As the time for the protective barrier of the secret realm drew near, it was expected to open within the next 2 days. The influx of people continued to surge. At that moment, a palpable tension filled the air, accompanied by the sound of slicing winds. Suddenly, a group of more than a dozen figures streaked across the sky, hastening toward the Tianqi Mountains, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "Your Majesty, that is our sovereign, Prince Yu, the first prince, the second prince." As the crowd erupted in exclamations, an intrigued outsider inquired, "Is that your emperor from the Yuhua dynasty?" "Indeed," was the proud response from one individual. However, another outsider scoffed, "Humph. Li Prefecture has only 2 low-tier dynasties. It would be remarkable if they had 2 or 3 supreme realm powerhouses. If it weren't for the proximity of this secret realm and the restriction on entry to those below the supreme realm, they wouldn't stand a chance." The local martial artists of the Yuhua dynasty turned their furious gazes toward the speaker. Yet, upon noticing the sect robes he donned, their expressions shifted to wariness, and they fell silent. The individual arrogantly surveyed the crowd before soaring into the air. Whispers erupted once more. "The disciples of the Bloodfeather Sword sect are insufferably proud. Lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. This is a top-tier force from the neighboring Sword State, and the core disciples of the Bloodfeather Sword sect." The Sword State was renowned for its mastery of swords, far surpassing the overall strength of Li Prefecture. The Bloodfeather Sword sect was akin to a high-tier dynasty, boasting numerous formidable experts. It was said that this time, they were even led by a supreme realm elder, an entity not to be trifled with. As the month progressed, the arrival of various powers increased, leading to frequent skirmishes. Martial artists across the land organized themselves in response to the presence of these factions. The consensus was that the fortunate claimant of the secret realm's opportunities would emerge from a select few prominent forces: a sect, a school, and a dynasty. The sect referred to as the Tianyuan sect, a top-tier force from Huizhou adjacent to Li Prefecture, comparable to a high-tier dynasty. The school was none other than the Bloodfeather Sword sect, while the dynasty was the Finshan dynasty, another top-tier power also hailing from Huizhou. The remaining factions included the Lanyan dynasty, the Yuhua dynasty, and several other low-tier dynasties. Regardless of whether they were the leading powerhouses or the teams preparing to enter the secret realm, the 3 top-tier forces significantly overshadowed these lower-tier dynasties. Hence, The previously mentioned disciple of the Blood Feather Sword sect appeared exceedingly arrogant, viewing the teams from the lower-tier dynasties merely as fillers. At the entrance to the Tianqi Mountains, martial artists from various forces had already gathered, patiently awaiting the opening of the secret realm. The area was distinctly divided into camps according to each faction. The Finchen Dynasty, Blood Feather Sword sect, and Tian Yuan sect occupied the prime positions nearest the entrance, while the lesser dynasties lingered somewhat behind. There were instances where martial artists foolishly attempted to challenge this unspoken rule, only to be struck down within mere steps. Those arriving afterward had no choice but to accept their place. At that moment, the sound of slicing winds echoed once more. Yu Shuang and others, having rushed from the Yuhua Palace, descended from the sky, occupying a position slightly behind the three major forces. A few short-sighted martial artists were about to speak, but were swiftly silenced by their companions. Did you see that none of these forces objected? Though they are a low-tier dynasty, this is their territory. The major factions, too, nodded in acknowledgement toward Yu Shuang and his group, recognizing the customary respect owed to the local lords. Yu Shuang, smiling as he acknowledged the various martial artists, felt a heavy gloom within. They had indeed been noticed by some high-tier forces who had now arrived. However, with the secret realm about to open, and given the distance these three forces had traversed, there was only one supreme realm powerhouse leading them, leaving room for contention. As he silently observed the myriad of factions, a voice resonated in his ear. Yu Shuang, I hear that the day of reckoning for your Yuhua dynasty's ancestor is fast approaching? Yu Shuang glanced up slightly to see a stern-looking middle-aged man standing not far from him, flanked by numerous powerful martial artists. The voice belonged to this imposing figure. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yu Shuang's eyes as he snorted softly. Lin Yu, the affairs of my Yuhua dynasty do not require your Lin dynasty's concern. Lin Yu, the ruler of the Lin dynasty and a peak-revered realm expert, chuckled dismissively at Yu Shuang's retort, surveying the present factions. This is, after all, Arli Prefecture's secret realm. They have traversed mountains and rivers to arrive, hoping to claim it as their own. Does that not seem a touch fanciful? Upon hearing this, a spark of insight flickered in Yu Shuang's eyes as he regarded Lin Yu intently. Small fortunes will be shared, but great fortunes shall be determined by merit. When we emerge, we shall owe each other nothing. Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with amusement as he nodded in agreement. A deal. They then settled in to wait patiently. Those who converse wisely do so with ease. As the opening of the secret realm drew ever closer, the influx of martial artists surged, and the crowd grew increasingly restless. Yet, all eyes remained fixed upon the prominent forces ahead, who managed to maintain their composure. At that moment, more sounds of slicing winds pierced the air, causing the crowd to look up in astonishment. Hadn't all the major forces already arrived? Suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence as they descended rapidly toward the direction of the Yuhua dynasty's crowd. Boom! Yu Shuang and his companions were forced to stagger back several paces. Their faces contorted with anger as they glared ahead. Many powerful individuals from the various factions turned their curious gazes toward them. It's you. Yu Shinchin pointed at a youth clad in white and bellowed with fury. At that moment, Yu Shuang wore a grim expression, her gaze gleaming with cold light as she scrutinized the masked figure beside the white-clad youth. Descending from the heavens were Lin Yu and his companions. Upon hearing Yu Shinchin's roar, Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance in his direction, then disregarded him entirely, fixing his icy stare upon Yu Shuang. Earlier, Yuan Tiangang had already conveyed to everyone that he was the sovereign of the Yuhua Empire, Yu Shuang, the architect behind the annihilation of the Jiuxian Palace. Lin Yu's companions, being his trusted confidants, were acutely aware of the enmity between the Empress of the Great Zhou and the sect. Dian Wei flashed a grin at Yu Shuang, brandishing his halberd and mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Observers from various powerful factions, witnessing this exchange, became increasingly alert. They recognized the gravity of the situation. Yu Shuang, incensed, halted the advance of her entourage from the Yuhua Empire and addressed Lin Yu, demanding, "Who exactly are you? You have provoked my Yuhua Empire time and again." Lin Yu wore a cold smile. The Zhou Dynasty, Lin Yu, simply could not tolerate you. The onlookers were utterly astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a formidable force of a dynasty. This should be a dynasty on the verge of ascension, boasting a considerable number of powerful beings at the esteemed realm. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Yu Shuang was infuriated, her eyes filled with a chilling glint. Very well, take care while traversing the secret realm. Lin Yu, upon hearing the words, remained utterly indifferent, casting not a single glance their way, his gaze directed towards the entrance of the secret realm. The Yuhua dynasty was, after all, a target for Lin Yu's military campaign in the near future. Now that the secret realm had manifested, it was further governed by a rule forbidding entry to those of the supreme realm. It would be best if Lin Yu did not encounter them, otherwise they would surely find themselves unable to escape. As the onlookers observed that no conflict had erupted, their attention waned, though they silently noted the name of the Great Zhou Dynasty. At the side of the Burning Sky Dynasty, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a crimson robe also withdrew her gaze. Behind her, a youth, with a look of disdain, spoke up, "Sister, this Yuhua dynasty is truly a group of worthless fools. How dare a mere dynasty's power act so brazenly before them?" The woman in the crimson robe, upon hearing the youth's words, replied with a serious tone, "Xiaozhe, do not underestimate certain dynastic powers. My father once spoke of several exceedingly monstrous dynasties that have emerged in the central regions of the eastern domain. Once those dynasties came into existence, they effortlessly crushed lower-tier dynasties. Upon their ascension, they became top-tier advanced dynasties, and after a period of consolidation, they could advance to peak dynasties. Such powers, once they grow, become colossal entities that dominate the region." The youth, slightly unconvinced, retorted, "But that is the heart of the eastern domain. How could such prodigies possibly arise in this backwater place?" The woman smiled at him, choosing not to respond further. The siblings had coincidentally been training on the fringes of the fire state and rushed over upon witnessing the phenomenon. Typically, such radiant occurrences did not hold great allure for advanced dynasties. Since they were already in the midst of their training, they thought it would be an opportunity to broaden their horizons. However, they did not anticipate that the Tianyuan sect would also be present, particularly with Yixin in attendance. At that moment, Lin Yu and his companions were attentively listening to Yuan Tiangang as he introduced the various figures from the different factions. The Burning Sky Dynasty's princess, Yin Minling, was the very woman in the crimson robe, currently at the mid-level of the Supreme Realm. The youth was Yin Zhe, the prince of the Burning Sky Dynasty, at the initial level of the Supreme Realm. From the Tianyuan sect, there was Yixin, the son of the Supreme Elder, also at the mid-level of the Supreme Realm. Additionally, there was Jian Moxi, the direct disciple of the Yushui Sword sect, who was at the mid-level of the Supreme Realm. Each of these three major factions had their own Supreme Realm experts covertly following them, effectively serving as guardians. The remaining groups consisted of the Yuhua dynasty, the Blue Flame dynasty, and several lower-tier dynasties. Lin Yu attentively observed the information regarding the members of the Blue Flame dynasty. As the two principal lower-tier dynasties in the prefecture, the Blue Flame dynasty and the Jade Blossom dynasty have become Lin Yu's next objective. The three major factions possess a significant advantage in the number of formidable individuals, particularly those at the revered level. For instance, there are numerous peak revered warriors among the three factions. However, Lin Yu remains undaunted. His subordinates can easily dominate opponents of the same realm and can triumph over those two minor realms higher than themselves with a reasonable investment of time. Upon returning from the Jade Blossom dynasty, Yuan Tiangang has reached the late revered stage and is poised to break through to the peak revered stage at any moment. Furthermore, he has indicated that he can contend with some of the weaker early-stage supreme beings. Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Huistubing have also attained the mid-revered stage, rendering them invincible martial warriors beneath the supreme level. Xi and Qiji, however, has not been summoned. The Great Zhou Dynasty still requires powerful guardians, and both he and Lu Linglong have been assigned to the royal palace as a precautionary measure by Lin Yu. Just as Lin Yu was deep in thought, a beam of light shot into the sky, gradually expanding before fading away. The secret realm has been unveiled. Charge! The crowd erupted in fervor. Warriors from all factions sprang to their feet, racing towards the secret realm. Lin Yu and others surged forward with great momentum, racing towards the entrance. Yu Wuxuang cast a frosty glance at Lin Yu and his companions before leading her group to charge ahead as well. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in a veil of obscurity. He immediately attuned his senses to his surroundings and breathed a sigh of relief as he discovered that Yuan Tiangang and the others were present. "Your Majesty, we appear to be ensnared within a formation. This particular formation seems to possess a disorienting effect, but I can guide everyone to safety," Yuan Tiangang declared after a brief examination. Just as Lin Yu nodded in agreement, signaling him to lead the way, a horde of ferocious beasts, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, materialized from the mist and charged toward Lin Yu and his companions. In an instant, Dian Wei and the others sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the menacing creatures. Lin Yu sensed briefly, these ferocious beasts appeared to be at the pinnacle of the mundane realm in martial prowess. He did not pay them much heed and instructed a few individuals to proceed forward. Lin Yu gazed at the carcass of the ferocious beast in the distance, a slight frown creasing his brow. This marked the sixth wave of such beasts they had encountered. According to Yuan, if they pressed on a little further, they would soon exit the array. His frown deepened as he noted that with each advance, the beasts they faced grew increasingly formidable. All sharing the common trait of blood-red eyes, rushing towards them with wild abandon, heedless of their own injuries. This sixth wave of beasts could rival those of the initial stage of the celestial realm. Was this a trial? If so, it implied that many factions lacking powerful revered realm warriors might never escape the constraints of the array. His contemplation was not allowed to linger for long. As the mist ahead began to dissipate, he lifted his gaze and felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. An endless expanse of colossal palaces unfolded before their eyes. The number of these palaces far exceeded that of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace and loomed several times larger. At a glance, their ends were not visible. It appeared that these palaces had weathered fierce battles, showing signs of damage and disrepair. Jiayun and the others swiftly darted towards the nearest palaces. In no time, they returned, their faces alight with excitement. Your Majesty, I have discovered numerous cultivation resources ranging from the foundational to the celestial realm within the palaces. Your Majesty, I too have made similar findings. Your Majesty, I have also uncovered indications that these palaces were once inhabited long ago. Listening to the reports of those around him, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. It appeared they had stumbled upon a location belonging to an unknown power, possibly a sect or the palace of a dynasty. The area they found themselves in seemed to be on the periphery. Furthermore, it seemed that their party, having traversed the mist, had been teleported to this particular spot. Thus far, they had yet to encounter any other groups in their vicinity. After contemplating the information provided by his companions, he promptly declared, "Let us venture deeper. Enter every palace we pass. Let none be overlooked." The group responded with palpable excitement, eager to comply. It was no wonder, as the current state of the Great Zhou was marked by stark polarization. The demand for diverse resources was pressing. Even in this marginal territory, there existed cultivation resources that could elevate one to the celestial realm. Surely, the deeper they ventured, the more they would uncover. Lin Yu and his companions were filled with anticipation as they hurried forward. As they swept through the path, others from various factions began to discern the intricacies of the situation. In a certain area of the palace complex, Yin Zhe looked astonished and said to Yin Minling, "Sister, this palace complex is even larger than our royal palace. Moreover, within these halls, there are resources for cultivation at the level of the venerable." Yin Minling nodded in agreement, her thoughts drifting to the fierce beast shrouded in mist they had just encountered, a look of seriousness crossing her face. "Everyone, be cautious. This secret realm is likely not as simple as it appears. Generally, secret realms in the territories of lower-tier empires do not allow even heavenly realm warriors to enter." Upon hearing this, the group dismissed their earlier disregard and quickened their pace forward. In another part of the palace complex, Yu Shuang gazed with unrestrained joy at the treasures collected by various factions from the palaces and immediately commanded, "Let us go. We must not fall behind the others." With a greedy glint in her eyes, she set her sights on the seemingly endless expanse of palaces and sped away. If one were to stand at a high vantage point overlooking the entire palace complex, they would observe numerous teams swiftly navigating toward the central grand hall. As they advanced, the number of palaces dwindled, and it became inevitable that some teams would soon encounter one another. Lin Yuzhong and the others had been traversing this palace complex for an indeterminate duration. At this moment, their faces radiated with joyful smiles, while their hearts brimmed with increasing curiosity about the formidable force that had left behind such bountiful resources after a fierce battle. In their possession, they even held a few volumes of techniques from the sovereign realm. Their harvest of other spiritual herbs and elixirs was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Yu raised his gaze towards the central hall, now faintly visible, and quickened his pace. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he noticed figures ahead, prompting several individuals to adopt a defensive stance. Once they discerned the identities of the figures, a palpable aura of hostility emerged on their faces. The opposing party, having also recognized them, swiftly gathered together. Lin Yu was the first to speak. "Attack." Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, charging directly at the opponent. The others quickly reacted as well, and a fierce battle ensued. Boom. Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick, sending a young man flying, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You remain utterly useless." The young man, who was none other than Yu Shinshin, let out a furious roar, akin to that of an injured beast. The others present were indeed members of the Yuhua dynasty. Just as Lin Yu prepared to deliver another decisive blow, a furious shout echoed, "Lin Yu." Accompanying this outcry was the sight of Yu Lintian brandishing a long spear. Lin Yu squinted slightly, his right hand waved, and a long spear materialized in his grasp as he charged forward to confront the adversary. Bang! After Lin Yu deftly parried Yu Lintian's attack, he immediately swung his spear down with great force. Yu Lintian was sent reeling several steps back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he incredulously shouted, "Impossible! I have already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. You are merely at the mid-stage." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu revealed a faint, cold smile, raising his long spear to continue firing at him. Ignorance! On Yuan Tiangong's side, he directly confronted Yu Wuxuang. The two had engaged in a brief skirmish at the Jiushuan Palace, naturally harboring a strong animosity towards each other. Had it not been for Yuan Tiangong's intervention to save someone that day, he would have relished the opportunity to reduce Yu Wuxuang to pulp. Zhao Yun faced a peak master of the Yuhua dynasty. It was said that this individual was Yu Wuxuang's royal uncle, who had emerged from seclusion to seize this opportunity in the secret realm. Initially, upon seeing Zhao Yun charging towards him, he wore a look of disdain. However, once they clashed, he was utterly astonished. Where did this prodigy come from? A mid-level master could actually contend with him. He immediately cast aside his contempt and began to take the fight seriously. Huatsubing noticed Zhao Yun had engaged the peak master and promptly charged at Yu Shuyu and the other three late-stage masters. Driven by a fierce competitive spirit, he unleashed his full strength, striking Yu Shuyu with such force that the latter coughed up blood repeatedly. Lord Shuyu, who had nearly shattered his resolve after being struck by Yuan Tiangong previously, now wished he could faint from the pain. Glancing at the other battlegrounds, he shouted to the other three, "Be careful. These individuals can fight above their level." The three nodded gravely, joining forces with Yu Shuyu to attack Huatsubing. Seeing the four adversaries approaching, Huatsubing laughed heartily. "Come forth." With a flourish of his spear, a vague black dragon seemed to materialize behind him. Dian Wei noticed that several high-level warriors had already been taken down and scratched his bald head. Glancing at Yin Zheng and the other early-stage masters of the Yuhua dynasty, with a grin, he remarked, "After my last strike, you two still managed to rise." With that, he brandished his great halberd and charged at them. Upon hearing Dian Wei's words, two middle-aged men among Yin Zheng's group looked at him with terror, their legs trembling. As Dian Wei rushed towards them, they clenched their teeth and roared, charging forward. "Today, we have the numbers. The advantage is ours." As Dian Wei heard their battle cry, his smile widened even further, targeting the loudest among them with a devastating strike. Boom. In an instant, that master was reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The recently emboldened warriors froze in fear. Demon. Dian Wei paid no heed to their desperate attempts and plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc. The scene shifted back to Lin Yu, who was currently standing with his left foot on Yu Xingqian's chest, his right hand holding the spear aimed at the gasping Yu Lintian. Yu Lintian's hair was disheveled, his body riddled with puncture wounds, and he gazed at Lin Yu with a face full of rage and despair. "What offense have we, the Yuhua dynasty, committed against you?" Lin Yu displayed a cold smile, shattering Yu Xingqian's heart vein with a single stomp, before thrusting his spear towards Yu Lintian's throat. "I simply cannot tolerate it." Upon hearing this, Yu Lintian's eyes reddened, his sorrow and fury becoming increasingly evident. He was pierced directly through the throat by Lin Yu's spear. Just as he claimed the lives of two, Dian Wei also returned to his side. Lin Yu cast a glance at the vacant space where the body should have been, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Have they fled?" Dian Wei smirked, replying, "I scattered them into oblivion." Lin Yu looked at him in surprise and nodded. Indeed. To deceive the Empress of the Great Zhou should warrant such a response. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Dian Wei's voice resonate. "As a rough man like me, this is precisely how one must act to attract the affection of a lady." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched, and he fell silent. Just as the two were conversing, Huatsubing returned behind Lin Yu, wielding a long spear. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yun also returned from the battlefield. Both men bore expressions of grim determination as they saluted Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our duty." After this, Huatsubing turned to Zhao Yun and said, "General Zhao, the next time we encounter a martial artist at the pinnacle of their power, it shall be my turn." Zhao Yun smiled and nodded in response. "No problem. I'll leave the excess to you." Lin Yu cast a glance at the two individuals clad in black and white, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. Only those extraordinary beings would dare to challenge their limits in battle. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Yu Wuxuang, who was steadily retreating under Yuan Tiangong's relentless onslaught. As he prepared to lead the others in his direction, just as he lifted his foot, he noticed Dian Wei's expression turn grave as he grasped Lin Yu's arm. While Zhao Yun and Huatsubing swiftly formed a protective barrier around him, their eyes fixed on the rear. Before long, several sharp sounds pierced the air, heralding the emergence of a few figures. Lin Yu focused his gaze on the scene before him, noting that it was one of the lower-tier imperial powers. At this moment, they appeared disheveled, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Upon surveying the battlefield, their pupils contracted, and they prepared to depart. Fellow cultivators, lend me your aid. I shall offer you all that the secret realm possesses. I am the sovereign of the Yuhua Empire, and upon my return, I shall reward you handsomely. At this juncture, Yu Wuxuang also spotted the group and immediately shouted out. The individuals paused, having already sensed that Lin Yu and his companions were in the mid-stage of the venerable realm. Initially, they preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, upon hearing Yu Wuxuang's proposition and contemplating the treasures within the secret realm, they exchanged glances with one another and surged towards Lin Yu and his companions. After all, they possessed 3 peak venerable realm experts among them. As Lin Yu and the others beheld several figures charging towards them, their gazes sharpened, and they too surged forward with lethal intent. Zhao Yun let out a hearty laugh. General Hua, there's no need to snatch this time. There's enough for everyone. A smile also graced the lips of Huitubing. Then let us see who is swifter. Agreed. Lin Yu beheld 2 initial stage masters charging towards him, and he promptly glanced at the System S battle point information. 1 million. Indeed, slaying high-ranked warriors yields greater slaughter value. System, how many battle points are required to elevate my cultivation to the initial stage of a master? 800,000. Enhance. Enhancement successful, though it appeared lengthy. The entire process of mental communication lasted less than a second. Boom. Lin Yu's robe billowed as he surged forward with an imposing presence. He delivered a punch to the individual charging at him, who had no time to react before being reduced to a mist of blood by Lin Yu's strike. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, Yuan Tiangang suddenly appeared, shattering the skull of another adversary with a single palm strike. It became evident that sensing Lin Yu's peril, Yuan Tiangang had withheld no effort. He swiftly kicked Yu Wuxuang to the ground, rushing to safeguard Lin Yu. Lin Yu cast a glance at the fierce battle involving Zhao Yun and others before approaching Yu Wuxuang. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, Yu Wuxuang appeared almost frantic. Lin Yu, what have we of the Yuhua dynasty done to incur your wrath? Why do you persist in thwarting my endeavors? Lin Yu lowered his gaze upon him, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. For my empress is named GMOE. Impossible. They had never engaged with external factions in the Ninexian Palace. Upon hearing Yu Wuxuang's words, a faint, chilling smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. I have stated that I am not from Li Prefecture, have I not? Yu Wuxuang shook her head vigorously. It cannot be, for Li Prefecture comprises merely 2 dynasties, both feeble and insignificant. And the name of the Great Zhou Dynasty is wholly unfamiliar to us. At this juncture, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yu. You hail from the barbaric lands. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remained silent and thrust a weapon towards his heart. The next moment, it was the Jadehua Empire. Yu Wuxuang's eyes widened in despair. Spare us. We will surrender everything we obtained from the secret realm, just as Lin Yu dispatched Yu Wuxuang. Zhao Yun and his companions were also overwhelming the 3 peak warriors of the esteemed realm. Seeing Yu Wuxuang's demise and the restless Yuan Tiangang, they shouted in urgency. Zhao Yun and his companions paid no heed to their cries, wielding their weapons with even greater ferocity. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the trio. They had remarkably broken through during the battle. Truly a prodigy. The 3, who were already struggling to defend themselves, found themselves utterly powerless and were swiftly vanquished. Lin Yu cast a glance at the 3 individuals skillfully stowing away their storage artifacts, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This expedition into the secret realm had indeed yielded immense rewards. It was evident that combat was the swift avenue to wealth. As the trio returned to his side, he nodded in acknowledgement and continued to soar towards the central grand hall. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu and his companions sped through the air, the entrance of the central hall resonated with thunderous clashes, signaling an intense battle unfolding within. A fiery figure materialized amidst the chaos. It was Yin Miling, the princess of the Burning Sky Dynasty. At that moment, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she glared furiously at the young man before her. His Excellency He Xian, who wore a sinister grin. He Xian, how dare you collude with external forces against us? Are you not afraid of igniting a war between the Burning Sky Dynasty and the Tianyuan sect? He Xian remained unfazed by her accusations. Collusion? Oh, Yin Minling. I merely found a kindred spirit in Brother Jian. Our partnership is mutually beneficial. I sacrifice a few resources for the chance to gain a renowned beauty from the fire state. How advantageous is that? Yin Minling trembled with rage upon hearing his words. Shameless. He Xian burst into laughter. Furthermore, once we enter the secret realm, life and death are left to fate. What evidence do you have to prove that I was the one who harmed you? Clenching her teeth, Yin Minling chose to ignore the shameless scoundrel. Her gaze shifting to the members of the Burning Sky Dynasty, who were struggling against the relentless assault of the Tianyuan sect and the Feather Bloodsword sect. Their expressions were filled with urgent concern. They had been the first to arrive at the hall's entrance, and shortly thereafter, Yixian and Jian Moxi had also appeared. Yixian had persistently harassed her in the fire state, and she had chosen to ignore him. She had never anticipated his collusion with the Feather Bloodsword sect. After only a few exchanges, combat had ensued. Ordinarily, the experts of the Burning Sky Dynasty would have faced either the Tianyuan sect or the Feather Bloodsword sect without issue, but with both factions united, the situation had escalated perilously. At that moment, Yanzhe was also engaged in battle. Seeing his sister injured, he shouted at Yixian, "You are nothing but a waste. Only capable of these underhanded schemes." Yixian merely scoffed at Yanzhe's words. Just then, a young man bearing a long sword approached Yixian. Casting a glance at the bloodied Yin Minling before addressing Yixian, "Hasten, for the greatest secrets of this secret realm lie within the central hall." It was Jian Moxi. Upon finishing his statement, a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze as he regarded Yixian. Yixian nodded, licking his lips as he looked at Yin Minling, his demeanor bordering on perverse. Someone is coming. Just as Yixian was about to seize Yin Minling, Jian Moxi's expression suddenly hardened, prompting him to issue a command for everyone to fall back. A flash of reluctance flickered in Yixian's eyes, yet he quickly called his followers back. The members of the Burning Sky Dynasty also returned to Yin Minling's side. Yanzhe soared forward, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Sister, are you all right?" Yin Minling glanced at him and forced a smile. "I'm fine." The three factions did not have to wait long before 5 figures emerged within their sight. Having just concluded their own battle, Lin Yu and his companions, he observed the situation unfolding in silence. Taking note of the disheveled state of the Burning Sky Dynasty as well as the closely positioned Tianyuan sect and the Feather Bloodsword sect, he had begun to form a hypothesis. Yanzhe was the first to speak. "Sister, it turns out they are from that dynasty. It seems they have suffered no losses in their ranks." Yin Minling nodded in agreement, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at the leading figure, a young man clad in white. Shortly after Lin Yu and his companions arrived, 2 more figures pierced through the air with a resonant sound. Lin Yu raised his gaze, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Lin Yu, the other individual, presumably a formidable figure from the Blue Flame Dynasty, stood at the pinnacle of the esteemed realm. Their appearance suggested they had just emerged from a fierce battle, albeit a Pyrrhic victory. Upon his arrival, Lin Yu noticed the surrounding forces simultaneously fixating their attention upon him, and an immediate surge of pressure enveloped him. Upon spotting Lin Yu and his companions, his pupils constricted in astonishment. A dynasty's power had arrived here unscathed. He silently assessed the situation, casting a reluctant glance at the Grand Central Hall, and declared, "We shall not contend for this opportunity. Please feel free, everyone." With that, he departed alongside his companion, leaving without a trace of regret. Lin Yu observed the departing figures, suppressing the urge to compel his companions into action. The situation on the field was intricate. Perhaps another opportunity would present itself. This Lin Yu, indeed, was a decisive individual. Yixian cast a sidelong glance at the retreating duo, a faint smirk appearing on his face, before addressing Lin Yu and his companions. "Along our journey, we have already eradicated 2 or 3 teams from lesser dynasties. I wonder what fortune has favored your dynasty to have come this far. You have 10 breaths." Upon hearing his words, Jun Mo furrowed his brow but refrained from commenting, turning his gaze towards Lin Yu and the others. Not long after Yixian's declaration, Yanzhe called out, "Brother, those 2 groups over there harbor ill intentions towards my sister. I implore you to lend your assistance, and generous rewards shall follow." Yin Minling immediately interrupted Yanzhe, cautioning him, "Xiaozhe, do not entangle them in this. Their cultivation levels are not high." Upon hearing Yixian's words, Lin Yu's expression turned icy. She had also caught the words of Yin Minling and glanced at her with slight variation before addressing Yixian. "What if I refuse?" A sinister smile crept across Yixian's face. "Then you shall perish." In an instant, the 4 peak experts behind him surged towards Lin Yu and her companions. Just as Yin Minling, filled with concern, prepared to summon aid for Lin Yu, the commotion from the battle left her utterly bewildered. "Sister, the individuals from this dynasty's faction are truly formidable." The late-stage experts were surprisingly overpowering the peak experts with relentless strikes. As Yanzhe had mentioned, when the members of Tianyuan's sect clashed with Zhao Yun's group, they were left in utter shock. In just a few exchanges, they were nearly reduced to a state of helplessness. Yixian, witnessing the battlefield's unfolding, roared in fury, "Useless fools. He immediately dispatched the remaining 3 peak experts and several mid to late stage warriors toward the fray. He could not fathom how a mere faction from a dynasty could possibly contend with the elite of Tianyuan's sect. Yet, reality proved to be ruthlessly harsh. Yin Zhe's exclamations echoed again. "Sister, that masked man is ferociously forcing 2 peak experts to spew blood with every punch and kick." The 2 young commanders, clad in black and white, wielded their spears with such precision that each clash against the 4 peak experts resulted in grievous wounds. The bald, muscular man was excessively brutal, intent on reducing his opponents to mere pulp. Yin Zhe's excitement grew as he spoke, his eyes sparkling with admiration, completely oblivious to his earlier declarations at Tianqi Mountain. Yin Minling, too, was captivated by the spectacle. Is this truly the extraordinarily gifted faction my father spoke of? At this juncture, Xian could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Jian Moxia, "Aren't you going to assist?" After uttering this, he fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, charging directly at her. Jian Moxia, upon hearing Xian's furious call, hesitated for a brief moment before joining the assault against Lin Yu's group. He had also been astonished by their combat prowess. Now, he and Xian were like 2 grasshoppers on the same string. They had no choice but to proceed together. Upon witnessing the members of Yushue's sword sect advancing toward Lin Yu, Yin Zhe was instantly exhilarated, shouting, "Fear not. Follow my lead to battle. They are the saviors of our burning heaven dynasty." Yin Minling's expression turned serious as she promptly rallied her companions to provide support. Lin Yu gazed at the swiftly advancing Xian, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. A genius from a prestigious dynasty, was he? His right hand trembled slightly as he wielded the spear, bringing it down directly towards Xian's face. Enveloped in rage, Xian, having lost all rationality, raised his fist to meet the descending spear head-on. With a resounding crash, Xian was struck and staggered, propelled backward with a velocity surpassing that with which he had charged. He collided with the approaching Jian Moxia, and the 2 were sent reeling back several steps before regaining their balance. Xian looked up, his face etched with astonishment. "Impossible!" he exclaimed. "You, a mere force of a dynasty, are all exceptional fighters surpassing your ranks." Jian Moxia, too, regarded Lin Yu with a grave expression. "Are you from the Yuan province of the eastern region? Only from there could such extraordinary talent arise." Upon hearing Jian Moxia's words, Xian's realization dawned, and he regarded Lin Yu with a newfound wariness. Lin Yu observed that the 2 seemed to have indulged in some wild imagination, offering no explanations as he raised his weapon and charged towards them. Since he had decided to take action, he aimed to eliminate the threat entirely. Yin Minling and Yin Zhe, who were initially prepared to support Lin Yu, stood frozen in place upon witnessing the preceding scene. Yin Zhe exclaimed, "Brother, your ferocity is astounding." He then turned to Yin Minling and remarked, "Sister, they are incredibly strong. Engaging them is as effortless as eating or drinking." Yin Minling nodded, glanced at Lin Yu, who was evidently self-sufficient, and then turned to head towards the battlefield of the Burning Heaven Dynasty and the Feather Bloodswords sect. The dynamics in front of the central hall shifted dramatically with the inclusion of Lin Yu and his companions, particularly on Zhao Yun's side. The anguished cries of the Tianyuan sect warriors echoed frequently. Jian Moxi and Xian found themselves shaken to their core under Lin Yu's relentless assault. At that moment, blood trickled from their lips as they leaned on each other, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed upon Lin Yu, whose expression was filled with lethal intent. Both were prodigies capable of battling even a minor realm above their own. Yet, they found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of a youth who was not only younger but also of a lower realm than themselves. Failing to endure even after numerous exchanges, Xian, in a fit of desperation, shouted at Lin Yu, "You cannot kill me. I am the son of the Supreme Elder of the Tianyuan sect, and outside the secret realm, there are protectors of the Supreme Realm. If you kill me, you shall all perish." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had just heard a jest. "If you do not kill us, do you think we will escape unscathed?" Xian believed that Lin Yu had conceded and shouted towards him, "Yes, yes, as long as you spare my life. I assure you I will not trouble you when we leave." However, as Jian Moxie noticed the smile playing on Lin Yu's lips, an ominous premonition washed over him. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. With a sudden surge of strength, he thrust Xian towards Lin Yu, and, in an instant, propelled himself into the air, making his escape. Lin Yu observed Jian Moxie's actions, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he swiftly dispatched Xian with a single strike before rising to pursue. In his final moments, Xian's eyes widened in agony as he shouted at the rapidly fleeing Jian Moxie, "Jian Moxie, may you meet a wretched end." Before long, Lin Yu returned, his brow slightly furrowed. He had allowed his quarry to escape, yet he soon dismissed the thought. Casting a glance at the others, who were beginning to conclude their skirmish, he stood in the center, awaiting developments. Just as Lin Yu had returned, a youthful figure soared to his side, exclaiming, "Elder brother, are you truly part of the dynasty's forces? Elder brother, you are all remarkably powerful. How do you cultivate such strength? Elder brother, are you truly from Yuanzhou?" It was none other than Yin Zhe. Listening to the incessant chatter in his ear, Lin Yu felt a tinge of exasperation and glanced at him without responding. "Xiao Zhe, mind your manners." At that moment, Yin Minling also approached, admonishing Yin Zhe with a stern voice. Yin Zhe pouted in response, choosing silence. Yin Minling then offered a slight bow to Lin Yu, expressing, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your timely rescue." Lin Yu glanced at her, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. This woman was indeed quite beautiful. He waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot abide those who bully women and act so arrogantly." Yin Zhe, noticing Lin Yu's gaze, rolled his eyes and said, "Brother, isn't my sister exceptionally beautiful?" Lin Yu, upon hearing Yin Zhe's words, displayed a fleeting look of astonishment in his eyes before nodding and responding honestly, "Indeed." Then, Yin Zhe seemed poised to continue, but was promptly interrupted by Yin Minling, who, her cheeks slightly flushed, shot a glare at Yin Zhe. She addressed Lin Yu, saying, "Young Master Lin, my younger brother has been coddled since childhood. There is no need to pay him any mind." Casting a glance at the imminent conclusion of the battle, she added, "Young Master Lin, we shall refrain from contending for the opportunities within the central Great Hall. You may proceed with your investigation at ease." Having said this, a trace of gravity flickered in her eyes as she urged, "I implore you, young Master Lin, to promptly inform your elders. The supreme beings from Tianyuan Gate and the Blood Feather Sword sect will undoubtedly not let this matter rest lightly." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Dian Wei and his companions returned to his side. Yin Minling noticed Lin Yu's nonchalance, suggesting he had some form of assurance. So she refrained from further discussion and led the members of the Burning Sky dynasty away from the central hall to tend to their injuries. As Lin Yu observed the departing figures, he glanced at the four individuals whose conditions appeared satisfactory and remarked, "Let us explore what secrets this mysterious realm holds." Yin Minling, watching Lin Yu and the others enter the grand hall, closed her eyes to meditate. As the group stepped into the hall, they were immediately enveloped by a chorus of sword cries echoing around them. Their gazes were drawn to the bloodstained giant sword suspended in the center, a flicker of confusion crossing their eyes. "Your Majesty, the entire hall is suffused with a crimson spiritual energy. Prolonged exposure may incite a bloodthirsty nature and lead to a loss of reason." Yuan Tiangang suddenly spoke with a grave expression. Lin Yu immediately sensed the situation, and indeed, as he had mentioned, a surge of blood-red spiritual energy was violently rushing towards them. It seemed that his ancient celestial emperor physique was so formidable that the spiritual energy had no effect on him whatsoever. "Your Majesty, the level of this spiritual energy is extraordinarily high. We must channel our energy to withstand it. Please exercise caution." Just as he was carefully attuning to the circumstances, the others simultaneously sat cross-legged on the ground, each enveloped by their own unique manifestations. Remarkably, it appeared that they needed to unleash these manifestations to defend themselves. Lin Yu cast a cautious glance at several individuals before making his way towards the colossal sword. As he drew nearer, the sound of the sword's resonance intensified. Furthermore, he discerned that the crimson spiritual energy seemed to emanate from the blood that clung to the giant blade. What manner of blood could this be? Recalling the ferocious beasts encountered upon entering the secret realm, it became evident that they must have absorbed this sanguine essence. When Lin Yu finally stood before the massive sword and focused his gaze, he noticed two prominent characters etched upon its blade, Tianlan. Was this the name of the magnificent sword? The Tianlan sword. Lin Yu pondered momentarily before reaching out to grasp the hilt of the sword. At the very instant his palm enveloped the sword's grip, it seemed to trigger certain mechanisms, causing the colossal sword to vibrate wildly, its resonant cries growing ever louder, piercing through the central hall and rousing those recuperating outside, including Yin Minling and others. Subsequently, a radiant column of light, far grander than when the secret realm emerged, shot skyward, swiftly ascending through the subterranean palace complex. The blood-red spiritual energy within the hall was instantly dispersed. Yuan Tiangang and the others rose from their meditative postures, their expressions clouded with concern as they gazed at Lin Yu. At the Tianqi Mountains, near the entrance to the secret realm, the gathered crowd was immediately captivated by the soaring beam of light. Above the Tianyuan sect, an elderly man with white hair observed the light with grave seriousness, speaking towards the direction of the Yushui sword sect nearby. "The greatest opportunity within the secret realm has manifested. one wonders which force has claimed it. We initially believed it to be a mere minor secret realm, yet this light suggests it has likely penetrated the entirety of the Dome continent. A black-robed elder from the Yushu's sword sect revealed a flicker of solemnity in his eyes as he responded. I am uncertain of the situation regarding our young sect master and the others inside. Such a beam of light is unheard of in the Eastern Domain. Below, the crowd of various factions stirred restlessly. In the Eastern Domain and the Central Domain, powerful figures from numerous sects stared in astonishment at the soaring pillar of light, hastily issuing commands to investigate. Following the sudden emergence of the celestial king star, now this extraordinary phenomenon indicating the appearance of a suspected rare treasure. The once tranquil Dome continent had come alive with excitement. At this moment, Lin Yu remained unaware of the myriad happenings beyond his immediate surroundings. The instant he grasped the colossal sword, he felt a profound shift in the cosmos. He found himself amidst a vast expanse of starlit sky. Before him stood a figure. Back turned, seemingly sensing Lin Yu's arrival. A resonant voice, belonging to a majestic middle-aged man, echoed through the void. A fated one. You must have acquired the Tianlan sword. This marked yet another occasion for Lin Yu to find himself enveloped in the boundless firmament. Before long, he acclimated to his surroundings and, upon hearing the man's words, prepared to respond, but the voice continued unabated. I cannot ascertain how many years have elapsed. However, your ability to wield the Tianlan sword attests to your identity as a member of the human race and a sovereign of a realm. This is but a fragment of consciousness I have preserved within the sword. There is no need for you to speak. I am unable to answer your inquiries. Simply listen. Lin Yu abruptly halted, the words lodged in his throat, listening intently. During the epic battle against the demon clan's holy dynasty, I summoned the full might of our realm and vanquished the demon emperor beneath the blade of the Tianlan sword. The bloodstains upon the Tianlan sword are the essence of that fallen demon emperor. Once you return to the Grand Hall, gather it. Should a fitting opportunity arise with absolute certainty, it may be utilized. If not, it shall be sealed away. Following the great conflict, many powerful beings from my dynasty and I were completely annihilated amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Before my demise, I entrusted the Tianlan sword within the palace to suppress the essence of the emperor. Alongside it, the remaining palaces were cast into a lower realm inhabited by humanity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. The holy dynasty, is it a force that transcends the continent? The lower planes? The Dome continent must indeed be a lower plane, but what lies above the lower planes? Before he could ponder further, the voice continued to resonate. This cluster of palaces is but a fragment of the imperial palace I have absorbed. It may harbor some resources, though they are likely scarce. The words I am about to impart, you must remember. The voice suddenly grew robust, and Lin Yu sensed a wave of grandeur within. We, the human race, are a lineage of boundless potential. Should you manage to escape this lower plane, you shall undoubtedly take the revitalization of the human race as your foremost duty. With that, the figure of the middle-aged man gradually faded away. The celestial panorama before Lin Yu gradually faded away, and he found himself instantaneously transported back to the Grand Hall. The Tianlan sword, now firmly grasped in his hand, had automatically shrunk to a size perfectly suited for his hold. Before him, a droplet of essence floated in the air. Lin Yu recalled the words spoken by the figure moments ago and promptly retrieved the storage artifact, intending to contain it. However, regardless of the container he chose, the essence of blood surged violently, shattering the vessel instantly. As he pondered how to collect it, he remembered the system space. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, he observed the blood of the demon lord floating serenely within the system space, seemingly filled with trepidation. At that moment, Yuan Tiangang and the others approached, gazing at Lin Yu. To them, it had been but a fleeting instant. A colossal sword had unleashed a pillar of light into the heavens, followed by Lin Yu, who stood with his sword raised, his eyes closed for approximately a quarter of an hour. Lin Yu glanced at the concerned gazes of several individuals and gestured to them that all was well. He then took the Tianlan sword in hand and demonstrated a few motions, nodding in satisfaction. Though his weapon of choice was a spear, it did not diminish his affection for the Tianlan sword in the slightest. Let it serve as the imperial sword of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. As if sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the Tianlan sword emitted a joyful sound, resonating with delight. Lin Yu smiled gently, recognizing the sentience of the divine artifact. After soothing it for a moment, he stored it within the confines of the system space. He then nodded to the others and made his way towards the palace entrance. This expedition into the secret realm had yielded immense rewards. It was time to return. Meanwhile, the powerful figures from Tianyuan Gate and the Bloodwing Sword sect awaited outside the secret realm. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Boom. The doors of the central hall swung open once more. Lin Yu, and a few others stepped out. Yin Zhe immediately rushed forward, his eyes brimming with excitement. Elder brother, what was inside? Do you have any idea? Just now, a colossal beam of light shot straight into the sky from within the palace. I have never witnessed such a magnificent light beam in my entire life. Lin Yu gazed at the incessantly chattering Yin Zhe before him, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passing through his eyes. He bore a striking resemblance to Xiaohaozi. One could not help but wonder where he was now and how he fared, not to mention the fate of his father. Yin Minling promptly stepped forward, casting a disapproving glance at Yin Zhe, and offered Lin Yu an apologetic smile. Young Master Lin, there is no need to pay him any heed. Though she too was curious, she would refrain from pressing further. Lin Yu regained his composure, casting a glance at Yin Zhe with a faint smile as the Tianlan sword materialized in his grasp, extending it towards him. This was indeed the sword. Yin Zhe, undeterred, reached out eagerly to take it. However, Yin Minling's expression shifted slightly, and she admonished, Xiaozhe, do not. Yet, the Tianlan sword seemed unwilling to be claimed. Soaring through the air as Yin Zhe struggled to catch it, employing various methods to no avail. Yin Minling, observing Lin Yu's smiling demeanor, felt a flicker of curiosity within her. Who exactly are you? The most coveted treasure of the secret realm is offered so freely, merely to satisfy Yin Zhe's curiosity. Moreover, what memories and nostalgia danced in your eyes just moments ago? After pursuing the Tianlan sword for quite some time without success, Yin Zhe relinquished the chase and returned to Lin Yu's side, glancing at the obediently resting sword in Lin Yu's hand. A hint of defiance crossed his face as he muttered, Lackey. Lin Yu sheathed his sword, smiled, and glanced at the secret exit that appeared in the center of the palace complex. He addressed Yin Minling and the others, Miss Yin, we are ready to leave. Yin Minling promptly replied, all right, we shall depart as well. The two groups simultaneously advanced towards the secret exit, at the entrance of the secret realm in the Tuanqi Mountains. Just as Lin Yu and his companions emerged from the grand hall to converse with Yin Minling, two figures stepped out from within. It was Lin Ju and his attendant. As they emerged, two guardians from the Tianyuan Gate and the Yushiwei sword sect revealed themselves in the sky. The white-haired elder from Tianyuan Gate exuded a formidable presence and inquired of Lin Ju, what transpired inside. Have you seen Xian or any of our people from Tianyuan Gate? The elder in black robes from the Yushiwei sword sect also questioned Lin Ju. Have you seen our young sect master? An elder from the Burning Sky Dynasty also manifested in the sky, gazing at Lin Ju. Lin Ju recalled the confrontation in front of the central hall and hesitated slightly, just as he was about to speak. A disheveled figure shot out from the secret realm in a hurried manner. It was the swift-running Jian Moxi. Upon seeing him emerge, Lin Ju quietly withdrew into the crowd. The white-haired elder and the black-robed elder disregarded Lin Ju and hastened towards the visibly distressed Jian Moxi. As Jian Moxi emerged, he spotted the black-robed elder and immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him. His face reflected his shock as he cried out, Elderwin. A great upheaval has occurred in the secret realm. The Burning Sky Dynasty has conspired with the Great Zhou Dynasty to annihilate many powerful members of the Yushiwei sword sect and Tianyuan Gate. Brother, he also perished at the hands of that white-clad youth from the Great Zhou Dynasty. What? Elderwin immediately shielded Jian Moxi behind him, his expression filled with disbelief. The white-haired elder, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to madness, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Jian Moxi. How could you have escaped the secret realm? Jian Moxi's face was filled with sorrow as he recounted, Brother, he sacrificed himself to ensure I could deliver the news. When I looked back, he had already fallen to that white-clad youth. Furthermore, he relentlessly pursued me. Fortunately, I possessed a potential burning elixir, which I consumed to hide. As soon as the secret realm concluded, I fled. The white-haired elder remained skeptical, fully aware of He Xian's capabilities, and roared like an enraged lion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of force is the Great Zhou Dynasty? How could they possibly ally with the Burning Sky Dynasty to slaughter our two factions members? After speaking, his eyes blazed with fury as he turned towards the Burning Sky Dynasty, bellowing at the red-haired elder, Old Yin. You and your Burning Sky Dynasty must provide Tianyuan Gate with an explanation. Otherwise, prepare for the wrath of Tianyuan Gate and the Supreme Elders. Seemingly unsatisfied, he charged towards the red-haired elder, feeling the weight of failing to protect He Xian. Just as the two were about to clash, a series of fluctuations echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the approaching group. It was Lin Yu and Yin Minling's party. The white-haired elder immediately sensed their presence, his murderous intent surging as he struck out with a palm, exclaiming, Die. The elder known as Old Yin realized the gravity of the situation and rushed forward to intercept the white-haired elder's attack, shielding Yin Minling and her companions behind him. Moxie, upon seeing Lin Yu and the others emerge, pointed at Lin Yu and shouted, "Elder One, esteemed seniors of Tianyuan Gate," it was him. He and the members of the Burning Sky Dynasty were responsible for Brother He's demise. They also slaughtered many of our powerful members. Upon Lin Yu's emergence, he discerned the situation upon witnessing the white-haired elder charging towards them. At that moment, upon hearing Mocie's roar, he could not help but wear a cold smile directed at him. Zhe, brimming with fury, pointed at Mocie and bellowed, "It was you who pushed Hexian towards my elder brother Lin. You intended to flee, leaving Hexian to face certain death." Yin Minling, equally anxious, spoke to the red-haired elder, "Uncle Yin, young Master Lin is the savior of both my younger brother and me. If it weren't for young Master Lin's intervention, we might have perished within." He turned to Lin Yu, inquiring, "Young Master Lin, why have your elders not yet arrived?" Upon hearing Yin Minling's words, the red-haired elder nodded gravely, trusting that Yin Minling and the others would not deceive him. However, he felt a profound sense of trepidation, as both adversaries before him were of comparable cultivation, both being in the mid-stage of the supreme realm. While confronting one might pose no issue, facing two simultaneously could prove daunting. Simultaneously, he was deeply astonished. These individuals were all in the late stage of the venerable realm. Although he could not fully perceive the white-clad youth, he suspected he possessed a concealed aura of a treasure. It was truly astonishing that they could annihilate a faction of a high-ranking imperial dynasty within the secret realm. Were the forces of the dynasty so easily vanquished? Lin Yuzhao smiled at Yin Minling, signaling her not to worry. The elderly man with black hair narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing intently at Lin Yu. "Did you kill Hexian?" At this moment, he did not require the intricacies of the matter. He merely wished to apprehend the culprit and alleviate some of the burdens of his protective duties. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. "And so what? A disgrace." The elder in black robes, upon hearing this, laughed in fury. "Excellent. Quite splendid." He addressed Old One of the Feather Bloodsword sect. "All those who entered from your sect have perished. Do you not wish for revenge? Help me hold back the old demon Yin, and I shall eliminate these few madmen." A flicker of hesitation crossed Old One's eyes as he glanced at Moxie. Seeing the support reflected in his gaze, he nodded in agreement. The expression of the old demon Yin shifted slightly as he addressed Yin Minling and the others. "This is bad. Princess, Prince, step aside." Yin Minling and Zhe looked anxious, yet they understood their inability to assist and withdrew to the side. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, as the elder in black posed a question, was already multitasking, signaling those behind him not to worry, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. "War points, for million. System. Utilize 3 million war points for summoning. Since reaching the realm of the venerable, the war points required for a single summon and for a breakthrough in cultivation had both escalated to 1 million. Although this was accompanied by a reduction in war points gained from slaying lower-tier martial artists, he had slain many formidable foes in the secret realm, particularly over a dozen at the peak of the venerable realm, which was ample for his indulgence. He could not fathom that with such a vast reserve of war points, he could not summon a powerful being. Furthermore, he had subtly discerned a pattern in the system's summoning. As his own realm ascended, the initial realm of the summoned entities would also rise. Ding. 1 successful summon, 2 failed. Would you like to proceed? Lin Yu focused intently, his heart swelling with exhilaration. As he beheld the elder from the Tianyuan sect charging towards him, a palpable murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Release. Just as the black-robed elder wore a grim expression and Yuan Tian Gang and the others braced for confrontation, while Yin Minling and the others were filled with anxiety. A thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, the heavens trembled with flashes of lightning, and a massive rift in space appeared above Lin Yu, emanating an overwhelming aura of death, accompanied by a deafening sound of slaughter. "Dare you?" A bronze ancient sword shot forth from the rift, cleaving towards the black-robed elder. With a resounding crash, the black-robed elder staggered, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his robe in disarray, and his left arm severed. He stared in horror at the rift in space. "Your Majesty!" Yin Lao Gui and Wen Lao were equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. They ceased their struggle and returned to the group, their expressions grave as they gazed at the rift. A series of footsteps, growing closer, echoed in their ears, accompanied by the sound of bronze armor clashing. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in bronze armor emerged from the rift. His eyes shone brightly, he stood tall and handsome, and an intense aura of menace surrounded him. The individuals behind Lin Yu gazed upon the middle-aged man with a flicker of astonishment in their eyes, soon followed by a smile gracing their lips. To their surprise, the emperor had even resurrected him. The man paid no heed to the wary expressions of those around him and inclined his body slightly towards Lin Yu. "Bai Qi, Paying my respects to your Majesty, he declared, subsequently offering a subtle smile and nodding to the few individuals standing behind him. Lin Yu, with a face full of excitement, nodded to Bai Qi, indicating that there was no need for excessive formalities. He had not anticipated that he would summon this legendary figure, the god of killing. While there may be many revered deities of war, there exists but one true god of killing, Bai Qi. He had already glimpsed Bai Qi's information within the system, which left him utterly astonished. Bai Qi, a peak existence at the supreme realm, mere steps away from becoming a formidable sovereign king. Judging by the realms and combat prowess of Yuan Tiangang and his companions, it was clear that Bai Qi was far from simple, even when faced with a sovereign king. He would remain unfazed. The extent to which he could contend with a sovereign king would only be revealed through trial. Moreover, this extraordinary individual possessed abilities that transcended mere battlefield prowess. He was a military genius. Casting a glance at the two supreme realm elders from the Tianyuan sect and the Yu Bloodsword sect, as well as the now dumbfounded Jian Moxi, he addressed Bai Qi. Eliminate them all. Understood. Bai Qi responded, turning swiftly and, in a single stride, appearing before the cloaked elder. With a powerful kick, the elder, who had just sustained grave injuries from Bai Qi's sword, could not react in time and was brutally dispatched, his form disintegrating into a mist of crimson. Oldwin felt a chill run down his spine and immediately shouted, "Our Yu Bloodsword sect also possesses a sovereign king." Before he could finish his words, Bai Qi had already materialized before him, shattering his skull with a single palm strike, leaving a headless corpse to plummet to the ground. His indifferent gaze then fell upon the utterly petrified Jian Moxi, whom he struck with a punch that obliterated his heart's meridian. Bai Qi executed the entire sequence with the ease of dispatching 3 rabbits. Standing aloft in the sky, he surveyed the crowd below, which promptly erupted into chaos. In an instant, they scattered like frightened prey, as if they had lost their very limbs. Among the throng, Lin Yu gazed up at Bai Qi and Lin Yu with palpable terror before hastily retreating towards the Blue Flame Dynasty. Lin Yu gazed upon the impeccably composed Bai Qi, a smile ever present in his eyes. The members of the Burning Sky Dynasty, particularly the ancient figure Yin Laogui, trembled with palpable fear as Bai Qi approached. Such prowess could not merely be described as that of a peak sovereign realm warrior. One could justifiably regard him as a formidable presence within the monarch realm. It was no wonder that the elder from the Feather Bloodsword sect had earlier shrieked in terror. At that moment, Yin Minling and Yin Zhe also regained their senses. And the most exuberant among them, Yin Zhe, exclaimed, "Brother, your family's elder is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Yin Minling, having heard something quite extraordinary moments ago, recalled that this middle-aged man had addressed Lin Yu as your Majesty. Unable to suppress her burgeoning curiosity any longer, she inquired, "Young Master Lin, is it true, as previously stated by Yixian and the others, that you hail from Yuanzhou?" The elder Yin Laogui and the others perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting Lin Yu's response. These individuals were simply unparalleled in their extraordinary abilities. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, smiled. His gaze traversed the Tianqi Mountains, directed towards the realm of the Great Zhou. "My home lies yonder." Yin Minling and the others initially expressed confusion, only to be struck by a realization, their faces reflecting disbelief. Yin Zhe immediately spoke up, "Elder brother, are you from the Li Prefecture? Is the place you inhabit referred to as the wilderness by the Li Prefecture?" Lin Yu gazed upon their astonished expressions, and his robe transformed in an instant. A formidable imperial aura emanated from him. "I am Lin Yu of the Great Zhou Dynasty of Li Prefecture." Behind him stood numerous generals and formidable figures of the Great Zhou. The Burning Heaven Dynasty was immediately engulfed in exclamations of shock. They had always presumed that Lin Yu and his companions hailed from the center of the Eastern Domain or even from Yuan Prefecture. Little did they expect that they originated from what Li Prefecture referred to as a land of savagery. Yin Zhe's admiration for Lin Yu deepened, while Yin Minling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a young sovereign possessed an extraordinary entourage. Suddenly realizing something, her expression shifted subtly as she spoke. "Young Master Lin, you have thoroughly offended the Feather Bloodsword sect and the Heavenly Origin sect. They are likely to receive news very soon." Biting her lip gently, she removed her hairpin and handed it to Lin Yu. "We, the Burning Heaven Dynasty, shall contain the Heavenly Origin sect. However, we must remain vigilant against the Feather Bloodsword sect. This hairpin, once delivered to any official in the Burning Heaven Dynasty, will ensure that I receive immediate notification. We must return promptly to inform His Majesty." Lin Yu took the hairpin, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes as he nodded. Yin Minling then turned around and immediately soared towards Hozhou with the members of the Finshan Dynasty. Lin Yu did not notice that after Yin Minling turned around, a faint blush appeared on her face. As Yin Zhe departed, He glanced back at Lin Yu, winking playfully and calling out, "Elder brother, I shall come to Zhou to play with you next time." Lin Yu watched them depart, idly playing with a fragrant hairpin in his hand. He turned and led the group towards the Great Zhou, with several members of the Yu dynasty having been slain by him in the secret realm. It was high time to embark on a campaign. Meanwhile, in the neighboring regions of Jianzhou and Huazhou, the Yushu's sword sect and the Tianyuan sect erupted with thunderous roars and cries. Numerous martial artists descended from their sects, making their way towards the Li province and the imperial palace of the Great Zhou. Gmoe sat restlessly in her chair, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the direction of the Tianqi Mountains, tinged with concern. Lin Yu and the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion have been gone for nearly a week, and until now, there has been no news returned. Recently, a colossal beam of light shot up from the Tianqi Mountains, further deepening her concern for Lin Yu. "What are you thinking about?" Just as Gmoe was lost in thought, a voice resonated within the room. She turned her head in astonishment, rising from her chair, and instantly threw herself into Lin Yu's embrace. "You have finally returned." Lin Yu gently tousled her hair and smiled. "I'm back. This journey had been immensely fruitful." He then recounted the events that transpired during this expedition to Gmoe. Upon hearing that Lin Huang and the others had been defeated by him, tears of excitement shimmered in Gmoe's eyes. However, recalling Lin Yu's earlier mention of the external forces, she expressed her concerns. "We must exercise caution regarding the Feather Bloodsword sect and the Tianyuan Gate." Lin Yu nodded, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. If they dared to come, they would surely pay the price. Gmoe completely trusted Lin Yu. Seeing his fearless demeanor, she felt reassured. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression turned serious as she addressed Lin Yu. "Is the hairpin of the princess of the Burning Sky dynasty beautiful? Might you show it to me?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Observing his dazed expression, Gmoe could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Your Majesty is truly amusing. As the Empress of the Great Zhou, I possess a modicum of confidence. I am merely somewhat intrigued by that princess of the Burning Heaven dynasty." Upon hearing these words and witnessing the smile on Gmoe's face, Lin Yu regained his composure and feigned anger. "You, Gmoe," he exclaimed, swiftly lifting her by the waist and making his way towards the bed. The following day, Lin Yu found himself alone in the room, his consciousness fully integrated into the system. Battle points, per million. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level of the warrior, the more battle points accrued upon their defeat. 2 mid-stage Supreme Guardians yielded nearly 2 million battle points. Although the difference in battle points gained from defeating individuals within the same major realm but differing minor realms was not exceedingly vast, it nonetheless filled him with delight. Gazing at the 4 million battle points, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Yu's eyes. He had long coveted the 2 training spaces he had previously marked, and now he was merely 1 million points away from purchasing them from the shop. However, after a moment's contemplation regarding his next steps and the formidable forces he was about to confront, he resolved to utilize the points for summoning instead. System: expend all battle points for summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 4 times and triggered a special event. Full Door of Talents. Would you like to proceed with the deployment? For successful summons, a special event. Lin Yu immediately checked the information, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly followed by elation. He never anticipated that he would summon these for individuals. They truly embodied the phrase "a house full of talents." Deploy. Before Lin Yu, a rift in space materialized, from which 4 figures emerged. Lin Yu focused his gaze. One was an elderly general clad in bronze armor, another a middle-aged commander, a third a young leader, and the last exuded an aura of scholarly elegance. Upon their emergence, all 4 immediately bowed before Lin Yu. At ease, Lin Yu gazed at the 4 individuals before him, a smile never leaving his eyes as he spoke. Meng Ao, early stage of the Venerable Realm. Meng Wu, early stage of the Venerable Realm. Meng Yi, early stage of the Celestial Realm. Meng Tian, mid-stage of the Venerable Realm. My esteemed ministers, please take your leave and rest for a while. Join me for the court assembly tomorrow. Understood. Lin Yu gazed at the departing quartet, recalling the anticipation that flickered in his eyes upon summoning Bai Qi. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment the 4 appeared, Bai Qi, situated within the imperial palace, had already sensed their presence, a subtle smile gracing his lips as a glimmer of reminiscence danced in his eyes. The following day, in the grand palace of the Great Zhou, upon Lin Yu's return, he convened a court assembly. At this moment, he sat majestically upon the dragon throne, his gaze imposing and regal. The ministers and military officials below could not help but inwardly marvel. His Majesty had ascended the throne for less than a year, and the Great Zhou was flourishing, with an ever-increasing aura of authority emanating from him. After Lin Huang and Lin Yu reported on the governance issues across various regions, they returned to their ranks. With them leading the civil officials, Lin Yu felt reassured, nodding slightly as his eyes swept across the assembly before he spoke. The recent expedition to the Tianqi mountain range has yielded tremendous rewards. The resources obtained have already been judiciously allocated by the cabinet to various regions. Pausing for effect, he continued, within the secret realm, the Great Zhou Dynasty's Lin Huang and her entourage have been vanquished by me and the generals present. I am prepared to march against the Great Zhou Dynasty forthwith, leading the Great Zhou out of this territory deemed barbaric by the world. A murmur of excitement rippled through the assembly as the officials gazed at Lin Yu with fervor. After more than half a year of information dissemination, the officials of Great Zhou had developed a thorough understanding of the entire province, with the academies providing ample education on the vastness of this world. Hearing of Lin Yu's impending campaign, they expressed unanimous agreement and anticipation, particularly the generals from the Military Affairs Hall, whose eyes shone with eagerness. Once the crowd settled slightly, Lin Yu continued, from this day forth, Bai Qi shall join the Military Affairs Hall with a rank of 1st grade. Ming Tian shall enter the Military Affairs Hall with a rank of 3rd grade. Ming Wu shall also commence in the Military Affairs Hall with a rank of 3rd grade. Ming Tian shall join the Military Affairs Hall with a rank of 2nd grade. Ming Yi shall enter the cabinet with a rank of 3rd grade. Ministers, your orders are acknowledged. Bai Qi and the 3 generations of the Ming family stepped forward from the ranks, their eyes gleaming with respect as they accepted their commands. The group exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with excitement. Everyone in the hall turned their attention to Bai Qi and his companions, each curious about the extraordinary talents summoned by His Majesty. It was indeed remarkable that they were assigned to the Military Affairs Hall on their very first assembly, with Bai Qi attaining the esteemed rank of 1st grade. It was well known that the generals of the Military Affairs Hall had all contributed significantly to the unification of the barbaric lands, earning the admiration of the populace across Great Zhou. However, the few summoned by Lin Yu displayed no surprise. They were acutely aware of these individuals' capabilities, particularly the striking middle-aged man who led them. Lin Yu paid no heed to the crowd below and continued to issue a momentous command. Bai Qi was appointed as the commander of the expeditionary force to the Zhou Dynasty, while the military affairs were entrusted to Ming Ao, Ming Wu, and Ming Tian, who would lead a formidable infantry division of 200,000 from the Great Zhou. Yubing, Zhao Yun, and Xi and Qiji were tasked with leading 3 cavalry legions of the Great Zhou. They were to set forth on the morrow to confront the Zhou Dynasty. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bai Qi's eyes as he stepped forward to accept the order, declaring, "Understood." The martial generals within the grand hall were instantly stirred, their blood ignited with fervor. Lin Yu cast a glance at Lin Huang and Sun Yu, and spoke, "The head of the cabinet, civil officials, ensure the proper reception of the city and logistical support." Both responded with a respectful gesture. "For the unruly elements, ensure the thorough eradication of the remnants in the city." "Understood." Yuan Tiangang stepped forward to accept the command. He then turned to Ming Ao and the other 2, his face alight with anticipation. "This cohort of 200,000 infantry, newly recruited over the past year, shall be entrusted to you. I hope this time you can bring back to me the elite troops belonging to the Great Zhou. We shall not fail your Majesty's expectations," replied Ming Ao and his companions. Lin Yu nodded, contemplating for a moment before he spoke again. "Tomorrow, I shall bid farewell to all of you at the Fongjing City Tower." With that, he rose and departed. The current Zhou Dynasty had become utterly vulnerable. With Bai Qi commanding the army, their forces would surely sweep through like a tempest. As he walked along the palace road, Bai Qi's eyes flickered with nostalgia as he glanced at Ming Tian beside him. Who would have thought we would have the opportunity to fight side by side once more? Ming Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "Indeed, it is exhilarating to see the general again." A little behind Ming Tian, Ming Wu and Ming Tian gazed at Bai Qi with admiration. Encountering old friends, Bai Qi seldom revealed a smile, but then spoke earnestly. "We shall live another life in this even more splendid world. For His Majesty, for the Great Zhou, we shall expand our territories and vanquish all foes." The 3 of them were filled with martial fervor, responding in unison. Outside the gates of Fongjing City, banners fluttered in the wind. The 38,000 troops preparing for the expedition had already assembled outside the city, an atmosphere of determination pervading the air. Crowds of citizens filled the city gates, their eyes fixed on the army outside, engaged in fervent discussions. It was said that His Majesty had commanded this expedition, and now that the Great Zhou was in a state of peace and prosperity, no one knew where they would strike next. Moreover, The commanding general was none other than Bai Qi, with General Zhao Yun and others also leading the forces. Upon hearing this, a student from the Great Zhou Academy, who had been captivated by the sight of the army, withdrew his gaze and commented, "According to what I have learned at the academy, the entirety of our Great Zhou territory is referred to as a wild land by the warriors of Lizhou. On the other side of the Tianqi Mountains lies the heart of Lizhou, where warriors abound and high-level martial artists are commonplace. This command from His Majesty to march forth is likely meant to lead our Great Zhou out of this wild land, toward greater realms." After he finished, several fellow students from the Great Zhou Academy nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, some ordinary citizens, who had not yet been introduced to such knowledge, looked on in confusion, their astonishment growing. The discussions among the crowd did not linger for long. Boom! Lin Yu appeared in the sky above Fongjing City, adorned in a dragon robe, exuding an imperial majesty. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's arrival, the troops dismounted and knelt, their gazes fervently fixed upon him. Lin Yu scanned the multitude of generals and soldiers led by Bai Qi with a commanding gaze, the Tianlan sword materializing in his grip, pointing towards the direction of the Tianqi Mountains. "My valiant soldiers of the Great Zhou Dynasty, beyond those mountains lies the realm of the self-proclaimed elite. Do you submit? No. We shall not yield." The soldiers roared in unison, their spirits ignited by the sword's direction. "Then let us seize it for the Great Zhou." With a thunderous sound, the soldiers mounted their steeds, their battle fervor soaring. "Here, I send you forth on your expedition, and I shall await your triumphant return." The army marched forth. After declaring this, Lin Yu personally approached the war drums atop the city walls, beating them to rally the troops. The citizens of Fongjing City stood in awe of this stirring spectacle, rendered speechless. In the Yuhua dynasty's Tianshan City, as the secret realm of the Tianqi Mountains closed, the crowds began to thin. Yet, the fervor surrounding the secret realm showed no signs of waning, remaining a topic of conversation among martial artists and common folk alike. At this moment, two generals atop the city walls leaned lazily against the stones, engaged in conversation. Indeed, the number of people has diminished since the secret realm's closure. Even His Majesty seems unaware of the circumstances. I've heard the palace has recently gone into lockdown. It is said that His Majesty and many powerful figures in the court encountered unforeseen events within the secret realm, and the ancestral figure in the palace even interrupted his seclusion yesterday. Such words should not be spoken lightly. I have heard that the greatest opportunity within the secret realm appears to have fallen into the hands of a force called the Great Zhou Dynasty. This dynasty, seemingly from an unknown origin, was astonishingly powerful, having inflicted significant losses upon the neighboring advanced dynasties of Jianzhou and Huazhou. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed throughout Tianshan City. Enemy attack! Before long, the forces of the Yuhua dynasty were annihilated. The martial artists and commoners who had not resisted gazed in terror at the figure standing in the sky above Tianshan City. It was a young general clad in gleaming silver armor. He surveyed the now subdued defenders of Tianshan City and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I am Zhao Yun of the Great Zhou Dynasty, ordered to conquer the Yuhua dynasty. There is no need for the citizens to panic. Remain calm in your homes." Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, the citizens exhaled in relief, yet confusion lingered in their hearts. Is the Great Zhou Dynasty a force from the barbaric lands? Why did they cross directly through the Tianqi Mountains with such a terrifying army? They had witnessed ordinary martial artists utterly powerless against the might of this young general's forces, while those of higher realms fell to him with mere strikes. Having spoken, Zhao Yun did not linger, leading his troops towards the next target city. Meanwhile, the nearby cities of the Yuhua dynasty bordering the Tianqi Mountains fell one after another, the speed of their downfall instilling dread in the hearts of the city's inhabitants. Bai Qi showed no intention of granting the Yuhua dynasty any respite. Upon reaching the Tianqi Mountains, he dispatched Huizubing, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji to lead the Great Zhou cavalry, penetrating the Yuhua dynasty from three directions with the ferocity of a sword. He himself commanded the Ming family's 3 heroes and a legion of 200,000 infantry to march straight towards the Yuhua imperial city. After nearly a day's relentless advance by the Great Zhou forces, news of the invasion reached the Yuhua dynasty. Inside the grand hall of the Yuhua imperial palace, officials of both civil and military ranks displayed anxious expressions, engaged in heated discussions. Suddenly, a formidable presence surged into the hall, heralded by a powerful elder. The elder took his seat upon the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with an imposing authority. Seeing the elder's arrival, the officials ceased their discussions and knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." This elder was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty, Yunantian. Recently, Lin Huang and others had ventured to gather the blood of powerful beings to extend his lifespan. He had received news of the deaths of Yu Wuhuang and others at the hands of Lin Yu within the secret realm and immediately interrupted his seclusion to suppress the news, temporarily stabilizing the Yuhua dynasty. The interruption of his seclusion had significantly impacted him. He had hoped to break through to the pinnacle of the supreme realm after extending his life, but had only reached the later stages of the supreme realm. With a commanding presence, he surveyed the hall and spoke, "Have you discerned the situation? Which force is responsible?" Upon hearing his inquiry, a courtier standing at the forefront responded, "Ancestor, reports from the fallen city suggest that the invading force originates from the other side of the Tianqi Mountains, a power known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. They have not harmed the ordinary citizens within the cities, but their siege tactics are alarmingly swift and efficient, advancing from 3 directions. In merely one day, they have already occupied nearly 1/5 of our territory." Yunanshan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he absorbed the words, "Great Zhou." He recalled the multitude of forces that had participated in the secret realm, including 3 advanced dynasties, yet he remained uncertain which had fallen. Since his emergence from seclusion, he dared not recklessly seek revenge. However, he was informed of the events during the Great Talent Competition and the happenings at Jiushuan Palace by Yu Wuhuang. Piecing together the various rumors from the Tianqi Mountains, he began forming a vague suspicion regarding the culprit, Great Zhou, the white-clad youth. Now, the invading force bearing the same name as the one that had caused chaos was indeed the Great Zhou. With this realization, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he rose from the dragon throne, his aura reverberating throughout the hall. The assembly gazed upon the suddenly standing Yunan in trepidation. This Great Zhou has come prepared. Recall the Yuhua forces stationed at the borders and gather the entire strength of the dynasty to confront them. Having spoken, he moved swiftly, vanishing from the grand hall. The officials hurriedly departed to make preparations. After Yunanshan's departure, he arrived directly at the ancestral grounds of the palace. Within the dimly lit sanctum, 2 aged figures gradually emerged. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly in deep meditation. Yunan regarded the 2 figures and spoke, "Esteemed elders, our dynasty faces a dire crisis." As his words fell, waves of spiritual energy resonated through the air. The 2 seated figures abruptly opened their eyes, radiating powerful light. Instantly, the ancestral grounds brightened. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the 2 appeared to acclimate to the sensation of awakening from their profound meditation. A hoarse voice resonated, "Yunan. Upon your arrival from the Yuanzhou main family, it was instructed that we refrain from intervening unless in a critical situation. Surely, you know the price of our involvement? What is the purpose of summoning us now?" The elder who spoke replied, "Recently, a secret realm opportunity appeared in the Tianqi Mountains. My juniors, along with numerous powerful beings of the supreme realm, were all slain within the realm. The suspected culprits are currently invading our dynasty. Within a few days, they will besiege our city." The figure that had spoken earlier appeared to be deep in contemplation when the voice of Yunan resonated once more. It seemed that the faction in question was indeed a dynasty. They had offended 2 senior imperial forces from the nearby Li prefecture within the secret realm and had even slain 2 mid-stage guardians of the supreme realm. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in the elder's eyes. How fascinating. Yet, rules are rules. We are willing to assist you in vanquishing your foes, but thereafter, you must relinquish your ambitions in Li Prefecture and return with us to face the consequences of failure. Yunan, upon hearing the elder's words, initially displayed a hint of despondency, but then his eyes glinted fiercely as he declared, "Once you both take action, I, Yunan, willingly accept the punishment upon returning to the main family." With those words, he exited the ancestral grounds. He could not fathom that a dynasty from such a wild land could possess a formidable figure at the sovereign king level. With his own late-stage supreme realm strength and the aid of 2 peak supreme realm elders from the main house, he was certain he would ensure that the denizens of the Great Zhou would return empty-handed. The Yu family is a colossal force in the eastern region, specifically in the Yuan prefecture. The direct descendants of this overwhelming power, upon reaching maturity, face 2 choices: remain in the main family to receive a modest yet consistent allocation of resources or venture forth to select their own path and locale, receiving a startup resource equivalent to their initial needs, with the expectation of returning to the main house for evaluation once they attain the sovereign king realm. The shorter the time taken to reach this realm, the more favorable the evaluation results, thereby enhancing their status within the family. Those ambitious Yu family members typically choose to depart the main house for independent development. Yunan was no exception. He resolutely left the main family upon reaching adulthood to carve a niche for himself in the prefecture. However, after years of struggle, his aspirations had nearly been extinguished, and the breakthrough to the sovereign king realm seemed a distant dream. Moreover, he had sustained injuries to his foundation during a fierce contest for opportunities against external forces. The entire Yuhua dynasty was thus engulfed in turmoil, with whispers of his impending doom circulating widely. Initially, he had planned to utilize a fortuitously acquired secret method to extend his lifespan and perhaps even advance further. However, fate intervened with the emergence of Lin Yu leading the forces of the Great Zhou. The prospect of returning to face the punishment for failure felt akin to a death sentence. Since he was destined for demise either way, he decided to awaken the two family elders to confront the mysterious dynasty that had emerged from the wilderness head-on. 15 days later, in the Yuhua dynasty, Yuhua City, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Following the news of Bai Qi's invasion into numerous cities of the Yuhua dynasty, the various factions and common folk expressed their profound indignation, rushing to the front lines to partake in the war, holding the forces of the wild land in utter disdain. They deemed it a disgrace that a dynasty from such a primitive territory dared to cross the Tianqi Mountains and wage war against the Yuhua dynasty. Yet, reality delivered a brutal slap in the face. Their participation failed to make any impact on the Great Zhou's army. Days passed, and the entirety of Yuhua City was inundated with news of defeats from various fronts. The speed at which the Yuhua dynasty was losing territory was appalling. It was at this moment that they comprehended the true nature of the Great Zhou, which was far from being a mere lamb. Additionally, whispers from within the royal palace suggested that many strong figures, including Lin Huang, who had ventured to seize opportunities in the secret realm, had perished there, slain by the forces of the Great Zhou. This news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the Yuhua dynasty, leaving many in terror. Numerous officials and citizens sensing the impending crisis fled Yuhua City, which was usually bustling with life, now appearing desolate. In the Yuhua palace, those officials who had not fled gathered, their faces clouded with despair. Not far from them, on the dragon throne, Yunan sat, when one official spoke up, "Ancestor, it seems that the Great Zhou dynasty has been training their army recently, deliberately slowing their advance. However, they should arrive at the imperial city shortly." Upon hearing this, Yunan scoffed coldly. "I hear the leader of the Great Zhou is named Bai Qi. How audacious. The Yuhua army has returned, yes?" A general promptly responded. "Indeed, they have returned. Yet, it seems the Lin Yin dynasty has also sensed the departure of the Yuhua army and appears to be stirring." Yunan merely acknowledged this with a grunt, offering no further comment. At that moment, he lifted his gaze, exuding an overwhelming aura. His eyes glinting with frost as he declared, "They have arrived." At the instant his words fell, the assembly within the hall was struck with fear. An intense killing intent enveloping Yuhua City. Yunanshan's form flickered, leading the remaining supreme realm elders of the Yuhua dynasty to a vantage point above the city. His gaze fell upon the armored figure suspended in the air across from him, and narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Great Zhou dynasty? Bai Qi?" He found himself unable to discern the man's realm. Bai Qi, sensing the aura of the elder before him, remained silent. According to the reports from the rogue factions, this man was reputed to be the Yuhua dynasty's ancestor, Yunan, who was supposedly nearing his end. Yet, he appeared vigorous, radiating the aura of a late-stage supreme realm warrior, utterly unlike a man on the brink of death. Could this be the reason behind the bizarre demise of various sects and families within the Yuhua dynasty recently? At that moment, the ground quaked violently, and 3 cavalry regiments burst into view, followed by a multitude of infantry regiments racing toward Yuhua City. The banners of the Great Zhou fluttered in the wind. The army halted outside Yuhua City, facing the already assembled forces of the Yuhua dynasty. Simultaneously, several figures clad in armor shot forth from within the Great Zhou army, positioning themselves behind Bai Qi. These were commanders from the Great Zhou Military Affairs Pavilion. Only then did Bai Qi speak. "I am Bai Qi of the Great Zhou Dynasty, acting on the orders of His Majesty. Annihilate the Yuhua dynasty." His words were straightforward and devoid of flourish, laced with a chilling intent. Upon hearing this, Yunanshan's killing intent surged. "You are the ones who slaughtered Lin Huang and the others in the secret realm, are you not?" "Indeed," came the response. "For the insult to our Great Zhou Empress. They must be punished." The voice of Zhao Yun rang out. Casting a glance at the eager crowd, Bai Qi issued a command before Yunan could respond. "Great Zhou army, kill." The resounding command from Bai Qi prompted the army below to charge forth towards the forces of the Yuhua dynasty. In the ensuing clash, the renowned cavalry of the Great Zhou, typically invincible, seemed to have encountered formidable adversaries, failing to pierce through the ranks of the Yuhua army. It was the elite contingent of the Yuhua, numbering 100,000, that held their ground. However, the Yuhua soldiers were far from unscathed. They quickly realized that these Great Zhou riders were all grandmasters, and their casualties were mounting at a terrifying pace. It would not be long before they faced total annihilation. At the moment Bai Qi's command echoed in the air, Yunan Tian ceased any further dialogue and swiftly advanced towards him, the last few venerable warriors behind him. Resolute in their determination, charged towards the generals of the military affairs pavilion. Bai Qi, noticing Yunan Tian rushing towards him, unleashed his formidable presence and stepped forward with astonishing speed, positioning himself directly in front of Yunan Tian, delivering a powerful punch. As Yunan Tian beheld Bai Qi's unmatched velocity, his expression shifted. He swung his fists to counter Bai Qi's strike. The area surrounding them instantly transformed into a vacuum, and the resultant shockwave sent several nearby combatants sprawling. The might of a supreme realm expert was truly terrifying. After enduring Bai Qi's strike, Yunan Tian found himself bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his robes tattered, unmistakably wounded. With a grim countenance, he glared at the imposing Bai Qi and uttered, "Peak of the supreme realm." With a fierce expression he shouted, "I call upon the two elders to assist." As his voice faded, two powerful auras emanated from the palace of the Zhou Dynasty, revealing two aged figures beside Yunan Tian. The elders, upon appearing, regarded Bai Qi with grave expressions, astonished that such a formidable being had emerged in the land of Li Prefecture. While Yunan Tian had verbally summoned them, the situation had remained uncertain until he called for their intervention. Thus, they had been covertly observing within the palace. They had also witnessed the earlier confrontation between Bai Qi and Yunan Tian. Upon seeing the two elders materialize beside Yunan Tian, a glimmer of insight crossed Bai Qi's eyes. "So this is the support of your Zhou Dynasty?" he inquired. Filled with murderous intent, Yunan Tian retorted, "It is sufficient to kill you." He then conveyed a message to the two elders, urging them to join forces and eliminate Bai Qi. Upon hearing this, the two elders exchanged glances, their forms blurring as they rushed to attack Bai Qi, with Yunan Tian following closely behind. Bai Qi, observing the three charging towards him, allowed a cold smile to grace his lips, his fingers twitching. With a sharp sound, his ancient bronze sword was drawn. The three warriors felt a chilling brilliance flash before them, their expression shifting drastically as they summoned their weapons. A tremendous clash resonated, and the trio was sent reeling backward, their eyes filled with astonishment. What kind of monster was this, that even their combined strength was repelled by a single blow? Gritting their teeth, they charged forward once more. As they advanced again, Bai Qi executed a swift step, vanishing from his position and reappearing before the two elder supreme realm experts. He swung his bronze sword with ferocity, sweeping towards both of them. In an instant, they were once again forced back, sustaining minor injuries. Without waiting for their reaction, Bai Qi stepped forward again, launching a relentless assault upon them, completely disregarding Yunan Tian. Attempts by Yunan Tian to assist were met with fierce counterattacks from Bai Qi, leaving him coughing blood. He stood amidst the chaos, observing the two esteemed elders from his family being thoroughly overwhelmed, his face etched with anxiety and disbelief. These were the peak warriors of the Yu family in Yuan Prefecture, possessing martial arts and techniques far superior to those of the remote eastern domain. What manner of beast was the Great Zhou Dynasty, that such terrifying figures could emerge in this wilderness? Indeed, in the early stages of their reign, none of the powerful forces in eastern domain history had individuals as fearsome as Bai Qi. Perhaps only the central regions had witnessed such entities. Moreover, he noted that the elder warriors of the dynasty had already been systematically exterminated by other Great Zhou generals at an astonishing speed, comparable to Bai Qi's own monstrous prowess. His pride in the Yuhua army was rapidly diminishing as they retreated under the onslaught of the Great Zhou cavalry, rendering the battlefield a scene of utter despair for the Yuhua dynasty. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, a tremendous explosion resounded. His pupils constricted as he witnessed the two elders from his house being struck down by Bai Qi, crashing to the ground. They struggled for a time before rising, clearly bereft of any combat capability. A sense of foreboding surged within him. This dynasty was far too terrifying to withstand. As he prepared to flee, an overwhelming sense of danger erupted from his left side, followed by a tremendous force that sent him crashing to the ground beside the two elders. Bai Qi withdrew his foot from Yunan Tian and regarded the three on the ground with a cold expression. The generals from the military affairs pavilion, witnessing Bai Qi's decisive victory, returned to his side, their icy gazes fixed on the barely conscious trio, filled with awe at his terrifying combat prowess. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yunan Tian surveyed the hopeless situation of the Yuhua dynasty, realizing there was no escape. A grim smile crossed his face as he addressed Bai Qi. What a formidable dynasty the Great Zhou is. It is astonishing that such terrifying figures have emerged from a single dynasty, especially you, Bai Qi. The Yuhua dynasty is simply out of its time. Whether you choose to kill or maim, do as you will. The two elders behind Yunnan Tian, now filled with dread, looked at Bai Qi with fear, urgently proclaiming, "You cannot kill us. We are from the Yu family of Yuan Prefecture. Should you dare to harm us, the Yu family will retaliate." This Bai Qi was nothing short of a prodigy. Even warriors of the same realm could scarcely withstand a few exchanges against him, and he dispatched foes effortlessly. Such a figure was only spoken of in hushed tones in Yuan Prefecture. Upon hearing the elder's threats, a glimmer of disdain appeared in Yunnan Tian's eyes. He was well aware of the cold indifference of the Yu family, as one who had failed to ascend to the royal realm before his time ran out. He held no significant standing within his clan. By the time the Yu family's strong men arrived, it would be a matter of an indeterminate future. Listening to the words of Yunnan Tian and the threats of the two elders, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Bai Qi's eyes. The Great Zhou Dynasty feared no threats. Yuan Prefecture, the Yu family. I shall undoubtedly lead my troops to lay waste to it. After Bai Qi finished speaking, he swung the ancient bronze sword in his hand, unleashing a formidable beam of sword light directed at the three individuals. Observing the impending sword light, Yunnan Tian laughed heartily towards the heavens, displaying a fearless demeanor, which indeed showcased his audacity. It is no wonder he was capable of establishing a force as formidable as the Yuhua dynasty. Had it not been for the emergence of Lin Yu in the Great Zhou Dynasty, his re-emergence from seclusion would undoubtedly have propelled the Yuhua dynasty to even greater heights. Yet, the world is devoid of what-ifs. The two stewards of the Yu family, their eyes nearly bursting with rage, howled at Bai Qi, calling him a frog at the bottom of the well. They awaited the revenge of their master's arrival. Accompanying their cries was the sound of their heads shattering. Bai Qi cast a glance at the lifeless trio before withdrawing his gaze. He looked towards the battlefield below and spoke to the officials of the military affairs pavilion behind him, instructing them to eliminate the remaining forces of the Yuhua dynasty. Following that, they were to continue their advance northward until reaching the border with the Blue Flame dynasty. Additionally, he ordered a report of their victory to be sent back to Fengning. Understood. They replied in unison, and in an instant, they appeared on the battlefield below. The already beleaguered forces of the Yuhua dynasty, upon witnessing the complete annihilation of Yunnan Tian and his cohort of high-ranking martial artists, found their morale utterly shattered. With the addition of Huizubing and his companions, it was akin to wolves entering a flock of sheep, meeting no resistance whatsoever. In less than a moment, they were slaughtered to the last man. Bai Qi allowed the army a brief respite before once again leading them northward. All high-ranking martial artists and legions of the Yuhua dynasty had been vanquished here. The subsequent cities and territories would be overseen by officials dispatched from the cabinet. So there was no need for concern. They were to march forward undeterred. Once the army reached the border with the Blue Flame dynasty, securing the frontier would be the responsibility of the Military Affairs Pavilion. In the Great Zhou Palace, Lin Yu was conversing with Sun Yu in the Qingxian Hall. The army had been on campaign for over half a month. Are the supplies and city reinforcements from the rear keeping pace? Everything is well under control. Sun Yu replied with a smile. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. In truth, he could gauge the army's progress from the increase in the kill count within the system. However, certain matters still require specific individuals to undertake them. I have complete confidence in General Bai leading the troops. The good news should arrive shortly. Sun Yu nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting his approval. General Bai and the esteemed generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion are both wise and courageous in military matters. With the collaboration of the cabinet, their efforts will surely yield exemplary results. Lin Yu revealed a faint smile, rising to gaze out the window as he spoke. The fall of the Yuhua dynasty has already become a foregone conclusion. As for the Blue Flame dynasty, at this point, the image of Lin Ju flashed through Lin Yu's mind, eliciting a soft chuckle. That Lin Ju is indeed a rather intriguing individual. Furthermore, according to news from the infamous warriors from the Bloodsword sect of Jianshou have seemingly appeared in the imperial capital of the Blue Flame dynasty. Sun Yu's eyes sparkled brightly as he looked at Lin Yu, and upon hearing this, a gleam of insight also flickered in his gaze. It remains to be seen how the Blue Flame dynasty will choose to respond. Lin Yu turned around, gazing into Sun Yu's bright eyes, and with a relaxed gesture of his hand, expressed that any choice would bear no consequence. The Feather Bloodsword sect would inevitably inquire towards the Great Zhou. After speaking, he prepared to depart. At that moment, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we have received a report from the Military Affairs Pavilion." Lin Yushuang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Your Majesty, we shall not fail your command. The formidable forces and armies led by Yunnan Tian of the Yuhua dynasty have all been vanquished by our troops. Now, the Yuhua Imperial Palace lies in ruins. We are currently leading the army northward to secure the borders." "Excellent." Lin Yu's face radiated with joy. Although he had anticipated this moment, he was nonetheless profoundly exhilarated. Turning to Yuan Tiangang, he immediately inquired, "Recently, didn't the mechanism pavilion develop a communication device? One that broadcasts across the entire realm?" "Indeed," Yuan Tiangang replied, yet he did not depart immediately. He continued, "Moreover, General Bai Qi has conveyed significant news. When he vanquished the ancestral figure of the Yuhua dynasty, Yunnan, two formidable beings at the pinnacle of the supreme realm appeared to assist him. Although both were ultimately slain by General Bai, they revealed before their demise that they hailed from the Yu family in Yuanzhou." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and replied with gravitas, "I understand." The rogue inquired further, having previously heard from Yuan Tiangang about Yuanzhou, the foremost state in the eastern region. The Yu family of Yuanzhou shares the same surname as Yunnan. This is a significant piece of information that warrants attention. Understood. Yuan Tiangang acknowledged and departed. Within the city of Fongjing, a sudden, resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire city, regardless of their activities. Both martial artists and common folk halted their endeavors, curiosity etched upon their faces as they looked up. A military dispatch had arrived. The imperial city of Yuhua had been breached by the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion. Numerous formidable foes had been vanquished. Congratulations! The monumental proclamation echoed thrice across the city. Wow! The entire Fongjing erupted in excitement. The populace poured into the streets, embracing one another. A glance at the crowd revealed faces flushed with exhilaration, arms raised high in fervent cheers. Congratulations! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Military Affairs Pavilion! The deafening roars and jubilant cries resonated throughout every corner of the city. Among them, some elderly individuals, tears glistening in their eyes, knelt in reverence towards the palace. Their experiences had been more profound, allowing them to comprehend that the current splendor of the Great Zhou was the culmination of years of hardship. Meanwhile, in Dingbei City and Yinqi City, similar waves of jubilant shouts erupted across the various cities of the Great Zhou. Lin Yu stood within the royal palace, feeling the rapid gathering of the aura of fortune from all corners of the Great Zhou, listening to the incessant shouts, a smile gracing his face. In the Blue Flame Dynasty's palace, Lin Yu sat upright in his seat, his brow furrowed. After entering the secret realm, he and Yu Wuxuang's group had been separated. He led the people of the Blue Flame Dynasty through numerous battles, sacrificing many powerful warriors of the dynasty, and had barely reached the central hall. Although he felt deeply unwilling at that moment, he made a wise choice and was grateful for it. The Great Zhou Dynasty was nothing short of a monster, especially the white-clad youth and the man clad in bronze armor. After returning to the palace for several days, every time he recalled that overwhelming killing intent and those cold eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxuang and her companions seemed to have vanished. He had not encountered them within the secret realm nor upon leaving it. Lin Yu speculated that they had likely perished within the secret realm. As this thought crossed his mind, the image of the white-clad youth resurfaced in his mind. Just as he was preparing to instruct the border army to test the waters with the Yuhua dynasty, news suddenly arrived. The Yuhua dynasty's army and all military factions at the border had completely retreated. It was suspected that the Yuhua dynasty was undergoing a significant upheaval, being invaded by an unknown force. This news tightened his nerves further, prompting him to order an immediate investigation into the details. Everything felt too coincidental yet too coherent. He sensed an invisible hand shrouding the entire Liao state, encroaching upon him step by step, leaving him breathless. The presence of the two supreme realm experts from the Blood Feather Sword sect within the palace only added to his worry. While he was lost in thought, a voice interrupted. "Your Majesty, urgent report." Accompanied by this call, a man clad in a black robe entered. Lin Yu raised his head, glanced at him, and said, "Speak." At the border between the Yuhua dynasty and our territory, numerous unfamiliar armies have appeared. A general at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm from our side attempted to probe them and was directly killed by a young commander in shining silver armor who flew out of the city. Afterward, the military flags of all the cities began to fly. The Great Zhou. Lin Yu instantly rose from his chair, his expression shifting dramatically in disbelief. "What? Are you certain the military flag bears the name Great Zhou?" Seeing Lin Yu's intense reaction, the man in the black robe did not dare to delay, promptly affirming, "I'm certain." Lin Yu began to pace back and forth, fear evident in his gaze, his lips trembling slightly. He understood now. He comprehended entirely where that invisible pressure was emanating from. The tiger had finally revealed its fangs. Observing Lin Yu's silence, the black-robed man hesitated and spoke. "The Grand General has instructed me to ask your Majesty whether we should send troops to teach this unknown force a lesson." Upon hearing the man's inquiry, Lin Yu snapped back to reality and immediately replied, "No, He commanded them not to act recklessly. As he spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. After a brief moment, he seemed to have made a resolute decision, continuing, "If there are signs of their troops moving, all forces are to retreat without engaging in battle. We will act according to my orders. Hurry and relay this." After issuing his commands, Lin Yu disregarded the man's expression and reactions. Heading straight towards the ancestral grounds of the palace. The black-robed man, taken aback by Lin Yu's seemingly absurd orders, gazed at the hurriedly departing Lin Yu, yet respectfully accepted the command and departed to convey the message. Lin Yu rushed into the ancestral hall, pushing open the grand door, and declared, "Grandfather, father, I have urgent matters concerning the fate of our dynasty to report." As his words fell, two immense presences erupted from within the ancestral ground. An elder and a middle-aged man appeared before Lin Yu. They were the former rulers of the Blue Flame Dynasty, Lin Huang, at the late stage of the Supreme Realm, and Lin Yuchen at the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm. Lin Huang regarded Lin Yu and asked, "What is it?" He held great satisfaction for this grandson, who had been diligent and cautious since taking the throne. Recently, he had even brought back numerous resources from a secret realm without disturbing them. Lin Yu's hasty arrival indicated he must have a significant matter requiring their counsel. Seeing Lin Huang and Lin Yuchen, Lin Yu respectfully bowed and spoke directly, "Grandfather, father, the force I previously mentioned, the Great Zhou Dynasty, has emerged. According to the information I have received, the Yuhua dynasty has likely been annihilated." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, both men's eyes ignited with a gleam. Lin Yuchen immediately inquired, "Zhu, are you certain? Did you not suspect that the Great Zhou Dynasty was a force from outside the state?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, saying, "I am certain. Initially, I did suspect they were a powerful force from the eastern region center. However, upon further reflection, the recent events have been too coincidental. Moreover, Great Zhou's armies have already appeared at the border with the Yuhua dynasty. It is essential to note that our Liao state is situated in a remote part of the eastern region, and the Yuhua dynasty has quietly perished without us receiving any prior warning. This solidifies my belief that the Great Zhou is indeed a dynasty force within our Liao state. Their location must be on the other side of the Heavenly Cry mountain range, the Wild Lands." Upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, both men's expressions shifted slightly. After a moment, Lin Huang sighed, "A dynasty force. Our Liao state is about to witness the emergence of a true dragon." After speaking, he recalled Lin Yu's hurried arrival and immediately looked at him, a spark of insight flashing in his eyes. "Zhu, are you suggesting?" Lin Yuchen also reacted, both men gazing at Lin Yu. Meeting their gaze, Lin Yu solemnly nodded, "This is an opportunity for our Blue Flame dynasty. It has been ages since a monstrous dynasty force has appeared in the eastern region. Historically, those that have arisen have swept through with bloodshed. Although our Blue Flame dynasty appears prosperous in Liao state, we tread cautiously when encountering even a single advanced dynasty force from outside. The struggles we face are known only to us. Now that the Great Zhou is just beginning, it is the perfect moment for us to board this grand vessel. Once they fully mature, we might not even have the chance to cast a glance their way." He paused slightly, a hint of a smile curving his lips, before continuing. "Furthermore, we can now present them with an exceedingly satisfactory token of allegiance." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, both men instantly understood his intentions. Looking towards a certain part of the palace, their eyes glinting with a cold light, "Zhu, you have always been exceptionally clever since childhood. We shall accompany you in this gamble. Whether our Lin family soars with the great dragon or plummets into oblivion depends on this moment." Upon hearing the unwavering trust between the two, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion within him and nodded earnestly at both. The trio were not individuals prone to hesitation. Once a decision was made, they would not linger. Lin Huang and Lin Yuchen exchanged a glance before vanishing from their ancestral grounds. Lin Yu watched their departure. Listening to the distant roars and thundering sounds that soon erupted from the palace, his gaze resolute. Many years later, as he reflected on the decision made that day, a profound sense of pride would adorn his countenance. Yet, that is a tale for another time. He did not wait long at the ancestral site before Lin Huang and Lin Yuchen reappeared. The returning duo seemed to be in a rather poor state. Their garments tattered, breaths uneven, and blood at the corners of their mouths, clearly indicating they had sustained injuries. Lin Yu immediately approached them, concern flickering in his eyes. Lin Huang offered a reassuring glance, tossing forth two severed heads with a smile, saying, "Zhu, go forth. The warriors of this sword state indeed possess some skill. Your father and I are not gravely harmed, but we require a period of seclusion to recuperate." Lin Yu solemnly accepted the heads, nodding gravely at the two before turning to leave the ancestral grounds. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchen exchanged glances filled with anticipation as they promptly settled into a meditative state to recover. Stepping out of the ancestral grounds, Lan Ju did not dawdle. He soared into the sky, hastening towards the border. In the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, within the queen's chamber, Gmoe and Lu Lingchong were engaged in an animated conversation, their faces alight with excitement. Master, I never expected His Majesty to act so swiftly in avenging our sect's destruction, Lu Lingchong remarked, a hint of emotion glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, Gmoe replied, the Great Zhou is formidable. His Majesty, at such a young age, has led the realm out of this savage land. The generals from the Military Affairs Pavilion are nothing short of extraordinary prodigies. I take great pride in your becoming the Queen of Great Zhou. Gmoe nodded in agreement, her expression radiant with happiness. Lu Lingchong continued, His Majesty and the Great Zhou are unfathomable. They are destined to soar to great heights. As the Queen, you must learn to assist His Majesty in shouldering the burdens. Gmoe nodded solemnly, pondering for a moment before posing a question to Lu Lingchong. Master, what are your plans for the future? Should I speak to His Majesty about rebuilding the Jiaoxian Palace? Upon hearing Gmoe's inquiry, Lu Lingchong contemplated for a brief moment before responding, Moe. Do not trouble His Majesty with such matters. There is no need for burden. If the esteemed Lady Lu wishes to proceed, I shall surely support you. The two women immediately rose, turning towards the entrance just as Lin Yu entered, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Lu Lingchong. Your Majesty, I have formulated a plan. Soon, I shall join the Great Zhou Academy to assist in nurturing talent for the realm. After Lu Lingchong finished speaking, her eyes sparkled with expectation as she gazed at Lin Yu. Agreed. I am exceedingly pleased that Lady Lu is willing to join the Great Zhou Academy. Therefore, I decree Lu Lingchong as the Chancellor of the Great Zhou Academy and Deputy Chancellor. Lin Yu promptly responded, as your humble consort, I shall obey your decree. Thank you, Your Majesty. A flicker of delight surfaced in Lu Linglong's eyes as she immediately accepted the imperial command. Then, with a glance at Lin Yu and Gmoe, a faint smile graced her lips. I shall not disturb Your Majesty and the Empress any longer, she said before departing. Watching Lu Linglong's retreating figure, Gmoe, too, felt joy on her behalf. Turning to Lin Yu, she spoke softly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Yu winked at her. How does the Queen intend to express her gratitude to me? A hint of crimson flushed across Gmoe's face as she shot him a reproachful glance before retreating into the room. Lin Yu let out a hearty laugh and followed suit. News of the grand victory achieved by the army in the Yuhua dynasty had been reverberating throughout the entire Great Zhou for several days. The unity and pride among the martial artists and citizens of the Great Zhou had reached new heights, their faces glowing with pride. Meanwhile, the Military Affairs Pavilion was stationed at the border, vigilant against the Lan Yin dynasty. The cabinet was methodically dispatching officials to take control of the major cities of the Yuhua dynasty. The Mechanism Pavilion promptly followed the cabinet, providing assistance in urban development and the construction of teleportation arrays. The entire bureaucratic system of the Great Zhou was operating with remarkable efficiency within the imperial palace. Lin Yu leisurely sipped his tea, his consciousness wandering within the confines of the system marketplace. Although many formidable figures from the Yuhua dynasty had already been vanquished by Lin Yu and his companions within the secret realm, this expedition had nonetheless yielded a substantial amount of conquest points, particularly the contributions of the peak Supreme Realm experts. Yunantion and the two claiming to be from the Yu family of Yuanzhou were immense. The system now displayed a total of 3 million conquest points. The previous 4 million conquest points had successfully summoned 4 members of the Ming family, which Lin Yu deemed a stroke of extraordinary luck. It marked the first time since receiving his novice gift package that he had achieved a complete summon, even triggering a special event. For a considerable time, he had been deliberating on how to utilize these 3 million conquest points, oscillating between direct summoning or saving for future endeavors. After much contemplation, he finally made up his mind. The Great Zhou was fortified by the presence of Bai Qi, a peak Supreme Realm powerhouse and unparalleled commander. Shortly after returning from the secret realm, Yuan Tiangang had ascended to the peak of the honorable realm. The quartet of Dianwei, Huatubing, Zhaoyun, and Xian Qiji had also recently breached the honorable realm peak during their campaign against the Yuhua dynasty over the past 3 months. The 3 from the Ming family's military affairs hall were slightly lower in rank, while several members of the cabinet had been steadily improving their cultivation whilst assisting Lin Yu in governing the nation's affairs. After all, in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, possessing strength is fundamental for survival. The characters summoned by the system were all prodigies capable of battling beyond their ranks. Overall, the current Great Zhou could effortlessly contend with or even overpower any low-level imperial forces. However, as Great Zhou's expansion continued, the adversaries and factions encountered would invariably grow stronger. It was said that most high-level imperial powers possessed 1 to 3 honorable realm experts, and some exceptionally powerful high-level dynasties even had multiple honorable realm warriors. Following their expedition in the Tianqi mountain range secret realm, they had made enemies of the Yushui Sword Sect and Tianyuan Sect. Although the Sword State and Fire State were not among the strong states of the Eastern Domain, it was certain that the Yushui Sword Sect and Tianyuan Sect possessed honorable realm experts, albeit possibly of lower rank and limited numbers. The conflict with the Yuhua dynasty had also revealed the existence of the Yu family from Yuanzhou, an entity unknown to Great Zhou. Thus, Lin Yu believed that the value of these conquest points should be solely directed towards summoning individuals or legions that could provide robust support to Great Zhou. Only after establishing a firm foothold could they further venture to conquer the world. System: expend all conquest points for summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. 2 successful summons, 1 failure. Would you like to proceed? Nia Zheng. Initial stage of the Supreme Realm Zhu Chua. Initial stage of the Supreme Realm Lin Yu immediately focused his attention, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. These were 2 formidable assassination instruments. Moreover, their initial martial arts realm was surprisingly at the Supreme Realm, albeit merely at the initial stage. Indeed, as his own realm ascended, the initial levels of the summoned figures also seemed to rise accordingly. However, the potential for self-improvement and combat prowess of these characters might not be as straightforward. He was also curious about what circumstances would arise from summoning a legion, hinting at a hidden pattern within the system. Reflecting on the recent headaches caused by the Yushui Sword Sect and Tianyuan Sect, Lin Yu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Proceed with the summoning. Crack. A rift in space appeared, and 2 ethereal figures emerged silently, akin to specters of the night. Lin Yu instantly felt a chill permeate the entire room. One individual wore a mask, with their eyes shrouded in dark fabric. The other was robust and imposing, exuding strength and valor. Both knelt before Lin Yu and bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Rise. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, summoning the 2 individuals to rise. His expression gradually turned stern as he issued a direct command. Niazheng, Zhuazhu, you are to proceed immediately to Jianzhou. Your mission is to exert every effort in assassinating any individuals departing from the Yushui Sword Sect. Remember, should you encounter insurmountable opposition, retreat without hesitation. Understood. The forms of the 2 men wavered slightly before vanishing from the room. Lin Yu cast his gaze towards the direction of Jianzhou, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Feather Bloodsword Sect. As long as you find yourselves in disarray, the Great Zhou will have ample time to bolster its strength. It is worth noting that the individuals summoned by the system possess an unimaginable capacity for self-improvement. As for the Tianyuan Gate, the Burning Sky Dynasty has made a promise, and he firmly believes they will not go back on their word. Lin Yu turned around and took a sip of tea, preparing to engage in some cultivation. As the ruler of a nation, it was essential to enhance his own abilities. Perhaps due to his exceptionally strong constitution, his cultivation speed was relatively swift. Yet advancing his realm proved to be more arduous than summoning characters from the system. However, his combat prowess significantly surpassed theirs. In the Fire State, within the Burning Sky Dynasty, Yin Minling and Yin Zhe had returned to the palace for some time. At that moment, the siblings were seated together, engaged in casual conversation. Yin Zhe's voice broke the silence. Sister, I wonder how Lin Ji is doing. I really want to find Lin Ji to play. Yin Minling replied. I heard that the Feather Bloodsword Sect has already sent someone down the mountain. They should have reached the Li State by now. Don't worry. Lin Ji's subordinates are all extraordinary, especially that tremendously powerful General Bai, Yin Zhe reassured her. Yin Minling nodded in agreement. Ever since Father and the ancestral elders returned that day, they have been in seclusion to heal. I heard that someone from the Tianyuan sect has stealthily descended the mountain and is heading towards the Ming State. The Ming State is adjacent to our Fire State, and the Ming Mountain Dynasty borders our dynasty. They may have ulterior motives towards the Burning Sky Dynasty. The siblings reported the situation regarding the Tianqi Mountain Range's secret realm to their father, the current ruler of the Burning Sky Dynasty, Yin Duanan. Upon hearing, Yin Duanan first expressed his ire towards the Tianyuan sect, followed by astonishment and gratitude towards Lin Yu and the Great Zhou. He immediately instructed them to maintain good relations with the Great Zhou, as he believed that this Great Zhou was not as simple as it appeared. Yin Zhe boldly declared, Father, I want to go to the Li State to find Lin Ji. However, Yin Duanhan firmly refused, ordering them to remain within the palace for the time being. The Tianyuan sect would certainly be informed, and it was best for the siblings not to wander about recklessly. Subsequently, Yin Duanhan led a group of powerful figures from the dynasty towards the Tianyuan sect. Though his children were safe, it did not mean he would overlook the Tianyuan sect. It was said that on that day, the Tianyuan sect was filled with the sounds of thunder, with scenes of supreme realm experts battling all around, tearing the sky apart. There were even high-ranking martial artists claiming that the leader of the Tianyuan sect and the ruler of the Burning Sky dynasty fought in the void. The battle lasted an entire day, with many spectators watching from a distance, too fearful to approach. After that day, both the Tianyuan sect and the Burning Sky dynasty fell into silence. On the surface, the fire state seemed unchanged, akin to the calm before a storm. After swiftly flying out of the Blue Flame dynasty's palace, Lin Yu had already reached the border city. He glanced at the Blue Flame dynasty's army, which had not rashly advanced, and sighed in relief. He then looked towards the distant plains where the Great Zhou flag was faintly visible, flying directly toward it. In the city lord's mansion, Bai Qi was scrutinizing the terrain map of the Blue Flame dynasty sent by the unruly men. He was cross-referencing it with the numerous pieces of information received, sketching something with his finger. Although Lin Yu had merely ordered the conquest of the Yuhua dynasty, he had to be prepared for any sudden commands or changes. At that moment, Meng Tian entered, glancing at Bai Qi's back. "Commander, the ruler of the Blue Flame dynasty. Lin Yu requests an audience." Bai Qi abruptly turned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Is he alone?" Meng Tian, equally surprised by Lin Yu's arrival, nodded in affirmation. "Yes, he has no one accompanying him. He seems quite anxious." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi lightly tapped the tabletop, a thought crossing his mind. And a smile crept onto his lips. "Bring him in." "Understood." Meng Tian complied and soon returned with Lin Yu. Upon entering, Lin Yu immediately noticed Bai Qi's bright eyes fixed upon him, a tremendous pressure overwhelming him, causing his pupils to constrict. Indeed, they were from the Great Zhou. Bai Qi gestured towards a nearby seat. "Sit." He then leisurely turned back to continue studying the terrain map of the Blue Flame dynasty. Lin Yu took a moment to collect himself and sat down, glancing at Bai Qi's figure. He nearly jumped from his chair upon realizing that the map on the wall was none other than their dynasty's terrain map, completely laid bare under the sun's gaze. Having arrived with sincere intentions, he now set aside all else, recalling Bai Qi's words to Lin Yu on that day in the Tianji mountain range. He immediately spoke. "General Bai, I come on behalf of the people of my dynasty to pledge allegiance to the Great Zhou." After a brief pause, he produced 2 severed heads and tossed them onto the ground, continuing, "General Bai, this is our sincerity and a token of our allegiance. These 2 supreme realm experts from the Feather Bloodsword sect intended to gather intelligence on your esteemed dynasty. Our last 2 rulers emerged from the ancestral lands, and after a fierce battle, we slayed them." Bai Qi turned to glance at the severed heads, which still bore expressions of rage and disbelief, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Not bad. However, as a minister of the Great Zhou, I must heed His Majesty's orders. I can have someone escort you back to meet the Emperor." Lin Yu sighed in relief, immediately responding, "I will follow the general's arrangements." Bai Qi nodded and called Meng Tian back in, instructing, "Take the ruler of the Blue Flame dynasty back to meet the Emperor." "Yes." Meng Tian accepted the order and, after nodding at Lin Yu, led him towards Fengjing City. Bai Qi watched the 2 depart, his gaze sweeping over the severed heads on the ground, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. With a surge of power, the heads were instantly obliterated into dust. As Lin Yu followed Meng Tian towards the Tianji mountain range, passing through the once Yuhua dynasty territory, he observed the numerous cities adorned with the Great Zhou flag, feeling a mix of emotions. He turned to Meng Tian and inquired, "Excuse me, General, what is your name?" Meng Tian, having grasped Lin Yu's intentions, responded, "I am Meng Tian from the Great Zhou Military Affairs Pavilion." Military Affairs Pavilion. Meng Tian. Lin Yu silently noted this. He was certain that he had not encountered this Great Zhou general in the Tianji mountain range's secret realm. Sensing Meng Tian's high-level martial prowess, he recalled the terrifying combat abilities of the Great Zhou generals and felt it prudent to tread carefully. "Has the ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty been slain by your dynasty?" Meng Tian immediately understood his thoughts, smiled, and replied, "The ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty, Yunan Tian, along with 2 peak supreme realm experts, were all slain by our commander in Yuhua City. All the strong warriors and troops of the Yuhua dynasty were also decimated by our generals and forces." Lin Yu was immediately filled with trepidation. The Yuhua dynasty surprisingly possessed 2 peak supreme realm powerhouses. However, even such formidable forces could not withstand the onslaught of the Great Zhou army. He felt increasingly fortunate about his decision. After that, the two remained silent. Upon traversing the Tianqi Mountains, they utilized the teleportation array in Dingbei City, making their way towards Fongjing City. Once Lin Yu entered the territory of Great Zhou, he was profoundly astonished by its development and the sights and sounds he encountered along the way. Within the Great Zhou Imperial Palace at the Qingshan Hall, Yuan Tiangang had just finished reporting the recent intelligence gathered about the unruly individuals to Lin Yu. As he stepped out of the hall, he gave a slight nod to Dian Wei, who stood at the entrance, preparing to depart when a voice called out, "Unruly General! Dian General!" Ming Tian's voice echoed as Lin Yu followed closely behind. Yuan Tiangang paused momentarily, raising his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly beneath his mask as he nodded toward Ming Tian before continuing on his way. "General Ming, what brings you back?" Dian Wei's boisterous voice rang out, glancing at Lin Yu behind Ming Tian with a broad grin. This individual he had encountered in the secret realm. At this moment, Lin Yu also noticed the scrutinizing gazes of Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei, causing him to tense up. He had seen these two in the secret realm. Though he had not witnessed their prowess firsthand, the knowledge that neither the Yushui sword sect nor the Tianyuan sect, aside from Jian Moxi, had emerged unscathed from the secret realm indicated that these two were formidable adversaries. A faint smile appeared on his face as he inclined his head in acknowledgement to them. "The commander has instructed me to bring this esteemed ruler of the Blue Nation to meet His Majesty. Is His Majesty currently within the hall?" Ming Tian inquired, gesturing toward Lin Yu as he addressed Dian Wei. "He is inside," Dian Wei replied, casting a penetrating glance at Lin Yu before making his way into the hall. "I shall announce your arrival." Lin Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Before long, Dian Wei returned, addressing the two. "His Majesty requests the Blue Nation's ruler to enter." Ming Tian nodded toward Dian Wei, signaling for Lin Yu to proceed inside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu stepped forward into the Qingshan Hall. Lin Yu was absorbing the news just conveyed by Yuan Tiangang. It appeared that a great battle had erupted within the palace of the Blue Flame Dynasty. A conflict had ensued between the Burning Sky Dynasty and the Heavenly Origin sect. It was likely that Yin Zhe and his siblings had returned to report their encounters in the secret realm. Yet, what circumstances had befallen the Blue Flame Dynasty? "Your Majesty." The envoy from the Blue Flame Dynasty, Blue Zhu, sought an audience. He was brought by General Ming Tian, who claimed to carry the orders of Commander Bai Qi. Lin Yu raised his head, a subtle smile gradually emerging at the corners of his lips as he addressed Dian Wei, "Please invite him in." Having said that, he took his seat. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu entered the Grand Hall. He glanced up at Lin Yu, who was seated with an air of authority, and immediately offered a respectful bow. "Lin Yu pays his respects to the sovereign of the Great Zhou. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Lord of Lan to seek an audience with me?" Lin Yu observed the visibly tense Lin Yu and smiled gently before inquiring. Since the expedition to the Tianqi mountain range, Lin Yu had been utterly in awe of the Lord of the Lin Kingdom and the Great Zhou. Upon hearing of the appearances of General Bai and the other esteemed generals from the Yuhua dynasty, he hastened to request an audience. Lin Yu expressed his willingness to fully integrate the Lin Flame dynasty into the Great Zhou, seeking only that the Lin family might contribute to the strength of the Great Zhou. Furthermore, two supreme realm warriors from the Yushui sword sect, who had intended to gather intelligence on the Great Zhou, had been slain by the formidable guardians of our ancestral grounds. This matter can be attested by General Bai, as the severed heads of those two Yushui sword sect warriors are currently in his possession. Lin Yu conveyed all he wished to articulate in one breath, then gazed expectantly at Lin Yu, awaiting his decision. Lin Yu swiftly rose from his seat and approached Lin Yu, gently patting his shoulder with a beaming smile. "My dear minister, you have worked hard. Please, take a seat. Let us engage in a detailed conversation." After speaking, he called out to Dian Wei outside the hall. "Summon the cabinet members Liu Bowen, Sun Yu, and Ming Yi." Upon hearing Lin Yu's address, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy as he settled beside Lin Yu to converse. Before long, the three cabinet members arrived in haste, entering the Grand Hall. A day later, Lin Yu left the imperial palace with a countenance full of excitement, heading towards the Blue Flame Dynasty. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, it had been over 3 months since Lin Yu sought an audience with Lin Yu. Today marked the final day of the first year of the Great Zhou New Era. With the passing of this day, tomorrow would usher in the second year of the Great Zhou New Era. Lin Yu will also turn 20. The morning assembly hall. Lin Yu once sat upon the dragon throne. After a year, he had shed the naivety of his youth, emanating an imposing imperial aura. His gaze swept across the hall, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure in every corner. Today marked the Grand Court Assembly, a gathering requiring the presence of all esteemed officials of the Great Zhou. Below, Liu Bowen was delivering his report, while the ministers bowed their heads in attentive reverence. "Your Majesty," he began. "The territories of the Yu Dynasty were fully annexed 3 months ago, and the teleportation array has been completed. The division of cities and territories has also been finalized." Lin Yu nodded slightly. He had long been aware of this matter, and at this moment, he intended to enlighten the courtiers present in the hall. After Liu Bowen finished speaking, Lin Yu glanced at the distant Lin Ju, offering him a faint smile before stepping out of the ranks. "Your Majesty, the cities of the Blue Flame Dynasty have been successfully received. The Mechanism Pavilion is currently undertaking the construction of the teleportation array." A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly as the courtiers were momentarily taken aback by this news, engaging in hushed whispers. The perspectives and insights of officials and commoners alike in the Great Zhou had transformed significantly. This was indeed a momentous revelation. When had Your Majesty managed to subdue the Blue Flame Dynasty, without allowing the courtiers ample time to digest the information? Meng Ao emerged from the ranks of the Military Affairs Pavilion. "Your Majesty, at the border where the Blue Flame Dynasty meets Jianzhou and Huizhou, General Bai and several other commanders have already led their troops to establish a garrison." A thunderous realization struck the courtiers like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned and exhilarated. Their eyes instantly turned fervently towards Lin Yu, and they knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The military had even stationed itself at the borders. Such a silent operation. No wonder the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion were absent from the Grand Assembly today. Moreover, what did the inclusion of the Blue Flame Dynasty into the Great Zhou signify? The assembly was instantly engulfed in a tremor of excitement. Lin Yu smiled faintly, urging everyone to rise. He gestured towards the figure standing below, stating, "Esteemed guests, this is none other than the former sovereign of the Blue Flame Dynasty, Lin Yu, who now serves as a second-ranking official in my court. The specifics of his duties will be determined after further contemplation." He continued, "From this moment forth, I expect all of you, my esteemed ministers, to unite in your efforts for the prosperity of the Great Zhou." Yes, the assembly gazed in awe at Lin Yu, responding in unison. Since their entrance into the Grand Hall, they had been filled with curiosity and intrigue regarding the unfamiliar figure standing before them. It was revealed that he was indeed Lin Yu. Lin Yu returned their gazes with a smile, feeling invigorated within. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings and continued, "Tomorrow, we shall proclaim to the world the unification of Liao Province. Tonight, within the Imperial Palace, we shall host the annual banquet. In 1 month's time, we will conduct the coronation ceremony for the Great Zhou Dynasty." Having spoken, he rose and departed. As Lin Yu exited the Grand Hall, he was surrounded by numerous officials of the Great Zhou, eager to either flatter him or forge a beneficial connection. He was now a second-rank official, a rarity in the current Great Zhou, making him a figure worthy of their attentions. Moreover, the courtiers sensed that Lin Yu might bestow significant rewards upon Lin Yu, prompting them to vie for his favor. Lin Yu addressed each one in turn, and as the crowd dispersed, he was filled with reflection. He had anticipated that his family, the Lin clan, might face various oppressions, yet he had underestimated the magnanimity of the sovereign of the Great Zhou. This realization filled him with pride in his decision and invigorated his spirit. Recollecting the past 3 months, he was astounded by the efficiency of the Great Zhou. Upon his return from the Great Zhou, Lin Yu had immediately initiated a thorough cleansing within the borders of the Lin Flame Dynasty. Subsequently, he received officials dispatched by the cabinet in various cities, by chief from the Military Affairs Pavilion, along with several generals, had also led their forces from the border of the Lin Flame Dynasty to the confluence of Liao Province, Jian Province, and Hu Province. On the surface, the Lin Flame Dynasty appeared unchanged, however. Those with discerning eyes would notice that the governing figures in the major cities and the commanding leaders at the borders were all unfamiliar faces. With this thought, Lin Yu smiled, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. According to the plan laid out by His Majesty, today's preparations for a grand proclamation indicated readiness to confront impending crises. He then leisurely made his way to the residence arranged for him in Fengjing City. After leaving the Hall of Morning Assembly, Lin Yu proceeded to the Qingxian Hall to rest. He increasingly cherished the moments of solitude spent here, sipping tea and contemplating various matters, just as Lin Yu had envisioned. The plan discussed within the palace was to covertly take control of the Blue Flame Dynasty and to declare their intentions to the world at an opportune moment. Now, the time had indeed ripened. The hour arrived sooner and swifter than he had anticipated. He had not foreseen that within a year, the Great Zhou would achieve the unification of the entire Li Prefecture, a significant part of which could be attributed to Lin Yu's efforts. Although Li Prefecture was rather inconspicuous in the eastern domain and its territory limited, This accomplishment was enough to invigorate his spirit. The assurance to make a proclamation to the world stemmed from the information he had encountered within the system just days prior. By Qi, early stage of the sovereign realm Yuan Tian Gang, early stage of the supreme realm Huatubing, early stage of the supreme realm Zhaoyun, early stage of the supreme realm Xian Qiji, early stage of the supreme realm Dianwei, early stage of the supreme realm Niazhang, early stage of the supreme realm Zhuanzhu, early stage of the supreme realm Ming Tian, pinnacle of the sovereign realm Ming Ao and Ming Wu, mid-stage of the sovereign realm. The members of the cabinet were at the heavenly realm, not far from the sovereign realm. He had underestimated the talents of the individuals summoned by the system. Alongside Lan Lingxing and Lan Yuqin, the Great Zhou was fully capable of advancing to a high-ranking imperial power. This provided him with the confidence to manifest the Great Zhou's presence around Li Prefecture. Presently, the Great Zhou was entirely qualified to contend with forces such as the Feather Bloodsword sect and the Heavenly Origin Gate. As time progressed, the Great Zhou would only distance itself further from them. He was also filled with anticipation for the promotion ceremony scheduled for a month hence. Nightfall descended. Lin Yu continued the long-standing tradition of the Great Zhou by hosting the annual banquet. At the gathering, he welcomed all guests with open arms, indulging in merriment alongside the civil and military officials for an extended period, creating a lively atmosphere. The attendees were deeply engrossed in the momentous news shared during the court meeting earlier, their faces flushed with excitement. This year, Lin Yu had particularly instructed the cabinet to invite a series of venerable elders from the Great Zhou, including Gu Linru, who were all now expressing their nostalgia and praising the current flourishing era of the dynasty. Long separated, Lianju also attended the event today. He and Dianwei found themselves once again atop the tables, sharing jugs of drink. As they continued to imbibe, this rugged man unexpectedly succumbed to slumber, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly uttering the name Lin Huang. Meanwhile, Lanju was seen linking arms with several members of the Military Affairs Pavilion, toasting heartily. Although these individuals were to depart immediately after the banquet to return to the frontier and resume their duties, they allowed no gloom to dampen the occasion. Reveling in their libations, only when it was time to leave did they summon their powers to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Lin Yu gazed at the bustling crowd with keen enthusiasm. Gmoe sat beside him, attending to his every need, her eyes brimming with pride as she observed the spirited Lin Yu. The annual celebration continued late into the night, and it was entirely Gmoe who supported Lin Yu back home. As the gates of the Queen's palace closed, the palace gradually fell into a serene quietude. However, across the entire Dezhou, in Li Prefecture and its neighboring regions, a storm was just beginning to brew. On the day following the grand annual event, news reverberated throughout the realm of Dezhou, including the former Yuhua dynasty and the Lanyan dynasty, announcing the unification of Li Prefecture under the power of Dezhou. The news struck the populace like a massive earthquake, leaving the inhabitants of Li Prefecture stunned. The martial artists and citizens of the original Dezhou wept tears of joy, fervently calling out Lin Yu's name. Subsequently, warriors and civilians from various locales set forth from their homes, fervently making their way to Fengjing City, eager to witness this historic moment, a significant new chapter for Dezhou. The entire realm of Dezhou sprang into frenzied activity, with Liu Bowen and his companions tirelessly arranging numerous matters. In Fengjing City, patrols were seen diligently surveying the streets. As the masses eagerly awaited the impending ascension ceremony, the date drew nearer. Only 10 days remained until the grand event. In the blazing realm of Hua Prefecture, within the palace of the Burning Sky dynasty, Yan Minling and Yan Zhe had also received word of the unification of Li Prefecture by a power known as Dezhou, which would soon initiate the ascension ceremony. At that moment, the siblings were together. Big Brother Lin is truly remarkable. He managed to unify Li Prefecture in such a short time. We've only been back from the Tianqi Mountains for half a year. What level do you think Big Brother Lin's Dezhou dynasty will reach after the ascension? Why didn't he invite us to witness it? Listening to Yin Zhe's chattering, Yin Minling smiled at him, her gaze filled with complexity. When she first heard this news, she too had been taken aback. Recalling the youthful face that seemed to belong to yesterday, her heart swelled with deep admiration for Lin Yu and Dezhou. Big Brother Lin must have his own plans. He could have waited to announce this to the world after allowing some time to pass, revealing the news so prematurely. While the Tian Yuan sect is still reeling from the absence of several elders, suggests they are likely preoccupied with their own matters. The Bloodsword sect in Jian Prefecture has probably received the news as well, and they will surely seize this opportunity to cause trouble. Yin Zhe, upon hearing this, also grasped the situation, a glimmer of concern crossing his eyes before he confidently replied, "That may be true, but I believe Big Brother Lin has anticipated this. I am certain he would not undertake any endeavor without assurance. We shall await Big Brother Lin's demonstration of strength by executing those who dare to disrupt the ascension ceremony. As Yen Minling absorbed Yin Zhe's analysis, her unease began to dissipate. At Tian Yuan's sect, just as Yin Minling had surmised, due to the absence of many high-ranking officials, the news was kept under wraps for the time being. In Jian Prefecture, at the Bloodsword sect's main hall, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Sword Yin Jun sat at the head of the hall, with senior sect members arranged in their seats below. 3 months have passed. Have you made any progress? What power dares to carry out such brazen assassinations of our disciples within Jian Prefecture? He demanded. My Bloodsword sect has never suffered such a grievous loss. An elder below responded promptly, Sect Master, the forces behind this are elusive, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Thus far, we have determined that their numbers are few. Seemingly at the supreme level, the entire sect is in a state of panic, afraid to step beyond our walls. Sword Yin Jun, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Continue your investigations. I will have their heads to sate my fury. Instruct the disciples to avoid leaving the sect for the time being. After momentarily calming his racing heart, he continued. It has been nearly 6 months since my son Jian Moxia perished during the expedition to Li Prefecture. Subsequently, I dispatched 2 mid-level supreme elders to gather intelligence, only for them to meet mysterious deaths in Li Prefecture. With 3 supreme elders and numerous revered experts lost, our sect strength has been severely diminished. I intended to personally investigate, but now we face relentless assassinations of our disciples, forcing me to remain here. You have provided me with only 2 pieces of information to date, a force named Dezhou and a young man in white. What use are you? Sword Yin Jun's agitation grew, causing his blood pressure to spike once more. The oppressive aura he exuded made everyone in the hall shudder. One elder, cautiously glancing at Sword Yin Jun, bit his lip and rose from his seat. Sect Master, news has arrived from Li Prefecture. A power known as the Zhou Dynasty has completed the unification of Li Prefecture and will soon hold the ascension ceremony. I think Sword Yin Jun's icy gaze fixed upon him, cutting him off. Do you believe MOCF fell victim to this force? A dynasty located in the most remote region of the eastern domain, Li Prefecture? The elder felt as if he had stepped into an icy abyss, stammering. I believe I may have made an error. Sword Yin Jun retracted his gaze, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Humph. While I may not regard Li Prefecture highly, the emergence of a dynasty capable of unifying it, bearing the name Dezhou, cannot be overlooked. Better to strike wrong than to let them escape. I will use them to honor my son's spirit in the afterlife. I summon the esteemed Elder Yun to lead the charge. 2nd Elder, 4th Elder, 5th Elder. Accompany Elder Yun to the Dezhou Ascension ceremony and bring back the Emperor's head. Understood. 3 elders stepped forward, their powerful auras resonating as they accepted their mission and departed. In Dezhou, Fongjing City, the Ascension ceremony commenced as scheduled. The city was already teeming with people. With throngs bustling in the streets, excitement etched on every face. Local residents warmly welcomed martial artists and citizens arriving from afar, newly integrated into the realm of Dezhou. Cities throughout Li Prefecture put aside their affairs, gathering in central squares to witness the spectacle through image stones. Such grandeur meant no one wished to miss the opportunity to partake in this historic event, with the scene surpassing even Lin Yu's coronation. Beneath the altar, civil and military officials were lined up on either side. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the grand cauldron atop the altar, Liu Bowen proclaimed loudly, The ascension ceremony begins. With a thunderous roar, the palace gates swung open. Lin Yu and GMOE gradually emerged from within. The civil and military officials, along with the throngs of people, instantly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, Long live your Majesty! Long live the Empress! Subsequently, the two approached the base of the heavenly altar under the fervent gazes of the crowd. GMOE halted her steps, releasing Lin Yu's left hand, standing gracefully as she turned her gaze towards Lin Yu, who ascended the heavenly altar with measured strides. After a year, Lin Yu ascended the steps of the Temple of Heaven once more. Standing atop the temple, he surveyed the entirety of Fongjing City, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his face. Regaining his composure, he released the imperial aura. Fortune's golden dragon, appear. With that command, the golden dragon of fortune surged forth from the palace, swirling around Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his head to gaze into the void. Today, the Great Zhou Dynasty ascends to the status of an imperial dynasty. Buzz. In an instant, time and space across the entire realm of Great Zhou came to a standstill, and the eye of the Great Tao re-emerged in the ether. It observed Lin Yu with an impassive demeanor for a considerable time before gradually dissipating, a voice resonating in Lin Yu's ears. Approved. The Great Zhou Dynasty ascends to a higher imperial dynasty. time and space resumed their flow. The entirety of the sky belonging to Great Zhou suddenly manifested various extraordinary phenomena. Auspicious clouds entwined, violet light shimmered, and radiant rainbows flowed, while dragons and phoenixes danced in the air. Subsequently, a torrential rain of spiritual energy began to fall in the eyes of all onlookers. Upon ascending the temple of heaven, Lin Yu witnessed the manifestation of the golden dragon of fortune emanating from the imperial palace. With a resounding call, a multitude of extraordinary phenomena unfolded, instilling within him a profound reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Lin Yu felt the ethereal rain descending from the heavens and immediately proclaimed in a loud voice, "Everyone, bask in the nourishing aura of the rain." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, immersing themselves in the myriad benefits bestowed by the spiritual downpour. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the rain ceased. One by one, the martial artists opened their eyes, their faces adorned with astonishment and delight, for they had experienced a remarkable breakthrough in their martial realms. Those with slightly inferior talents advanced by a minor tier, while those of exceptional aptitude even ascended by nearly a full realm. Furthermore, several ordinary citizens, who had previously been unable to cultivate martial arts, found their physiques transformed, ailments cured, and were now able to embark on the path of cultivation. The crowd once again knelt in reverence before Lin Yu, their voices echoing with admiration. Lin Yu was exceptionally surprised. He discovered that the level of this spiritual rain seemed remarkably high, as both he and the summoned figures had transcended a minor realm after their immersion. At that moment, a sudden spatial rift appeared in the sky above Fongjing City, from which 4 figures emerged, gazing at Lin Yu, who stood upon the heavenly altar. "Are you the sovereign of the Great Zhou?" The 4 who stepped forth were none other than Elder Yin, the Grand Elder of the usurp sect, along with the 2nd, 4th, and 5th elders. Lin Yu gazed at the 4 individuals emerging from the rift in space, his eyes icy and piercing. Indeed, at this moment, there was no doubt that their arrival in such a manner was not to extend congratulations. Lin Yu did not extend invitations to any factions for the ceremony. It remains uncertain whether the guests are from the Feather Bloodsword sect or the Heavenly Origin sect. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, an elderly man emerged from within and inquired further, "We are from the Feather Bloodsword sect of Sword Province. Is it you who has slain our sect's young master?" Lin Yu instantly comprehended the origins of the individuals before him, and the chill in his gaze became even more pronounced. At that moment, the civil and military officials, along with numerous martial artists and common folk below, were already seething with indignation at the sudden appearance of the 4. As soon as the elder's voice fell, Bai Qi, positioned at the forefront of the military affairs pavilion, vanished from his spot, reappearing before the quartet with a fierce roar, lifting his foot to kick at them. Presumptuous. The 4 were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The elder in the green robe, who had remained silent until now, revealed a flicker of surprise in his eyes and immediately swung his fist. Bang! A resounding clash erupted in the air. The elder staggered back several steps. Raising his gaze to Bai Qi, his composure shattered. "It's impossible. Mid-stage of the sovereign realm. How could a newly ascended dynasty possess such a formidable warrior?" The 3 companions beside him were similarly shaken, having felt the looming threat of death from that kick. Had the elder not intervened, they would likely have been dispatched by the middle-aged man clad in bronze armor. What terrified them even more was yet to come. Suddenly, several terrifying auras surged from below. Nearly 10 figures materializing behind Bai Qi, their combined oppressive presence causing the entire space to tremble violently. All eyes were coldly fixed upon the 4. At that moment, a transparent barrier materialized, enveloping the entirety of Fongjing City. This was the protective barrier that Lin Yu had requested the mechanism pavilion to develop. As the 4 sensed it, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. All were of mid-stage sovereign realm cultivation, their formidable auras subtly rivaling those of peak sovereign realm experts. Among them, one was a peak sovereign realm, another was late stage, and one more was early stage. The 4 cursed the elder who had spoken in the Zhongzhu Hall, wishing fervently to drag him over and berate him. Was this truly a newly ascended dynasty? What should they do? They had unwittingly walked into an enemy stronghold. Exchanging glances, the 5th elder of the usurp sect, facing the predatory gazes of Bai Qi and his companions, mustered the courage to step forward, his face contorting into a smile more grotesque than tears, addressing Lin Yu. "It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Great Zhou, and have come to pay our respects." Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. "There is no misunderstanding. It was I who slayed Jian Mo Xie and his companions." Ignoring the horrified expressions of the 4 from the usurp sect, His authoritative voice resonated throughout the entirety of Fongjing City, reaching the ears of the citizens of the Great Zhou who were watching through the projection stones. To all the outsiders, any who dare to raise arms. In the major cities across the Great Zhou territory, the crowd gazed fervently at Lin Yu, who stood upon the altar of heaven, raising their arms in a fervent cheer. Some cities, having only recently joined the Great Zhou, were instantly captivated by Lin Yu's overwhelming presence in the formidable unity of the Great Zhou, as they raised their fists and joined in the collective roar. Lin Yu spoke. Slash. Boom. In an instant, the crowd surged towards the four, fearful that they would be outpaced by their comrades. Bai Qi swiftly maneuvered and reappeared before Elder Yun, an old man of mid-respectable king realm. His fate was sealed. This time, he showed no mercy. The ancient bronze sword materialized in his grasp, and with a single stroke, a fissure tore through the space where the sword passed. The four had already been paralyzed by fear. Witnessing the members of the Great Zhou charging at them, they steeled themselves to retaliate. Within mere moments, 3 elders from the pinnacle of the supreme realm of the Feather Bloodsword sect were brutally torn apart by the forces of the Military Affairs Pavilion. Elder Yun, in mid-respectable king realm, was now spitting blood, trembling as he stood in the void, his gaze filled with terror as he shouted at Lin Yu, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I can serve you. I can reveal the secrets of the Feather Bloodsword sect and lead you there." In response, Lin Yu's icy gaze met Elder Yun's plea, while Bai Qi's ancient sword remained unwavering in its trajectory, witnessing the swift demise of their assailants. The spectators erupted in fervent cheers. "Your Majesty, Great Zhou." Lin Yu smiled and signaled for everyone to be quiet for a moment. Bai Qi and others also returned to their ranks, and the protective barrier gradually faded above Fongjing City. The promotion ceremony was complete. From this day forth, the Great Zhou stands as the Imperial Dynasty. The Great Zhou Dynasty is now a prestigious empire. Long live the Great Zhou. Long live the Great Zhou. As Lin Yu's voice faded, it once again ignited a chorus of roars from the crowd. After Lin Yu concluded his remarks, he descended from the Temple of Heaven, leading GMOE towards the Imperial Palace. The civil and military officials, along with the common folk, watched Lin Yu and GMOE depart, their faces etched with reluctance as they slowly dispersed. The populace remained immersed in the jubilation of the Great Zhou ascending to the status of a high-ranking dynasty. Having personally witnessed the decisive prowess of the generals and strong warriors under Lin Yu's governance in repelling invading foes, their prior hearsay paled in comparison to the awe of first-hand experience. This profound encounter significantly bolstered the collective sense of belonging and pride among the citizens of the Great Zhou. This sentiment elucidated Lin Yu's rationale for not shutting down the projection stones. The populace must engage in the unfolding events to truly comprehend the strength of their nation, thus fortifying their confidence. In the Qingxian Hall, upon returning from the Temple of Heaven, Lin Yu seated himself and summoned Yuan Tiangang, instructing him to thoroughly investigate the origins of the Feather Bloodsword sect. Those audacious enough to send emissaries to the imperial city must be prepared for annihilation. Furthermore, after an extensive period of cultivation and resource acquisition, the nefarious individuals had likely attained substantial territorial prowess. He ordered the dispatch of additional personnel to gather intelligence from several regions beyond Li Prefecture. Understood. Yuan Tiangang acknowledged, turning to depart. In the Sword Prefecture, within the Grand Hall of the Feather Bloodsword sect, Jian Yin Jun and the senior members convened once more. The atmosphere was palpably tense and oppressive, with grave expressions adorning the faces of all present. Jian Yin Jun broke the silence, stating that the disciple guarding the life tokens reported that the tokens belonging to Elder Yun, the second elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder had all shattered within mere moments. The recent demise of the young sect master and the series of assassination attempts targeting sect disciples were likely orchestrated by the Great Zhou. He commanded the immediate awakening of all sect members and preparations for battle. The sect was poised to confront an unprecedented adversary. Having spoken, he vanished from the hall. The others promptly descended to make arrangements, acutely aware that the Feather Bloodsword sect, having lost numerous formidable warriors, was now severely weakened. They dared not exhibit any semblance of complacency in the face of the imminent threat posed by the Great Zhou. After leaving the sect master's hall, Jian Mo Xia proceeded to the rear mountains of the sect, entering its depths. Shortly thereafter, he emerged alongside a white-haired elder, both bearing solemn expressions. A palpable tension enveloped the Feather Bloodsword sect, as if a storm were brewing. While the ceremony marking the Great Zhou's elevation to a dynasty concluded, the fervor among the populace remained undiminished. Across the expanse of the Great Zhou territory, in cities and locales alike, groups of people were still engaged in animated discussions. particularly regarding the fierce battle that transpired during the elevation ceremony, a topic that captivated the collective imagination. Lin Yu's reflections on the transformations within the vast Zhou Dynasty are profoundly insightful. Foremost among these is the subtle yet significant shift of the entire Longmai of Liu towards Fengning. The enhancement of spiritual energy has transitioned from a once desolate land to a frenzied elevation across all of Liu, with the most substantial increases occurring in proximity to the capital, Fengjing. In several prominent mountains and rivers, various heavenly materials and treasures have emerged, most notably within the Tianqi mountain range. Once rarely visited by warriors from Liu, this mountainous region now witnesses their presence in every corner. This phenomenon may also elucidate Lin Yu's decision to remain in the capital of the Zhou dynasty thus far. After all, both warriors and common folk are naturally inclined to gravitate towards the most prosperous center. Additionally, there was that prolonged, enveloping reign of spiritual energy that lasted for an extensive period. Lin Yu believed that this was indeed the highest reward for the Great Zhou's advancement to a superior dynasty, as well as a robust guarantee for the rapid enhancement of the nation's overall strength. The number and quality of martial artists surged at an astonishing pace, giving rise to numerous prodigious figures rarely seen in a century or even a millennium. However, due to the magnitude of this leap, many regions have yet to establish branches of the Great Zhou Academy. During this period, GMOY's mentor, Lin Huang, was exceedingly busy, often spotted bustling about the teleportation array in Fengjing City. The myriad benefits are too numerous to enumerate. As time accumulates, they will become increasingly apparent. All administrative tasks had long been arranged by Lin Yu, with a few members of the cabinet at the helm, leaving him quite at ease. At this moment, within the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Lin Yu was alone in the Qingxian Hall, connected to the system. He had 5 million battle points, and regarding their purpose, he did not hesitate this time. System, exchange for the second level of the ancient immortal court. Ding. Exchange successful. His battle points instantly returned to 0. Lin Yu felt a moment of confusion as he found himself once again immersed in the vast expanse of the starry sky. He raised his gaze ahead, where a figure clad in imperial robes, surrounded by swirling golden dragons, stood majestically against the celestial backdrop. Lin Yu was utterly convinced that the man before him was the very same individual he had encountered during his initial cultivation of the ancient technique known as the forging of the immortal court. Positioned before this man, who stood with an air of ethereal grace, loomed a colossal star, surrounded by a multitude of smaller celestial bodies. From the star emanated an unceasing cacophony of battle cries, reaching even Lin Yu's vantage point. He observed as the man's lips moved slightly, and a voice of formidable authority resonated throughout the vast expanse of the starry sky. Retreat. As the words fell from his lips, dozens of armored warriors surged forth from the star, standing resolutely behind the man, each radiating an overwhelming aura. The already tumultuous starry sky, shaken by the man's formidable presence, trembled with even greater intensity. Lin Yu focused intently, though he could still not discern their faces. He was certain that among them were the courtiers he had witnessed in the starry hall. Following their emergence, an immense army materialized, flashing forth from the stars. At that moment, their fervent gazes were fixated upon the man. Observing that the crowd and the army had emerged from the celestial bodies, the man slightly waved his right hand, and a golden spear appeared in his grasp. He thrust it directly towards the colossal star ahead, the spear conjuring swirling tempests of spatial energy in the cosmos, as some diminutive stars along its path were momentarily engulfed by the released force, obliterated in an instant. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu watched in horror as the spear effortlessly penetrated the enormous star. No. Accompanied by a blinding flash of white light and the despairing cries of the star, the massive celestial body was shattered amidst the vastness of space. The man seemed to regard this act as trivial, tilting his head slightly. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, uncertain of the man's intentions. His position allowed him to catch a glimpse of the faint smile curling at the corners of the man's lips. Just then, a wave of dizziness swept over him. Lin Yu discovered that he had returned to the Qingxian Hall, and simultaneously, a name of a spear technique appeared in his mind, the tremor of falling stars. Was this the name of the spear technique he had just encountered? Lin Yu silently pondered. To his astonishment, he realized that his martial arts realm had remarkably advanced 2 minor levels, reaching the pinnacle of the venerable realm. After briefly acclimating to the surging power within him, he recalled the movements of the man from earlier, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He stepped out of the Qingxian Hall and addressed Dian Wei at the entrance, saying, "Come," to the void. With that, he soared into the air, followed closely by Dian Wei, who looked at him with a perplexed expression. Lin Yu glanced down, nodding in satisfaction. Having distanced himself from Fengjing City, He turned to the puzzled Wei and said, I have just mastered a spear technique. Let us see how you fare against it. Instantly comprehending, Wei excitedly nodded in response, exclaiming, Come forth, your majesty. A spear materialized in Lin Yu's grasp as he momentarily recalled the technique. His expression grew solemn as he swung the spear towards Wei. Rumble. The air reverberated with a thunderous sound. The very space, trembling as a streak of light, surged past. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Wei's eyes. His body tensed instantaneously as he brandished his halberd, bracing himself to withstand the thrust. Bang! The halberd met the spear's tip in a fierce clash, a blinding white light erupting at the point of contact, causing the surrounding space to form a tiny fissure. Wei staggered slightly, retreating a few steps as he regained control of his halberd, turning to Lin Yu with exhilaration. Your Majesty, this strike of yours could rival the prowess of a late-stage Supreme Realm warrior. An ordinary mid-stage Supreme Realm warrior would surely fall before your spear. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he recalled the power of that shot, which had actually caused Wei to stagger back a few steps. It is worth noting that they were both unparalleled prodigies capable of fighting beyond their ranks. Although the strength of this attack was far inferior to that of the man who traversed the starry skies, Lin Yu believed that a significant portion of the disparity was due to the vast difference in their martial arts realms. He took a moment to assess the depletion of his own spiritual energy, realizing that this single strike had consumed a substantial portion of it. Nevertheless, considering the might of the blow, he felt a sense of acceptance and nodded in satisfaction. His thoughts drifted back to the man who had imparted the spear technique to him moments ago. Lin Yu made a subtle comparison between the middle-aged man who appeared in his mind and the one in the Tianlan Sword's secret realm. He harbored an indistinct feeling that the man who emerged from the ancient immortal court was far more powerful. At present, he still felt quite weak. But this was merely his personal sentiment. Without dwelling on it further, Lin Yu sheathed his long spear, waved his hand to bid farewell to Wei, and soared towards the imperial palace. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Lin Yu made his way directly to the ancestral hall of the Great Zhou. It had been some time since his last visit, and reflecting on the recent transformations within the Great Zhou, he felt compelled to come and pay his respects. At that moment, he found himself gazing at the memorial tablets of Lin Huang and Lin Hao, lost in thought. Father, how fare you? The Great Zhou has now ascended to a formidable imperial power. And what of my mother, whom I have yet to meet? In the eastern region, in Xian Prefecture, there lies a boundary far removed from Li Prefecture, adjacent to the heart of the eastern region, Yuan Prefecture. At this juncture, within an inn of a certain city in Xian Prefecture, a middle-aged man of modest attire, his face marked by the passage of time, sat alone at a table, sipping wine. His bright eyes occasionally scanned the bustling crowd, as if he were meticulously observing something. This was none other than Lin Huang, who had been away from the Great Zhou for over a year. Lin Huang took a sip of wine, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The Great Zhou must have just concluded its annual gathering not long ago. He wondered how Yuer and Hauer were faring. After departing from the Great Zhou, he journeyed directly north, traversing the Tianqi mountain range and leaving the borders of Lizhou. Along the way, he crossed through 2 or 3 state boundaries before finally reaching Xianzhou. Undoubtedly, this journey was fraught with numerous perils, yet he managed to overcome each one. Moreover, he turned misfortune into fortune, advancing his martial prowess to the mid-stage of the venerable realm. As Lin Huang ventured deeper into the heart of the eastern region, he encountered an unending array of formidable factions and warriors. It was only now that he comprehended why Lizhou was largely overlooked by the eastern region and why it was deemed a barbaric land by the people of the Great Zhou. Simultaneously, he felt a profound awe for the clan to which the person he cherished belonged. Just as his thoughts meandered, a clamorous shout pierced the air. Hurry! The secret realm of inheritance has been unlocked. This is the grandest inheritance secret realm in Xianzhou, opening only once every millennium. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Huang's eyes as he set down his wine cup and swiftly rose to follow. The eastern region, Weizhou, lies adjacent to Xianzhou. A youthful figure darted through a vast expanse of towering mountains. After a while, the figure halted at the entrance of a cave and swiftly slipped inside. Upon entering, he discovered an entirely different world within, complete with tables, chairs, and beds. The young figure was none other than Lin Hao. His face etched with anger as he plopped down onto a chair. What madness has overtaken the Yi family? They have relentlessly pursued him over a mere spiritual herb stolen from their direct disciples. Have they considered that the primary reason might be their own ill-treatment of the cherished jewel of the Yi family? Upon hearing Elder Yi's voice, a trace of embarrassment crossed Lin Hao's eyes. Who could have known she was disguised as a man? In my panic, I inadvertently brushed against her. Elder Yi chuckled softly. choosing not to respond. Lin Huang did not dwell on it for too long. Over the past year, he had encountered such situations far too frequently. Ever since he departed from the Great Zhou, it seemed as though he had unlocked a mysterious switch. No matter where he went, he would invariably attract trouble for various inexplicable reasons. The peculiar experiences he had endured were simply overwhelming. The present Lin Huang appeared strikingly like a 20-year-old youth. The youthful innocence that once graced his visage had long since vanished, replaced instead by an air of resolute determination. Lin Huang rested for a moment on his seat. Lost in thought, he pondered the well-being of his father and elder brother. Sensing Lin Huang's inner turmoil, Elder spoke up. Young Hao, I perceive that your father is a person of great destiny. Such individuals do not easily fall into misfortune. As for your elder brother, there is no need for concern. He is one of the few individuals I have encountered over the years whom I cannot fully comprehend. You should consume the spiritual elixir. It may enable you to break through to the realm of the respected. Only upon reaching this level can one be considered a truly formidable warrior with significantly enhanced speed. Upon hearing Elder Yi's words, Lin Huang regained his composure, his lips twitching with agitation as he retorted, Old man, are you the one behind this mischief? You spoke of soaring to great heights after leaving the Great Zhou. Yet, it seems I have plummeted instead. If it weren't for your incessant urging to seize this and that, would I have to hide in caves so frequently? At this rate, I might as well be gaining experience in digging. He added emphatically, and stop calling me young Hao. Elder Yi cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, This cannot entirely be blamed on me. I, too, am perplexed as to why you frequently encounter such irrational occurrences. Yet, each time, you manage to turn misfortune into fortune. It was only during the recent trials that I intentionally allowed you to experience such challenges. To my surprise, the results were quite favorable. You managed to escape. Lin Huang's gaze was deep and mysterious, teetering on the brink of fury. Elder Yi quickly interjected, in just a little over a year, you have already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Without the trials and tribulations you have faced, your progress would not have been so swift. Therefore, you must seize the time and diligently enhance your abilities in order to assist your father and elder brother. Lin Huang fell silent upon hearing Lin Huang and Lin Yu. Refraining from further conversation, he retrieved a luminous herb emanating a soft white glow from his pocket and swallowed it in one swift motion. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Elder Yi secretly let out a sigh of relief. In the Dezhou Imperial Palace, a month had elapsed since the promotion ceremony. Lin Yu and GMOE were strolling through the palace garden. Before long, Yuan Tiangang appeared, saluted the two, and spoke. Your Majesty, the Yushui Sword sect has conducted a thorough investigation. Speak. After suffering losses in previous encounters, the Yushui Sword sect currently has one elder in the early stage of the sovereign realm and one sect leader in the mid-stage of the sovereign realm. There are 2 peak elders in the supreme realm, along with 3 deacons in the supreme realm, whose cultivation levels vary from early to mid and late stages. Additionally, there are over a dozen powerful individuals in the sovereign realm, while the remaining members consist of disciples below the sovereign realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, quite taken aback. The Feathered Bloodsword sect indeed possesses considerable strength, boasting a supreme elder in the early stages of the sovereign realm. Furthermore, even after several high-level martial artists had perished, they still retained 2 peak elders in the supreme realm. Yuan Tiangang nodded and remarked, I have recently gathered intelligence in Sword State. Originally, there were 2 major forces comparable to high-level empires in Sword State. However, one of these forces was annihilated by the Feathered Bloodsword sect over a decade ago. Following that catastrophic battle, the Feathered Bloodsword sect effectively established dominance over the entire Sword State, elevating their overall power significantly. Their leader, Jian Yanjun, is an ambitious individual, continuously striving to elevate the Feathered Bloodsword sect to unprecedented heights. Lin Yu suddenly understood. The Feathered Bloodsword sect was indeed far more formidable than the average advanced imperial forces, boasting numerous supreme-level warriors at their peak. Had it not been for his encounter with Lin Yu and the subsequent losses they suffered, they might well have rivaled the pinnacle of imperial power in the near future. This realization aligned with the news recently brought by Yuan Tiangang. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before issuing a command. He ordered Bai Qi, Zhao Yun, and Xi and Qiji to return. He summoned the 3 members of the Lan family, instructing them to arrive at the Qingxian Hall by early morning tomorrow. Lin Yu paused at this point. You shall come over tomorrow. Additionally, I remind you to diligently inquire about any news regarding the Supreme Emperor and the One-Word King. Understood. Yuan Tiangang acknowledged and took his leave. The 2 resumed their stroll in the garden as they watched Yuan Tiangang depart. The following day at the Qingxian Hall, Several members from the Military Affairs Pavilion and the 3 from the Lan family had arrived early, awaiting Lin Yu's presence. Lin Yu was inquiring about the reason for Lin Yu's summons to Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang merely gestured towards the direction of Jianzhou, offering no further explanation. The others immediately grasped the underlying meaning, their gazes igniting with fervor as they respectfully awaited further developments. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu entered the Grand Hall. Upon noticing the group poised to pay their respects, he waved his hand slightly and took his seat at the head of the table, stating, "Bu Liangshui. Please provide everyone with an update on the situation regarding the Feather Bloodsword sect." Yuan Tiangang promptly recounted to the assembly what he had discussed with Lin Yu the previous day. Lin Yu observed the eagerness of Yuan Wan and his companions. A glimmer of cold light flashing through his eyes as he issued a decisive command. The Yushui sword sect has repeatedly provoked our dynasty and harbored the audacious intention of sabotaging the ascension ceremony. Yuan Tiangang will lead the way. You shall eradicate the Yushui sword sect on my behalf, to demonstrate the might of our dynasty. Upon arrival, Niezheng and Zhuanzhu will join you for the mission. Understood. Indeed, His Majesty is finally poised to take action against the Yushui sword sect. The group, brimming with excitement, eagerly accepted their orders and departed. Lin Yu silently encouraged himself amidst the crowd. This would be his first battle for the Great Zhou, and he was determined to make a splendid showing. Beside him, Lan Lingxing and Lan Yuqin shared the same fervent resolve. During the last ascension ceremony, they had barely lifted a finger as the 4 warriors of the Yushui sword sect were swiftly torn apart by several generals from the Military Affairs Pavilion. This opportunity must not be missed. Lin Yu gazed coldly at the departing figures. This time, he had no intention of dispatching a legion. The current military prowess of the Great Zhou was insufficient. Sending troops would consume too much time and incur excessive casualties, rendering the endeavor futile. To confront these sect forces, it was imperative to deploy high-ranking warriors for a decisive suppression. Their primary strength was predominantly concentrated within their mountain gates, particularly the Feather Bloodsword sect, which was now akin to a startled bird. Only during large-scale invasion wars could the legions truly showcase their advantages. After exiting the imperial palace, the group made their way directly to the teleportation array within Fongjing City. The current foot traffic at the teleportation array was astonishingly high. The guards, upon seeing the group approach, hastily dispersed the crowd to allow them passage. The citizens of Great Zhou in line complied without hesitation, casting curious glances at Yuan Tiangang and his companions. Bold warriors among them directly inquired, "General Bai, are you leading an expedition?" Bai Qi paused momentarily, addressing the intrigued crowd. "By the Emperor's decree, we shall tread upon Jianzhou and annihilate the Feather Bloodsword sect." He believed there was nothing inappropriate in stating this. Considering the immense cohesion of the Great Zhou, even if word were to leak, by the time it spread, the Feather Bloodsword sect would likely have been obliterated. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by fervent shouts directed towards Bai Qi and his companions. "May you all achieve swift victories and vanquish all enemies." The group nodded slightly to the crowd before stepping into the teleportation array. In Jianzhou, within the Feather Bloodsword sect, Jian Yanjun and the senior members were engaged in discussion. An elder, Li Yu, who had recently been awakened from the sect's back mountain, stood beside him. His eyes flickered as he spoke. "Sect Master, a month has passed, and the Great Zhou Dynasty has shown no signs of action. Are we being overly cautious?" The entire sect is rife with speculation. He was originally a senior elder from the Sword Rain Pavilion, another powerful faction in Jianzhou. Years ago, he had betrayed his comrades in battle, leading to the demise of the Sword Rain Pavilion's leader at the hands of Jian Yanjun, allowing the Feather Bloodsword sect to dominate. As Jian Yanjun prepared to respond, a thunderous rumble echoed throughout the Grand Hall. A glint of sharp focus flashed in Jian Yanjun's eyes as he vanished from his seat, appearing high above the hall, his gaze fixed solemnly on the protective mountain array. The others in the hall quickly followed suit, emerging behind him. The magnitude of the disturbance was felt by all within the Feather Bloodsword sect, who soon gathered from various locations. In mere moments, with a sound akin to shattering glass, the protective mountain array erupted. Several figures materialized from the void. Standing opposite Jian Yanjun and his companions, none other than Bai Qi and his group, who had arrived after departing the imperial palace. Jian Yanjun's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as he sensed the aura emanating from the newcomers. The Great Zhou Dynasty? Lin Yu, noting the silence among the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion, interjected, "Indeed." Jian Yanjun scanned him with a furrowed brow, his voice icy as he demanded, "You are responsible for the deaths of my son Jian Moxi and many of our powerful members?" Lin Yu had just broken through to the Supreme Realm following the recent spiritual reign. Before he could speak further, Bai Qi's voice rang out. No need for idle chatter. We are the ones who have slain them. The Feather Bloodsword sect dares to repeatedly target the Emperor and the Great Zhou. We are ordered to flatten the Feather Bloodsword sect. With that proclamation, Bai Qi stepped forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear, ancient bronze sword in hand, striking towards Jian Yanjun. As Bai Qi moved, Jian Yanjun's pupils constricted, and he summoned his sword to parry the incoming attack. A resounding clash echoed as the two engaged, the shockwave obliterating the grand hall beneath them. Jian Yanjun was pushed back several steps, his gaze icy as he regarded Bai Qi. You possess some skill, elderly. Come with me to slay him. Elderly, momentarily taken aback by Bai Qi's strike, recalled Jian Yanjun's prowess as a well-known genius in Jianzhou. Years ago, his extraordinary combat strength had allowed him to slay the mid-level ruler of the Sword Rain Pavilion while he himself was merely at the initial stage of the ruler realm. Upon hearing Jian Yanjun's command, he quickly moved to join him in attacking Bai Qi. Bai Qi, noticing the two approaching, felt a flicker of excitement. Was this the caliber of genius warriors in this world? To withstand a strike without injury was no small feat. As the two advanced, Bai Qi's excitement surged. His bronze armor shimmered as a thick aura of murderous intent enveloped him, his gaze frigid and fierce. With a swift motion, he swung his ancient sword towards the two. A massive rift tore through the air, and Jian Yanjun and his companion were sent hurtling back, their faces filled with terror as they beheld Bai Qi, who seemed like a god of death. Ignoring their astonishment, Bai Qi advanced towards them with rapid strides. At this moment, Zhao Yun and Lan Ju had already reacted to Bai Qi's voice, charging towards the members of the Feather Bloodsword sect. The heavens roared in an uproar, alarming many nearby forces and warriors who rushed to investigate. As Bai Qi issued his command, Zhao Yun and Xian Qiji swiftly positioned themselves before the sect's Grand Elder and Third Elder, their weapons drawn and ready to strike. Yuan Tiangang remained still, pushing the still-dazed Lan Ju towards a Supreme Realm initial stage steward from the Feather Bloodsword sect. Even the most dim-witted among them now comprehended the unfolding situation. Lan Ju cast a grateful glance at Yuan Tiangang before engaging in battle with the steward. Though internally he mused that these generals from the Military Affairs Pavilion were excessively decisive in their slaughter, they would act without hesitation, sparing no words. Blue Lingxing and Blue Yuqin, observing Yuan Tiangang's actions, also darted towards two other stewards from the Feather Bloodsword sect. Having benefited greatly from the spiritual reign, Blue Lingxing had reached the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm, while Blue Yuqin had advanced to the late stage, facing opponents of a lower realm. They felt no pressure whatsoever, but silently remarked that they needed to act more swiftly next time. The response of these individuals was alarmingly prompt. Had it not been for the push from the unruly general, the three members of the Blue family would likely have left empty-handed. As the high-ranking warriors of Jian Yanjun clashed with the powerful forces of the Great Zhou, Niazheng and Zhuangju transformed into shadows, infiltrating the ranks of the Feather Bloodsword sect's venerable members. Each strike they made was lethal, filling the air with the frantic screams and wails of the sect's disciples. No, do not kill me. Do not kill me. A middle-aged man, at the mid-stage of the revered Master Realm, stood frozen in terror, his eyes vacant as he gazed at his fellow disciples, who had been laughing just moments before. In the next instant, his body exploded in the sky. Before he could react, a shadowy light flashed before him, and he lost all vitality, plummeting to the ground. Some disciples of the Feather Bloodsword sect, of slightly lower cultivation, frantically fled towards the mountain gate, repeatedly muttering, "Devils. These are all devils. The sect is finished. It's all over." However, he had barely taken a few steps when a masked figure appeared before him, swiftly snapping his neck. The entire Feather Bloodsword sect resembled a hellish battlefield, where not even a fly could escape under the ruthless hands of Yuan Tiangang, Niazheng, and Zhuangju. The sky was stained a deep crimson. On the battlefield of the revered King Realm, Jian Yanjun, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the disciples of the sect being slaughtered by the three supreme beings of the Great Zhou Dynasty, then turned to look at Bai Qi. Enveloped in a veil of black energy, a grim smile crossing his face. Ha! Ha ha! He coughed up blood again, exclaiming, "The Great Zhou Dynasty. Such ruthless methods." Bai Qi's gaze was cold, offering no response, as blood dripped from the tip of his ancient bronze sword. The elder of the Feather Bloodsword sect had already been slain by him, his corpse crashing into a palace, eyes wide open, still bearing the expression of fear from his final moments. Seeing Bai Qi's silence, Jian Yanjun's grim smile deepened. A flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes as he gathered the last remnants of his strength and charged at Bai Qi like a moth drawn to a flame. However, Bai Qi's speed outmatched him. In a single step, he appeared before him, plunging his ancient sword directly into Jian Yanjun's dantian. Boom! Jian Yanjun fell heavily to the ground, staggering as he sensed the rapidly vanishing vitality within him, letting out a furious roar towards the heavens. Great Zhou. Swish. Pht. A long sword shot down from the sky, piercing through Jian Yanjun's nape and embedding itself firmly into the ground. With that single strike, Jian Yanjun's knees crashed to the earth, his eyes wide and filled with rage, yet devoid of life. The black energy surrounding Bai Qi gradually dissipated as he cast a glance at the kneeling Jian Yanjun, a cold smile gracing his lips, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. At this moment, the others had also concluded their battles and approached Bai Qi, glancing at the lifeless Jian Yanjun with indifference. Only the three from the Lan family felt a chill at the sight of this harbinger of death's power and methods, silently grateful for their earlier decision. Bai Qi surveyed the sea of corpses littering the Feather Bloodsword sect, nodded at his companions, and commanded, "Return and report to His Majesty." With that, he led them away, vanishing above the Feather Bloodsword sect. Not long after Bai Qi and his group departed, several figures appeared in the sky, casting their gazes upon the Feather Bloodsword sect. Instantly, horror flashed in their eyes as they exchanged frantic glances, swallowing hard. Something has gone terribly wrong. Which faction is responsible? One person trembled, voice quaking. Could it be the colossal force from the eastern domain that had struck? How could the Feather Bloodsword sect have provoked such a power? The scene was indeed harrowing. The protective mountain formation lay in ruins, palatial structures shattered, and the ground was strewn with the corpses of disciples clad in various sect robes. In the central hall, Jian Yanjun was pierced by a long sword, kneeling with fury directed skyward. The corpses of all others bore expressions of terror, as though they had faced an unimaginable horror. The mountain gate of the Feather Bloodsword sect was devoid of any resistance, completely annihilated. Look. One person, face pale with fear, pointed shakily towards Jian Yanjun. Or more precisely, the ground before him. The character Zhou. The others focused their attention, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged towards them. As if a chilling gaze was fixated upon them, mere inches away. Pht. They stifled gasps, blood spilling from their lips, eyes filled with dread. Was this the name of the force that annihilated the Feather Bloodsword sect? What kind of formidable being could exude such killing intent to make even these Supreme Realm warriors bleed? Shaking their heads, they indicated they had not heard of such a force. Then, the one who had pointed at Jian Yanjun seemed to recall something, incredulity washing over his face. I received news recently. The neighboring Li prefecture has been unified by a power known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. Not long ago, they even completed a ceremonial ascension. He paused before continuing. It is said that Jian Mayue once ventured into a secret realm in Li prefecture but never returned. Rumor has it he was killed there. This show is most likely the Great Zhou Dynasty from Li prefecture. Upon hearing this, the others were struck with astonishment and hurriedly took their leave. They believed his words implicitly, for he had been closest to the Feather Bloodsword sect. They needed to return immediately to inform their respective factions, cautioning against provoking the Great Zhou Dynasty. The one who spoke trembled as he rushed back to instruct his faction. After their departure, many forces and martial artists arrived. And upon witnessing the horrific state of the Feather Bloodsword sect and the character Zhou etched into the ground, they hastily returned to report to their own factions. The entire Jian prefecture was thrown into chaos. Bai Qi and his companions paid no heed to the uproar caused by the annihilation of the Feather Bloodsword sect. After leaving Jian prefecture, they made their way back to the territory of the Great Zhou, heading towards the royal palace. In the Great Zhou Palace, at the Clear Xian Hall, Lin Yu sat in the main seat, while below him stood the returning Bai Qi and his companions, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, we are fortunate to have fulfilled our mission. The entire Yushui sword sect has been nearly annihilated. Even the sect leader, Jian Yanjun, has been personally slain by me. Bai Qi slightly cupped his hands as he reported to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded to the crowd. Excellent. My dear ministers, you have worked hard. Lin Yu paused momentarily before issuing his instructions. The situation in Jianzhou is unlikely to remain tranquil for the foreseeable future. The remaining factions are merely minor imperial powers. We shall keep a watchful eye on the unruly elements. Let them engage in internal strife for a while. Subsequently, we can seize Jianzhou with ease. You may all withdraw to rest. Minister Lan, stay behind. Understood. The others took their leave, casting knowing glances at Lan Ju. Lan Lingxing and Lan Yuchen felt a flicker of excitement within them. Once everyone had departed, Lin Yu gestured towards the seats below. Please, sit. Lan Ju, feeling a twinge of anxiety, took a seat, his head bowed, barely resting on the chair, ever ready to rise again. Having undergone the promotion ceremony and witnessed the annihilation of the Yushui sword sect, his understanding of Lin Yu and the Great Zhou had deepened significantly. The more he learned, the more grateful he felt. and his reverence for Lin Yu intensified. Lin Yu cast a glance at the anxious and uneasy Lin Yu, offering a gentle smile. "There is no need for apprehension," he reassured. "I merely wish to engage in a light conversation with you." After a brief pause, observing the gradually calming expression of Lin Yu, he continued, "How fared you on this journey, my dear minister?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu replied without hesitation. "The esteemed generals displayed unparalleled bravery. We three merely provided a modicum of assistance." Lin Yu nodded slightly, seemingly anticipating his response. Rising to his feet, he spoke. "What do you think of the current state of the Great Zhou?" Lin Yu stood up with a swift motion, pausing for a moment in contemplation before replying. "The Great Zhou is currently flourishing, with an exceptionally strong sense of unity among its people, with just a little time for further development. The strength of the Great Zhou is destined to soar to new heights." Lin Yu did not continue on his topic but spoke slowly. "How much do you know about the regions beyond Li Province, the Eastern Domain, and the Dome Continent?" Lin Yu bowed his head in contemplation, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Lin Yu was not in a hurry. He approached the window and gazed into the distance, awaiting his response. Lin Yu realized that the sudden rise of the Great Zhou was entirely orchestrated by Lin Yu himself. He had already prepared for Lin Yu's inquiry. Thus, upon hearing the question, he slightly organized the information he had previously gathered and began to speak. "Your Majesty, our family, the Lin clan, has been rooted in the native soil of Lizhou for generations, and our understanding of the Eastern Domain is limited. However, due to our proximity to Lizhou's north, neighboring Jianzhou and Huozhou, we often encounter people from outside our borders, gaining some insights from them." He paused, casting a glance at Lin Yu's silhouette before continuing. "Your Majesty should be aware that to our left and upper left lies Jianzhou, while to our right and upper right is Huozhou. Jianzhou and Huozhou completely envelop Lizhou, with only a slight border between the two. In the middle of Jianzhou and Huozhou lies Mingzhou, a region vast enough to surpass the combined territories of Jianzhou, Huozhou, and Lizhou. I once had the fortune to visit the renowned mountain dynasty in Mingzhou. It is one of the three prominent dynasties of Mingzhou, housing numerous powerful individuals and boasting a long-standing history, with many esteemed warriors at the Wang realm. The true behemoth of power in Mingzhou is known as the Mingwei dynasty, a pinnacle force that occupies the entire northern territory of Mingzhou, a place I have not yet visited and therefore know little about. The borders intersecting with Mingzhou, besides Jianzhou and Huozhou, also include three other states of the Eastern Domain. The most frequently mentioned is Xianzhou, which is said to be even more expansive than Mingzhou, teeming with numerous influential forces, and is one of the three most notable states at the heart of the Eastern Domain. Adjacent to Xianzhou is the very center of the Eastern Domain, Yuanzhou. Your Majesty, this encompasses all the information I am able to provide." After concluding his remarks, Lin Yu respectfully stood a short distance behind Lin Yu. Upon hearing what Lin Yu had expressed, Lin Yu gradually envisioned a vivid map in his mind. It became evident that Li Province was remarkably small, while the eastern region sprawled vast and expansive. Li Province essentially existed at the southernmost corner of the eastern region. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him. He was determined to lead the Great Zhou into Yuan Province, a place revered as the center of the eastern region, to behold the splendid scenery it had to offer. He took a moment to digest what Lin Yu had just conveyed. Lin Yu turned around and spoke to him. "I understand. Return and rest. Upon your exit, kindly inform the cabinet to announce to all officials that a court assembly will be held tomorrow." "Yes." Lin Yu respectfully bowed and turned to leave. After exiting the Qingxian Hall, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he hastened towards the cabinet. After Lin Yu's departure, Lin Yu tucked away the information that Lin Yu had just conveyed. He connected to the system to examine the gains from Bai Qi and the others during their journey to the Sword State. Battle points, 9 million, quite impressive. The Feather Blood Sword sect had contributed a considerable amount of battle points throughout. He promptly inquired, "System, how many battle points are required to break through to the Supreme Realm?" 3 million. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. The expenditure was becoming increasingly burdensome. He promptly accessed the marketplace system and began to browse. A glance at the required kill points for purchasing the third level of the Emperor's Beginning Sutra revealed a staggering 30 million. In that instant, he relinquished the idea of enhancing his cultivation, although, based on the patterns he had discerned, a higher martial cultivation level should correspond with a greater initial realm for the summoned figures. His current battle points were simply insufficient, given the system's tendencies. It was likely that once he reached the Supreme Realm, summoning would demand a hefty 3 million battle points each time. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment. Previously, there had been news about the unruly ones, The Fire State's Burning Sky dynasty was engaged in a fierce battle with the Celestial Gate. Now, the Feather Bloodsword sect has been annihilated. The Celestial Gate remains momentarily silent, yet this does not imply that they will cease their endeavors. Lin Yu is determined not to let Tian Yuan's sect slip through his fingers. He had already tasked Yuan Tiangang with sending the nefarious individuals to Huizhou to gather intelligence about the sect. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 Iron Cavalry legions that had fought under his banner for so long. He immediately began to inspect their status. The martial prowess of these legions was comprised entirely of peak grandmasters, a level of martial cultivation that would undoubtedly dominate any lower-tier dynasty. Although a comparison with higher-tier dynasties was not yet feasible, it was evident that they would fall significantly short. Moreover, even among dynasties of the same rank, disparities existed. Now that the Great Zhou had ascended to a higher tier, the forces it would soon confront would likely include other high-ranking or even peak dynasties from the eastern region. At present, the combat effectiveness of the 3 Iron Cavalry legions seemed somewhat inadequate. He hesitated momentarily between the Realm Enhancement card and the training space. Lin Yu opted to purchase a Realm Advancement card, harboring concerns about unforeseen circumstances. He promptly browsed through the marketplace. The Legion Realm Advancement card, 5th tier, requires 2 million battle points. Note, it allows the designated enhancement of a single legion's martial prowess to the initial stage of the Earth Realm. In Lin Yu's heart, certainty prevailed. This was the choice. The 6th tier was currently beyond his financial reach, as it required 5 million to elevate to the pinnacle of the Earth Realm. System. Expend 6 million conquest points to acquire 3 Legion Realm Enhancement cards of the 5th tier, and immediately utilize them on the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Song. In the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding. Purchase successful. Usage successful. At the moment the system's voice echoed, an immense aura, coalescing from 3 directions around the Great Zhou border, surged skyward, inciting fervent discussions among the crowds in the neighboring cities. Lin Yu cast a glance at the dwindling 3 million battle points and made another purchase. System. Expend 3 million battle points to acquire 3 Cavalry Legion expansion cards, Tier 4, and immediately apply them to the Flying Tigers, the White Horse Knights. In the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding. Purchase successful. Usage successful. The crowd at the Great Zhou border, which had yet to cease their discussions, once again turned their gazes toward the distance. There, just beyond the city walls, the encampment of the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry was faintly discernible. Suddenly, it began to tremble violently, the momentum that had just soared into the sky becoming even more colossal. After a prolonged moment, it finally settled into calm. Such extraordinary phenomena once again became the subject of conversation among the various cities along the border. For the citizens residing in the cities of the Great Zhou border, they had grown accustomed to the daily presence of the Great Zhou Legion stationed outside their walls. This presence was the foundation of their livelihood. Lin Yu cast a glance at the instantly reset battle points and stepped out of the Qingxian Hall, harboring a sense of anticipation within. He pondered how the 3 Iron Cavalry legions would perform against the advanced imperial forces of Mingzhou, as mentioned by Lan Zhu. 3 Cavalry Legion expansion cards, 4th tier, were available, with battle points amounting to 1 million. Note, these cards could specifically enhance the composition of a cavalry legion to a total of 100,000. The following day, in the Imperial Assembly Hall, Lin Yu sat majestically on the dragon throne, while the ministers stood below. Today's assembly was a hastily convened court meeting, summoned by Lin Yu himself. Thus, the attendees were all high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou, many of whom were permanent residents of Fengjing City. At this moment, a trace of curiosity lingered in the hearts of the gathered assembly. Lin Yu surveyed the grand hall and spoke directly. Yesterday, the master of the Feather Bloodsword sect, Jian Yanjun, was slain, and the Feather Bloodsword sect has been eradicated by several generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion and Minister Lan. After delivering this news, he paused slightly, allowing the assembly a moment to absorb the information before continuing. Since my ascension to the throne, I have not conferred titles upon my esteemed ministers. Today, I shall bestow titles upon the meritorious subjects of the Great Zhou since the inception of the new Yuan. The ministers within the hall were instantly filled with excitement, their hearts racing with anticipation. The titles in the Great Zhou are divided into 6 ranks: King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, besides the rank of King. Each category is further divided into 3 tiers. For instance, a 1st-tier Duke is considered superior to a 3rd-tier Duke. While there is no direct correlation between titles and official ranks, a title can subtly elevate an official status. Furthermore, those who have rendered exceptional service may be granted honorific titles and bestowed lands among various other rewards. Lin Yu cast a glance at the eager crowd before him, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he looked towards Lu Bowen and declared, "The cabinet shall announce." Instantly, the grand hall fell into a hushed silence. Every gaze fervently fixed on Lu Bowen as he stepped forth from the ranks. In his hands appeared a golden tome, which he opened with anticipation. However, as he prepared to read, he was momentarily taken aback. This very tome had been bestowed upon him by Lin Yu just moments before the assembly. Save for Lin Yu, none knew the contents inscribed within. Steadying himself, he began to proclaim. Title bestowed, Lu Bowen, first-class Marquis, titled National Sage Marquis. As the first two titles were conferred, the assembly looked upon Lu Bowen and Sun Yu with expressions of envy. A first-class Marquis title. Yet, there was no dissent. Genuine admiration for the two emanated from the crowd. The conferral continued. Title bestowed, Bai Qi, first-class Marquis, titled Martial Peace Marquis. Title bestowed, Exiled Qiji, third-class Marquis. Titled Literary Martial Marquis. Title bestowed, Zhao Yun, third-class Marquis, titled Heroic Martial Marquis. Title bestowed, was Tubing, third-class Marquis, titled Champion Marquis. Title bestowed, Dian Wei, third-class Marquis. Titled Fierce Martial Marquis. Title bestowed, Meng Tian, third-class Marquis, titled Loyal and Faithful Marquis. As Lu Bowen read on, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he paused and then continued. Title bestowed, Lin Yu, third-class Marquis, titled Fiery Blue Marquis. A murmur of awe swept through the hall as courtiers cast complex glances towards Lin Yu, a mixture of admiration, envy, and a hint of jealousy evident in their expressions. Lin Yu stood among the ranks, trembling with excitement, and met Lin Yu's encouraging gaze. Overwhelmed, he contemplated kneeling in homage to Lin Yu. Yet, mindful of his surroundings, he restrained his emotions and continued to listen to Lu Bowen's proclamations, silently vowing to dedicate himself to Lin Yu and the Great Zhou. Title bestowed. Following this, various titles of earldoms and below were conferred. The reading persisted for nearly an hour, with most present receiving their titles. However, the most resplendent among them was not the expected members of the cabinet or military council, but rather the fiery blue Marquis, Lin Yu. These titles were the result of Lin Yu's extensive deliberation. Some were drawn from the past identities of the summoned figures, while others had been altered. Among the Ming family, only Ming Tian received a Marquis title, reflecting Lin Yu's protective intent. As for Yuan Tiangang, Niazheng, and Zhuanzhu, their unique nature rendered them as direct instruments of Lin Yu, remaining concealed from public view except in particular circumstances. Lin Yu did not bestow titles upon them. Furthermore, there is the ancient craftsman from the Mechanism Pavilion. Lin Yu had mentioned it to him several times, but he consistently expressed a complete lack of interest. So Lin Yu did not press the matter further. As for Lin Yu believed that he was entirely worthy of this title. Originally, he had intended to bestow a portion of the territories of the former Blue Flame Empire upon himself during this distribution. After some contemplation, he decided to postpone that decision for another time. Lin Yu glanced at Lu Bowen, who had just finished his proclamation, and spoke. I urge all esteemed ministers to continue contributing to the Great Zhou. I assure you, rewards will be granted to those who achieve merit. After saying this, he surveyed the grand hall once more and rose to depart. As Lin Yu exited the court hall, a buzzing sensation lingered in his mind, leaving him in a somewhat euphoric state. The members of the cabinet and the military affairs hall passing by cast him amicable smiles, particularly Bai Qi, who surprisingly displayed a rare smile. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected favor and politely returned their gestures. He glanced at the officials eagerly crowding around him, repeatedly declining numerous invitations as he made his way to his residence. He was eager to share this significant news with Lan Lingxing and Lan Yuchen. Indeed, upon hearing the announcement of the conferment during the court assembly, both were overjoyed, and the three of them immediately sat together to indulge in drink. The festivities at the Lan Yin Marquis residence continued late into the night, with lights that only extinguished after hours of celebration. A month had passed since Lin Yu's conferment assembly. In the city bordering the Great Zhou and Huizhou, Hua Qibing was meditating in the military camp. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and vanished from his spot in an instant. At the edge of Huizhou, a youthful figure was soaring through the sky with great urgency. The young prince of the Burning Heaven dynasty, Yanzai, wore a distressed expression as he raced forward, glancing back anxiously. As he caught sight of the distantly state city, his speed intensified. Just then, a deafening sound of something tearing through the air echoed. Yanzai halted abruptly, grimacing at the elderly figure that appeared before him. Prince Yanzai, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? The old man inquired. Furious, Yanzai retorted. You old fool. How dare you collude with external forces? Everyone knows the Ming Shan dynasty has long harbored ambitions against Huazhou. Do you not fear divine retribution? The elder, with a forced smile, replied, initially we could have simply gone to Li's state to find the murderer of Yixian, who happens to be the only son of our esteemed elder. But your burning heaven dynasty insists on creating obstacles for us. Yin Duanhen has gone to great lengths to lead many powerful figures against us. Although you siblings have remained in the palace, we have refrained from dealing with you for now. But since you have dared to sneak out, you shall accompany me back to Tianyuan Gate. Bah! Yin Zhe spat defiantly. If you have the ability, kill me. You've chased me all this way and yet are utterly useless. A glint of malice flashed in the elder's eyes as he lunged toward Yin Zhe. Boom! Just as the elder reached for him, a black spear streaked through the air, striking him with precision. The elder was sent flying several paces, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared in terror at the armored youth who had appeared before Yin Zhe. Who are you? The elder gasped. Yin Zhe, upon recognizing the young man, lit up with excitement. General Hua, I need to find Brother Lin urgently. This old dog is from Tianyuan Gate and intends to drag me back to threaten my father. The youth was none other than Hua Yubing, who had been training in the military camp. Upon sensing Yin Zhe's presence, he rushed over. Hearing Yin Zhe's words, a cold light flickered in his eyes. He vanished from sight, wielding his spear to deliver a powerful downward strike at the Tianyuan Gate elder. No. The elder's horrified scream echoed as his body was cleaved in two. General Hua, you've become even stronger. Yin Zhe exclaimed, his face alight with joy. A warrior at the early stage of the Supreme Realm cannot withstand even 2 moves from you. Hua Yubing smiled at him, appearing to have accomplished something trivial. Recalling Yin Zhe's previous words, he immediately urged him toward Fongjing City. In the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, Lin Yu emerged from GMOE's chamber with an expression of sheer delight. Just moments ago, GMOE had imparted to him a momentous piece of news. She was with child. Moreover, she was expecting twins. Lin Yu immediately waved his hand, instructing the palace to ensure all necessary provisions were in place. Whatever was needed, let it be provided. Any issues should be reported to him without delay. Since GMOE had been proclaimed Empress of the Great Zhou, Qin Heir had been assigned to manage the affairs of her palace. With Qin Heir present, he felt a measure of reassurance. At this moment, he was on his way to the Qing Xin Hall. Dian Wei had just reported that Yin Zhe had been brought from the border by Hua Yubing and was urgently requesting to see him. In the Qing Xin Hall, Yin Zhe anxiously awaited in the main chamber, with Hua Yubing standing beside him. Having traveled from the outskirts of Li Prefecture, he had learned from Hua Yubing about the recent transformations within the Great Zhou, which left him profoundly astonished. Despite his admiration for Lin Yu, he could hardly fathom that the Great Zhou had evolved into a formidable imperial power. When the Great Zhou ascended to the status of an empire, they had merely received news and were unaware of the specifics. Unavoidably, this instilled within him immense hope regarding the purpose of his visit. The Burning Sky Empire had suffered significant losses in the battle 6 months prior, including 1 martial artist at the Sovereign King level and 2 at the Supreme level. His father, Yin Duanhen, along with many powerful figures of the empire, had retreated into seclusion for nearly half a year before emerging. In contrast, the Tianyuan sect had endured even greater devastation, losing not only 1 Sovereign King martial artist but also 4 Supreme Elders. The Burning Sky Empire had effectively inflicted heavy losses upon itself while also wounding the enemy. Initially, both factions were tending to their wounds, maintaining a non-interference stance. Yet, the elder He Yuan of the Tianyuan sect could not swallow his resentment. The vendetta for his fallen disciple was one that could not be overlooked. After extensive persuasion, he successfully convinced the upper echelons of the Tianyuan sect to act. Subsequently, it was unclear what kind of agreement was struck between the Tianyuan sect and the Mingshan Empire. The ruler of the Mingshan Empire dispatched 3 Sovereign King-level warriors to lead an army into action. Considering the timeline, the forces should soon be approaching the borders of the Burning Sky Empire. During this time, Yin Zhe had been cursing under his breath, wondering why the elder who had fallen from the Tianyuan sect was not He Yuan. Xiao Zhe, what brings you here? As Yin Zhe paced anxiously, Lin Yu's voice resonated. Yin Zhe instantly looked up and hurried to Lin Yu's side, exclaiming, Brother Lin, please help my father and the Burning Sky Empire. The smile in Lin Yu's eyes vanished in an instant as he asked in a low voice, what is it? Yin Zhe promptly recounted the events that had transpired in Huazhou over the past 6 months, including the news of the Ming Shan dynasty's mobilization of troops. After listening, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a dangerous glimmer. So they have indeed come. The Ming Mountain Dynasty. He pondered briefly before inquiring, can your Burning Heaven Dynasty withstand the might of the powerful warriors and legions from the Ming Mountain Dynasty? This was an exceedingly crucial question. And Lin Yu gazed solemnly at Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but after careful contemplation, he replied. The leader of the Ming Mountain Dynasty's forces is called Wang Yu, a mid-stage sovereign king martial artist and one of the two prominent nobles of the Ming Mountain Dynasty. Wang Yu's territory is adjacent to our fire state, which is why he has long been at the helm during various skirmishes, regardless of their scale. The other two are royal warriors from the Ming Mountain Dynasty, both at the initial stage of sovereign king. In terms of both the quantity and quality of their troops, they are not significantly different from our dynasty. Had it not been for the recent battle less than half a year ago, my father could have led our forces to effectively counter them. The Ming Mountain Dynasty would not dare to prolong the conflict, as they too face enemies within the Ming state. However, at present, we are not only threatened by the Ming Mountain Dynasty's formidable army, but also by the support of the Heavenly Origin sect within the state. Our Burning Heaven Dynasty is truly besieged on all sides. Moreover, my father should currently be leading our troops at the border to confront the Ming Mountain Dynasty. He has asserted that regardless of the turmoil within the state, no ambitious forces from outside shall set foot in the Fire State unless the Burning Heaven Dynasty is utterly annihilated. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this, feeling a slight sense of reassurance within. The Emperor of Yinjia, indeed, is a person of remarkable ambition. Lin Yu continued to inquire. Based on your previous statement, you mentioned that 6 months ago, there was a significant battle with the Tianyuan sect. Could you elaborate on the current state of the Tianyuan sect, particularly concerning its leadership? At this moment, Yin Zhe fully grasped Lin Yu's intentions, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes as he promptly responded. Following that intense conflict, the Tianyuan sect still possesses 2 warriors at the sovereign king level and 4 elders at the supreme level. According to my father, the sect leader Yi Yu is at the mid-stage of the sovereign king realm. The grand elder He Yuan, who is the father of He Xian, attained the sovereign king realm just a year ago. The remaining 4 elders at the supreme level are all at the early to mid-stage. As Yin Zhe concluded his account, he cast a glance at Wei Yubing, who stood nearby. Oh, by the way, there are now 3 supreme-level elders. Lin Yu glanced at him, instantly comprehending his intent. No wonder it was Wei Yubing who brought him here. It must have been due to a perilous situation discovered at the border, prompting timely intervention. The strength of the Tianyuan gate pales considerably in comparison to that of the Yushiwei sword sect. At that moment, he resolved within himself, turning to Wei Yubing and instructing. Convey a message to the cabinet, Liu Bowen, Sun Yu, to the military affairs pavilion, by Qi, Zhao Yun, Xian Qiji, and to Lanju, Lan Lingxing, and Lan Yuchen. Return to Fengjing immediately and convene at the Qingxian Hall for deliberation. Additionally, summon Bu Liangshu to join us. Understood. Wei Yubing promptly exited the grand hall to relay the orders. Lin Yu smiled at Yin Zhe, guiding him to a seat and saying, Xiao Zhe, do not be anxious. Please sit for a moment. Some generals from the military affairs pavilion will return from the border shortly. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Yin Zhe nodded, the furrow of worry on his brow easing somewhat. Before long, Yuan Tiangang entered, casting a glance at Yin Zhe before saluting Lin Yu. Your Majesty, please summon Niezhang and Zhuanju with haste. Yuan Tiangang immediately took his leave. Ever since the crisis with the Feather Bloodswords sect was resolved, Lin Yu temporarily categorized the 2 individuals into the ranks of the unruly. The Great Zhou, having undergone a remarkable transformation, found itself somewhat overwhelmed with only 5,000 members in this unruly faction. Consequently, certain tasks were entrusted to Niezhang and Zhuanju. The delay in acquiring timely intelligence from the Fire Province was largely attributed to the shortage of personnel among the unruly. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu recalled an item he had come across in the system marketplace during his recent idle hours. He mused inwardly that upon resolving the matter with the Tianyuan sect, he should be able to procure that item along with the long-desired cultivation space. Casting a glance at the still somewhat restless Yin Zhe, he engaged him in casual conversation within the hall, patiently awaiting further developments. Within the borders of Great Zhou, traversing via the teleportation array consumed but little time. As Lin Yu and Yin Zhe conversed, several individuals began to enter the Qingxian Hall in succession. After Lin Yu cast a reassuring glance at Yin Zhe, he assumed a dignified posture in the main seat. The cabinet members Liu Bowen and Sun Yu were the first to arrive. Upon entering, they glanced at Yin Zhe, their expressions tinged with contemplation, and stood to the side. Shortly after their arrival, the 3 members of the Lan family hurried in. Upon entering the grand hall, Lan Ju also noticed Yin Zhe, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his eyes. Yin Zhe had encountered him during the expedition in the secret realm. Seeing that Lin Yu remained silent, he respectfully stood by, awaiting further instructions. The group waited for approximately a quarter of an hour before the officials from the Military Affairs Pavilion, led by Bai Qi, entered the hall in a flurry. Following closely behind were Yuan Tiangang, Niazheng, and Zhuanzhu. These individuals constituted the core officials of the Great Zhou, and they were already familiar with Niazheng and Zhuanzhu, leaving Lin Yu unperturbed by any semblance of favoritism. Glancing at the assembled officials, Lin Yu spoke directly. The situation is urgent. I shall be brief. The assembly stood at attention, attentively listening to Lin Yu's forthcoming words. Huatubing, Zhaoyun, Xian Qiji. You are to lead the troops to support the burning Heaven Dynasty. Remember, march swiftly. Time is of the essence. Lu Bowen Lin Yu. Ensure the logistics for deployment are meticulously arranged. Yes. Huatubing and his companions cupped their fists in acknowledgement of the command. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Bowen and Sun Yu's eyes as they clasped their hands in respect. Realizing the gravity of the situation when they witnessed Lin Yu's extensive summons, indeed, significant matters were afoot. Lin Yu cast a glance at Yin Zhe and spoke, Xiao Zhe. Lead the three generals. Let us depart at once. Yin Zhe, upon hearing Lin Yu's directive, nodded with excitement and promptly guided the three away. As for the threat posed by Tianyuan Gate, Yin Zhe held firm belief in Lin Yu's ability to resolve it. Did he not notice that aside from the infamous killer Bai Qi, there were still others whom Lin Yu had yet to assign tasks? During their previous casual conversation, he had been taken aback to learn that the Yushuai sword sect of Jianzhou had been annihilated by the Great Zhou, a revelation that left him in a state of shock for some time. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu also followed suit. As Lin Yu observed the departing figures, a glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes, and he continued, Bai Qi, Yuan Tiangang, Niazheng, Zhuanzhu, Lanzhu, Lan Lingxing, Lan Yuqin. You are to go to Huizhou and eradicate Tianyuan Gate. Since they seek to provoke trouble, let us crush them without mercy. Make haste and return swiftly. The group promptly accepted their orders and departed. Lin Yu was immensely enraged this time. Earlier, in the presence of Yin Zhe, he had restrained his emotions. The rapid development of the Great Zhou was still too swift, and despite the collective efforts from top to bottom, many institutions and individuals struggled to keep pace. The recent annihilation of the Tianyuan sect provided an opportune moment to harvest another wave of combat prowess. He lingered briefly in the Qingshan Hall, contemplating whether he had overlooked any aspects of his prior arrangements before rising to depart. A month had passed since the imperial court meeting. Bai Qi's cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the royal realm, yet he was not far from the latter stage. He mentioned that the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more formidable the breakthroughs become. As martial arts cultivation advances, even those prodigious individuals summoned forth would find it increasingly arduous to elevate their martial realms. A notion Lin Yu had anticipated. Nevertheless, in comparison to their previous rate of advancement, they were still among the rapid ascenders on the continent. Over the past month, Lin Yu had yet to break through to the supreme realm, always feeling tantalizingly close. His exceptional physique and foundational strength rendered the challenge of breakthrough exponentially more difficult. However, as the ruler of a nation, maintaining a sufficient level of cultivation sufficed. If every matter were to require his intervention, the Great Zhou would likely face imminent doom. As for the others, their cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the supreme realm, similarly close to breakthrough like Bai Qi. Notably, Ming Tian had recently ascended to the mid-stage of the supreme realm, while Ming Ao and Ming Wu were slightly behind, at the initial stage of the supreme realm. Lin Yu believes that Ming Tian is a summoning character with a high potential for growth. In this operation, Lin Yu did not make any arrangements for the members of the Ming family. Firstly, Lin Yu instructed them to cultivate a sharp legion belonging to the Great Zhou. Secondly, the Great Zhou still requires the three of them to stand guard, just in case. The cultivation levels of the three members of the Lan family, however, have remained unchanged. After Lin Yu departed from Qingxian Palace, he requested Dian Wei to accompany him to observe the training outcomes of the infantry legions under Ming Tian's command. The teleportation array in Fongjing City was bustling with activity today, as excited crowds engaged in animated discussions. They first spotted General Hua, who had been conferred the title of Champion Marquis by His Majesty, leading a young lad out of the teleportation array. Before they could speculate further, a battalion of Imperial Guards swiftly took control of the area. A stern officer announced, during military operations, the teleportation array is requisitioned. The crowd erupted into murmurs, curious whether His Majesty was about to undertake significant actions. Shortly thereafter, several figures rushed out from the palace, all bearing serious expressions as they hastily entered the teleportation array. The onlookers grew in number, yet they adhered to the rules, remaining orderly while casting curious glances at one another about the unfolding events. After a brief wait, The teleportation array emitted a radiant glow, and several armored figures emerged. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. It was Marquis Wuan, General Bai, the valiant Marquis Ing, General Zhao, and the illustrious Marquis Wenwu, General Xin. What on earth was happening? With General Wu's recent return, nearly all the generals from the military affairs pavilion had gathered. The newly arrived generals did not linger, swiftly making their way toward the palace. Moments later, the teleportation array flared to life once more. The infamous Bu Liang came forth. Who were the two shadowy figures in black robes trailing behind him? Their aura was terrifying. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Just moments ago, I spotted Lord Liu and Lord Sun hastening towards the palace from their residences. I also saw Marquis Lin Yu making his way toward the palace. Could it be that our sovereign is planning an assault on the foreign powers? It's highly plausible. I heard that last time. General Bai and his fellow commanders annihilated the Feather Blood sect of Jianzhou. The discussions among the crowd did not last long before they witnessed Bai Qi and his companions rushing out from the palace. Their faces imbued with an air of lethal intent as they directly entered the teleportation array. The officer guarding the array gazed at them with reverence and, once they had departed, announced, requisition completed, normal operations resumed. His Majesty has issued a command. Recently, the teleportation arrays of the northern border cities have been requisitioned for military purposes. The citizens of Dazhou must refrain from entering. With that, he led the guard away. The crowd resumed their orderly use of the teleportation array, yet the earlier spectacle had instilled a profound sense of certainty within them. Something monumental was indeed afoot. A grand maneuver of epic proportions. They had just overheard that even the border teleportation arrays had been commandeered for military operations. This signaled the deployment of a considerable army. Upon exiting the Dazhou Imperial Palace, Yanzei accompanied Huitubing to the teleportation array, arriving at the very city from which he had been rescued. As for Zhao Yun and Xin Qiji, Huitubing stated that they would arrive shortly. He did not inquire further, though he felt a flicker of curiosity about Xin Qiji, as he had not encountered him in the secret realm. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, they were met by a throng of guards and a multitude of onlookers. Huitubing glanced around, his brow furrowing slightly, and summoned his strength to declare, "Everyone, please step back from the teleportation array and clear a path for exiting the city." He then turned to the commanding officer of the guards and ordered, "Immediately restore order. Quickly disperse the crowd." The guards sprang into action, and the citizens complied readily. Soon, a vast corridor was cleared, with the crowd standing at a distance to observe. Huitubing nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the progress of the large military teleportation array being researched by the Mechanism Pavilion, recognizing the necessity to establish some outside the more fortified cities. Yanzei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Their dynasty lacked such teleportation arrays, and he was initially filled with wonder at the experience. Before long, amidst the astonished gazes of him and the distant citizens, the teleportation array resonated with the sound of galloping hooves as an unending stream of white cavalry emerged. Leading the charge was none other than Zhao Yun. General Zhao. It was the White Horsey-dome. The army had been mobilized. Were they preparing to assault the forces of Huazhou? Excitement rippled through the crowd as they speculated. Zhao Yun exchanged a brief glance with Huitubing, nodded slightly, and led the White Horsey-tongue out towards the city limits. Yanzei's eyes were wide with astonishment. This was his first encounter with the Dazhou legions, and particularly the cavalry. Their dynasty had cavalry units as well, and their numbers were not insignificant. However, he had never witnessed a cavalry force of 100,000 with such formidable cultivation levels. The palpable battle intent and ferocity emanating from this unit indicated their combat prowess was far beyond mere appearances. Was this indeed the Dazhou Legion commanded by General Zhao? The distant crowd referred to them as the White Horsey-dome. Could the departing General Xin also be part of this? His question was soon answered. The teleportation array whirled into action once more, and Xin Qiji emerged leading the Flying Tiger army. Yanzei observed in awe as they numbered similarly at 100,000. All with considerable cultivation. His mind was reeling. Well, Xin General, the Flying Tiger army has arrived. By the heavens! The three great iron cavalry forces of Dazhou had mobilized once again. Huitubing cast a glance at the assembled Flying Tiger army, exchanged a knowing look with Xin Qiji, and then, with a firm grasp, lifted the still-dazed Yanzei and soared towards the city. As Yanzei lifted his head, he realized he was already outside the city. A synchronized, thunderous roar echoed through the air. "General!" The voice reverberated throughout the land. Yanzei looked on, momentarily feeling dizzy, and swallowed hard, turning to Huitubing. "Brother Hua, are these 100,000 iron cavalry your subordinates?" Huitubing nodded. "So, You and Generals Zhao and Xin each command such a cavalry unit? Huo regarded him with mild surprise before nodding again, pondering inwardly. Was it truly the case that the Burning Heaven dynasty lacked cavalry units? If Yanzei were privy to Huo's thoughts, he would certainly roll his eyes. Commanding such a cavalry army without deploying 5 venerable warriors would be nearly impossible. This was merely his estimation. After all, even their Burning Heaven dynasty had fewer than 30 venerable warriors on the battlefield, unless the situation was overwhelmingly in their favor. It was improbable for high-ranking warriors to approach the legions. After a prolonged silence, Yanzei became aware of 3 intense gazes fixed upon him and promptly reacted. Exuding confidence as he declared, "Follow me. I am the expert guide." After speaking, he hurried to the front to lead the way. Huo and his companions immediately commanded, "Follow the young man ahead. Quick march. Conserve your strength appropriately. We can fly low on our steeds." Understood. The 300,000 strong army gradually vanished near the border of Li Prefecture, at the junction of the Burning Sky Empire and the Ming Mountain Empire. On the plains, the 2 armies stood in formation, their banners fluttering. Above the battlefield, several figures hovered in the air. A middle-aged man with pale skin and a somewhat frivolous gaze opened his mouth, and an ear-piercing voice rang out. "Yin Duanhan, how dare you? In such a situation, you still have the audacity to confront my Ming Mountain Empire with the full strength of your Burning Sky Empire. Are you not afraid of having your base destroyed? Wang Yu, you effeminate fool, stop your whining. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Have you dared to set foot in the Burning Sky Empire in the past few decades? That strike from me yesterday, did it not evoke unpleasant memories for you?" A commanding voice erupted from a robust middle-aged man, Yin Duanhan, the sovereign of the Burning Sky Empire. As he spoke, he disdainfully cleaned his ears. One could hardly believe that Yanzei was not his biological son. Wang Yu seemed to be stung by his words, his eyes glinting with cold light. "Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Kill." No sooner had he uttered the word than he noticed a massive long blade cleaving toward him. Boom. Wang Yu was instantly forced back several steps, his expression grim as he glared at the lightning-fast Yin Duanhan. "I have tolerated you for long enough. Day in and day out, your incessant prattle. Is there no one left in your Ming Mountain Empire to prevent you from being this prince?" Wang Yu's chest heaved violently as he roared and charged at Yin Duanhan. However, his roar was truly grating to the ears. One must admit that Yin Duanhan's verbal skills were indeed formidable. Yin Duanhan turned to face Wang Yu, who was darting toward him, raising his blade to counter. Meanwhile, numerous high-ranking warriors and both armies engaged in fierce combat. The plains were filled with the sounds of battle, a palpable atmosphere of slaughter pervading the air. The fierce battle raged on for a considerable time, both sides completely engulfed in a frenzy of bloodshed. Yin Duanhan struck Wang Yu once more, sending him flying. And with a spurt of blood, he sneered, "Effeminate fool, can you even keep up? After decades, you have made no improvement." Wang Yu, in a state of disarray and poor condition, heard Yin Duanhan's taunts and let out a cold laugh. Still clinging to bravado. "Just look at your high-ranking warriors and army. Prepare to collect their corpses." A flicker of seriousness crossed Yin Duanhan's eyes. Without Wang Yu's words, he had already sensed it. The repercussions of the Tianyuanmen battle were too severe, having cost them a beginner-level king of respect and several supreme and respect-level warriors. The previously balanced situation was shattered in an instant. He and another mid-level king of respect from the empire were faring well. But the supreme and respect-level battlefields were at a significant disadvantage. Prolonged conflict would inevitably lead to defeat. The morale of the army also waned due to the impact on the high-ranking warriors' battlefield. As thoughts raced through his mind in a fleeting moment, Yin Duanhan glanced at the mocking Wang Yu and prepared to charge once more. He needed to eliminate Wang Yu first. Just then, a shout from a distant hilltop halted him in his tracks. "Father, I'm here to help you." Yin Duanhan looked up, his eyes blazing with fury as he bellowed. "What the hell are you doing here? Get back." He had not even finished his sentence when his eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the hilltop. Wang Yu, too, heard Yanzei's call and turned to look, his expression changing dramatically. On the hill, dust swirled, accompanied by the deafening sound of galloping hoofs. 3 seemingly endless cavalry legions appeared. The army exuded an overwhelming aura, forming dark gray currents in the sky. At a glance, the banners of the Great Zhou Empire fluttered. Yanzei soared toward Yin Duanhan, excitement radiating from him as he pointed toward the Ming Mountain Army, shouting, "Generals, that is the army of the Ming Mountain Empire." His earlier shout had already attracted the attention of both sides, and upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the 3 iron cavalry legions, they were momentarily prepared to cease hostilities. Hearing his call again sent a chill through the ranks of the Ming Mountain Empire. However, Hu Zubing and his companions did not pay heed to their thoughts and issued a direct command. Charge. Rumble. The 300. 000 cavalry surged forward with the force of thunder toward the Ming Mountain army. The dark gray currents of malevolence from the iron steeds obscured the sky above. From Yin Duanen's perspective, 3 massive black-gray spears seemed to form above the heads of the cavalry, thrusting forward alongside them. A beginner-level warrior from the Ming Mountain Empire, caught unawares, found himself before the charging cavalry. Kill. The battle cry of the 300, 000 iron cavalry shook the ground. The soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the Ming Mountain warrior. Yin Duanen's pupils constricted. Boom. The 3 massive black-gray spears simultaneously aimed their points. The Ming Mountain warrior, with a face of horror, could not even scream before his body erupted into a mist of blood in the air. The 300. 000 cavalry merely faltered slightly in their charge and continued toward the Ming Mountain army. At this moment, Yin Zhe had flown to Yin Duanen's side, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, I'm here." Before Yin Duanen could respond, a scream pierced the air. Yin Zhe turned to see a mid-level supreme warrior from the Ming Mountain Empire, terror etched on his face, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed ahead. His right arm had been severed, and before him stood 3 armored youths, one of whom bore a silvery spear, blood dripping from its tip. The trio, with icy gazes and a powerful aura, surveyed the chaos around them. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu and the warriors of the Ming Mountain Empire found themselves utterly unprepared. The quickest of the supreme warriors had intended to strike at the cavalry but had already lost an arm. Wang Yu bellowed at Hu Zubing and his companions. "Who are you?" In response, 3 cold voices echoed. Great Zhou Empire, Military Affairs Pavilion, Hu Zubing. Great Zhou Empire, Military Affairs Pavilion, Zhao Yun. Great Zhou Empire, Military Affairs Pavilion, Exiled Qiji. After the 3 individuals announced their names, it seemed as if they shared an unspoken understanding. Exchanging a glance reminiscent of the day the northern barbarians met their demise in the royal court. At this moment, Wang Yu paid no heed to anything else. He cast a glance at the formidable army of the Ming Mountain that had been swiftly pierced through by 3 cavalry legions, and roared in fury, "Excellent. Very well. The Great Zhou Dynasty, I shall remember this." He then shot a furious glare at Yin Duanen. "Do not take pride in this. This time, you were merely fortunate. Retreat." With that, he led the warriors and soldiers of the Ming Mountain Dynasty towards Mingzhou. After they had distanced themselves, Wang Yu glanced back at Hu Zubing, the 3 others, and Yin Duanen, his eyes glimmering with cold light. Yin Duanen halted the eager pursuit of the Wintian Dynasty's men and addressed Hu Zubing and the others. The 3 generals of the Great Zhou Dynasty must not let their legion pursue. The Ming Mountain Dynasty is not so easily vanquished. Upon hearing Yin Duanen's words, the 3 nodded and ordered their cavalry to remain on standby. Under Lin Yu's command, their primary role was to provide support and test the waters. Now that their objectives had been met, it was prudent to heed Yin Duanen's counsel in light of the uncertainty regarding their opponent's depth of strength. Yin Duanen surveyed the retreating figures of Wang Yu and his entourage before turning to Hu Zubing and the others. "I am grateful for your dynasty's assistance. I must promptly lead our forces back to the imperial capital. The Tianyuan Gate may already be making moves. Father, do not worry. Lin's elder brother has already dispatched someone to the Tianyuan Gate." Before Hu Zubing and the others could respond, Yin Zhe's voice rang out, leaving Yin Duanen momentarily stunned. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he asked with a hint of trepidation, "3 generals, are you engaging in warfare on 2 fronts against the Great Zhou?" The 3 nodded. With Zhao Yun speaking up, "Indeed, His Majesty has arrangements for the Tianyuan Gate, so there is no need for the Yin Kingdom's ruler to be concerned." Yin Duanen's lips moved slightly. What kind of monstrous force is this Great Zhou Dynasty? He glanced at the fatigued faces of the Wintian Dynasty's men and promptly commanded, "Prepare the troops. Return to the city." He then said to Yin Zhe and the 3 generals, "Gentlemen, this is not a place for conversation. Our journey has been long, and the soldiers are weary. Let us discuss matters within the city." Upon hearing Yin Duanen's invitation, the 3 exchanged glances, and Exiled Qiji spoke. "It is better to comply with your command." After all, they would remain there until news of the Tianyuan Gate's downfall reached them. Since Yin Duanen had extended an invitation, they might as well partake in it. Yin Zhe, his face alight with joy, exclaimed, "General Hua, General Zhao, General Exiled, I shall lead the way. I am familiar with the route." He then guided the 3 into the city. Yin Duanen cast a glance at the starry-eyed Yin Zhe, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inwardly chastised, "Impudent young lad." Before long, they were seated in the conference hall of a nearby city belonging to the Wintian Dynasty. Yin Duanhan looked towards the silent Huat Yubing and the others, uncertain of how to begin. For a moment, the hall was steeped in a heavy silence. Yin Duanhan exchanged a glance with Yin Zhe, who instantly understood and spoke up. Father, the one who came to our aid in the secret realm of Liao province, alongside my sister, was the ruler of the power to which these three generals belong. Although General Xin was not present, Generals Hua and Zhao fought alongside my brother Lin in the secret realm and aided us in slaying many warriors of the Tianyuan Gate. Yin Duanhan regarded Yin Zhe with an appreciative glance before saying, I thank the two generals for extending their assistance to Linger and Zaire. He then turned to Xi and Qiji, reiterating today, I am most grateful to the three for your support of the Tian dynasty. The three, upon hearing Yin Duanhan's words, waved their hands in modesty. We act solely on the orders of His Majesty. The Yin Kingdom's ruler need not be so courteous. Yin Duanhan gazed at the three with admiration, reflecting inwardly on their prowess. Truly, they are formidable generals. Each commands a cavalry legion, known for their ironclad discipline. The mere recollection of the brief encounter on the plains left him in awe. Once again, he marveled at this Great Zhou Dynasty from Liao province. It is indeed a dragon emerging from the depths. The conversation continued in the hall, with most of the dialogue coming from Yin Zhe, while Yin Duanhan interjected when necessary. Just as they were preparing to take a brief respite, a guard from the Tian dynasty entered, glancing at the seated Huat Yubing and the others, and reported to Yin Duanhan, Your Majesty, there is a man dressed in peculiar attire, wearing a mask, who wishes to see the three generals of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Yin Duanhan's expression momentarily faltered as he looked towards Huat Yubing and the others. Upon hearing the guard's words, the eyes of the three sparkled with intrigue. Yin Zhe quickly interjected, Bring him in at once. He must also be a subject of my brother Lin's dynasty. The guard met Yin Duanhan's nod of approval and promptly exited. At that moment, as Yin Zhe led Huat Yubing and the others toward the battlefield between the Tian dynasty and the Ming Mountain dynasty in the southern region of Huizhou, the Tianyuan Gate's headquarters, the council hall was filled with an atmosphere of impending conflict. Seated at the head of the table was Yi Yu, the leader of the Tianyuan Gate, whom Yin Zhe had mentioned to Lin Yu, a somewhat handsome middle-aged man. Below him, a black-clad middle-aged man led the high-ranking members of the Tianyuan Gate. This black-clad man bore a striking resemblance to He Xian, who had been slain by Lin Yu. He was He Yuan, who had recently broken through to the King realm a year prior. He Xian was his only son. He Yuan had indulged He Xian excessively, leading to his reckless demeanor and arrogance. This was evident from the events in the Tianqi Mountains, where he had joined forces with Jian Moxi against Yan Milling. At that moment, He Yuan's expression was grim as he spoke. Master, during our seclusion for healing, news has arrived from Liao province. A power called the Great Zhou Dynasty has unified the entire region. Recently, they have completed the ceremony to elevate their dynasty to an imperial status. Yi Yu nodded. He had also learned of this news upon exiting seclusion, and it had surprised him. He Yuan continued. The reports from Liao province indicated that He Xian and the others were slain by the Tian dynasty's Yin Minling and Yin Zhe, alongside this Great Zhou power. Now that this Great Zhou Dynasty has suddenly emerged, they must be the culprits behind my son's death. I implore the Master to order me to lead the warriors of our sect to behead the emperor of this Great Zhou Dynasty. As Yi Yuan spoke, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Yi Yu frowned slightly, speaking with a hint of resignation. Elder He, I too grieve for He Xian's demise. You participated in that battle 6 months ago, when Yin Duanhan led many powerful figures from the Tian dynasty to seek retribution for his children. He spoke of He Xian colluding with the representatives of the Yushui sword sect from Jianzhou to plot against Yan Minling within the secret realm. Elder Yuan and several supreme elders from the sect perished in that fierce battle. As for the Zhou dynasty, we shall set it aside for now. Our immediate priority is to eliminate Yin Duanhan and the Burning Heaven dynasty. At that time, you had dispatched people to communicate several times with the Mingshan dynasty. Now, Wang Yu of the Mingshan dynasty has already mobilized the troops. Given Yin Duanhan's character, he will undoubtedly muster the entire strength of his dynasty to confront us. Currently, the Burning Heaven dynasty stands as a hollow shell, allowing us to effortlessly eradicate Yin Duanhan's confidants within the imperial capital. Afterward, we can encircle Yin Duanhan at the border alongside the Mingshan dynasty. This will serve both as vengeance for He Xian's murder and as a justification for the many martial artists from our sect who sacrificed their lives in the battle 6 months ago. Following that, the Zhou dynasty, which has just completed its advancement ceremony in Lizhou, will be within our grasp. He Yuan remained silent for a long while before gently nodding. Yi Yu, seeing He Yuan persuaded, felt a slight sense of relief. He was well aware of He Xian's nature. What Yin Duanhan had said that day was largely true. However, He could not afford to be too forceful and could only offer consolation. After the battle 6 months ago, Tian Yuan's sect had already suffered significant losses and could not withstand further turmoil. Fortunately, He Yuan had managed to persuade the Ming Shan dynasty to take action for revenge. With this in mind, he rose and declared, "Time is of the essence. We must set forth." Yin Duanhan is already overwhelmed. The assembly nodded in agreement and promptly stood up. Yi Yu cast a glance at everyone and soared towards the outside of Tian Yuan's sect. No sooner had they exited the sect's residence than they were spotted by numerous forces from Huizhou, who were observing the situation. And they began to follow at a distance. The news of the Ming Shan dynasty's impending attack had already spread throughout Huizhou days prior. As they witnessed Yi Yu leading a multitude of Tian Yuan sect's experts rushing out, they all felt a surge of tension. Before long, a brilliant white light streaked across the sky. Boom! A bronze ancient sword, emanating a fierce aura of slaughter, descended from the heavens, instantly piercing through a mid-stage venerable warrior from Tian Yuan's sect, before embedding itself into the ground. The path traced by the ancient sword formed a tiny spatial rift. The members of Tian Yuan's sect halted abruptly. Yi Yu and He Yuan exchanged solemn glances at the sudden appearance of several figures ahead. Tian Yuan's sect? A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, issued forth from a middle-aged man clad in bronze armor. While Yi Yu silently observed the hostile demeanor of the newcomers, he replied, "Tian Yuan's sect, Yi Yu, why do you obstruct us?" Without cause. Before he could finish his sentence, the opposing figures unleashed a formidable aura. Yi Yu's gaze sharpened as he saw the bronze-armored man step forward, vanishing from his position in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Yi Yu. But simultaneously, the ancient sword on the ground emitted a resonating cry, shooting up into the man's hand, which he brandished. A glimmer of cold light flashed before Yi Yu's eyes, and he instinctively raised his fist to block. Boom! A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing Yi Yu's expression to shift as he staggered back several steps. Wow! At this moment, the various forces that had been closely following Tian Yuan's sect's group immediately retreated in alarm, exchanging incredulous glances as they observed the unfolding situation. Something significant was about to transpire. Yi Yu and the members of Tian Yuan's sect were utterly bewildered. These suddenly appearing figures were completely unreasonable. Not only had they struck down one of their own with a single sword, but they also did not allow Yi Yu to finish speaking before launching an attack. Moreover, the strength of the middle-aged man was overwhelmingly powerful. Yi Yu hastily spoke again, "Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding here?" This time, he managed to complete his question. And a response came forth. "You are indeed stronger than Jianzhou's Jian Yanjun." Yi Yu's countenance changed dramatically. He recognized Jian Yanjun. Many years ago, he had traveled to Jianzhou and formed an acquaintance. Why would this bronze-armored man mention Jian Yanjun? From the tone of his words, it seemed they had recently clashed. Yi Yu quickly exclaimed, "Who are you?" "We have not." Boom! Yi Yu was once again repelled several steps by another sword strike. Anger surged within him as he glared at the man opposite him, shouting, "This is outrageous. Kill." Before he could finish his command, another sword came cleaving towards him, tightening the knot of fury in his heart. They were determined not to let him speak. From a distance, the observers were engrossed in the unfolding skirmish, exchanging words with one another. They were unsure of the origin of this suddenly appearing force, but it was evident that their power was formidable. The members of Tian Yuan's sect found themselves at a disadvantage as soon as the conflict commenced. The bronze-armored man was the most terrifying, single-handedly overpowering both Yi Yu and He Yuan. Their appearance at this critical moment clearly aimed to thwart Tian Yuan's sect's actions against the Burning Heaven dynasty. The issue at hand was that these individuals were entirely unfamiliar. Not a whisper had been heard about them in Huizhou. Could it be that the Burning Heaven dynasty had summoned outside aid? It seemed the only possibility was that they hailed from an external force, though their exact origin remained a mystery. Our Huizhou lies on the southern periphery of the eastern region, and it was rumored that a newly ascended dynasty had unified Lizhou. They should not possess such powerful warriors. From the words of the bronze-armored man, it was clear they did not come from Jianzhou. Could they be from Mingzhou? Or perhaps even from one of the central states in the eastern region? Do you think it is possible that they are representatives of that newly ascended dynasty from Lihou? Are you suggesting that this newly ascended dynasty has such a wealth of strong warriors? Surely you jest? Let us set aside the discussions among the observers. In the void of the battlefield, He Yuan, witnessing Yi Yu engage with the bronze-armored man, swiftly moved to assist. They had come to understand that this group of unidentified forces was likely here to provoke them. However, as he advanced, his expression changed. The man wielding the ancient sword possessed overwhelming strength. A single sweeping strike left He Yuan struggling to counter. What astonished both him and Yi Yu further was the evident excitement on the man's face as he faced their combined assault. "Excellent. It was indeed the talented warriors from outside the state that presented a challenge. A voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Yu, and He Yuan's expression shifted drastically. The bronze-armored man was enveloped in a swirling black mist. Yu, in utter disbelief, shouted, "Impossible. The embryonic form of authority. You are merely at mid-stage of the sovereign king realm. This cannot be." Bai Qi raised his brow slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his eyes. The nascent form of authority, what could it be? The murderous aura coalescing around me? He did not ponder further. The black energy instantly enveloped the ancient sword. And with a swift movement, he charged toward the two men. On the other side, Yuan Tiangang, Niazheng, and Zhuazhi had already engaged the remaining members of the Tianyuan sect, with only 4 supreme realm warriors left. They were naturally no match for the few who confronted them. Lin Yu did not even join the fray. He darted directly toward the revered team of the Tianyuan sect. Under the overwhelming pressure of the higher realm, Lin Yu was akin to a wolf among sheep. Amidst the anguished roars of the Tianyuan sect's warriors, they fell one after another, the sky stained a deep crimson. Meanwhile, Bai Qi stood with Yu and He Yuan, both coughing up blood as they struggled to remain upright in the void. Yu, face etched with rage and sorrow, bellowed. "What grievance has my Tianyuan sect caused your esteemed power to warrant such a long journey from Yuanzhou?" Bai Qi's gaze sharpened. What was Yu conjuring in his mind? "I am Bai Qi of the Great Zhou Dynasty." Yu, filled with disbelief, shouted, "Impossible. Only the most elite forces of Yuanzhou could produce a warrior capable of manifesting the nascent form of authority in the mid-realm." He Yuan's eyes reddened as he directly roared at Bai Qi, the Great Zhou Dynasty. Bai Qi cast a glance at the two who were desperately struggling and chose not to waste any more words. He stepped forward, appearing before He Yuan, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! He Yuan's expression was one of despair as his body exploded in midair, transforming into a mist of blood. At that moment, you could no longer deny the truth. No wonder these individuals appeared here to intercept them. No wonder this man had mentioned Swordmaster Yin. The Yushu's sword sect had likely been annihilated. He quickly accepted this horrifying reality, a wretched smile gracing his face as he gazed at the ancient sword sweeping toward him. A flash of cold light passed. The Tianyuan sect's leader, Yu, met his end. The battle in the void concluded. Bai Qi tossed Yu's head to Yuan Tiangang, his eyes coldly sweeping over the onlookers in the distance, leading the group as they transformed into streaks of light and departed. The spectators, already struck dumb with fear, were left in shock. The man who had previously mocked the Great Zhou Dynasty had fainted. The scene shifted. Yuan Tiangang, guided by his guards, entered the council hall. Yanzhe immediately rose, his lips parting, suddenly at a loss for how to address him. At that moment, the voices of Huizubing and his companions rang out. The undisciplined marshal. They then turned their gaze to Yin Duanhen, stating, "Lord Yin, this is His Majesty's trusted confidant, the undisciplined marshal, Yuan Tiangang. He is one of the colleagues sent to the Tianyuan sect." "Undisciplined marshal, your arrival must indicate that you have completed His Majesty's task." Yuan Tiangang nodded to the three and spoke. "Generals, upon my arrival, I learned that the battle had concluded, so I came directly here. According to His Majesty's orders, we merely need to inform Lord Yin and Prince Yin before leading the troops back to court." He then turned to Yin Duanhen and Yin Zhe, holding a severed head in his hand. Yin Duanhen had been fixated on Yuan Tiangang since his entrance. Before he could even marvel at the talents emerging from the great show, he witnessed the head appear in an instant. Yin Duanhen's expression changed dramatically as he sprang from his seat. Yu. Yin Zhe also stepped forward, trembling hands reaching for the head from Yuan Tiangang. At that moment, Yuan Tiangang's voice echoed again. "Lord Yin, Prince Yin, the leader of the Tianyuan sect, Yu, the Grand Elder He Yuan, and numerous high-ranking members of the Tianyuan sect have all been slain. The remaining cleanup work of the Tianyuan sect will require your court's handling." Yin Duanhen, regaining his composure, cast a trembling glance at Yuan Tiangang, seemingly attempting to discern his expression beneath the mask. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Rest assured, I will ensure the complete eradication of the Tianyuan sect from Huazhou." He hesitated briefly before continuing. "Might I inquire if Lord Yuan has any additional instructions from Lord Lin?" He was unaware that his tone had already conveyed a hint of respect, startled by the revelation. Initially, he had thought that the Great Zhou might only temporarily repel Yu and the others, but now, it was clear that they had utterly decimated the entire leadership of the Tianyuan sect. Just look at the lingering expression of despair on Yu's face. He had every reason to suspect that Yu had suffered severe mistreatment before his demise. Yuan Tiangang, oblivious to Yin Duanhen's current tumultuous thoughts, replied, "His Majesty has no further instructions." He merely requested that I convey his welcome to Lord Yin for a visit to the Great Zhou. Yin Duanen's face broke into a bright smile as he promptly responded, "Then I must trouble Lord Yuan and the three generals to relay my gratitude to Lord Lin. Once I have attended to various matters, I shall definitely visit the Great Zhou in person to express my thanks." "Understood," Yuan Tiangang affirmed. At this juncture, Hu Xubing and his companions had already risen. The four once again bowed to Yin Duanhen and Yin Zhe before turning to leave. Yin Duanhen watched the decisive quartet with a flicker of envy in his eyes. Moments later, within the city, they heard the thunderous sound of hooves gradually receding into the distance. He steadied himself, casting another glance at Yi Yu's head, channeling his strength to crush it. He then turned to glance at the somewhat smug Yin Zhe, raising a hand to deliver a light smack to his head. Yin Zhe, feeling slightly aggrieved, rubbed his head and protested, "Father, why did you hit me?" Yin Duanen shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "My hand felt a bit itchy." Yin Zhe's mouth twitched. Choosing not to argue, "Did you run out of the palace all by yourself?" Yin Duanen's voice rang out again. Yin Zhe's eyes brightened, pride evident as he declared, "Indeed. Father, after leaving the palace, I flew quickly toward Lizhou. An old dog from the Tianyuan sect intercepted me at the edge of Lizhou. Fortunately, General Hu arrived just in time to rescue me. I was then taken to Brother Lin. Father, you have no idea how entertaining the Great Zhou is. They have something called a teleportation array that allows them to transport between cities within their territory. Because this was a rescue mission, there are still many places I have yet to visit. It was also my first time seeing the Great Zhou's army. They are truly terrifying. They have a general named Bai Qi, who is the most formidable of all. Yi Yu was definitely slain by General Bai Qi. Father, isn't Brother Lin impressive? Should I take you to the Great Zhou?" Slap. Yin Zhe cast a resentful glance at the retracted hand of Yin Duanhen. About to speak, his father's recent hand had often felt itchy. Yin Duanen's calm voice echoed once more. Yin Zhe took a deep breath, silently repeating to himself, "Oh, this is my father. This is my father." At that moment, a general entered the hall with a grave expression, bowing respectfully to the two individuals. "Your Majesty, a monumental upheaval has occurred at the Tianyuan sect," he continued, not long after Yi Yu and the senior members of Tianyuan sect departed. They were intercepted by a formidable force from the Great Zhou Dynasty. Following a fierce battle, all individuals above the status of venerable from Tianyuan sect were slain. Yi Yu and He Yuan were executed on the spot. It is said that this Great Zhou Dynasty has only recently unified Li Prefecture, having just ascended to the status of a dynasty. As he spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed the general's eyes as he recalled the 3 divisions of cavalry that had appeared on the plain. Their banners also bore the insignia of Great Zhou. Just as he was about to continue, the voice of Yin Duanheng interrupted. "I am already aware. You may withdraw." A look of astonishment flashed in the general's eyes as he promptly complied with the command, thinking to himself, "His Majesty has known all along and seems utterly unfazed." Yin Duanheng cast a glance at Yin Zhe, who was nervously looking around and dared not speak, a slight smirk touching his lips as he commanded, "You, young rascal, return to the palace." With that, he stepped outside. Yin Zhe obediently followed in Yin Duanheng's wake. In the Great Zhou Palace, within the clear Shin Hall, nearly a month had passed. Lin Yu has arranged for 2 groups to embark on a journey to the Fire State, and they have now returned. At this moment, the members from both routes are in the hall presenting their reports to Lin Yu. Yuan Tiangang spoke first, "Your Majesty. All the high-ranking officials of the Tianjuan sect have been eradicated. I have conveyed your message to the Lord of the Yin Kingdom. They will proceed to eliminate the remnants of the Tianjuan sect." Hu Xubing and his companions followed, stating, "Your Majesty, upon our arrival, we engaged in a brief skirmish with the forces of the Ming Mountain Dynasty. Subsequently, they retreated promptly, and we did not pursue recklessly." Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, content that his objectives had been achieved. At that moment, Bai Qi spoke up. "Your Majesty, while I was in the process of eliminating Yi Yu, the leader of the Tianyuan sect, and the esteemed elder He Yuan, Yi Yu uttered a term that I find rather perplexing, the embryo of authority." Lin Yu and the gathered individuals in the hall turned their curious gazes towards him. Bai Qi, recalling the moment of his battle against Jian Yanjun and Yi Yu, felt the flow of his power. Under the astonished eyes of the assembly, Bai Qi was suddenly enveloped by a surge of dark energy. The entire hall was instantly filled with an intense aura of murderous intent. Simultaneously, Bai Qi's voice resonated. "Your Majesty, it was at this very moment that Yi Yu gasped upon witnessing my state." Lin Yu immediately inquired, "What do you perceive?" Bai Qi spread his palm, and a dark stream of energy swirled within his hand. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the sensation. However, I sensed that this aura, forged from an amalgamation of murderous intent, possessed immense power. During combat, I had once infused my weapon with this energy, effortlessly creating rifts in space. This phenomenon differs from the spatial rifts produced during the instantaneous movement of a sovereign king. The latter demands a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy, merely generating a fleeting fissure for traversal. Furthermore, while it can accommodate others, the distance covered by such instantaneous movement is rather limited. A typical sovereign king warrior would seldom squander their spiritual energy for such a purpose. It was only during my previous battle against Jian Yanjun at the Feather Bloodsword sect that I unexpectedly conjured this energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised his brow slightly. According to Bai Qi, the 4 individuals who appeared over Fengjing City that day were likely underestimated by the mid-stage elder of the royal realm, leading to such an audacious display. He glanced at the others within the hall and posed a question. Do you share Bai Qi's sentiments? The assembly wore contemplative expressions, silently channeling their inner strength. Subsequently, they all shook their heads in response to Lin Yu. Suddenly, Hua Zubing, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji seemed to have a revelation. Exchanging glances, they addressed Lin Yu, saying, Your Majesty, we recall that during our brief encounter with the Ming Mountain Dynasty, the 3 iron cavalry units each formed a colossal black-gray spear. This spear appeared to materialize from the fierce battle spirit of the soldiers at the height of their fervor. However, its solidity was significantly inferior to that of General Bai's. As General Bai has indicated, it possessed a magnifying effect on strength. Additionally, more than a year ago, when the 3 iron cavalry units besieged the northern barbarians' royal court, a similar spear had manifested, albeit only as an ethereal projection formed by the collective efforts of the soldiers. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before inquiring, What martial realm does the army of the Ming Mountain Dynasty belong to? Do they also experience such phenomena? The 3 individuals shook their heads and replied, The army of the Ming Mountain Dynasty primarily consists of those in the mortal realm, with only a handful of Earth Realm warriors among them. They do not exhibit such phenomena. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as he nodded. I understand. You may leave now. The crowd promptly acknowledged the command and departed. Lin Yu's gaze was profound. The embryonic form of authority that Yu spoke of, is it related to the martial realm beyond the realm of respecting kings? He found himself utterly perplexed by the malevolent spears of the 3 iron cavalry. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment and chose not to delve deeper. In time, he would come to understand, for after all, it was not an ill thing. 2 days later, within the Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu and 3 cabinet members were engaged in animated discussions while examining a massive topographic map. A flicker of astonishment crossed Liu Bowen's eyes as he spoke. Your Majesty, this world surpasses my imagination in its vastness. It is no wonder that Lizhou remains neglected in the eastern domain, earning the title of a remote province. Sun Yu also expressed his awe. In Mingzhou, there exists not only a pinnacle dynasty but also 3 advanced dynasties. What of Xianzhou and even Yuanzhou? Meng Yi chimed in. Generals Hua, Zhao, and Xian have encountered the famed mountain dynasty during their campaign. Although their engagement was brief, reports suggest that the forces of the Ming Mountain Dynasty are formidable. This topographic map was meticulously crafted by Lin Yu based on the limited information provided by Lan Zhu. The map predominantly depicted the southern portion of the eastern domain. Being exceptionally talented individuals, they could discern the broader picture from a mere fragment. Even from just the southern expanse of the eastern domain, it was evident that the other 3 directions bore a striking resemblance. Lin Yu summoned them with the intention of strategizing for the future development of the Great Zhou through this topographic map. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he wielded the Tianan sword, its tip directed towards the upper right of the sword prefecture, in the direction of Mingzhou, filled with fervor. This territory belonged to the Shadow Knight dynasty, one of the 3 esteemed empires of Mingzhou. After effortlessly conquering Sword Prefecture, my next target shall be this. This time, I have entrusted General Hua Zubing and his companions to lead the charge. In the open, they shall provide battlefield support against the Burning Sky dynasty. In secret, I wish for the iron cavalry of the Great Zhou to clash with the formidable forces of Mingzhou. It is akin to a test. The preliminary results of this trial have emerged. On the surface, our 3 cavalry units appear to have the upper hand. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the forces of the Ming Mountain Dynasty on that day were their elite troops. The trio felt Lin Yu's grand ambitions and nodded in excitement. Sun Yu spoke. Your Majesty is wise. Indeed, traversing from Sword Prefecture is an excellent choice. After the fall of the Tianyuan Gate, Huizhou poses little threat. Moreover, the Burning Sky dynasty can serve to restrain the Ming Mountain Dynasty. However, we must engage in some dialogue with the Burning Sky dynasty. I believe they will be most agreeable. Liu Bowen interjected. Let us use the Shadow Knight dynasty as a foothold to unlock the gates of Mingzhou. The Great Zhou can then seize the opportunity to step into Mingzhou. He pointed towards the northern expanse of Mingzhou, the territory of the Mingwei dynasty. Then he plotted the course for the Mingwei dynasty to unify Mingzhou. Upon uttering these words, the group exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of exhilaration. At this moment, Lin Yu bore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The current Zhou still required time to solidify. Matters of detail would be discussed further with the members of the Military Affairs Pavilion. After the downfall of the Yushui Sword sect and Tian Yuan sect, we have accumulated ample time to strengthen our power and gather intelligence. This map shall henceforth adorn my Qingxian palace. His gaze burned fervently upon the several regions depicted. And he continued, I intend for the banner of Zhou to be omnipresent across this eastern land. The three individuals present felt their blood surge with excitement upon hearing Lin Yu's words. Subsequently, after engaging in casual conversation for a while, Lin Yu dismissed them. Alone in the hall, he sat in his chair, his consciousness merging with the system. Battle points, 7 million. Lin Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. Finally, he could procure an item he had long marked for acquisition. He could have purchased it during the previous 2 occasions. But his mind had been preoccupied with the Yushui Sword sect and Tian Yuan sect, preparing for any imminent crises. He chose some real-time enhancement methods. Now, Zhou faced no such concerns and possessed the strength to handle unforeseen circumstances. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he declared, System. Expend 2 million battle points to purchase a special institution expansion card, Tier 3, and apply it to the undesirable factions. Ding. Purchase successful. Usage successful. Lin Yu immediately checked and nodded in agreement. The unruly, 20,000 mid-territory. Finally, the unruly had been augmented. This card was precisely the one he had marked some time ago. Although it was inferior to the Cavalry Legion,